Chapter 1. After 4 years in college, students from other majors have graduated, but those studying architecture have to continue into their 5th year. Seniors often say, "Don't you feel like your head is particularly heavy?" It's filled with the nonsense you learned when you chose your major, just a few days after returning to school for the new semester. While everyone is still recovering from the indulgences of summer vacation, the tasks for the new semester have already been assigned. The internship credits for the 5th year are one of the key credits for graduation, and everyone is on high alert. Although there are no classes or internships starting yet, students must wake up early to attend lectures. Skipping them will result in a deduction of participation points. During these times, Su Young often wishes she could have a chat with the department head about life. Sneaking in through the back door into the lecture hall, she finds it already filled with people. The lecture hasn't started yet, and everyone is chatting quietly in their seats. Su Young, severely sleep-deprived, rests her head on the desk in front of her, feeling like a pile of mud. Her roommate, Shi Yuan, looks at her with disdain. "It's so early. You look like you've smoked opium." "Don't mention it. You know I went to bed late last night." "You deserve it," Shi Yuan replies with a gloating expression. "I told you to sleep, but you didn't listen and watched that live stream of someone eating crawfish instead. Are you going crazy?" Su Young disagrees. "I've thought about it. If I can't find a job, we'll start a live stream eating food. Come on, anyone can eat, but that streamer eats dozens of pounds of food every meal, okay?" Propping her chin in her hands, Su Young seriously contemplates and replies, "If it's crawfish, I'm willing to give it a try." "Shi Yuan, you're hopeless." Su Young laughs and leans her head on Shi Yuan's shoulder, her tired expression gazing at the empty podium, curiously asking her, "Who's giving the lecture today? Why is the department head so nervous?" To be honest, Su Young hates these so-called successful people's talks. Most of the time, they're just like multi-level marketing, and you don't learn much, you just listen to their inspirational life stories and cultivate a bit of personal worship. "It's Gu-E. Is it the Gu-E from Gamma? How many Gu-E's could there be?" Shi Yuan looks at Su Young as if she's an idiot. "Don't tell me you don't know." Su Young quickly raises her hands. "I'm wronged. I do know this person. Gu-E founded Gamma architecture firm in the U.S.I in 2007, then moved to City Inn, and in recent years has gained international attention due to winning several major international project bids, being hailed as the most promising young firm in China. Almost all architecture students hope to achieve fame at a young age like Gu-E, while most of them follow in the footsteps of their predecessors, stepping up in the industry one rank at a time. It's precisely because of Gu-E's uniqueness that he easily becomes an idol for architecture students. Even someone like Su Young, who completely disdains personal worship, has heard of Gu-E's name. "Hey," Shi Yuan suddenly asks Su Young mysteriously, "what do you think of Gu-E?" "I only know of him, I don't know him personally. So how would I know?" "Shi Yuan, you must have seen pictures, right? What do you think he looks like?" She tosses her hair. "I've thought about it. If I can't be an architect, it'll just be an architect's wife like Liang Xiqing and Lin Huyin, you know?" Su Young sizes up Shi Yuan and concludes, "I think you should just join me in live streaming eating crawfish." Shi Yuan, "Go away." As the two are bickering, a young man strides briskly onto the podium, and the classroom instantly quiets down. Su Young instinctively lifts her head. The man on the podium is tall, with a commanding presence. Despite it being summer, he wears a black long-sleeved shirt. Under a short buzz cut are thick eyebrows, and his sharp eyes gleam with a hint of coldness, sweeping over the room casually, making Su Young feel a slight chill down her back. His features are indeed very handsome, but they don't evoke any romantic fantasies in Su Young. This man has a cold and hard demeanor, even carrying a touch of aloofness that keeps people at arm's length. Before starting his talk, the man meticulously cleans the whiteboard with an eraser, then slowly opens his laptop and connects to the projector, making adjustments. Once everything is ready, he begins his self-introduction. "I am Gu-E." There's no warm spring breeze. Smile, his thin lips part to reveal just 4 words. His deep voice carries a hint of minty clarity, echoing in the empty lecture hall, almost enveloping the audience gently from behind. It's steady, resonant, and oddly nostalgic, reminiscent of those scorching summer days when sitting back, one could savor a piece of chilled watermelon, refreshing and sweet, leaving a lingering memory. It's strange this man has such a cold demeanor, yet his voice is so pleasant to hear. He doesn't embellish his life experience as much, but dives straight into the practical content, making the lecture engaging, filled with information often not covered by professors. Su Young doesn't want to miss this. She earnestly takes notes like Shi Yuan. However, Having stayed up late watching a live stream, she hasn't gotten enough sleep, and as soon as the classroom quiets down, she starts to feel drowsy. Especially with everyone writing, the rustling sound is even more hypnotic than an English listening exercise. Unable to withstand it any longer, Su-young hunches over and leans closer to Shur-yuan. I'm going to take a nap. If there's a question directed at me, tell me the question and the answer. Shur-yuan, a bit admiring of Gu-yi, can't help but glare at Su-young. You're sleeping during Master Gus' lecture? You're asking for it. Good night. Su-young yawns, rests her head on the desk, and her eyelids start to droop, quickly drifting into a deep sleep. Su-young wakes up again, this time being literally kicked awake by Shur-yuan. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she realizes that Gu-yi, dressed in black, has actually walked down from the podium. Under the gaze of everyone, he quietly stands in front of Su-yang's desk. Su-young instinctively wipes the corner of her mouth, which makes her classmates nearby laugh. She glances at the seat next to the aisle and regrets sitting there otherwise. Gu-yi wouldn't have been able to come over so easily. Feeling awkward, Su-young turns her head to Shur-yuan, silently asking what question this guy asked. Shur-yuan curls up, awkwardly resting her hand on her forehead, and behind her palm, she secretly makes faces at Su-young. Su-young thinks Shur-yuan is hinting at her about the question. Glancing at the book in front of Shur-yuan, quickly flipping to the open page, and finds the question and answer, starting to read it out loud emotionlessly. The non-classical column heads include square column heads, block-shaped column heads, leaf-shaped decorative column heads, volute column heads, flat plate decorative column heads, and dense leaf column heads. As she reads, her classmates start to snicker, making Su-young realize she must have answered the wrong question. Looking down, she seeks help from Shur-yuan, feeling like she wants to crawl under the desk. Stop! Gu-yi's voice is still as pleasant to hear. He interrupts Su-young from continuing, still low and steady. A hint of an inscrutable expression appears on his stern face. Do you know what I just said? Su-young's face turns red as she looks at her classmates laughing around her, unable to help but mumble, "You know I was asleep? Why ask?" Gu-yi is close enough to hear what Su-young said, and instead of getting angry, he slightly raises the corner of his mouth. I said, "Please leave." In the morning, Su-young was kicked out of the lecture hall by Gu-yi, and in the afternoon, she was drafted by a professor. The class needed to use the lower grade classrooms and had to help clear them out. Luckily, there were many boys in the class, so Su-young and Shur-yuan basically didn't need to move any heavy items, but since the whole class was there, they still had to show up. Symbolically, as they left, the two of them spotted a red envelope bike, and while riding, they reflected on how they finally had a bit of luck today, riding a bike under the scorching midday. Son, my face quickly turned red and my vision blurred. The two of us finally regained our senses, realizing why the chances of getting a red envelope at this time had increased at its all tears. As we passed through the lecture hall, remembering the events of the morning, Su-young felt a bit frustrated. Didn't you ask me what I thought of Gu-yi before? I have a conclusion now. Su-young pouted, gritting her teeth, and said, "He really isn't that great." Saying this, she angrily pedaled harder. Be careful, Su-young. Before Shur-yuan could finish her sentence, Su-young, caught up in her excitement, rode too fast and almost crashed into a black SUV parked by the side of the road. Fortunately, Su-young managed to brake in time and didn't fall. However, in her panic of nearly hitting the car, she accidentally kicked it, and though the front wheel turned away from the vehicle, the pedal protruded out and scratched off some paint. After observing the car for a long while, the clueless Su-young nervously asked Shur-yuan, "Is this car expensive?" Shur-yuan glanced at the car's logo and model and declared, "Porsche, Kian." Seeing Su-young's face darken, Shur-yuan quickly tried to remedy the situation. It must belong to some rich second-generation kid since it's parked at the school, right? Why not use your charm? After all, you're the class flower. They will definitely be sympathetic. Su-young gave her a look of disbelief. Are you talking about our class, which only has 2 girls? Shur-yuan swallowed nervously and pointed to the scratched paint, saying, "I think the scratch looks kind of heart-shaped. Why not quickly write a love letter, pretending it's a confession?" Su-young finally couldn't stand Shur-yuan's terrible idea and retorted, "Are you stupid?" The lecture hall wasn't far from the library, and students were constantly pushing or riding their bikes toward the bike shed. After a long internal struggle, Su-young pulled out her wallet to find only 200 yuan, which she had just withdrawn that morning. Shur-yuan suggested, "Why not just run away? No one will know who it is." The Porsche owner must be quite rich. That wouldn't be good. Su Yang was struggling with her conscience. Tear me off a piece of paper. Shi Yuan didn't have a backpack, only a pen and a flyer for Gu Yi's lecture in her pocket. Su Yang directly took it, and on the only blank space on the flyer with Gu Yi's face on it, she quickly wrote a few words and tucked the flyer under the car's windshield wiper. Hey, let the owner contact me. I hope it won't be too expensive. Su Yang sighed that you're really having a bad day today. Who says I'm not? On the lush green path, the long branches of the trees swayed gently in the wind, carrying a hint of fragrance. The weather was hot, and birds hopped on the branches, seemingly trying to evade the scorching sun. Someone splashed water on the ground to suppress the choking dust in the air, leaving faint tire marks on the road where the bike had passed. It had been nearly 8 years since graduation, and the school had changed a lot. Gu Yi was in a hurry and didn't even have time to take a good look around. After a hurried chat with an old professor, he found his car parked not far from the lecture hall. Before he got close, he noticed a flyer stuck under the windshield wiper. Gu Yi took it off and unfolded it, only to find it was a flyer for his lecture. Just as he was about to toss it away, he saw that someone had written something on IT in elegant small letters written with a black pen. It was all over his face. Gu Yi's lecture was intended for the architecture department, so only architecture students could have gotten this flyer, which made him frown slightly. The flyer was crumpled and had the following written on it. Sorry, I scratched your car. Please contact me for touch-up paint. P.S. Just a reminder, parking is not allowed here. It ended with a small emoticon, clearly a girl's handiwork. Looking back at his car, he noticed a piece of paint was scratched off the door, and he had no idea how this person managed to do it in the shape of a heart. She only asked him to contact her, but didn't leave a phone number. Was this intentional or just careless? As he pondered this, his phone rang. When he answered, a cheerful voice came from the other end. Master Gu, when are you coming back to the office? Gu Yi glanced at his watch. Within an hour. How did the lecture go today? Gu Yi, as always, was brief with his words, smoothly. Hey, the man on the other end said, with a hint of teasing and a cheerful tone, are there more girls studying architecture now than in our time? Are there any good-looking ones? Do architects still have a future? Gu Yi thought of the girl who had been sleeping during today's lecture and the one who scratched his car and fled. He couldn't help but shake his head. Right now, there isn't a decent girl in the architecture department at N University. Chapter 2. After the semester started, many students submitted their internship registration forms, and it was said that half of the department had found internships. Su Yang had made no progress, sending out resumes every day. Fortunately, things took a turn on Thursday evening when the department head sent a notification in the group chat asking students who hadn't confirmed their internship placements to submit applications. The department had contacted several excellent units willing to accept interns this semester. In the hot weather, Su Yang and Shi Yuan went together to submit their application forms. Even walking under the shade of the trees felt like being roasted, so they fanned themselves with the application forms while chatting. Su Yang remembered that Shi Yuan had mentioned before that she had a potential unit in mind and asked her, didn't you find an internship unit? The school is trying to save us interns without placements. Why are you here adding to the crowd? That unit mainly does residential projects, but I want to work on public buildings in the future, Shi Yuan said, also feeling a bit puzzled. I applied to a few schools that focus on public buildings, but they accepted a few boys from our department who have worse grades than me. Their vision is quite something. Concerned about this, Shi Yuan couldn't help but sigh. I feel like finding a job is quite difficult. I heard from seniors who graduated that most girls in our major have switched careers. I estimate that my chances of becoming an architect are pretty high. Su Yang shot Shi Yuan a glance, with a look that said impossible. You've always been in the top few in our class. How could you not become an architect? Being overly modest is just hypocrisy. Shi Yuan rolled her eyes at Su Yang, thinking about the current state of the industry, and couldn't help but sigh. What do you know? This is gender discrimination in the workplace. Forget it's someone like you, who is discriminated against everywhere, probably doesn't feel anything.Su Yang. But seriously, I don't want to switch careers. This was the first time Shi Yuan expressed her thoughts about the future in front of Su Yang. When it comes to famous architects, they're all men, but I really hope that one day a female architect can be as renowned as Gu Yi. Su Yang patted Shi Yuan's shoulder, smiling as she said, let's set a small goal first. Let's aim for the Pritzker Prize. Shi Yuan rolled her eyes dramatically. Go to hell. Every Friday, Su Yang would go home for the weekend. Living in the old town of N City made it convenient that on Saturday, Su Yang's mom, Ms. Yi, woke up early again, following her usual style of doing housework like she was tearing down a house, making noise until she woke everyone up. Su Yang, not fully rested, stepped out of her room with messy hair. Walking into the yard, she was greeted by the grapevines that had been growing for many years above her head, with clusters of late-ripening grapes that were already turning a deep purple, translucent and plump under the morning sun. Seeing Su Yang awake, Su Mom's eyes narrowed into a line, and her face was full of concern. "Good daughter, you're up so early?" Su Yang ran her fingers through her messy hair, speechless. "You woke me up?" "Okay." Su Mom ignored Su Yang's complaints and continued with her arrangements. "In a bit, there's a parade. Are you coming with me?" When it comes to this matter, Su Yang couldn't help but frown. The renovation of the old city is also for everyone's benefit. Our area has a low plot ratio, and resources are indeed wasted. Besides, our house is big, and we won't be at a disadvantage during the demolition. I really don't understand you. You are usually so amiable, yet you're being a stubborn resident in this matter. In order to convince Su Ma about the demolition, Su Yang didn't know how many times she had tried. Every time, Su Ma just laughed and didn't listen at all. "I'm not doing it for the money, I just want to live in our old house." Before Su Yang could start her usual complaints, Su Ma quickly took her phone and went out, reminding Su Yang before leaving. "If you're not going, take the dog out for a walk." With Su Ma gone, the large house was left with only Su Yang. Unable to sleep, she put on a t-shirt and hot pants, casually slipped on a pair of flip-flops, and went out to walk the dog. The renovation project in the old city had been going on for nearly 3 years, and most residents had already moved away. Walking on the street, it was no longer the same feeling as in childhood. Everywhere was under demolition, and cleanup. The dormitories of the old enterprises had long been vacant, and some private houses had also begun to demolish their walls. Walking the dog, Su Yang noticed that many century-old trees had been removed, and the dust had increased significantly. What used to be a pleasant living area now barely had a place to take a stroll. As soon as Su Yang's little dog went out, it started running around, and after a long time, it still wouldn't find a spot to relieve itself. "Old Master." Su Yang called the little dog's name, leading it to places with trees and electric poles. After trying several spots, it still refused to go, making Su Yang, hands on her hips, scold it. "Why can't you just solve your problem properly? Are you trying to go against me on purpose?" Old Master tilted its head and wagged its tail, its big, watery eyes full of innocent confusion. Su Yang couldn't bear to be angry and had to continue walking it along the small road. The renovation project in the eastern old city had reportedly dragged on for nearly 3 years. Initially, the land was approved and an agreement was reached with the relevant departments for the developer to handle the demolition compensation, but it turned out to be a headache. Now that the demolition was almost complete, Mr. Xiao from Wanshur was excited to bring Gu Yi for an inspection. He hadn't taken on residential projects for a long time this time. He was doing it to give his father some face. The two walked side by side into the construction site. Mr. Xiao asked about Gu Yi's father, his usual kind demeanor showing. "I asked old Gu to develop together before, but he said he was busy." "Why has he been busy with these past few years?" Gu Yi, dressed in gray casual wear, stood with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent. "I don't really inquire about my father's work." Hearing this, Mr. Xiao looked at him meaningfully and then said earnestly, "You're your father's only son. The company will eventually be yours. Don't be too stubborn. Whether you're the developer or the contractor, you're all in the construction industry. Gu." He didn't take Mr. Xiao's hints to heart. He naturally changed the subject, pointing to a few houses behind the square that still had laundry hanging out, and asked, "Why are there still a few houses that haven't been demolished?" Mr. Xiao frowned when talking about this. "Don't mention a bunch of unreasonable people. Isn't it all about the money?" Mr. Xiao shook his head. "The compensation we offered is already very good, but people just aren't satisfied." He thought of various projects he had encountered in the past and nodded in agreement. "There are more and more stubborn residents now." "Exactly." Mr. Xiao was furious. Recently, those stubborn residents keep causing trouble at the construction site, protesting at the drop of a hat, filming as soon as we push them a little. Their tactics are too many. As the two walked out of the construction site, they reached an area of private houses that hadn't been demolished yet, where they saw a group of people gathering not far away, blocking the workers who were supposed to build the walls for Wangshi.Mr. Xiao's face fell. "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Here they come to cause trouble again." Gu Yi raised his head, looking at the dense crowd ahead, his lips pressed tightly together. We'll just walk out directly, don't reveal our identities. Mr. Xiao was already familiar with this situation and decisively took out his phone. They'll call someone to deal with it. Old Master was very familiar with this area, happily running toward the square where it used to exercise, with such enthusiasm that it was unclear whether it was Su Yang walking the dog or the dog walking Su Yang. Following Old Master for a while, Su Yang soon spotted a group of people holding banners, and she recognized her mother among them, who was shouting excitedly. Suddenly stopping, Old Master jumped up in excitement. Looking at the chaotic scene from a distance, Su Yang, though reluctant, still walked over. Mom, Su Yang squeezed beside her mother, instinctively trying to pull her away. Don't make a fuss, let's go home. She glanced at the workers trying to disperse the crowd and worriedly looked at her mom. Don't provoke a conflict and get hurt or something. Su grabbed Su Yang's arm, pushing her towards the crowd. Don't worry about it, the developer wants to demolish our activity square. We can't just stand by. Mom. Before Su Yang could finish her sentence, she was already pushed out. Old Master barked incessantly, charging toward the workers surrounded by the crowd, and Su Yang had to grip the leash tightly to prevent it from running away. As she stood there frowning, contemplating whether to leave or stay, a familiar figure suddenly appeared before her. The tall man in gray casual casually emerged from the partially demolished square. The dust from the construction site obscured his sharp facial features, and it took Su Yang several glances to confirm who it was. That it was Gu Yi again. He still wore his usual cool expression, accompanied by a middle-aged man with a big belly, both of their expressions serious. Everyone was focused on confronting the workers at the construction site, and no one noticed them. That Su Yang instinctively took a step back, wanting to hide. But Old Master barked loudly, successfully exposing Su Yang in front of Gu Yi. It's you? Gu Yi was walking past Su Yang, unfazed by her little dog, and instinctively glanced at her. Su Yang awkwardly tugged at the corner of her mouth. It's me. You live here? Gu Yi's deep gaze swept over Su Yang, her dog, and the protesting crowd behind her, before a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. No wonder people flocked together. He hesitated, and before Su Yang could react, he and the man beside him walked away. Su Yang stood frozen in place. After a few seconds, she finally realized that Gu Yi was mocking her. Thinking back to the embarrassment of being kicked out of the lecture hall by him, she felt anger rising. It's a new era. Even professors don't kick out sleeping students. What's he acting all high and mighty for? With old grudges and new grievances, Su Yang, in a fit of anger, shouted towards her mother's direction. Oh no. The developer has brought in the architect to the construction site. They must be starting work. Everyone, be careful of forced demolitions. As soon as she finished speaking, almost everyone gathered around. Architect? Who is it? They'll see who dares to come. Where are they? Amidst the chatter, Su Yang rolled her eyes and pointed at Gu Yi, who had just walked out. It's him. He's the architect. Very famous. The ensuing scene became extremely chaotic. The usually calm and composed Gu Yi was surrounded by the crowd, being pushed and shoved. The man beside him identified himself as a representative of the developer, trying to stabilize the crowd's emotions, but it only made them more agitated. Gu Yi's face was marked with a red imprint, but he didn't retaliate at all, only defending himself against the relentless attacks from the crowd. Su Yang stood aside, grinning as she watched the commotion, but suddenly, without realizing it, Old Master broke free from the leash and charged towards the two men who were being surrounded. Old Master. Su Yang dashed forward to grab the leash, but it was too late. In the chaos, Old Master had found the perfect spot to relieve its self-fright at Gu Yi's foot. This little rascal, with so many poles and trees around, chose to eat tea that moment. The developers called in people to deal with the protesters, and a dozen burly men rushed over, each holding defensive weapons. The protesters, sensing that the situation was not right, quickly scattered. Gu Yi and the middle-aged man beside him finally regained their freedom. At this moment, both of them were in a state of disarray. Far from the glamorous appearance they had earlier, Su Yang hadn't reacted yet when the crowd had already dispersed, and her mother had also run off with the group, leaving just Gu Yi and Su Yang standing at a distance, exchanging glances. Su Yang saw her dog wagging its tail sitting by Gu Yi's feet, and it was clear that there were some dark stains on Gu Yi's pants and casual shoes. Looking up further, she noticed the red marks of injury on his face, and his handsome eyes narrowed slightly. exuding a hint of danger. Su Yang took a step back and, regardless of the situation, shouted at her dog, Lao Yi, run. Thinking of Gu Yi's disheveled appearance and feeling that her long-awaited revenge had finally been achieved, Su Yang couldn't stop smiling all day. At 6 o'clock in the evening, just as Su Yang opened her mobile game, she received a call from Shi Yuan. As soon as she answered, Shi Yuan immediately launched into a tirade of complaints. Su Yang, why are you always so lucky? Your grades are in such a mess, and you still get assigned to the best unit for your internship. Are you some kind of lucky charm? No, even if you are your salty lucky charm, or should I say a salted fish. Shi Yuan rambled on, and Su Yang didn't quite understand her. She wasn't very concerned about the internship instead. She wanted to share how she had pranked Gu Yi that morning. Do you know? This morning, my dog peed on someone's foot. Guess whose it was? Shi Yuan was clearly annoyed by Su Yang's interruption. You didn't even ask me where you're interning. Knowing Shi Yuan's princess-like temper, Su Yang quickly asked, so, where am I interning at this awesome unit? Gamma. Gamma. Shi Yuan was very excited when she mentioned the name. Su Yang held her phone, feeling a bit confused. Gamma? Strange. Why does that name sound so familiar? Don't be smug on the other end of the phone. Shi Yuan finally snapped out her envy and asked Su Yang. Okay, now it's your turn to tell me, whose foot did your dog pee on that makes you so happy? Su Yang finally remembered what Gamma was. It seems like I'm not so happy about it anymore. Chapter 3. Since childhood, Su Yang's greatest fear has always been going to the teacher's office. She never imagined that one day she would be so anxiously waiting outside Professor Zhou's office, and it would be for an unrelated man. On Sunday night, she was anxious all night, tossing and turning in her dorm room, making the wooden bed creak and disturbing her roommate, who complained about her restlessness. The architecture department at N University is a top-tier program, and Professor Zhou, a doctoral advisor, is usually very busy. He spent the entire morning meeting with clients in a small conference room. After waiting for a long time, Su Yang couldn't hold it any longer and finally knocked on the door. Professor Zhou is a scholarly man in his 50s, known for being kind to students, which makes him well-loved, though he is often elusive and hard to find. Afraid that he might slip away again, Su Yang quickly explained her purpose. Professor, I submitted my internship application to the school on Friday, and then last night I looked at the assigned unit and felt that it might not be suitable for me. Professor Zhou, holding a stack of design drafts, pushed up his glasses hanging on his face and looked at Su Yang carefully. He thought she was dissatisfied with the assigned unit and comforted her. The assignments this time were chosen by the companies themselves. If you're not happy with the unit you got, there's no way to change it. Just learn well from your seniors, and you can join a better place after graduation. That's not it, Professor, Su Yang said, feeling a bit awkward and unsure how to express her thoughts. She carefully chose her words, trying to diplomatically convey. I don't think the unit is bad. I just feel it's not right for me. What's your name? Where were you assigned? Professor Zhou asked. Hearing this, Su Yang, feeling the seriousness on his face, quietly said, Gamma. Upon hearing Gamma, Professor Zhou instinctively said, Child, don't underestimate Gamma. It's a privately founded architectural firm. Go back and take a look at their credentials. Su Yang already knew this would be the outcome and quickly leaned forward to say, since it's such a good firm, many people must want to go there, right? I can switch with someone else. Before Su Yang could finish her sentence, Professor Zhou, having waited long enough, slowly walked out of the small conference room to greet a visitor. Through a lush potted plant, the person emerged gracefully, reminiscent of a film scene where the focus shifts from a close-up of the plant's edge to a blurred background gradually coming into view, ultimately focusing on the figure of the person, drawing everyone's attention. Seeing the person, Professor Zhou immediately broke into a smile. He straightened his design drafts and earnestly said to Su Yang, This is Gu Yi, your senior and once my student. He later went to Yale for further studies and is the founder of Gamma, having won several international projects and the American Institute of Architects, AIA, Honor Award. This kid has received it too, dressed in a black business suit. Gu Yi looked completely different from the disheveled state he was in when he was urinated on by a dog that day. Now, upon seeing Su Yang, a look of surprise crossed his face, which only made Su Yang more anxious. With Professor Zhou introducing him like that, Su Yang could only muster the courage to flatter. Senior Gu is so impressive. Seeing that Su Yang was relatively humble, Professor Zhou was very satisfied and smiled at Gu Yi, saying, "This girl will be interning at your firm." Gu Yi showed a momentary surprise at the news, then looked down at Su Yang with a meaningful expression and said, "Really? What a coincidence. This girl, silly as she is, even said she wanted to switch units." After saying that, Professor Zhou turned to Su Yang and said, "Working with Gu Yi's team, you won't learn any less than at the architecture school. It's a pity this kid isn't willing to take on interns anymore. Otherwise, you could learn even more." Upon hearing that Gu Yi no longer personally took interns, Su Yang's expression brightened immediately. "Really?" The three words came out in a higher pitch, startling the professor. If Gu Yi wasn't personally taking interns, then going to Gamma wouldn't matter, right? A hint of a smile finally appeared on Su Yang's previously gloomy face. Su Yang realized she was showing too much excitement and quickly reined in her expression. "It's such a pity that senior can't take me." "Not a pity." Gu Yi's voice was low and resonant, like a stone sinking into water, creating ripples. "What?" Gu Yi smirked slightly, his eyes carrying a hint of sarcasm. "Professor Zhou, don't worry. I've decided to take this junior under my wing personally." As soon as he said that, Professor Zhou was taken aback. "Really? You've changed your mind? You didn't even want to take the top student from last year, who was so outstanding." After that, he glanced at Su Yang teasingly and added, "Is it because this young lady is pretty?" Gu Yi, though teased, showed no embarrassment on his face, merely casting a fleeting glance at Su Yang. She felt a shiver at his gaze, as if someone had sprayed dry ice on her back, sending chills down her spine. "There are few girls studying architecture, so I naturally need to take good care of them and keep them around." Gu Yi spoke slowly, and after finishing, he smiled faintly at Su Yang. That smile was truly a smile hiding a dagger. Su Yang was not particularly prominent in front of the professors. Her grades were average, and her work was unremarkable, just enough to get by for exams. Being chosen by Gamma, she didn't know if it was Gu Yi's intention, but looking at his expression, he seemed unaware. Was he acting? Gu Yi's declaration to personally take her on made Professor Zhou extremely happy. And Su Yang couldn't bring herself to tell him about her prank on Gu Yi, so she could only swallow her grievances and dared not bring up the issue of switching units again. Back in the dorm, Shi Yuan was eating instant noodles while watching a mindless idol drama. As soon as Su Yang opened the door, she was hit by the smell of instant noodles and couldn't help but wrinkle her nose. Don't eat instant noodles with the air conditioning on. The smell lingers all day and is so tempting. Shi Yuan paid no heed, engrossed in slurping her noodles, while criticizing the male lead. This male lead is as still as a JPG and moves like a PPT. With such acting skills, it's no wonder being a celebrity is so profitable. Us architecture students work ourselves to the bone for years, and we don't even make as much as their per episode pay. Su Yang changed into her slippers and tiredly leaned on the ladder next to Shi Yuan, sighing dejectedly. "I wish I could study as well as you. If I were a bit better in my studies, I would have found an internship unit long ago and wouldn't have ended up in Gu Yi's hands." Shi Yuan didn't know what Su Yang was thinking. She just remembered what Su Yang said and, recalling the past 4 years, couldn't help but speak with a hint of resentment. "Do you think I want to study well? It's all because of the boys in our class. They look so good that it makes me want to study in college. Do you know that the class monitor from a bachelor class next door personally came to recruit me, encouraging me to transfer? He said that if I was willing to transfer, all the boys in the class would treat me well." Recalling the past, Shi Yuan sighed. "If there had been just one handsome guy, I would have transferred. Damn it, not a single one." Su Yang's mood, which had been heavy, was suddenly lightened by Shi Yuan's words. She completely empathized with Shi Yuan's situation. Back during the college entrance examination, she performed exceptionally and got into this key university named after the city and university. Her major, architecture, was chosen by her mother. It was said to be a field with more boys than girls, where any girl could find a boyfriend. Su Yang entered university with high hopes and has been single for 4 years. The looks of her classmates, well, it's hard to describe, but they definitely don't inspire any desire for romance. Shi Yuan grew more and more exasperated. "I'm just baffled. Why are there no handsome guys in architecture?" Searching her memory, Su Yang said, "Nonsense. Wu Yinzu studied architecture, but he switched careers later. Su Yang Sigid. But right now, I don't want to date an architect at all. Sure, Yuan was surprised to learn that Su Yang had such thoughts and couldn't help but ask, why? When it comes to architects, the first person that comes to mind makes Su Yang seriously disdainful, and she gives him a big cross in her mind. She almost grits her teeth as she replies, those male architects are all no good. After the internship, staying at school is no longer mandatory. And city is large. And it takes over 40 minutes to get to work at Gamma from school and 1.5 hours from home. After weighing her options, Su Yang decides to continue living at school. During this internship, Su's mother is even more nervous than Su Yang, having painstakingly raised her for so many years. Waiting for this day, Su Yang's father was an architect, but he passed away from liver cancer when Su Yang was very young. So she has almost no memories of him. The only thing that permeates her life is the house he personally designed, where they have lived for over 20 years. Su's mother desperately hopes that Su Yang will follow in her father's footsteps and become an architect. So when she learned that Su Yang was going for an internship, she quickly bought her several sets of new clothes and upgraded her computer, drawing tools, and so on to the best available. However, she does not know that Su Yang does not want to intern at Gamma at all. With the feeling of going to a grave, she puts on a new intern outfit her mother bought for her and heads to work. The white mid-sleeve shirt has a button designed with a pearl hanging from a brooch, which is dignified yet fashionable, paired with an A-line pencil skirt, making the usually tomboyish Su Yang display a hint of femininity. Architects aren't particularly good at dressing up, and her cosmetics have been sitting idle for so long that she doesn't even know if they are expired. Su Yang hasn't used them much, but fortunately, being young, she looks refreshed just by tidying up her eyebrows. On her first day at work, Su Yang puts on a good show. Gamma's office is located in the iconic building, Zhongxing International, in the inner ring. She is the only one from N University to intern at Gamma, completely alone without any schoolmates. The people at Gamma are very busy, and after a nameless male colleague gives her a tour, she's arranged to sit in the visitor waiting area. After nearly 40 minutes without anyone coming to her, Su Yang's legs start to feel numb, so she stands up to stretch. The entire interior decoration of Gamma is filled with the designer's creativity, which is eye-catching. On the wall opposite Su Yang's seat, there are some introductions about Gamma, along with the names and photos of each person, including the cleaning lady, who is also recognized as part of Gamma, adding a touch of humanity. Su Yang carefully browses through them one by one, and her gaze finally lands on a blue background ID photo. The man in the photo has a buzz cut, thick eyebrows, sharp eyes, a serious expression, and a handsome, yet somewhat aloof demeanor. Humph. Su Yang glances disdainfully at the man in the photo and then gets a mischievous idea. She looks around with a sly expression, confirms that no one is coming, and takes out a black pen from her bag, unceremoniously drawing a large beauty mark next to Gu Yi's nose. Once Su Yang finishes drawing, the photo instantly goes from handsome to sleazy, making it hard not to laugh just by looking at it. Satisfied with her handiwork, she stifles a chuckle and carefully puts away the pen. Just as she turns around, she sees a tall figure blocking her in front. This person walks so silently. If she doesn't look up, her sight barely reaches the chest of the newcomer. He has a tall and sturdy build, and the stiff suit he wears is exuded with a noble aura. However, the low pressure coming from him makes Su Yang's scalp tingle a bit. She slowly looks up, and Gu Yi's nightmare-like face is magnified several times in front of her. Su Yang thinks to herself, this is unbearable. She awkwardly grins at Gu Yi and quickly turns back to face the photo she just drew on. Rubbing the drawn beauty mark vigorously with her hand, she tries to cover up her actions, saying, "Who is this? Such a meddler," drawing on the senior's photo. Gu Yi behind her remains silent. After a while, he coldly smiles and says, "When I came in, you were drawing." Chapter 4. Su Yang felt a bit guilty after doing something bad, her heart racing rapidly. With her back to Gu Yi, she rubbed her fingers over the photo a few more times, trying to fix it. But this oil-based pen was really frustrating. If she touched it lightly before it dried, it smudged, and once it dried, no amount of rubbing would remove it. The more she rubbed, the more desperate she became. The embarrassment of being caught in the act made her not want to turn around at all. Just when she was at a loss, Gu Yi exposed her right on the spot, and she really, after thinking for a long time, Su Yang thought to herself, Their essay saying that you shouldn't hit a smiling face. It must be true, right? With a forced smile, she turned around and tried to change the subject. Good morning, senior. Gu's white shirt was slightly open, revealing a section of his collarbone and healthy, tan skin. His arms were crossed over his chest, and he slightly tilted his head, his cold, proud black eyes filled with mockery, staring at Su Yang with an expression that seemed to say, "Let us see how you play this off." 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds passed. Gu remained standing there, motionless. The forced smile on Su Yang's face became increasingly strained, her facial muscles stiffening. Just when she didn't know what to do, Gu finally spoke. "Clean it up." His concise words carried a hint of solitary authority. Su Yang knew she was in the wrong, so she quickly rubbed at the black marks on the photo. "It really wouldn't come off. How about I pay for a new print?" Su Yang looked at Gu weakly, her confidence waning. Gu completely ignored her attempt to back down, glanced at her with a disapproving look, and coldly said, "Here, I am your boss and your mentor. You don't respect your superior, you don't honor your teachers, and your attitude is terrible. Internship, 0 points. Wait." She glanced at the photo, and the smooth photo paper suddenly sparked an idea. "I can wipe it off." Without caring how Gu looked at her, her priority was to quickly soothe his anger. She wet her fingertip with a bit of saliva and rubbed at the black marks left by the oil pen. Sure enough, the marks faded. She repeated the process a few more times, and that unsightly mole finally disappeared from Gu's photo. "See, it's gone now." Su Yang waved her hand at Gu. "This material comes off easily with a bit of water." Gu had witnessed the entire process of Su Yang removing the black mark, and as someone with mild obsessive-compulsive tendencies, he slightly frowned. As Su Yang's hand waved towards him, he recalled her earlier actions of removing the mark and took a step back in disgust. "Step back." Su Yang was startled by his command. Although she was unhappy, considering her internship was in his hands, she obediently took a step back. "Then what about my internship points?" "Don't talk to me about anything until you wash your hands." "After I wash my hands, where should I go?" Gu glanced at her and said slowly, "Anywhere I can't see." Su Yang and Shi Yuan were interning at different places. Shi Yuan returned earlier than her, having already eaten in the office canteen, looking radiant. The advantage of working in a public institution was that it was very people-oriented in terms of working hours. Su Yang had casually eaten a bowl of noodles for dinner and spent the rest of the night studying in her dorm, not playing on her phone or watching live streams. When Shi Yuan returned from a run and saw Su Yang still studying, she exclaimed while wiping her face with a towel, "Oh my God, it really is a top-tier firm. You're not watching live streams or playing games, but actually studying. That is just as rare as a dog that can't bark." Su Yang rolled her eyes at the teasing. "Watch your words. Even dogs have their dignity." "Ha ha ha." Shi Yuan casually pulled out the chair next to Su Yang and sat down. "Hey, seriously, how is Gamma? Are the architects in there really as legendary as they say? Geniuses among geniuses? Oh, by the way, I heard there are no women in Gamma's architect team. Is that true?" Su Yang looked at the professional book in front of her. "How would I know? Didn't you get into the architect circle? Don't mention it." "I almost didn't get to intern at all." Su Yang thought about the connection she had made with Gu and couldn't help but complain. "Gu kicked me out last time. How could he possibly let me into Gamma? Does he have some ulterior motive? You're an insignificant bug. What motive could he have? Maybe it's because everyone else is paying attention while you're sleeping. So he remembered you?" Shi Yuan wrinkled her nose, looking enviously at Su Yang. "If I had known, I would have slept too. How about we switch? I really can't stand these boring books." Su Yang had never taken studying seriously in college, relying on a bit of cleverness to get by. Her study attitude was all about passing with a score of 60, thinking that any more was a waste and any less would make her cry. Forcing herself to read now was simply too painful. The more she read, the more frustrated she became. Are these really our professional books? Why are they so boring? Is there a simpler, funnier version that I can remember easily? Shi Yuan looked at Su Yang with a concerned expression and said helplessly, "If you don't want to read, then don't. Why force yourself?" Su Yang clutched the book tightly, mumbling, "I can't give up. I can't let Gui find my mistakes. Otherwise, I definitely won get my internship points." It was getting late, and Shi Yuan was too lazy to continue discussing these unproductive topics. Just before going to shower, she suddenly turned back to Su Yang and said, I think you can't keep having a bad relationship with the big boss. You need to ease it up a bit. Be smart about it. In the workplace, you need to know how to flatter. For example, go help the boss sweep the floor, do some work, run some errands. Just be smart about it. Su Yang was skeptical about Shi Yuan's suggestion. Is it useful? Who cares? Just try it out. The more you flatter, the better. The next day at work, Su Yang still had nothing to do. Although the HR department found her a desk, she had no work at all. Having a desk made no difference. The Gamma office wasn't very large, at least not compared to those well-known design institutes. It was easier to manage due to the smaller number of staff, and the architects were all top-notch. Among the interns who started with Su Yang, there were 2 master's students in architecture, both graduates of a prestigious university in City S. They had rich internship experience from their undergraduate to master studies. So they started getting work on their first day at Gamma, while Su Yang felt like a mere insignificant presence, without any work assignments. She had plenty of time to think about how to flatter others. After all, her main goal for interning at Gamma was to earn internship points. As for learning anything, she wasn't too demanding. However, Gui wasn't someone anyone could easily see at Gamma. He was always busy with projects. The real-life architects were completely different from those in novels and movies. No matter what level they were at, everyone was working overtime. After waiting all morning, Su Yang finally saw Gui come out of the office, and she quickly followed him closely. Gui didn't show any expression at Su Yang's sudden appearance. Regardless of whether Su Yang was following him, he walked with long strides, completely absorbed in his own world. The cuffs of his shirt were rolled up to his elbows, revealing a muscular arm, and there were small ink stains on his long fingers. Su Yang noticed that the first joint of his left hand's middle finger was slightly protruding, clearly a result of long-term pen usage. So, you're left-handed? Su Yang blurted out instinctively, then quickly added, I heard left-handed people are especially smart. Just then, Gui stopped in his tracks. He didn't speak, but his aura was already quite intimidating. He merely turned slightly, and that gaze made Su Yang involuntarily take a small step back. He lowered his head and glanced at Su Yang, his expression somewhat impatient. Still following? Su Yang was taken aback by his words, and when she looked up again, she realized they had somehow already reached the entrance of the men's restroom. She quickly shook her head and explained, I didn't. Gui slightly averted his gaze and interrupted Su Yang. Speak up. You've been following me. What do you want? Su Yang looked at Gui and hesitantly replied, I wanted to say that as a newcomer to the workplace, one should be more observant and see if you need help so I can assist and ease our relationship. Help? Gui looked at her leisurely, a teasing smile on his face. Following me to the restroom. What? Do you want to help me with something? Help! Su Yang instantly replied, finally realizing what Gui was implying. She subconsciously looked down at Gui's lower body, and in an instant, her face turned beet red. No, that's really not something I can help with. In this line of work, eating, sleeping, and going to the restroom have become luxuries. No matter how one tries to save time, it never seems enough. Whenever a project ramps up, people are treated like livestock. After a busy morning, there was finally a chance to take a short break. Gui stood by the sink washing his hands, the running water flowing over his hands, cool and soothing. He alternated rubbing his hands together, and his fingers subconsciously brushed over his left hand. Remembering what the girl had said, a hint of surprise flashed in his heart. He had never used a pen in front of her, yet she could tell he was left-handed. She actually had some observational skills. Last night, he had looked at the intern's files from HR. Compared to the other 2, she seemed like she was just there to make trouble. He could have easily sent her away, but he didn't. The architect team at Gamma was all male, and they often complained about the lack of women, saying it was demotivating. Although the girl had a poor attitude toward learning, her appearance was passable. If she could make those hungry old bachelors shut up, she wouldn't be a waste after all, he thought. Su Yang had originally been scared off by Gui, but halfway through, she turned back. She had been waiting all morning. She couldn't just give up without doing anything, right? Gui still seemed to dislike her. When Gui came out of the restroom and saw Su Yang still waiting at the door, he couldn't help but frown. Aren't you leaving? Su Yang ignored Gui's disdain and put on a bright smile. She recalled Shi Yuan's advice to find more opportunities to approach the leader. Try to find topics to talk about. and chat more to become familiar. After all, as a girl, it would be good for him to make things difficult for her. Su-young thought for a moment and pulled out her killer topic for conversation. By the way, Engineer Gu, when you wash your hair and close your eyes, do you immediately open them because you're afraid there are ghosts in front of you? Gu-i looked down at her, silent. Ha ha ha, I do. After a moment of dead silence, Gu-i said seriously, first, wash out the grime in your mind. Chapter 5, whether it was Su-young and Gu-yi's strategy of getting close, or Gu-i simply not wanting her to bother him anymore. In any case, after that, she really didn't have to sit on the sidelines anymore. Finally, she could truly enter a real project team, and even someone like Su-young, who was not academically inclined, was filled with anticipation. The person who came to welcome Su-young was the team leader of the project group, a man in his 30s. A colleague from the HR department smiled as he introduced the team leader. This is our engineer Lee, a level 1 registered architect, who has spent 8 years at Nanhua Institute of Architecture, brought over by Boss Gu. Although Su-young did not have a strong desire to become an architect. After 4 years of exposure in school, she knew that passing the level 1 register architect exam was difficult, and Insidious Nanhua Institute was full of talented individuals. This added layer made Su-young look at Engineer Lee with a filter of admiration. Engineer Lee was not very tall, slightly chubby, wore glasses, and when he smiled, his eyes became narrow slits, giving off a very approachable vibe. He smiled at Su-young and said, usually, when newcomers arrive, I don't need to personally welcome them. But since it's the first time we have a girl in our group, the guys insisted I come to make it special. I hope you can feel the warmth of our team. Hearing him say this, Su-young couldn't help but chuckle. She tilted her head slightly and humbly said, thank you, Engineer Lee, and thank you to all the seniors in the group. Following Engineer Lee into the brand new project group, Su-young was sweating the whole way, both excited and nervous. A real-world project group was completely different from sitting on the sidelines. Engineer Lee was friendly and chatted with Su-young along the way. You're still an undergraduate? Interning your 5th year? Seizing the opportunity, Su-young quickly asked Engineer Lee, I heard that to get into a good architecture school, you must pursue a Master degree. Is that true? Engineer Lee smiled. It depends on how you view this issue. Students are romantic idealists, while after starting work, they become pragmatic realists. After working, you'll have your own projects to lead or participate in, and that feeling is like treating your own children. While in school, your work can only exist on paper. That made sense. Experience comes from real practice. Su-young thought about how she hadn't even graduated from her undergraduate program yet, and thinking about other things felt too far off, so she jokingly asked a question she had always been curious about. When architects buy houses, do they get discounts? Generally no, but it seems that working in the design department of real estate might come with a 10 discount. Ingenibly casually insert the Yang's question. And just as they arrived at the project group, before entering the project group, Su-young instinctively looked up at the name posted on the door. On the frosted glass door, it simply and bluntly said Lee's Group, which was not at all glamorous. Su-young curiously looked a little longer. Is it very different from what you imagined? Engineer Lee, being perceptive, immediately noticed her little action. Caught in the act. Su-young awkwardly stuck out her tongue, but still honestly replied to Engineer Lee, a bit. Su-young scratched her forehead, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, I thought it would have a more unique name. In school, we used to put a lot of thought into names. Su-young smiled. We all named our groups after masters, like Mai's Group, Corbu Group, Ando Group. Engineer Lee had also gone through his student days and understood this youthful sentiment very well. After starting work, there's rarely time to think about such things. Most of the time, it's just named after the engineer. After saying that, he added with a bit of humor, but it's a bit awkward if the surname is Wu or Gong. Upon hearing Engineer Lee's words, Su-young first silently repeated the names Wu, centipede, and Gong, grandfather, in her mind, then suddenly had a brainstorm, saying, I wonder if there's anyone with the surname Lao. If there is, that would be the ultimate awkwardness. She laughed heartily, walking forward while unable to stop repeating, Lao Gong? Ha ha ha, Lao Gong. Just as she was joyfully repeating the name of the architect with the surname Lao, she suddenly came face to face with someone. If it weren't for Engineer Lee pulling her back quickly, she would have almost bumped into the person. Regaining her composure and looking at the person, it turned out to be the elusive Gu-i. It was said that he was always busy, and she didn't know why he appeared in Engineer Lee's project group. Su-young had just called out Lao Gong, which made her incredibly embarrassed, and she had to explain awkwardly, "I wasn't calling you." Gui's expression was indifferent, with a hint of inscrutability. He glanced down at Su-young, still maintaining his usual expressionless face. "Don't worry," he said, "you will never call me that in your life." Su-young looked at his confident expression and thought, "With you like this, I wouldn't want to even if you came on to me." The residential project in Li Shu's hands had been a last-minute addition, and the schedule was tight. Gui had recently been busy with a museum project and initially had no time to manage the residential side, but out of obligation, he still made time to check on the situation. Li Shu was a very mature architect, experienced and steady, and perhaps due to having a family, he had a very different temperament from those single architects. His office was filled with photos of his wife and daughter, and every time Gui came over, it felt like visiting someone's home. Strangely, he didn't dislike this warm feeling. Li Shu was older than Gui, and there was no clear distinction between superior and subordinate. He poured a cup of tea for Gui, who found it too hot, and simply placed it on a coffee table. Before Gui could speak, Li Shu asked first, "What were you thinking, actually hiring a girl?" Gui didn't look up, "Just focus on the project documents. I just want to know about the project as situation." Li Shu laughed. "What day isn't suitable for discussing the project? It's rare to have a chance to talk about women with you, right? So tell me, what is your relationship with this girl? Does she need special treatment?" Gui frowned slightly at Li Shu's implication about Su-young. "She has nothing to do with me." "What? Aren't we always joking about being a team of bachelors? So hiring a girl is just to balance things out." Gui spoke candidly, without any ulterior motives. "I see." Li Shu laughed. "So it's a team benefit. I'll let those old bachelors know that their springtime has arrived." Li Shu lauga fleetly, and for some reason, Gui found him slightly displeasing. Not wanting to discuss anything else, Gui cleared his throat. "Now, can we talk about the project?" Gui and Li Shu discussed the conceptual design of the project for over 40 minutes, exchanging some initial ideas and overturning Li Shu's previous assumptions. Upon leaving Li Shu's office, Gui discovered that the workspace, which should have been filled with people, was completely empty. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in dissatisfaction. Looking again, he saw that everyone had gathered at the exit, chattering excitedly, making it hard to hear what they were saying. Gui asked, "What is going on?" Li Shu was quite calm about it. "It's not every day we get a girl. They're probably distracted from work, probably still trying to impress her." Gui pursed his lips tightly and said nothing more. As they both walked through the cubicles, everyone saw Gui and Li Shu and were a bit startled, quickly hiding their excitement and scattering back to their positions. As the crowd dispersed, the central figure finally revealed herself. It was indeed Su-young. Su-young, looking somewhat puzzled, still wore a silly smile on her face. She was holding a bag of chocolate toffees that had already been emptied. This was something Shi Yuan had taught her. When entering a new environment, it's good to give everyone a small gift. She had prepared this bag of candy well before her internship, and now it finally came in handy, which was quite a feat. Seeing Gui and Engineer Lee come out together, she weighed the empty packaging bag in her hand, revealing a somewhat embarrassed expression. "What to do? It's all gone. Only the last one is left." She turned the bag inside out and poured the last candy into her hand. Looking up at Gui and Engineer Lee, she asked, "Who wants it?" Engineer Lee, still as kind as ever, smiled and said, "You should keep it for yourself." Engineer Lee's understanding made Su-young full of hope for Gui. She had distributed an entire bag without eating any herself, and if Gui didn't want it either, then that last one would be hers. She pretended to be polite and offered the candy to Gui. "Then let's give it to Engineer Gui." In her open palm lay a piece of purple candy wrapped in toffee paper. Although it wasn't a delicacy, Su-young's attention was entirely focused on it. Gui glanced at the candy and then at Su-young. Under Su-young's hopeful gaze, Gui coldly said, "Those who contribute nothing are not allowed to eat snacks in the office." Saying this, he took the candy from Su-young's palm, confiscated. Su-young. After joining Engineer Lee's project team, he began to take great care of her. The male colleagues in the project team were also very enthusiastic and looked after Su-young. Recently, Engineer Lee was working on a large residential project in City Inn, which was being built around a large commercial area. This was Su Yang's first time participating in a project, and since it was a major local plan, she was naturally very focused. Her colleagues provided her with a lot of project materials, and compared to the esoteric academic concepts in architecture, this practical stuff excited Su Yang even more. The project had already held a concept meeting, and Su Yang was able to see the design results from mature architects in the early stages. Although it was still just a conceptual plan, Su Yang could feel the difference. After quickly reading through all the task requirements and design conditions, she carefully studied the results at each stage of the documentation, gaining a certain understanding of the project. Time always passed quickly when working diligently. In the afternoon, a colleague in the office asked if anyone wanted to buy coffee, and as the newcomer, Su Yang immediately volunteered. After carefully noting everyone's preferences, she quickly went out. Su Yang left in such a hurry that once she was gone, everyone realized they had forgotten to give her money, and they called her, but her phone was left on her desk. She must have brought money to go out, right? Everyone thought, let's wait for her to come back to pay her back. This little girl really has a lot of spirit. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. It was only after Su Yang ordered the coffee that she remembered she forgot to ask everyone for money. She dug into her pockets, only to find them empty. She actually didn't bring a single cent. Without money to pay, her first reaction was to find her phone, but she realized she forgot to take that too, making mobile payments impossible as well. The coffee had already been ordered, and the cashier was staring at Su Yang, her patience gradually wearing thin. With a service staff standard smile, she reminded Su Yang, "Miss, cash, card, or mobile payment?" Su Yang felt embarrassed and was about to cancel the order when she suddenly spotted Gu Yi standing in line behind her, waiting to place an order. He was still dressed in the same clothes as in the morning, his face carrying an air of coldness that kept others at a distance. Although they had had some disagreements at that moment, seeing him felt like a ray of hope. "Ah, it's so good to see you." Su Yang quickly turned around, ready to grab him, but Gu Yi had already stepped back a little. She ignored his resistance and moved closer to him. Whispering in his ear, "Engineer Gu, I'm buying coffee for everyone, but I forgot to ask for money. Could you lend me some?" "Why should I?" Gu Yi glanced at her with a slight frown, his voice not loud. "I don't seem to be familiar with you." Upon hearing Gu Yi say this, Su Yang felt a rush of blood rise from her feet to her head. What? Is this the time to discuss familiarity? She could just pay him back later. Why the outright refusal? Taking a deep breath, Su Yang calmly asked, "What do you want to buy?" "A sandwich." He showed no signs of discomfort. Su Yang leaned closer to Gu Yi, and while he was unprepared, she smiled and linked her arm with his, cheerfully telling the cashier, "Add a sandwich to that." Gu Yi didn't expect Su Yang to be this bold. Looking down at his arm that was linked with hers, his expression grew increasingly dark. "Before I lose my temper, I advise you." Not waiting for Gu Yi to finish, Su Yang interrupted him, purposefully using a sweet voice to say, "Honey, let's pay first. They're waiting." Gu Yi. Chapter 6. Under the watchful eyes of many. Gu Yi ultimately bowed to the forces of evil, and Su Yang's cunning plan succeeded. Su Yang held the packaged coffee quietly, her head lowered like a student in training. Beneath the green awning, Gu Yi's dark and intimidating face still made people feel a bit fearful. Indeed, showing off momentary power can lead to endless troubles. People came and went on the street. Cars drove past, and the air was filled with dust, casting a grayish layer over the world in front of her. The midday sun made Su Yang's skin feel a bit hot. Even in a short-sleeved shirt, she felt warm. She couldn't understand how Gu Yi, dressed entirely in black, which absorbs heat, managed to maintain a calm demeanor. "Aren't you hot?" Su Yang instinctively asked. Gu Yi looked down at Su Yang, his expression hiding anger. Yet he didn't lash out. He crossed his arms and, after a long pause, asked Su Yang, "Have you considered the consequences of offending me?" Holding the heavy cups, Su Yang felt the weight increase as she heard Gu Yi finally speak. Although it wasn't good news, she sensed a slight thaw in the atmosphere. She pondered Gu Yi's words and then seriously asked him in return, "So in your eyes, my previous actions don't count as offending you?" His black and white eyes seemed to twinkle like stars, blinking with a hint of surprise. Gu Yi. Following Gu Yi back to the company, Su Yang still couldn't figure out which of her words had offended the great Gu Yi. In any case, he stopped talking to her afterward. Gu Yi's office was not on the same floor as the project team. When Gu-yi stepped out of the elevator, she quickly grabbed his sleeve, which earned her a look of disdain from him. Su-young quickly let go, saying, "I just wanted to ask if you have Alipay or something. I'll transfer money to you on my phone later." Gu-yi frowned and almost gritted his teeth as he replied, "No need." Su-young was startled by his reaction and quickly shut her mouth and stepped back. Carrying her bags, she returned to the office from the elevator. Just as she reached the door, a colleague saw her and immediately came out to help her carry things. It must be said that even among men, there is a difference between ice and fire. Working in Engineer Lee's team felt like spring warmth, while Gu-yi was like the end of the world. A colleague took out his coffee and handed Su-young the money, saying, "You run really fast. I didn't even get to pay." Su-young pushed his hand away, refusing the money. "This coffee is on Engineer Gu," she announced cheerfully in the office. As soon as she said that, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Su-young thought to herself that although it wasn't Gu-yi's intention, she had at least done him a small favor. Once coffee time was over, the office quickly returned to its usual seriousness. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Engineer Lee came out of his office and clapped his hands in the cubicles, saying, "Everyone get ready. We're having a meeting. Engineer Gu is coming." Upon hearing Engineer Gu's name, Su-young distinctly felt the atmosphere in the office become tense, with everyone's relaxed expressions replaced by tightness. After speaking, Engineer Lee turned to Su-young and said, "Su, come with me to tidy up the meeting room." Although the task assigned by Engineer Lee was trivial, Su-young was very happy to be able to contribute. As Engineer Lee led Su-young to the meeting room, he maintained a kind attitude, asking her, "How's it going? Are you getting used to it?" Su-young nodded vigorously. "The colleagues in the team are all very nice to me." Engineer Lee smiled warmly. "Actually, I didn't expect that guy would let a girl come to our side. To be honest, we've been working in an environment without women for a long time." Recalling what Shi Yuan had said when gossiping with her earlier, and thinking about Gu-yi's attitude towards her, she couldn't help but ask, "Engineer Gu doesn't particularly dislike women, does he? Why do you ask?" Su-young felt her question was quite reasonable. "There aren't any women in the design field." "Not at all," Engineer Lee said with a smile. "Gu-yi definitely doesn't dislike women." Su-young didn't understand why Engineer Lee was so certain and instinctively asked, "Why?" Seeing that Su-young had some misunderstandings about Gu-yi, Engineer Lee kindly explained, "Gu-yi studied under Layla Deed, a Turkish-British female architect. Layla is from the Architectural Association School, which is known as AA. Anyone studying architecture should know about it, right? It's one of the most radical architecture schools in the world, praised and controversial at the same time." Su-young had heard of this school and nodded. "AA is very famous." Layla became famous in her 40s. Before that, no one could realize her designs because they were too avant-garde. After she became famous, she quickly became a hot commodity. When Engineer Lee mentioned these predecessors, he couldn't help but show admiration. Gu-yi's design style is largely influenced by Layla. Although he left her team, she is probably the architect he respects the most, perhaps fearing that one person wouldn't be enough to convince Su-young. Before she could say anything, Engineer Lee continued, "And then there's Kazuo Sejima, that Japanese female architect who won the Pritzker Prize in 2010. Gu-yi also admires her and has studied her works. Gu-yi always says that women who stand out in the architecture industry often have to put in more effort than men. He respects all women in the architecture field." From Engineer Lee's description, it was clear that he genuinely respected Gu-yi, so he couldn't tolerate even a slight misunderstanding about him. He explained such a small question with serious dedication. Gu-yi is undoubtedly a legendary figure. However, based on Su-young's current understanding of him, his talent was unclear, but his character seemed quite ordinary. Thus, even though Engineer Lee praised Gu-yi in various ways, it didn't convince Su-young. After all, people tend to believe their own experiences after direct contact. This meeting was mainly to summarize everyone's concepts and select the best ones, a process they had gone through during group projects in school. Carrying a sense of novelty and reverence for architectural design, Su-young entered the meeting room, earnestly tidying it up and adjusting the equipment. As the meeting time approached, she even felt a little nervous. This was her first real-life participation, and her palms inevitably became sweaty. The project team members took their seats one by one. When Engineer Lee returned with the materials and saw Su-young sitting up straight with a somewhat stiff expression, He smiled and patted her shoulder, reassuring her. With Gui here, we just need to listen. If you get bored, you can consider playing a game. Su-Yang knew Engineerly was trying to ease her tension and smiled gratefully. Before entering Gamma, Su-Yang's understanding of architects was limited to professors at the academy and her family members, all of whom were gentle, academically inclined, and meticulous in their work. In short, they were the type of warm and refined gentlemen. It wasn't until she encountered Gui that Su-Yang realized architect could also be irritable, nitpicking, and unapproachable. The clock in the meeting room ticked past 12, and the hour hand pointed exactly at 4. At exactly 4 o'clock, after the clock chimed 3 times, Gui stepped into the meeting room punctually, still wearing the same black outfit from noon, paired with his short hair and thick eyebrows. He certainly did not exude the typical aura of an architect. Gui's position was at the head of the conference table. As he entered, he scanned the entire room from left to right, finally settling his gaze on Su-Yang, who was standing 3 steps to his right. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, but the meaning behind it was unclear. However, Su-Yang was certain it was definitely not a sign of goodwill. Gui placed his laptop on the conference table, and, as the meeting assistant, Su-Yang hesitated about whether to step forward and plug in the projector. Before she could decide, Gui impatiently urged, "Aren't you coming over?" Su-Yang was startled by his low call and quickly plugged it in for him. Gui had a strong sense of time. When it came to meetings, he rarely engaged in small talk. The exchange of ideas about the project concepts was quite equal, with everyone allowed to express their opinions. When others presented their proposals, Gui would remain silent, just listening quietly. Su-Yang listened to several proposals in a row. Each person's thoughts and directions were different, but it was undeniable that each was excellent, vastly different from the level of work done in school. Once everyone had finished presenting, the grand finale was Gui's proposal. His conceptual sketches were projected onto the large screen in the conference room. "I drew this last night, of course, just for discussion." Gui's voice was deep and steady, his attitude not arrogant. Su-Yang looked up at the sketch of Gui's work on the screen. His conceptual draft was very simple, with a few lines drawn along the canal that had no apparent relationship to each other. Su-Yang couldn't fathom how he planned to slice the project cake. After everyone viewed the first image, he did not explain, but directly moved on to the second sketch. Following those curves, he added various simple color blocks, and the image gradually became richer, yet Su-Yang still found it somewhat difficult to understand. In the silent office, Gui opened the third image. In this drawing, the canal was depicted as soft and beautiful, and the color blocks were no longer arranged in a rough, camp-like manner, but were carefully combined along the axes in a systematic way. Each combination carried its own unique space and function, with some in O shapes, some in L or I shapes. Every planned main road branched off into various different paths and pavilions, taking into account the sun's east-west trajectory, the day-night traffic patterns, and the activity zones for people of all ages, meticulously considering the living arrangements of the residences. Su-Yang noticed at the bottom of the drawing that Gui had written a few powerful words: "People live in groups." This concept, though simple and blunt without aesthetic appeal, paired with his design, surprisingly evoked a sense of warmth. After reviewing Gui's sketches, 2 hours had passed without anyone making comments or providing any summary. Gui leaned slightly against the back of his swivel chair. His expression remained serious. Everyone knew this project was urgent, but no matter how urgent, they had to deliver the strength of Gamma. He closed his laptop and said one final phrase: "Start over." Those 4 words caused everyone present to gasp, clearly indicating that none of the proposals had satisfied him. After the meeting concluded, Su-Yang helped everyone carry their manuscripts, laptops, and various materials back to the office. Nearly 10 minutes passed, and finally, Su-Yang found some free time. Returning to her workspace, she realized her pen had fallen in the conference room. Walking back alone, her mind was occupied with thoughts of Gui's sketch designs. It was hard not to feel that from the initial simple concept drawing to the later sketches, it was like witnessing a martial arts master practicing each move with patience. From his sketches, it was not difficult to imagine how stunning the final complete floor plan would be. It was undeniable that Gui's fame was not without reason. Su-Yang felt the distance between herself and the architect deep within her. Letting out a light sigh, Su-Yang pushed open the door to the conference room. Surprisingly, the lights were still on. She entered in astonishment and found Gu-yi still inside. He was actually holding paper and a pen, rapidly sketching a brand new conceptual draft. The sound of Su-yong pushing the door startled Gu-yi, and their eyes met. Gu-yi frowned slightly. "Aren't you leaving?" Su-yong looked at Gu-yi, her feelings somewhat complicated. She bit her lip and said, "Engineer Gu, thank you for allowing me to officially join the project team, and thank you for your care. I genuinely believe that as an architect, you are quite remarkable, very different from what I imagined. I apologize for my previous prejudices against you." Gathering her courage, Su-yong continued, "I hope to learn well from you and become a true architect." Gu-yi ignored Su-yang's sincere flattery and simply lowered his head to continue drawing his sketches. "Are you done? If you're done, please leave." Gu-yi's pen paused for a moment. Then he suddenly looked up, giving Su-yong a meaningful glance, and slowly said, "The reason I let you join the project team is that our company does not support idlers. Don't start fantasizing just because you think I'm giving you special treatment." Gu-yi twirled the pen in his hand and coldly stated, "Remember, what can make you an architect is your own strength, not me." Chapter 7. Su-yong considered herself not to be a particularly clever or sensitive woman, but at this moment, she sensed that Gu-yi was speaking with hidden meanings. She was a bit unsure of Gu-yi's intentions and cautiously probed, "What do you mean by that?" Gu-yi's lips curled slightly to the right, not bothering to hide the mockery in his eyes. He tapped the desk in front of him with the pen in his hand, producing a rhythmic sound. "Your focus should be on the design," Gu-yi said, casting a meaningful glance at Su-yong and finishing with a few words, "Not on me." Su-yong was left in confusion, her expression a mix of disbelief. "Mr. Gu, are you overthinking this?" She couldn't help but ask. "You don't think I'm trying to get close to you on purpose, do you? Or trying to pursue you, perhaps?" The conference room was silent, with only the mechanical sound of the central air conditioning filling the air. After a few seconds of silence, Su-yong heard Gu-yi's deep voice, deliberately questioning her word by word. "Aren't you?" Those 3 words struck Su-yong like lightning. She had encountered many arrogant men, but someone as narcissistic as him was truly one of a kind. Any professional admiration or respect she had developed for Gu-yi vanished in an instant. Su-yang's lips twitched in disbelief, and she had no explanation to offer. Irritated, she took a couple of steps forward, disregarding whether Gu-yi was displeased by her sudden proximity, and unceremoniously snatched the automatic pencil from his hand. Gu-yi had been sketching and was still in the posture of holding the pen when it was taken away. Seeing Gu-yi's displeasure, Su-yong finally felt a bit of relief. "This is a red ring 800 over 400 piece." Su-yang's face showed a hint of justified pride. "I just came back to get my pen because it's expensive." After being misunderstood like that, it was hard to feel satisfied without taking some action against him. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, Su-yong stood at the sink on the balcony, brushing her teeth, vigorously scrubbing with her toothbrush, and foaming toothpaste filling her mouth. Recalling the expression Gu-yi had when he said those things, she felt increasingly angry. "Do you know how narcissistic he is?" Su-yong told Shi-yuan about the incident, and in her anger, the toothpaste foam splattered onto the mirror on the balcony as she mumbled, "I just went back to get a pen. And he actually thought I wanted to pursue him?" It's like he imagined a whole story of a scheming girl trying to climb the ranks by chasing after the big boss. It's simply ridiculous. Shi-yuan sat on the edge of the bed, leisurely trimming her toenails. It's hard to say about this kind of thing, right? After all, Gu-yi is handsome, wealthy, and talented. What if you really end up liking him? Su-yong was startled by Shi-yuan's dangerous thought, instinctively widening her eyes. "Am I blind?" After thinking for a moment, Shi-yuan added, "But what if he ends up liking you?" The horror of that scenario was equally as great as the previous one. Su-yong replied, "Do you think that's possible?" "True." After some contemplation, Shi-yuan said, "It does seem unlikely that Gu-yi would like you." Su-yang's lips twitched again. After Gu-yi showcased his master-level narcissism, Su-yong avoided all situations where she might encounter him. It must be said that ever since Gu-yi was no longer in her line of sight, life had become much better. The dynamic of being the class pet continued in her group. People used to say that there's a saying in the Design Institute: women are treated as men, and men as beasts. However, in Li Gong's group, this situation had not occurred at all. Li Gong moved Su Yang's seat from the aisle to the window side, where she could see the century-old bridge designed by Soviet architects, the most famous landmark in N City. The mood at work was nothing short of refreshing. The young male architect in the group often told Su Yang, "You don't have to do anything, just sit quietly here. If you can occasionally tell a joke, we'll be satisfied." Her colleagues were so caring towards her that Su Yang had to be extremely observant and proactive just to secure some miscellaneous work for herself. Otherwise, she would finish her day's tasks just by reviewing materials and organizing things. The large residential project she had last discussed with Gu Yi had finally settled on a plan, and her colleagues in the group were recently in high spirits. They were all energized during overtime. During lunch in the company cafeteria, Su Yang was still in the state of being the center of attention, surrounded by a group of big guys who left no opportunity for others to intrude. The youngest male architect in the group, noticing everyone looking their way, couldn't help but exclaim, "With Su Yang here, our group's presence in the institute has definitely strengthened." Another colleague chimed in, "Exactly. Working overtime every day is a total grind. Especially being glued to the guys, it's easy to be misunderstood as good buddies walking together. It's simply miserable. At times like this, we wish there was a girl in the office. Just having her around could double our productivity and endurance." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone nodded in agreement, casting meaningful sidelong glances at Li Gong. The leader is really thoughtful to let us work overtime. Li Gong. Just as everyone was teasing Li Gong, a shadow suddenly appeared at the long table. Gu Yi, still wearing his usual indifferent expression, holding a cafeteria tray, quietly said to Li Gong, "Move one seat." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone immediately shifted to make space for Gu Yi. There are some people who can bring the atmosphere down to the bottom. The lively conversation around the table fell into a dead silence with Gu Yi's arrival. Everyone quietly ate their meals, the only sound being the clattering of chopsticks against metal trays. Gu Yi seemed unaware of the discomfort he caused and continued to quietly discuss the project with Li Gong, assigning tasks. After the meal was finally over, no one dared to linger, quickly clearing their plates without waiting for anyone. Su Yang always ate slowly, and by the time she finished, most of the table had already cleared out. Gu Yi glanced at the time and said to Li Gong, "I'll be leaving first. There's an event in the afternoon." With Gu Yi leaving, Li Gong could finally sit down to enjoy his meal. Just as he was about to put a piece of potato in his mouth, he suddenly remembered something and excitedly asked, "Is it the opening of the Architectural Association's Summit Forum?" Gu Yi picked up his tray, showing no expression, simply nodding casually. Li Gong glanced at Gu Yi and then at Su Yang, finally lowering his voice to ask, Shan will be going too, right?" Gu Yi frowned slightly, looking somewhat displeased. "So what?" Li Gong swallowed the potato and resumed his usual expression and volume. "Who are you taking with you?" Gu Yi picked up the chopsticks on the table, switched one end, and lightly tapped the metal table twice in Su Yang's direction. Sitting a bit farther away, Su Yang couldn't hear what they were discussing. She was puzzled, still wiping her mouth on the table with a napkin, surprised by Gu Yi's 2 taps. Seeing Gu Yi staring at her, pointing at herself, she asked, "Mr. Gu, are you calling me?" Gu Yi nodded, succinct as always. "You come with me." The International Plaza, the largest and most upscale mall in N City, gathered a multitude of luxury brands and was the go-to shopping destination for the wealthy in N City. Located directly across from Zhongxing International, Su Yang rarely came to this area to shop and had limited knowledge about the International Plaza, only knowing there was a cinema on the 8th floor with a great ambience and strong design aesthetics. Walking inside with Gu Yi now, she felt extremely uneasy. The beautifully colored and expensive marble covered the floors, looking luxurious and high-end, with an exceptionally high ceiling that extended the visual effect. The exquisite decoration of the major brands openly reveals that I am a high-quality item. These famous stores sell quality, not quantity, and even though the weather is so hot, the first floor feels very cool, with not many people around after a stroll. Gu Yi also lacks the patience to shop, casually chose a famous store and walked in. Su Yang followed him closely, resembling a little wife. The sales associate at the store looked refined, dressed in high-end clothing, and had an appropriate makeup. Upon seeing Gu Yi and Su Yang, she naturally approached them, neither cold nor overly flattering, speaking softly and making a very good impression. Gu Yi glanced at the clothes hanging on the display rack, then looked at Su Yang and said to the sales associate, "Pick out a complete outfit for her." Su Yang initially thought Gu Yi was choosing clothes for someone in the family, but was surprised to find out the main character was herself. Me? Su Yang couldn't help but question, is this a company benefit? Gugan, my birthday is still 2 months away. Before Su Yang could clarify, Gu Yi quickly selected 2 dresses and handed them to her. Go try them on, hurry up. Su Yang tried on 3 or 4 dresses in a row, and each time she stepped out of the fitting room, Gu Yi immediately rejected them. To be honest, Su Yang liked each dress. The styles were unique. The materials were top-notch, and the cuts were exquisite. A brand is a brand. The quality is completely different from the fast fashion brands she usually wears. She couldn't figure out what Gu Yi was up to, as he kept a serious expression while watching her change into various outfits. After trying on the 7th outfit, Su Yang was a bit tired and walked out of the fitting room with slumped shoulders. A quick glance showed that Gu Yi was no longer where he had been sitting. She tiptoed to look for him and found he had stepped outside to take a call. Standing in front of the mirror, Su Yang looked at herself in a white spliced dress, with wide pleated fabric revealing narrow, semi-transparent silk organza, creating a hazy sensuality and a faint ethereal vibe. Full of youthful charm. The horizontal stripes usually make one look plump, but Su Yang was very slim. Bending or moving revealed a hint of her slender waist. Delicate and beautiful. She paired it with a pair of this year's most popular ballet-style lace-up sandals in a vibrant green, which brightened the entire outfit, making it lively and cute. This style wouldn't look out of place even without makeup. Plus, Su Yang had good skin, fair complexion, and small pores, completely pulling it off. The more Su Yang looked, the more she liked it, and she couldn't help but straighten her back, turning in front of the mirror several times. Just as she was fully immersed in her own world, an incongruous figure suddenly appeared in the mirror. The person who had gone outside to take a call had returned without her noticing. Su Yang immediately felt awkward. Thinking about her earlier narcissistic actions, he surely hadn't seen them, right? Gugan, how does this one look? Su Yang asked jauhtiously. Gu Yi was still holding his phone, his long fingers fiddling with the phone's back cover. His handsome features remained striking, his aura fitting well with the high-end store. The spotlight above him perfectly accentuated his deep contours. He looked Su Yang up and down, and a flicker of an unreadable expression flashed in his clear eyes. He pressed his lips together and finally decided, let us go with this one. Hearing Gu Yi's words, Su Yang breathed a sigh of relief and turned to head back to the fitting room to change out of the dress. But then she heard Gu Yi say, "Don't change, wear it out." Huh? Su Yang had seen the price tags when trying on the clothes and nervously replied, "Gu Gong, these are billed to the company, right?" "Personal account," Gu Yi said, "I'll pay." Huh? Gu Yi's response surprised Su Yang even more. Gu Yi went to pay, and Su Yang, holding her own packaged clothes, followed him with bags in hand toward the parking lot. "Gu Gong, what does this mean? It's hard to walk in high heels." And Gu Yi wasn't adjusting his pace for her, so Su Yang could only awkwardly jog to keep up. "Why are you buying me clothes out of the blue?" Hearing Su Yang's voice, Gu Yi suddenly stopped, turned around, and seriously instructed her from now on, "You are my assistant." What? Su Yang thought there was something wrong with her hearing and couldn't help but question Gu Yi's decision. Is this so hasty? Gu Yi frowned at her numerous questions. "You hear what I say?" Su Yang recalled Gu Yi's various strange actions that afternoon and couldn't help but theorize. She instinctively covered her chest and took a step back. "Gu Gong, are you trying to set some rules with me?" Gu Yi couldn't help but furrow his brows tightly and asked Su Yang slowly, "Did you not see yourself clearly when you were looking in the mirror just now?" Chapter 8. Su Yang was questioned disdainfully by Gu Yi, and she felt very unconvinced. Retorting in her youthful vigor, "I came to this conclusion after seeing it." Gu Yi scoffed at Su Yang's confidence and replied, "Extremely certain. Don't worry. My mind is still clear, and I definitely won't have such thoughts." Su Yang was taken aback by his response and felt a bit unhappy, asking him irritably, "If you despise me so much, why did you bring me out? Besides, where are we going? You didn't even say a word." Gu Yi glanced at his watch and casually replied, "The Peak Forum meeting of the Architectural Association." Peak Forum? Upon hearing these 4 words, Su Yang felt a bit unfamiliar. Her first reaction was to take out her phone and search. She was shocked when she found the information online. As she read the introduction, she gasped. The Peak Forum meeting was organized by the Architectural Association, attended only by the top figures in the industry, held once every 3 years. This time, news reports online showed that besides Gu, several architectural firms that Su Yang liked also sent well-known architects to attend. Thinking about how she would be able to see so many top figures in the industry soon, Su Yang suddenly became alert. Such an opportunity was rare. Although she didn't understand why Gu would bring her along, who would refuse such an invitation? For an architecture student who hadn't graduated yet, this experience would be great for her resume and something to brag about. After a mental struggle, she not only obediently got into the car with Gu, but also took the initiative to talk to him, her attitude softening significantly, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. Engineer Gu, what do I need to do later? Gu fastened his seatbelt, keeping his gaze straight ahead. His profile was cold and proud as he replied, just be a good vase. That tone was simply arrogant. The more Gu softened, the more he took advantage. Su Yang felt unable to retort to his words. She could only comfort herself in her heart that at least a vase must possess beauty. It was Su Yang's first time in a car driven by Gu, and it wasn't as terrifying as she had imagined. Gu's driving skills were quite good. He started and stopped smoothly, maintaining a steady speed throughout. The car brand was Volkswagen, one of the few car logos Su Yang recognized, a relatively down-to-earth brand. Thinking of those rich second-generation students at school driving Porsches and Ferraris, she found it quite low-key for a well-known architect like him to drive a Volkswagen. This car was nice, practical, and understated. The atmosphere in the car was dry, and Su Yang, thinking herself clever, started to find a topic. This car must be over 200,000, right? Gu didn't answer her question. After a long time, the cabin seemed to linger with the echo of Su Yang's question, carrying a hint of embarrassment. At the last traffic light, Gu made a right turn and drove into a century-old hotel in City Inn. Having endured 100 years of trials, the hotel had been managed by the same family for several generations. Although it had been renovated several times, it still retained the charm of 100 years. After parking, the hotel security was already waiting by the car, ready to assist with parking. Gu didn't get out immediately, but adjusted his collar in the rearview mirror, maintaining a calm expression. Just as Su Yang was about to get out of the car, he suddenly turned his head and looked at her, saying slowly, over 200,000 is not enough. Huh, this is a Tuareg. That reflex was really something else. Departing from Zhongxing International, it took about 40 minutes to arrive at the hotel for the meeting. It wasn't rush hour and there was no traffic jam, so they arrived quickly via the ring road. Under the guidance of hotel staff, the two walked into the main venue together. Su Yang was young and a student. It was her first opportunity to attend such a large-scale meeting, and she felt both curious and awkward. Throughout, she was looking around but dared not show too much excitement. It was hard to control that expression. The largest event at the hotel today was this architectural summit, held in the hotel's largest main venue. The decorations were very mainstream, with the stage centrally located and the lighting set up conventionally, lacking any clever ideas. The backdrop design was quite strange, bright red like a flag, and traditionally could be described as somewhat old-fashioned. The splendid lighting lit up the venue, with people coming and going, dressed elegantly. The meeting hadn't officially started yet, and Su Yang felt a bit nervous. I'll go to the restroom. Gu nodded, not even looking at her. The hotel was large, and when Su Yang came out of the restroom, she realized she had gone the wrong way. She wandered around aimlessly, unable to find the main venue. Fortunately, she encountered a kind young woman on the way who was also heading to the main venue and offered to take Su Yang back. The young woman was in her 20s, but she seemed much more experienced than Su Yang, likely older than her. She had her medium-length hair tied back in a simple ponytail and wore a simple, well-tailored OL dress. She wasn't particularly stunning, but looked quite good, striking a difficult balance. She didn't seem extraordinary, but her demeanor was very pleasant, non-threatening, and quite likable. Her voice was gentle, like a radio host's. She chatted with Su Yang along the way, easing her nerves. The last person who triggered Su Yang's voice sensitivity was none other than Gu, but compared to him, this young woman was genuinely gentle inside and out. The first time I attended a Peak Forum was 5 years ago. My boss brought me along then. I was about your age, much worse off than you, and I was so nervous I even stuttered while speaking. Thankfully, my boss always helped me out. Hearing her comforting words, Su-young couldn't help but exclaim, "Your boss was really nice." She smiled, a hint of nostalgia and regret in her eyes. Yes. I was really grateful to him back then. I actually don't know what I need to do. I'm just here to see my idols. Su-yang's words amused her, and the two walked back to the main venue together. The crowd was growing, and everyone had taken their seats. The young woman kindly asked Su-young, "Who brought you here? Can you find them?" Su-young looked around, seizing the opportunity while Gu-yi wasn't present. Teasingly replied, "A lunatic." Just as she finished her sentence, Gu-yi appeared, looking for her with his usual cold gaze. Su-young sighed inwardly, realizing she shouldn't speak ill of others behind their backs. It was just like saying "chow chow," and "chow chow" would appear. Seeing Gu-yi walking straight towards Su-young, the young woman instinctively asked, "Lunatic?" Su-young noticed Gu-yi getting closer and quickly raised a finger to her lips to prevent her from continuing. "Sure, I need to go. Thank you." Su-young hurried towards Gu-yi, and after taking just a couple of steps, she heard that gentle voice behind her. Speaking in a sweet, radio-like tone, "Gu-yi, long time no see." Su-young never expected that a random person she encountered would actually know Gu-yi, and the key was that she had just called him a lunatic. Now, as they chatted in front of her, Su-young felt anxious, fearing that the woman would say something wrong and expose her. Compared to the woman's gentleness, Gu-yi's voice was very cold. "We just met last month, Liao Shanshan." He really knew how to kill the mood with just a few words. Gu-yi was truly lacking in charm. "Is that so? I feel like it has been a long time. Maybe I've missed you too much." Although Gu-yi's words were stiff and resistant, Liao Shanshan cleverly defused the awkwardness with a joke. Su-young secretly admired this tactful woman as she stole a glance at her. The two were reminiscing, and Su-young didn't want to interrupt, so her gaze fell on the dessert table nearby. The colorful little desserts and various fresh, vibrant fruits together made Su-young's appetite soar. Holding her plate, she walked around the dessert table, admiring the exquisitely shaped desserts. Even though Su-young was thrilled, she remained very restrained. Macarons were her favorite, but she didn't greedily take many. She mostly followed the principle of sampling. While tasting the desserts, she pretended to casually listen to their conversation, which was quite a skill. Liao Shanshan naturally crossed her arms in front of her chest, and whenever she spoke to someone, she would automatically adopt a T-pose, maintaining an elegant posture. She glanced at Su-young, always smiling, and said to Gu-yi, "I heard you haven't had a woman by your side for a long time. I thought I would be the last one." Upon hearing this ambiguous remark, Gu-yi frowned slightly. "She's just an assistant. It's not that special." As he spoke, he casually introduced Su-young. "I forgot to introduce her. This is my new assistant, Su-young." Liao Shanshan looked at her, a hint of complexity flashing in her eyes. Very pretty, breaking the curse that there are no beauties in the construction industry. Although it was a compliment, it made Su-young feel uncomfortable. At that moment, Su-young was about to take a bite of cheesecake and was startled by Gu-yi's words, causing her hand to tremble. At that moment, Su-young finally realized why he suddenly wanted her to be his assistant. It was purely for his own benefit. I'm not." Su-young quickly denied it. Gu-yi, unfazed by Su-young's interruption, nodded and said, "She's still an intern. There's no guarantee she'll be promoted." Su-young. The opening ceremony of the summit forum began amidst their awkward glances, and everyone returned to their seats. Liao Shanshan ultimately said nothing more, only casting a meaningful look at Gu-yi and Su-young before turning back to her seat. After sitting down with Gu-yi, he hardly spoke, but he seemed to be in a good mood. Su-young leaned closer to Gu-yi and asked seriously, "Ex-girlfriend?" Seeing her suddenly come closer, Gu-yi frowned and pushed her little head back. Su-young originally thought Gu-yi wouldn't respond to her, but unexpectedly, he suddenly spoke. "No." Gu-yi looked straight ahead at the stage. "Also an architect?" "No." After asking 2 questions, Gu-yi answered like a broken record. Su-young figured she wouldn't pry any gossip out of him, so she gave up. However, unexpectedly, when Su-young stopped asking, Gu-yi began to speak on his own. "I was still starting my business, and she was by my side as my assistant for 6 years." A hint of complex emotion flashed in Gu-yi's eyes when he mentioned Liao Shanshan. Later, she was poached. Did he not give her a raise? Gu pursed his lips and then turned to Su Yang. She never discussed it with me and directly jumped to the competitor's camp. He paused, and I hate betrayal the most. To be honest, the summit forum was not an occasion where Su Yang could shine. Although she saw many people she could only read about in books or news before, her interactions with them were limited to just handshakes. Following Gui, Su Yang could clearly feel the different living conditions at the top of the food chain. Su Yang was not an ambitious person, but in such an environment, she couldn't help but hope to become stronger. After the meeting, Gui did not attend the dinner. Su Yang looked at the menu. The dinner featured Cantonese cuisine with a variety of delicacies, and she felt a bit regretful to have missed it. As the two walked back to the parking lot, Gui remained mostly silent. Su Yang thought he was still bothered by Liao Shanshan, so she quickly comforted him. Workplace matters are inevitable. Luckily, you have a keen eye for talent and found me as your assistant. I definitely won't be poached. After saying that, she humorously added, because no one will poach me, haha. Gui stopped in his tracks, holding the car key, and instinctively rubbed it a few times. There really won't be such troubles. Gui said slowly, from now on, you're no longer my assistant. Su Yang. Isn't that term a bit short? Chapter 9. Su Yang never expected that in the midst of casual conversation, she would be appointed and then dismissed without even realizing it. Damn, does this guy think Su Yang has no temper? Su Yang felt tricked and was so angry that she almost threw her bag at his face. With her hands on her hips, she was filled with righteous indignation and nearly slammed the table. Hey Gu, don't you have any conscience taking advantage of people like this? Gui frowned and remained silent. After a moment, he shrugged lightly. Your abilities are already a mercy for you to stay in Engineer Li's group. Being my assistant is still a long way off. Taking advantage of Su Yang and then pointing fingers at her. How thick-skinned can this person be? Su Yang wasn't someone to be trifled with either, and immediately retorted, I think the people in Engineer Li's group are 1,000 times better than you. I didn't want to leave anyway. As you wish. Without waiting for Su Yang, Gui had already gotten into the car. He shook the car keys at her and asked, are you coming or not? Su Yang looked at him indignantly and, in a moment of impulse, said to Gui, I'm not going anywhere. What do you do about it? Gui slightly leaned his head out, his eyes indifferent as he glanced at her. His thin lips opened, showing no sign of softening. I can't do anything about you, so I'll leave first. After saying that, he really drove away. Gone. From the hotel to Zhongxing International, it would take 40 to 50 minutes by car. By the time she reached a turning point, the early bus back to school had probably already left. Taking a taxi back to school from Zhongxing International would cost at least 100. Su Yang hadn't had much money lately, so after weighing her options, she decided to take a bus home and recharge with her mom. After calling Shi Yuan, Su Yang headed straight home. Late at night, Su Yang's sudden return startled her mom, Su Ma, quite a bit. Lao Yi, however, was thrilled, circling around Su Yang's legs and occasionally nudging against her. Seeing this, Su Ma awkwardly pulled Lao Yi aside. This little dog is in heat again. I should have had him neutered. After that, Su Yang saw Lao Yi, who had failed to nudge her, go to nudge the sofa instead. Such vitality. Weren't you supposed to come home on the weekend? Why are you back today? Su Ma took Su Yang's bag, preparing to hang it up, when she suddenly turned back and looked Su Yang up and down. What did you buy this dress you're wearing? Mentioning the dress made Su Yang recall that big shot, and she couldn't help but vent her frustration. I bought it today. Su Ma approached, feeling the fabric of the dress. It's quite expensive. Where did you get the money? Su Yang was tired and slumped on the sofa, starting to complain nonstop. It was bought by a big leader in my unit. You have no idea how terrible he is. First, he took me to buy this dress, and then he brought me to a high-end meeting. Su Yang rambled on about her blood and tears experiences of the day. Su Ma maintained a frown and finally asked with concern, is this leader up to no good? After that, she anxiously reminded Su Yang, you need to protect yourself well. Don't be like those shameless girls who throw themselves at wealthy men just because they meet one. Don't let a man's sweet talk corrupt you. Whatever you want, Mom will work hard to buy for you. Don't take things from men. Some men with social experience use these tricks to deceive naive girls like you. Su Yang couldn't help but be surprised. Mom, where are you going with this? Once Su Ma's imagination started, it wouldn't stop. She thought Su Yang had some unspeakable relationship with her leader at work and forcibly lectured her until midnight. Su Yang had to explain 100 times before she could finally go to sleep. If it weren't for the extra 500 yuan Su Ma gave her, she would have exploded. This Gu Yi really has caused her so much trouble. Before bed, Su Yang hugged Lao Yi and couldn't help but sigh. You smelly men will eventually be eliminated by human evolution one day. Having gone to bed late the previous day and needing to get up early the next, working was not like school where you could skip class if you felt unwell. Sigh. Entering society is really difficult. In the morning, Su Yang dozed off at her desk for half an hour, but still didn't feel fully recharged. When Engineer Lee stepped out of his office, he called her name. Following him to his office, she helped him retrieve several documents as he instructed. They were all busy, and it wasn't convenient to leave, so he had to trouble her. Engineer Lee generally wouldn't order Su Yang around, and he felt a bit apologetic. It's fine. Engineer Lee walked ahead and entered the elevator first. After pressing the button, Su Yang looked and found it was Gu Yi's office floor. Going to see Engineer Gu? Anjinaeli Nudda. I heard you went to the summit forum with Gu Yi yesterday. How was it? Did you gain some insights? Mentioning Gu Yi made Su Yang feel a bit irritated. Don't mention it. Yes, just using me. After saying that, she felt her wording was inappropriate and nervously glanced at Engineer Lee. Engineer Lee didn't mind, just smiled. Gu Yi is still young, a bit overzealous as normal. He had some grievances with his previous assistant, Liao Shanshan. After a pause, he looked at Su Yang and asked, by the way, did you see Liao Shanshan yesterday? I did. Remembering the gentle woman, Su Yang couldn't help but feel indignant for her. With a leader like him, it's only normal for her to switch jobs. As the elevator reached Gu Yi's office floor, the two of them walked out carrying a large stack of project materials and drawings. Engineer Lee walked ahead, saying, actually, I once thought they would be together. Hearing this, Su Yang was astonished. Is there really anyone who would want to be with such a terrible person? Did he force others with his authority? And when they couldn't stand it, they had no choice but to switch jobs? Terrible? I didn't expect you to view Gu Yi this way. Engineer Lee couldn't help but laugh. You're the first person to describe him like that. Su Yang got more and more animated. That's because others don't dare to say it, but they all think that way. Years ago, when Liao Shanshan left Gamma and directly joined the opposing camp, it completely threw Gu Yi off balance. Liao Shanshan was so capable that his work and life relied on her. Over the 6 years, she organized his work and life meticulously, allowing him to focus solely on showcasing his talents and shining in the construction industry. Without any warning or reason, she handed Gu Yi a resignation letter and left. At that time, Gu Yi was busy with an international project bid and didn't pay much attention to her emotions, thinking she was just tired of work and acting out. Little did he know, within a week, she went to his biggest rival, Beige. After Liao Shanshan left, it took him a long time to adapt to the new rhythm of work and life. Unsurprisingly, he missed out on that international project, while Beige, with Liao Shanshan's help, successfully secured it. She understood Gu Yi too well, his working pace and style, which allowed them to comprehensively defeat Gu Yi. Not long after, at a construction industry party, they crossed paths. Zhou Si from Beige flaunted Liao Shanshan in front of Gu Yi, who merely looked at her meaningfully. When no one was around, Liao Shanshan walked up to him. She raised her glass, but he didn't clink glasses with her. I thought you would at least call to ask me why. Liao Shanshan shook the glass in her hand, the liquid elegantly swirling inside, and looked at him with some anticipation. What if I want to come back? Impossible. Gu Yi frowned and interrupted her, speaking slowly. I never forgive betrayal. This answer was entirely expected by Liao Shanshan. She drank the wine in her glass in one go and smiled. Gu Yi, you won't find anyone better than me. I have to admit, he shamelessly took advantage of Su Yang. In the past, this was something he would never consider doing. Through Liao Shanshan, Gu Yi realized that a vase is far easier to control than an intelligent woman. In terms of capability, Su Yang was even inferior to Liao Shanshan's fingernail. But Su Yang was young, and her looks were even more outstanding than Liao Shanshan's. Liao Shanshan said he wouldn't find anyone better than her. Unfortunately, he no longer needed better. A vase was enough to undermine her. Seeing a hint of disappointment flash in her eyes, Gu Yi knew his choice was not wrong. After a quarrel with Su Yang the night before, Gu Yi impulsively drove away, regretting it shortly after. Gu Yi considered himself a gentleman, but he didn't know why. After being provoked by that little girl Su Yang, he couldn't help but go against her. Seeing her flustered gave him a sense of victory. It had been many years since Gu Yi felt such human emotions. After Liao Shanshan, he had not allowed women to be involved in his career and life. After thinking it over, Gu Yi drove back, but Su Yang was already nowhere to be seen. In the backseat of the car were shopping bags containing the clothes Su Yang had changed out of, and Gu Yi suddenly remembered she had been wearing high heels, which made him frown involuntarily. The next day at work, Gu Yi brought those shopping bags into the office. On the way, he didn't know what got into him, but he mysteriously bought some snacks and put them into the shopping bags. Every time he visited Li Shu's group, he always saw Su Yang secretly eating snacks. So this could be seen as catering to her tastes. He would never admit he felt a twinge of guilt. In the morning, he called Li Shu to come for a meeting and subtly asked about her. Li Shu immediately became excited. Married men are terrifying, seeing a single man and woman. They can't help but imagine names for their future children. Without waiting for Gu Yi to explain, Li Shu said meaningfully over the phone, "I'll bring the girl over shortly. You can say whatever you want to her face." Gu Yi glanced at the shopping bags on the desk, thought for a moment, and ultimately didn't explain anything. The general office reception called Gu Yi to inform him of Li Shu's arrival. Gu Yi thought for a moment and picked up the shopping bags as he left the office. As he walked out of the corridor, he saw the silhouettes of two people through the frosted glass of the office. The closer he got, the clearer their conversation became. Actually, Gu Yi isn't as bad as you think. He is the kind of person who could rely on his family, but insists on being self-sufficient, Li Shu said. Is that so? But that doesn't really relate to his unlikable personality, does it? Li Shu hadn't expected Su Yang to have such a deep prejudice. Every time Gu Yi goes to the school for lectures, those little girls are excited to death, calling him their male god. I thought all the young girls liked his type. Who said that? Su Yang pouted, disdainfully saying, I don't like someone so old. Gu Yi. Li Shu looked up and immediately saw Gu Yi, quickly stopping Su Yang from continuing. However, Su Yang, upon seeing Gu Yi, showed no signs of fear. The air turned tense as their gazes locked, and Li Shu couldn't help but step aside. Gu Yi frowned, clearly displeased. You go in first and wait for me to start the meeting, Gu Yi said to Li Shu. Li Shu glanced back and forth between Gu Yi and Su Yang, worriedly saying, Su Yang is a young girl and can be quite straightforward. Gu Yi shot him a glare, and Li Shu raised his eyebrows, signaling him to be quiet as he walked toward his office. With Li Shu gone, only Gu Yi and Su Yang faced each other. An awkward silence enveloped them, and Su Yang didn't want to look at Gu Yi, turning her gaze away with an unhappy expression. After a long pause, Gu Yi said in a low voice, Give me the documents. Huh? Su Yang responded after a second, then irritably tossed the documents at Gu Yi, who caught them with one hand. Your clothes. Gu Yi was brief, directly shoving the shopping bags in his hand to Su Yang. Su Yang was handed 2 shopping bags, and her first reaction was to look down. Inside were the clothes she had worn yesterday, and she suddenly remembered that she had left in such a hurry, she forgot to take them. Normally, this would be a trivial matter, but at that moment, the shopping bags also contained some suspicious items. Dried plums, candy, chips, cookies. She was sure she hadn't changed out of these yesterday. What does this mean? Gu Yi maintained his aloof demeanor. It means nothing. Su Yang suspiciously glanced at Gu Yi and pointed at herself, asking, For me? Gu Yi remained silent, his expression conveying the word nonsense. Su Yang poked at the full bag of snacks, watching Gu Yi warily. Are you really this nice? Su Yang thought for a moment and asked, They're not poisoned, are they? Chapter 10. Su Yang's clumsy words drew a sharp glance from Gu Yi. He stood motionless, his dark eyes reflecting Su Yang's figure. His thick eyebrows were slightly furrowed, showing that he was not in a good mood. Is there something wrong with your head? Gu Yi's voice carried a hint of displeasure. Even his breath was laced with anger. Su Yang knew that Gu Yi was not to be trifled with at this moment. Trembling with fear as she handed over the paper bag. Here, it's for you. I haven't eaten. Gu Yi shot her a glare and didn't take it. Get back to work. Su Yang was so frightened that she ran off with the bag. The office decor of Gu was designed in a black and white industrial style. Every time Li-Shu came for a meeting, he would complain, "Coming here really gives me a sense of cynicism, like life is meaningless." Gu remained expressionless, ignoring Li-Shu as he focused on organizing the drawings, laying them out in order until the workbench was covered. This girl Su-Yang, you have to admit, even though she rushes around, she's quite interesting. Compared to those seasoned professionals in the workplace, her genuine personality makes her more memorable. Li-Shu secretly glanced at Gu. Right? Gu was seriously examining the design layout on the drawings, not raising his head. Such a person was simply not suited for the workplace. With the things she said, she could have been dismissed 1,000 times over. Li-Shu laughed. "But you haven't dismissed her, have you?" He spoke in a tone that implied insider knowledge. "You say you don't want her, but your actions tell a different story." The Gu I know, ISN T1 to casually buy snacks for a girl. Gu shot him a sharp glance, a hint of intimidation in his gaze. "Li-Shu, are you bored? Got time to gossip?" Li-Shu wasn't afraid of Gu and casually continued, "I'm just worried. To win a woman's heart, you first need to win her stomach. This strategy of giving snacks doesn't seem quite right." Gu frowned. "You've got it backward. It should be to win a man's heart. You first need to win his stomach." "Ha!" Li-Shu didn't hide his amusement, laughing heartily. "I was just joking, but the principle is pretty much the same." Gu shot him a look, but didn't respond, lost in thought as he fiddled with the folded drawings. Su-Yang returned to Li Gong's team, and work resumed its previous rhythm. She was either organizing materials or working on volume models. And the closest she got to architectural design was rendering backgrounds for visualizations. Although the work wasn't tiring, it made someone like Su-Yang, who struggled academically, feel a bit defeated. After studying architecture for so many years, ending up doing trivial tasks made her question whether she should even stay in the industry. After her roommate, Shi Yuan, started her internship, she began working on projects with senior engineers at the Design Institute and even participated in design work. Academic achievers were indeed different. Even amidst workplace gender discrimination, they could still earn recognition and respect through their capabilities. Since joining, Shi Yuan had shared a lot of experiences with Su-Yang, but her work environment was different and those methods didn't quite suit Su-Yang. There weren't many women who could persist in architectural design, and Su-Yang was likely to enter marriage in the future, shifting her focus to her own family. Even if she worked hard to advance to become an architect, she might not be able to handle the high-intensity, overtime life. Recent experiences had Su-Yang constantly contemplating whether to stick with this career, as it didn't seem to suit her. In the afternoon, Su-Yang delivered documents to Gu on behalf of Li Gong. Considering her poor relationship with Gu genuinely participating in a project seemed exceedingly difficult. With a frustrated expression, Su-Yang kicked at anything she saw along the way, completely becoming a destructive force. As she entered the elevator, Su-Yang forgot to press the floor button, and by the time she realized it, the elevator had already descended straight down, missing Gu floor. When the elevator doors opened again, a man in a blue casual shirt and khaki pants stepped in. He had charming features and a smile in his eyes. He was about the same height as Gu, someone Su-Yang had to look up to. However, this man had a more approachable demeanor, lacking the strong sense of distance. His outfit was casual yet stylish, and his hairstyle was well coiffed. At first glance, he resembled a popular young star. If it weren't for the Gamma badge on him, Su-Yang would have never connected him with the plain and wooden architects at Gamma. Upon entering, he pressed the button for Gu floor, evidently going to see Gu. Su-Yang couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. Su-Yang didn't initiate a conversation, but he took the initiative. He glanced down at Su-Yang's chest and asked, "Are you new here? I've never seen you before." Su-Yang didn't know who he was and was wary, remaining silent and just nodding. "I'm Lin Chengjun." He introduced himself with a smile, leaning a little closer to Su-Yang. "Which department are you in?" Su-Yang instinctively took a step back, unsure of his intentions, and replied softly, "Design department." "What a coincidence, I'm also in that department. I just returned from a project in Canada. I haven't been back for a few months, and there are new people now." He seemed oblivious to Su-Yang's discomfort and casually asked, "So, what's your relationship with Gu?" Su-Yang had never seen this person before, and his abrupt question annoyed her a bit. "What do you mean?" Su-Yang's tone carried a hint of displeasure. "In our design department, there are no women. There are very few female interns in the entire firm, let alone in the design department, which is Gu Yi's territory. Only then did Su Yang understand his implication, and her expression turned a bit awkward. I haven't entered Gu Gong's territory. I'm just doing trivial work. I can't get in. Lin Qingjun stared intently into Su Yang's eyes, and seeing no flicker of deception, believed her words. Looks like Gu Yi has changed. That's good. A man and a woman working together isn't so tiring. He leaned slightly closer to Su Yang, his flirtatious gaze lingering on her, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Su Yang took another step back. Maybe it's not that Gu Gong has changed, but he just doesn't see me as a woman. Anyway, I can't possibly join the architect team. You're really amusing. Lin Qingjun brushed his hair back, smiling. Anyone who can join Gamma is an elite, confident, even arrogant. That's basic. Otherwise, if Gu Yi discourages you too much, you won't last. Just as he finished speaking, the elevator doors opened. He made a gentlemanly gesture, which seemed a bit comical in this context, but wasn't off-putting. The two had just taken a few steps when they saw Gu Yi approaching. Lin Qingjun walked over to Gu Yi with familiarity, showing no sign of awkwardness or hesitation, and directly punched Gu Yi on the shoulder. I'm back. And you didn't even greet me? What's that about? The tone indicated they were very familiar friends. Lin Qingjun hooked his arm around Gu Yi's neck, not using much force, just a way for brothers to express closeness. Gu Yi, however, pushed him away in disgust, brushing off his shoulder while maintaining his straight posture, wearing the same cold expression as usual, showcasing his steel-like masculine nature. He didn't even look at Lin Qingjun, his gaze landing instead on Su Yang, who was awkwardly unsure of how to behave. He took a few steps forward, standing in front of Su Yang and looking down at her. Here, to deliver something? Su Yang glanced at the situation in front of her, momentarily stunned, then quickly nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, handing over the folder. This is from Li Gong. Gu Yi took the folders, his lips pressed tightly together. Su Yang stood still, and after a few seconds, Gu Yi impatiently said, Aren't you leaving? Do I need to invite you for tea? No. Su Yang quickly made her exit, running away. After Su Yang left, Gu Yi took the documents she sent over and walked straight into the office without looking back. Lin Qingjun hurriedly followed him and said with ill intentions, You brought a woman in while I wasn't here? Gu Yi remained silent and pushed open the office door. He had long been used to Gu Yi's icy demeanor. So he cleared his throat and said, Gu Yi, let this girl join my team. I'll take her under my wing. Gu Yi's footsteps paused slightly, and his expression tightened uncomfortably. Remembering seeing Su Yang chatting happily with Lin Qingjun in the hallway earlier, Gu Yi couldn't help but frown. He never expected that this little girl, who seemed to lack brains and scheming, actually had some potential for trouble. Since her arrival, several team leaders had approached Gu Yi, requesting to transfer her to their teams. Now, it was Lin Qingjun's turn. Gu Yi placed the documents on his desk, sat down in his swivel chair, and looked back at the computer without glancing sideways. I see you don't know how to rest. Since you're back, just work properly and don't think too much. Lin Qingjun sat opposite Gu Yi with his legs crossed, looking frivolous. With a beauty working in my team, my thoughts flow better. You're flowing thoughts. Or flowing something else, you know in your heart. Lin Qingjun laughed. Flowing something else makes colleague relationships better. Gu Yi shot him a disdainful glance and finally warned, No messing around in the company. I won't care about anything else. To be honest, Su Yang really didn't know what she had done wrong to suddenly be called into Gu Yi's office for a talk. Although it was called a talk, it wasn't much of a discussion. It was more like being face-to-face, similar to standing in front of teacher's desk in school. The teacher sits at the desk, while the student carefully folds their hands in front and waits for instructions. Just a few days ago, Engineer Li had specifically talked to her about her bluntness. In the workplace, being overly straightforward is just foolishness. Su Yang was grateful for Engineer Li's advice, but then silently cursed Gu Yi in her heart. She had been so restrained. Could it be that he could read minds? Gu Yi's office had a uniform style, dominated by black and white, decorated with bare red bricks, concrete, and vintage metal products. It looked mysterious and cold. However, at that moment, Su Yang had no mood to appreciate it. She felt that the environment, combined with Gu Yi's unpredictable temperament, was akin to a scene from a horror movie. Gu Yi sat at his desk, holding a pen in his left hand, focused on writing and drawing on paper. The office was excessively quiet. The only sounds were the ticking of the clock, the operation of the computer, and Su Yang's nervous breathing. The pen tip glided across the paper with a scratching sound. And after a while, it paused as he finally looked up. "Why did you choose this major?" Gu-yi spoke, unconsciously using a commanding tone. Even when asking questions, there was a hint of dominance, but it didn't make people feel annoyed. Instead, it made them unconsciously submit. With little time to think of beautiful words, Su Yang instinctively replied, "My mom wanted me to study it." "What do you think about the profession of an architect?" Su Yang nervously clenched her palms and answered, "It's a tiring profession." "Why do you want to be an architect?" Su Yang's voice grew softer. "For the money." Gui paused and then asked, "What do you think about women like Daji and Jiaochan?" Su Yang was puzzled by this question. Wasn't this topic a bit far-fetched? What did it have to do with her work? Although it was absurd, since the boss asked, she could not answer. After pondering for a few seconds, she carefully replied, "A beauty brings disaster, I guess." Gu-yi nodded, and the corners of his mouth curled into an ambiguous smile. He put down the pen, leaned back in his swivel chair, and naturally crossed his hands on his thighs. "From today, you will be transferred to my team, and you will follow me from now on." Huh? Su Yang didn't expect the outcome of today's talk to be this. Her eyes widened like saucers. The thought of working alongside Gu-yi made her scalp tingle, and her speech became awkward. Can I refuse?" Gu-yi raised an eyebrow with a warm expression. "You can." Before Su Yang could breathe a sigh of relief, he added, "Then I'll take it as you want to resign." Su Yang. This clearly means there's no way to refuse. Chapter 11. Su Yang felt that work really makes people grow quickly. Just when she thought she couldn't control her temper and was about to flip the desk in front of Gu-yi, the gentle teachings of Engineer Li would flash through her mind. One word, endure. 4 words, start over and endure. Su Yang adjusted her breathing and finally calmed down her emotions. "I accept this arrangement." Su Yang's voice was very calm, but she kept staring at Gu-yi, trying to find some flaw in his expression. "I just want to ask you why." Gu-yi glanced at her lightly and retorted, "What do you mean by why? Why do you always treat me so specially?" Gu-yi's office was closed and quiet, as if even speaking would echo. The coarse linen curtains were not drawn, and a beam of sunlight, like a dazzling golden thread, fell perfectly on the woman in front of him. Her hair was thick and dense, appearing black in the absence of light, but reflecting a chestnut color in the sunlight. A wonderful change that gave her a youthful aura. With a full forehead and softly contoured oval face, her skin was as white as freshly washed lotus root. When she smiled, shallow dimples appeared. And even when she wasn't smiling, she didn't look fierce. No wonder the male colleagues in the office were eyeing her, plotting, having worked in an environment overflowing with male hormones for so long. As they jokingly said, 3 years in prison, and a sow competing with Jiaochan, especially since she belonged to the category of relatively good-looking sows. She was particularly lively, smiling at everyone and chatting enthusiastically with anyone except Gu-yi. Most of the time, her expression towards him was one of dissatisfaction, irritation, and frustration. Watching her ever-changing expressions, Gu-yi found it somewhat amusing. A reminder from Engineer Li flashed in his mind, and he lightly tapped his pen on the paper. "Don't worry, you're not my type." Gu-yi smirked, "So don't think too much about it. And don't take my ordinary arrangements as something special for you." Hearing Gu-yi's cold and narcissistic words, a phrase flashed through Su Yang's mind. When patience is exhausted, there's no need to endure anymore. Who said anything about liking or not liking? What I mean is, can you stop targeting me? The more she thought about it, the more displeased she became. "Engineer Gu, you're already this old. Can you have a little self-respect?" Lin Qingju knew that Gu-yi was going to transfer Su Yang to his side, so he rushed his office early in the morning to protest. Although Gu-yi had anticipated this, he still found it tedious. The concept draft in his hand was not yet finished, and he had a meeting in the afternoon. He was already busy and now had to deal with this boring matter, which made Gu-yi furrow his brows. Lin Qingju crossed his arms in front of his chest, looking indignant. "Didn't you say to transfer her to my team? Why is she next to you?" Gu-yi lowered his head to draw and ignored him. Lin Qingju no longer cared about the outcome and directly attacked him. "Gu-yi, you're abusing your power for personal gain. Shameless." Lin Qingjun was still not satisfied. You told me not to mess around in the company. What about you? A man and a woman working together for a long time. Do you think you can control yourself? Hearing this, he finally raised his head, his hand tapping on the desk, clearly displeased, and said forcefully, Lin Qingjun, you just need to accept my decision, understand? Lin Qingjun couldn't help but curse. Go to hell. On the first day, reporting to Gu Yi's team, colleagues from engineer Li's group came to help her move her workstation, all looking reluctant to part. People in Gu Yi's group were said to have the most peculiar tempers in the firm. No wonder they could work with Gu Yi. Normal people couldn't handle it. Gu Yi arranged her workstation in a small corner, very close to his office but far from most people's workstations, without anyone to talk to. It felt just like the special seats next to a teacher's podium in school, which was quite depressing. Having woken up too early and skipped breakfast, Su Yang was hesitating whether to go to the cafeteria to buy a pastry when Gu Yi suddenly appeared in front of her workstation. She didn't even know when he had come out, walking silently. He tapped on the desk in front of her. Pack up, come with me. Su Yang glanced up at him, her eyes clearly not filled with obedience, and couldn't help but mutter, Why do I have to go with you all the time? Am I your dog? She said it so softly that Gu Yi still heard her. His sharp gaze came over, threatening. Do you still want your internship credit? Su Yang immediately changed her expression and followed suit. I do. On her first day in Gu Yi's group, he showed no mercy and directly took her to the construction site. Yes, to the construction site. All for the verification of a small piece of data. Such a trivial matter could clearly be handled by anyone. Was he doing it intentionally, or was it deliberate? It was not yet 10 o'clock, and the empty construction site was already baking under the sun, dirty and hot. Su Yang didn't know about Gu Yi's arrangements and had foolishly worn a pair of red-pointed leather shoes. They looked good in the office, but on this construction site, it was like the Little Mermaid swapping her tail for human legs. Walking felt like dancing on the tips of knives. After walking for a while, Su Yang couldn't help but start complaining. Why are we on the construction site so early? How much longer? Seeing Su Yang so delicate, Gu Yi couldn't help but scold her. If you want to be an architect, how can you avoid the construction site? What's the difference between that and just talking about it on paper? Su Yang strongly disagreed with Gu Yi's words, but it's not our job to go to the construction site. If we're all going to the construction site, what about the civil engineers? In China, it might indeed be the civil engineers who go to the construction site, but abroad, the industry emphasizes field investigations more. Hearing this, Su Yang couldn't help but mutter, but aren't we in China? Gu Yi shot her a glare, with an expression that said she was hopeless. If you don't want to follow, just find a place to rest. He left with a harsh remark. If Gu Yi hadn't said that, Su Yang might have actually found a place to slack off, but since he said so, with her rebellious nature, how about you just walk away, letting him look down on her? Enduring the pain in her feet, Su Yang gritted her teeth and followed him. From after 9 o'clock, they kept circling the uneven construction site until nearly 11, over an hour, stepping on protruding and sharp stones, making the soles of Su Yang's feet start to hurt. Along the opening of her little shoes, several blisters formed on her feet, especially on her heels, where the blisters had burst and the wounds had begun to bleed. With every step, the pain shot from her feet to her head, and she started to limp, but still gritted her teeth and persevered. At first, it was to prove a point to Gu Yi, but as she really began to work alongside him, she started to feel something different. He was very familiar with every aspect of the project, well acquainted with the project engineers, managers, supervisors, and even the foreman, keeping track of every progress of the project. Despite being a well-known young designer, his seriousness towards the project was as if he were a novice on his first day. Just as he said, Su Yang's understanding of architectural design was indeed just talking about it on paper. This was not derogatory, but most architects in the industry work this way. They only needed to use paper, pens, and software to design buildings, while the other steps were handled by others, each performing their duties. And there was nothing wrong with that. Over time, everyone felt this was a matter of course. As for the rigorous methods abroad, Su Yang thought they were quite stubborn and unnecessary. However, today, she suddenly had a change of heart. Because of Gu Yi's work attitude, she felt a sense of mission as an architectural designer, truly designing with heart. As soon as Gu Yi entered work mode, he became serious and ruthless, indifferent to anyone around him. Architectural design is a meticulous and tedious job, It's not like the movies or novels portray, where one wears a trench coat, wanders around looking for inspiration, and then rushes back to the studio to sketch it out. All designs must adhere precisely to details, truly starting from a needs. He didn't like any lazy individuals in this industry because he didn't have time to correct others' misconceptions, nor was he willing to waste that time. After more than an hour, once everything was done, Gu-yi remembered that he had brought Su-yang with him. He turned around abruptly, surprised to find that she hadn't gone to rest but had been following him the whole time. Her outfit was completely mismatched for the dirty construction site, a cream-colored dress paired with a pair of red loafers, which should have looked fashionable and playful, but instead made her look like a muddy monkey. Her face was flushed, her forehead damp with sweat, and her hair hung down, as if she had just come out of sauna. At that moment, she limped a few steps behind him, stopping occasionally to adjust her shoes. When she saw Gu-yi stop and look at her, she quickly picked up her pace to catch up. "Gu-gong, where are you going next?" Gu-yi glanced down at her feet. Her fair instep had several red and swollen spots and faint blisters, with the most obvious wound on her heel already seeping blood. He was somewhat surprised. Su-yang, who had been complaining from the start, had actually followed him all the way without whining or complaining. Gu-yi frowned slightly. Don't wear a dress and leather shoes on a construction site. Su-yang grimaced in pain, but merely squinted and smiled. I'll keep a set of casual clothes at the office for future site visits. Gu-yi didn't respond further. He looked around and finally pointed to a construction shed. I'll let someone know. You go rest for a bit. After considering the conditions of those sheds on the site, he added, it might be a bit tough. Don't complain. The workers welcomed Gu-yi's arrival, and after he explained his purpose, they kindly offered Su-yang a chair. The dirty and chaotic shed was filled with the smell of sweat, the oppressive height of the ceiling, and the stifling heat from the corrugated steel. For a delicate city girl, just out of school, this environment was indeed a bit uncomfortable. However, looking at Su-yang, she didn't seem to show any signs of discomfort. Instead, she actively chatted with the local workers in their dialect, appearing quite happy. I'm stepping out for a bit, Gu-yi said. Wait for me here. Oh, Su-yang nodded. Just as Gu-yi was about to leave, he turned back to look at Su-yang, his tone softening considerably as he quietly asked, Are you hungry? Should I get you something to eat? Su-yang waved her hand. No need, it's too hot to eat. Gu-yi bought 2 bottles of water at a convenience store, thought for a moment, and then walked to a pharmacy at the bottom of a nearby residential complex to get some ointment and Band-Aids. On his way back, he felt that the items in his hands were burning hot, which was a strange sensation. Lin Qingjuan's words flashed through his mind, and he began to somewhat agree. A man and a woman working together for a long time might indeed not be a good idea. When he returned to the shed, however, Su-yang was no longer inside. He grabbed a worker nearby and asked, Where did that girl in the white dress go? The worker, smiling warmly, kindly pointed the way. The cooking Annie has come. She went to the kitchen. Walking along the uneven gravel path, Gu-yi found the kitchen of the construction site. The simple environment had the stove set up outdoors, and from a distance, he could hear the sounds of cooking and the smell of oil wafting from behind the building. When Gu-yi found Su-yang, she was happily munching on a scallion pancake. Despite the dirt, she didn't seem to mind, chatting away with the cooking auntie, completely at ease without any generational or dialect barriers. As she was enjoying her meal, she looked up and saw Gu-yi coming in. She immediately joyfully walked over to him, offering him half of her greasy scallion pancake, which made Gu-yi furrow his brows at the sight. The auntie's cooking is really great. Want half? Gu-yi politely declined. Su-yang didn't insist and took it back to continue eating. A piece of scallion stuck to her face as she chewed happily. If only there were a cup of soy milk right now, it would be perfect, she said, her words slightly muffled. Gu-yi stared at the piece of scallion rolling around on her face as she chewed. He thought to himself that he had really overthought it earlier. He could completely handle the situation. Chapter 12. Dust swirled up at the construction site, and under the scorching sun, I really had no appetite to eat. However, the cooking auntie's skills were too good. Even a pancake made my mouth water, making it hard to resist. Gu-yi was hurrying back to the office, and Su-yang hastily finished the last few bites without truly savoring the delicious flavor. Feeling a bit regretful, sitting in the passenger seat, Su-yang buckled her seatbelt and was about to close her eyes to rest when she heard the crinkling sound of a plastic bag. Gu Yi unkindly tossed a bag containing medicine and band-aids on his Su-Yang. She didn't move, just stared down at it in surprise. For me? She had noticed Gu Yi bought these earlier, but didn't expect they were for her. Gu Yi didn't turn his head, looking straight ahead, and after a while, he said in his usual sharp tone, "You're already incompetent, and now you're limping too. You're such a drag." Normally, Su-Yang would have retorted back without hesitation. But at that moment, hearing him say this, she didn't know how to respond, only faintly feeling that something was off with Gu Yi. The wound was not disinfected, making it difficult to apply the medicine. Seeing Gu Yi staring at her, Su-Yang had no choice but to rip off 2 band-aids to cover the wound. Making do for now, since she still had to wear the shoes back and couldn't stand the discomfort after a whole day. Su-Yang wanted to thank Gu Yi, but they usually had a contentious relationship, and the words were hard to say. After hesitating for a long time and just moving her lips, Gu Yi cut her off. "No need to thank me." As soon as he finished speaking, he started the car, completely cutting off any chance for Su-Yang to continue the conversation. This guy was really... Upon returning to the office, Gu Yi didn't say a word as they entered the elevator from the lobby. Standing together in the enclosed elevator, with the metal walls reflecting like mirrors, Su-Yang could see herself, as well as Gu Yi, who stood upright and focused, like a pine tree. He had a tall and slender figure with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, which was rare among men. He looked elegant even in casual wear. Thinking of the medicine and band-aids he bought for her, Su-Yang felt he seemed to have a human side too. Clenching her fists, she quietly moved a step closer to him, mustering the courage to say, "Gu Gong, I have something I want to discuss with you." Hearing her voice, Gu Yi glanced at her. "What?" "Well, I've been training in Engineer Lee's group for a while, but I still want to do design work." Afraid Gu Yi would switch to mockery mode, Su-Yang quickly explained, "It's not that I want you to use my plan. But since we're all interning at the architectural firm, I can't just keep doing odd jobs, even if it's just to let me participate a little." After speaking, she looked at Gu Yi tentatively, imagining the 1,000 ways he might ridicule her for overestimating herself. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 30 seconds later, the anticipated cruel mockery didn't come. The moment the elevator doors opened, Gu Yi unexpectedly said, "Then let's give it a try." Those 5 words were like heavenly music. Su-Yang was so excited she almost wanted to grab Gu Yi's hand and spin around, but his frightening gaze scared her off. Regardless, Su-Yang decided that from today onward, Gu Yi was her new male god. Good public buildings are mostly done by small firms, which are agile and well-equipped. Large projects, like these super tall designs, are usually handled by star firms for the initial concept plan, and then super large firms collaborate to produce the detailed construction drawings. In China, the concept plan area is still relatively backward. Large projects are mostly divided among foreign teams, and the few that go to domestic teams are usually well-known architectural design firms with overseas backgrounds related to international thinking and technological lag. Gu Yi, with his overseas background and achievements in the international circle, has always been a pioneer in this area. Therefore, many significant public projects in China have been handled by him, and Gu Yi has never disappointed. Recently, the most important project in Gu Yi's group is the Shanghai Bay Star, a super tall conference center located on the southern island of the motherland. The southern island boasts a poetic golden coastline, with rolling hills and pleasant temperatures throughout the 4 seasons, especially in winter, when it is a popular vacation spot for people escaping the cold. The project's development vision is to plan and design a new style seaside resort for the southern island, a world-class conference and exhibition center that requires international standard conference facilities. Hotel rooms, serviced apartments, and seaside vacation villas, truly reflecting the characteristics of the southern island. Su-Yang had never been to the southern island. She had only bought some local fruits like the imperial mango and jackfruit from an online store, and she had always had a good impression of the southern island. A place with good food must be a great place. In the following days, everyone focused on producing the Shanghai Bay Star plan, including Su-Yang. Although her plan was just something Gu Yi would look at casually for now, she still took it very seriously, writing the design concept and creating a conceptual sketch. According to Gu Yi's requirements, everyone submitted their design plans and conceptual sketches to him. Before the first concept meeting, he would screen them first. 3 days passed, and everyone who submitted a concept plan received a response. Those whose plans were rejected also got an email from Gu Yi with brief comments on the issues. Su Yang felt there might be a problem with her email because everyone else received replies, but she hadn't received anything. Refreshing her inbox 800 times a day yielded nothing. After thinking it over, Su Yang decided to butter up Gu Yi by bringing him coffee to inquire about it. When Su Yang entered Gu Yi's office with coffee, he was busy with work, receiving call after call, only casually instructing her to put it down. Of course, she didn't leave but carefully observed Gu Yi's office. His office was spacious with a meeting room, and in the center of the large table was a model of a super tall building, which was Gu Yi's masterpiece at the age of 24. A landmark skyscraper located in Canada. He had competed against world-renowned architects for the project and won, rising to fame overnight. After circling the architectural model and fully appreciating it, Su Yang sighed softly. Suddenly, Gu Yi's voice came from behind her. Sighing? Afraid Gu Yi would misunderstand, Su Yang quickly waved her hands. No. I was just amazed at how well it was done. Gu Yi glanced at her indifferently and returned to his work. Su Yang hurriedly followed him, hesitating for a long time before quietly asking, Gu Gong, about the Shanghai Bay Star. Has everyone received replies? Gu Yi didn't even look up. Then, Su Yang continued, Did you forget mine? After saying that, she added, I worked really hard on it. Yours is not adopted. Gu Yi's voice was cold. Although this outcome disappointed Su Yang, it was still somewhat expected. I see others receive replies, and I want to know what my problem is. Not necessary. Why? Gu Yi said, I don't want to waste time. When Gu Yi said this, Su Yang finally felt insulted. Replying to an email only takes a few words. How much time could it waste? The young and impetuous Su Yang couldn't help but feel a bit indignant. How much time could replying to an email waste? Did you even look at it? Seeing her temper rising, Gu Yi coldly smiled. I really don't want to look. You. Su Yang thought about the anxiety she felt over the past few days, growing angrier and trembling all over. What do you mean? How dare you do this? Are you afraid I'll surpass you? Is this intentional? As soon as Su Yang finished speaking, Gu Yi looked as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. His eyes filled with mockery. He pulled out 3 or 4 sheets from a pile of plans on the corner of the table and handed them to Su Yang. These are not adopted. Gu Yi glanced at her with a hint of sarcasm, but I replied to the email. Under Gu Yi's faint sneer, Su Yang lowered her head and carefully went through others' works one by one. The more she looked, the more ashamed she felt, compared to others. Her design seemed like a joke. These excellent designs were all rejected. How outstanding must those who could participate in the competition be? Su Yang held someone else's design draft in her hand, feeling a bit of sweat in her palm and a hint of embarrassment on her face. Before Su Yang could gather her thoughts, Gu Yi impatiently interrupted her. Just go out. Having achieved his goal, Gu Yi had no patience to continue entangling with her. He directly pulled out the last sheet from the pile of design drafts and handed it to Su Yang. It was her design draft. Gu Yi looked at her meaningfully, and after a moment, he sarcastically said, Here, you're trash. You can recycle it yourself for the environment. The new male god has fallen. In architectural design, Gu Yi could be described as nitpicking to the extreme. Under his supervision, no sloppy work was allowed to reach the client. Everyone in the design department of Gamma had been struck by his harsh words. This was almost the norm in the department. It was precisely because of his 200 high standards that Gamma's works could consistently maintain a high level. He hardly ever took to heart the criticism of his subordinates, as it would be too exhausting to remember everyone's complaints, which came several times a day. After finishing his work, it was already 2:30 in the afternoon, and Gu Yi finally had time to eat. The office cafeteria closed at 2 every day. After thinking for a moment, Gu Yi took his wallet and prepared to find something to eat on a nearby commercial street. Su Yang had relied on her little wits since childhood, never failing a course or falling behind, and had gone smoothly along. She had to admit that her ability to cope with setbacks was really weak. Although her work was indeed unsatisfactory, Gu Yi's words were a bit too harsh. Having retrieved her conceptual sketches, Su Yang spent the entire morning somewhat absent-minded, unable to focus on anything, as Gu Yi's words echoed in her mind, making her feel worse the more she thought about it. Around 2 in the afternoon, Su Yang's stomach growled with hunger, and a passing colleague reminded her that she hadn't eaten lunch. The office cafeteria was closed, and she wandered alone to the nearby commercial street, casually ordering a bowl of Lanzhou beef noodles. There were not many people at this time, so she found a seat in the nearly empty shop. Her mind was still a bit blank, and her spirit could not concentrate. After the criticism, Suyang felt so mohat dazed. Slouching in her seat, she guessed her complexion wasn't looking too good either. Just as Suyang was lost in thought, someone suddenly sat down across from her. With no one else in the shop, this person, seemingly lacking in awareness, chose to sit right across from her when she really just wanted to be alone. She looked up sharply, and the culprit who caused her current state was sitting there nonchalantly with the same arrogant demeanor. Didn't he feel any guilt? Gui didn't like noodles, and he didn't know why he walked in. Passing by this small shop, he saw a dejected figure, looking completely different from her usual arrogant self. At that moment, his feet moved before his brain processed it, and before he realized it, he was already sitting across from her. It was indeed somewhat uncanny. The two sat awkwardly facing each other, neither speaking first. Since he met this girl, Gui had never seen her go more than 5 minutes without talking, except when she was asleep. He had to admit, he was a bit unaccustomed to it. The owner of the noodle shop was oblivious to the tension between them, and simply served the steaming noodles, placing them in front of Suyang. The rising steam blurred her beautiful face, and in her current state of disappointment, she had lost her usual spark in her cunning little fox-like eyes. Gui had never regretted criticizing anyone, but he had to admit that he was reflecting at this moment. Was he a bit too harsh with a girl who hadn't even graduated from school yet and was only in her early 20s? Seeing him staring at her, she lowered her head. The steam from the noodles, carrying humid moisture, soon made her eyes redden. She kept her head down, biting her lower lip tightly, and tears started to fall one by one without warning. No woman had ever cried in front of Gui, and he had no experience with such situations. Feeling somewhat at a loss, Gui was somewhat helpless, frowning, and said, "Is it really that serious?" The more he spoke, the faster her tears flowed. She glared at Gui, her eyes red and swollen, roughly wiping her tears and sniffing loudly. "It has nothing to do with you. Don't flatter yourself." Gui fell silent for a moment. He was really not good at handling such situations. "Are you a child?" He frowned, pausing before continuing, "Stop crying. Am I not allowed to feel wronged?" Suyang bit her lower lip, stubbornly refusing to admit that she was crying because of Gui. "I never eat cilantro, and the owner puts so much in." Chapter 13. Suyang didn't know what was wrong with her. She just felt uncomfortable about everything. At first, she could still bear it, but when Gui arrived, her sense of grievance completely overwhelmed her. Clearly, she wasn't the type to cry easily, and her emotions were not delicate at all. After wiping away her tears and sniffing, Suyang pretended as if nothing had happened. She didn't speak, and the two of them just exchanged awkward glances. The air was filled with the unique aroma of Lanzhou beef noodles, mixed with the scent of cilantro. Suyang glanced down at her bowl of green noodles and frowned. Suyang wasn't wrong in her complaint. She really hated cilantro, considering it a type of dark cuisine. But it was also her fault for entering the shop in a daze and carelessly pointing at the menu on the wall, forgetting to remind the owner that she didn't eat cilantro. Now that the noodles were served, she couldn't skip eating without getting hungry, but she also couldn't stomach it. Gui asked her, "You really can't eat any cilantro?" Suyang nodded. Just then, the owner cheerfully brought out the bowl of noodles Gui ordered and placed it steadily on the table. His bowl had a rich beef bone broth, fragrant and overflowing, with only a few slices of beef on top of the yellow noodles and no cilantro, making Suyang instinctively swallow. Looking at him, Suyang thought, since he asked like that, he should be willing to swap with her, right? After all, it was he who made her cry, even if she didn't admit it. He had to know in his heart, right? Gui hesitated and glanced at Suyang, then took a pair of chopsticks from the holder. "My bowl doesn't have cilantro." Before Suyang could show her hopeful expression, he added, "But I also don't eat cilantro." After saying that, he took an empty dish from beside the chili oil and used his chopsticks to pick out the cilantro from Suyang's bowl, piece by piece, placing it into the dish. Before long, there was no cilantro left in Suyang's bowl, just a faint cilantro aroma lingering on the noodles and beef slices. After finishing these actions, Gui took another pair of chopsticks from the holder, placing the ones that had touched the cilantro far away. Is this okay? Gu, he said politely, eat up. If you let the noodles sit too long, they'll clump together. Su-young watched Gu the whole time, then glanced at the pile of cilantro in the dish in front of her, feeling utterly amazed. There were actually men like this in the world? She wanted to ask, how could someone like Gu have a girlfriend? He was absolutely destined to be lonely for life. After work, Su-young, filled with frustration, couldn't help but complain to Shi Yuan about Gu Yi's numerous faults. Ever since she started her internship, Shi Yuan had gotten used to Su Yang's ever-changing rants every day after work. Shi Yuan finished washing her face, put on a face mask, and walked into the dorm from the balcony sink. But I say, don't offend the big boss too much, Shi Yuan said. The school will collect the first round of internship evaluation forms next week, which counts for 50 of your usual score this semester. Your fate is still in someone else's hands. Su-young was so engrossed in ranting about Gu Yi that she was caught off guard by the reminder, completely confused. What's that? Shi Yuan, unable to make big facial expressions because of the mask, was still shocked by Su-yang's question. Don't tell me you don't know? The professor mentioned in the group that the first round of internship evaluation forms will be collected next week. Everyone needs to get their units to sign, stamp, and score. Score? Yeah, the employing unit scores. Shi Yuan explained, but generally speaking, the scores from the employing units are usually high. Normal scores are 90 or 100 points. Who would make things difficult for interns? Su-young hadn't thought of this at all, feeling as if bad news had struck. Then I'm doomed. My internship unit is not ordinary. Shi Yuan, recalling what Su-young had been through during her internship, couldn't help but pat her shoulder sympathetically. Friend, it's tough out there in society. Once upon a time, Su-young thought she would never change in her life. But just starting to work made her realize how naive that idea was. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. No matter how strong-willed Su-young had been as a girl, after starting work, she had to learn to smooth out her edges. So for the next few days, she lived very cautiously, afraid to be too casual and definitely avoiding provoking Gu Yi, no matter how dissatisfied she was with him. She held it in and didn't show it. While delivering coffee to Gu Yi, Su-young subtly asked Gu Gong that. The internship evaluation form I mentioned a few days ago, have you signed it? Su-young was anxious about what score Gu Yi would give her, nervously twisting her fingers. Gu Yi was focused on drawing, seemingly ignoring Su-young's question. Gu Gong. Gu Yi frowned slightly. I haven't scored yet. Su-young was startled by his answer, took a breath, and asked, try to remain calm. Then, why not? Gu Yi paused, looked up to meet Su-young's gaze, and his expression was still as cold as ever. You are still at the 59 level. The last point will be decided by your next project. Su-young didn't expect Gu Yi to arrange it this way and instinctively asked, I have another project? Gu Yi smirked teasingly. What, you don't want one? Su-young quickly waved her hand. That's not what I meant. Choosing her words carefully, Su-young said, I want to have another project, but I hope it won't be tied to my internship score. Gu Yi raised his gaze to Su-young, a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth. I'm sorry, but in my case, if you want something, you have to put in the effort. To pass, you need to have results. Su-young looked at Gu Yi's unapproachable demeanor and couldn't help but say, Gu Gong, after all, I'm a student and also a girl. Hearing this, Gu Yi frowned slightly, clearly disapproving of her words. If you want to make it in society, you'd better be grounded. That kind of dirty trading path won't last long. Gu Yi said with displeasure, and just because you want to offer something doesn't mean I will accept it. I have my own standards. What the hell? Is Gu Yi out of his mind? Why does he think she wants to offer something to him? Has she lost her mind? Even if she wanted to offer something, it wouldn't be to him. Su-young's mouth twitched, and she explained helplessly, I'm just saying, could you be a bit more considerate and spare me? This concerns my graduation certificate. Gu Yi misunderstood her, showing no sign of apology on his face. Just waving his hand, get out. Su-young. As the workday was ending, Li Gong came to Gu Yi's office to deliver documents and passed by Su-young's workstation, inviting her to join the team for dinner and barbecue that evening. Recently, Su-young had been feeling a bit down working under Gu Yi, so when she finally had a chance to catch up with her former colleagues, she gladly accepted. Colorful plastic tents and 3 square tables combined to form a large table that could seat 6 or 7 people. This seafood barbecue stall, famous for its grilled seafood, was bustling with every seat occupied. Customers came and went in an endless stream, and the owners swiftly turned tables, helping guests select the lively seafood. So many varieties that just smelling the aroma made her mouth water. Originally, Su-young hoped this gathering would be a chance to relax. But she never expected that Li Gong would also invite Gu-yi, the person who made her stomach turn. When it came time to assign seats, everyone was reluctant to sit next to Gu-yi, and the only one left was Su-young, who, being part of his team, naturally had to sit next to him, sacrificing herself for the sake of others. Su-young found it hard to speak. Because of Gu-yi's presence, everyone was very restrained. Topics that were usually casual turned serious. They even started discussing the London attacks and the Korean THAAD issue. Su-young, upon hearing this, thought she had accidentally tuned into the wrong channel. Like she was watching CCTV 13, the news channel. Adhering to the principle that saying too much leads to mistakes while staying silent avoids them. Su-young chose not to participate in the conversation and instead focused on enjoying the barbecue. Crabs and shrimp, clams and scallops sizzled on the grill, filling the air with a mingling sense of smoke and seafood. As soon as the grilled seafood was served, everyone's chopsticks itched to dig in. And after a round of polite refusals, their true foodie nature quickly emerged, and the plates were cleared in no time. Watching her lovely colleagues in Li Gong's group, Su-young sighed. This is what a normal work environment looks like. Gu-yi seldom participated in colleague gatherings, lacking both time and interest. After finishing a meeting with Li Shu, who was packing up to leave, Li Shu asked him, "Are you joining the guys for drinks later?" Gu-yi shook his head. "No need. Occasionally letting loose. Don't you think your life feels like a machine?" Because of Li Shu's words, he ended up going along. They were the last to arrive. And when he got to the barbecue stall, he found that Li Shu had also invited Su-young. Among the group of men, her pale and slender figure stood out. After some polite insistence from everyone, she was finally arranged to sit next to him, wearing a reluctant expression. The tables at the barbecue stall were small, and the stools were placed close together. She didn't seem short from a distance, but when she got closer, he realized her head only reached his chin. They were almost sitting shoulder to shoulder, so close that he could even smell the faint scent of either her shampoo or perfume, a soft fragrance that felt soothing. She kept her head down eating, with a large appetite, fitting in among the group of men. Her eating demeanor still relatively graceful as she quietly consumed her food without speaking. Beer arrived at the table, and everyone quickly finished their drinks. "How about a bottle?" Su, Li Shu, who was driving and couldn't drink, handed it to Su-young. Just a moment before, Su-young had glanced at Gu-yi, hesitating, and waved her hand politely. "Say no, I'm a girl, why would I drink?" The next moment, she was happily playing drinking games with everyone, completely unreserved, and had already downed several drinks, causing quite a ruckus. She drunkenly proclaimed, "Allow me to shamelessly say, compared to me, everyone here is basically trash at drinking." Gu-yi frowned as he watched this drunken fool beside him. Several times when she leaned on him for support, he instinctively pushed her away. This little girl had two faces. After eating and drinking, the gathering finally came to an end. Li Shu, being a warm-hearted guy, looked at the mess on the table and shook his head helplessly, starting to call for cars to take everyone home. Although Su-young had a good tolerance for alcohol, drinking alone against so many people was bound to get her drunk. After settling the bill, Gu-yi looked at Su-young slumped over on the table, thought for a moment, and decided to help her up. The moment his hand touched her, she impatiently slapped his arm. "Don't touch me." Gu-yi, not one for patience, immediately dropped his hand. Just as he was about to leave, he felt two slender, pale arms wrap around his. She domineeringly said, "Only I can touch you." This intimate contact made Gu-yi's body tense up involuntarily. He looked down, frowning at the swaying Su-young leaning against him. She tilted her head and looked at him with hazy, drunken eyes, saying slurred words. "I drank everyone under the table by myself. Isn't that impressive?" Before Gu-yi could respond, she began poking his chest with her slender fingers, complaining, "I'm so awesome. How dare you let me fail?" After finishing her sentence, she suddenly burst into laughter, and then, seemingly exhausted from her antics, she collapsed into Gu-yi's arms, motionless. Her hand tightly gripped the collar of his shirt, her fingers cold, one side brushing against his collarbone. The contrasting sensations of cold and warmth made Gu Yi realized his body temperature had actually risen a bit. Gui Fruonet. Let go of me, you smell like alcohol. Drunken Su Young, Emboldinet. Seemed not to hear what Gu Yi said, and sought a more comfortable position to lean against him. Gu Yi found the feeling of having a woman cling to him quite strange, almost instinctively pushing her away. When Su Yang was pushed, she swayed for a few seconds, and before Gu Yi could react, she immediately clung back to him. She wrapped her arms around his, her body feeling boneless as she slid down, ultimately sitting on his feet, hugging his calves in a panda-like manner, whining, Gugong, let me pass. In the next life, you can work like a horse, and I'll feed you. Chapter 14. Gu Yi rudely threw Su Yang into the backseat of the car. She showed no signs of waking up, sprawled out in the back seat, her sleeping posture all over the place. In a fit of anger, he pointed at the unconscious Su Yang and said through gritted teeth, you better be dead drunk. If you're pretending to be drunk, you're in big trouble. Returning to the driver's seat, Gu Yi fastened his seatbelt with a loud click. Shu had already taken the passenger seat. He had just dropped off a few drunk people and was exhausted, wanting to close the door and rest. But with Gu Yi's antics, he couldn't relax now. Why was he always getting angry with young girls? Shu had known Gu Yi for many years and felt that he had been acting strangely lately. Why bother? Young people are naturally lively and active. Gu Yi said nothing, just started the car and drove towards the Old Town renovation project in the eastern part of the city. He remembered that Su Yang lived in that area. That memory was vivid for him, thanks to a certain someone. Gu Yi drove smoothly, while Su Yang lay horizontally in the back seat, sleeping soundly as if the world around her didn't exist. Shu glanced at the disheveled Su Yang in the rearview mirror, unable to suppress a chuckle, then said to Gu Yi, you don't need to be so harsh on a girl. Just then, Su Yang, in her dream, seemed to be calling out Gu Yi's name. Gu Yi, Gu Yi, you bastard. Shu didn't expect Su Yang to say that and burst out laughing. Gu Yi's face turned pale, and he remained silent. Shu cleared his throat seriously and said, honestly, you don't need to take her so seriously. There aren't many young girls who can stick with this line of work. She's likely to switch careers later. Why hold on to her graduation certificate? There's no grudge here. Gu Yi didn't respond, still pressing his lips together. His mind was occupied with the concept plan Su Yang had created for the Shanghai Bay Star. A soaring skyscraper in the name of dreams. To see the sky above. The outlooker. The design was inspired by the unique stones of the southern islands, a stone shaped by the wind and waves, resembling a human face, and then using the ebb and flow of the tides as a concept to arrange the project's other functions and support facilities. It truly captured her theme of the outlooker, with the faithful braving the waves, gazing at the sky. Her design was different from all the other designers in the office, full of humanistic sentiment, not just based on shapes and elements, not merely chasing the avant-garde, but also respecting local culture. Perhaps due to the different ways men and women think, she was more emotional. From the copy to the design, everything was very humanized. This was rare in a design department that emphasized individuality and even in an architect team that often produced many concepts that couldn't be implemented. The design itself was, of course, not worth mentioning. Her current skill level was insufficient to express everything she envisioned. However, Gu Yi believed that shortcomings in design skills could be nurtured later on. Gu Yi's hands gripped the steering wheel as he replied to Shu's suggestion, I'll continue to observe for a while. If she really isn't what I thought she was, I know what to do. Shu was taken aback by the implication in his words and stared at him meaningfully for a moment. You haven't cared about someone like this in many years. Shu's voice was low, but each word carried weight. Is it because of this girl's abilities or something else? Gu Yi frowned slightly. I'm not someone who blurs the lines between public and private matters. Shu immediately seized on his words and asked, so there really is a private matter? Gu Yi realized he had fallen into Shu's trap. Unable to argue back, turned his head and shot him a cold glare, forcing Shu to raise his hands and surrender. All right, I won't pry into your private affairs. Is that okay? I have no private business with her. Sure. Whatever you say. Before long, they arrived at Shu's neighborhood, and at his request, Gu Yi had to stop the car. Gu Yi looked down on his behavior of backing out at the last minute. At least help me take her back? Shu grinned and played the fool. You can take her back alone. I'm going home to take care of the baby. Gu Yi. After Li Shu left, only Gu Yi and Su Yang remained in the car. The entire car was filled with the unpleasant smell of alcohol emanating from Su Yang. Gu Yi drove to the old city in the eastern part of the city with a frown. As soon as he parked, Su Yang groaned uncomfortably. Gu Yi woke her up without any pity. She was suddenly jolted awake and felt a wave of pain across her face, leaning against Gu Yi in agony. Half awake and moaning, muttering incoherently, she turned her head towards Gu Yi, her confused eyes wide open. "Do you know what life is?" Gu Yi pushed her head away in disgust and replied, "If you throw up on me, I'll just dump you on the roadside." Despite being drunk, Su Yang was still familiar with her home. She instinctively directed Gu Yi, and they arrived in no time. Gu Yi half-carried Su Yang, sweating from the effort. Upon reaching her house, he simply dropped her on the steps, showing no tenderness. Originally, Gu Yi could have left after dropping Su Yang off, but unexpectedly, he found himself unable to move because of her home. For the first time, he discovered this quiet courtyard nestled among a cluster of self-built houses. Featuring characteristics of Huizhou architecture, it was made of brick, wood, and stone, with a wooden framework as the main structure. Walking around the courtyard, illuminated by streetlights and moonlight, he could vaguely see the dragonfish elements adorning both ends of the main house. Legend has it that Emperor Wu of Han built the Bailiang Palace but suffered a fire disaster. A Taoist said, "There is a fish in the South China Sea, a spirit of the water, creating waves and rain. Use it as the palace's ornament to ward off fire disasters." This courtyard, primarily wooden, was less prone to fire than brick and stone constructions, and the use of dragonfish for the ornament not only made it beautiful, but also showed the designer's meticulousness. The courtyard faced south, and since there were no mountains in the city, the designer cleverly leaned against an old road, seeking a mountain path, and added a narrow, unobtrusive channel that faced the road, resembling a water feature. Gu Yi stroked his chin, unable to suppress a faint smile. Interesting. This old area slated for demolition actually had such a house. Just as Gu Yi was about to continue exploring, the courtyard door suddenly opened. A middle-aged woman with short curly hair peered out, first shocked to see Su Yang lying motionless on the ground, then noticing Gu Yi sneaking around the house. Her alertness immediately kicked in. She turned and rushed back into the courtyard to grab a large broom. Before Gu Yi could react, the broom had already struck him. One hit, then another without mercy. Sneaking around, trying to steal something, dressed like a decent person. Can't you learn to do better? The middle-aged woman's fighting spirit was no joke. Each strike seemed to carry a sense of life and death urgency. "You want to bully our daughter? I'll beat you to death." From the information revealed in her words, it was easy for Gu Yi to guess that this woman was Su Yang's mother. Truly, like mother like daughter. Gu Yi felt that he and the old town in the east might have some kind of bad luck. Every time he came here, he would get hit. He had already been beaten last time, and here he was again. As a grown man, it was inappropriate to hit an old lady. He could only protect his head with his hands while hurriedly explaining, Annie, I'm not a thief, nor did I bully your daughter. She's just drunk and fell asleep. Not unconscious. Su Yang, the one with the surname Su." Gu Yi shouted anxiously, "Wake up quickly. Explain to your mom." He had completely lost his cool demeanor, reduced to a clown. Su Yang hadn't drunk alcohol for a while, and although she didn't drink much tonight, she surprisingly got drunk. It seemed that no matter how skilled one was, if they didn't practice for a while, they would regress. With the alcohol taking effect, she felt a bit dizzy and didn't even know how she got home from the street stall. Along the way, she had many dreams, interlinked, too many to remember clearly. Just when she was sleeping soundly, she was suddenly jolted awake by an unbearable noise, pulling her out of her sweet dreams. She groggily opened her eyes, still feeling a bit hazy. Not sure if she was still half asleep or just a bit dizzy, she surprisingly saw two people fighting in front of her. Oh no, it wasn't a fight. It was her mother, wielding a broom, mercilessly beating Gu Yi. Gu Yi was a highly educated man who had received gentlemanly training abroad. He didn't retaliate at all, only jumping around trying to hide. Su Yang couldn't figure out how to describe the scene. She just wanted to laugh. As if it wasn't enough that her mother was attacking with the broom, she whistled for Lao Yi, the dog that had been barking excitedly behind her, to come over. Su Yang finally woke up completely. Her mother was quick and ruthless with her strikes and didn't wait for Su Yang to stop her before giving orders to Lao Yi. Lao Yi go, that little dog, who had been barking fiercely just moments ago, suddenly quieted down when it approached Gu Yi, circling him and wagging its tail happily, as if it really liked him. As Gu Yi covered his head and was about to push Lao Yi away with his foot, he saw Lao Yi unhesitatingly lift a leg and pee on Gu Yi's pants. Watching the chaotic scene unfold before her, Su Yang took a moment to consider. Waking up at this moment was definitely unwise, so she quickly closed her eyes and slumped down on the steps in a drunken stupor. She was drunk, no doubt about it. None of this was her fault. It was definitely not what she intended. Hangovers are truly terrifying. When Su Yang woke up in the morning, her head was pounding as if it would explode, and she felt like she was dying. What made her feel even worse was not knowing how to face Gu Yi, this towering figure. If it weren't for Gu Yi's quick thinking yesterday, pulling out his business card, her mother would have seen Gamma's name and confirmed that Gu Yi was indeed Su Yang's boss, leaving her at a complete loss about how to handle the situation. Her mother and Lao Yi caused the trouble, but she was the one who had to bear the blame. Sigh, having such a family dragging her down was not easy for Su Yang. Imagining 100 ways Gu Yi might deliberately pick on her sent shivers down her spine as she tiptoed into the office. Su Yang was trying her best to minimize her presence and avoid running into Gu Yi. But Murphy's Law told her that whatever you fear will come to pass, and whatever you think will happen. Gu Yi, unusually late today, walked into the office dressed in black, his face dark and marked with several shocking cuts. As soon as the colleagues in the group saw Gu Yi, they began to tease him as if they had discovered a new continent. Oh my, what happened to Engineer Gu's face? Another colleague chimed in immediately. Even the aesthetic engineer, Gu has moments he can't control. Which woman scratched his face? Those nails must be sharp. Gu Yi's expression was unfriendly, radiating a terrifying aura, and Su Yang, valuing her life, absolutely wouldn't approach him at that moment. Even after being teased, Gu Yi didn't explode immediately. He just looked at Su Yang meaningfully, a chilling smile on his lips. This is from a broom, he said, pointing to the marks on his face. I had a misunderstanding with someone and got hurt. Plus, I got peed on by her dog, which is quite an experience of being unreasonable. Hearing this, Su Yang couldn't help but shrink her neck. Gu Yi spoke of this experience with a mix of anger and ironic amusement. Everyone thought he didn't care and laughed along. Amidst the laughter, Gu Yi walked over to Su Yang, lowered his head, and tapped her desk. You come to my office. Su Yang felt as if she had lost her soul. Is it too late to send Lao Yi to Gu Yi and prepare a steaming hot dog meat hot pot? Chapter 15. Su Yang felt that Gu Yi's tactics were becoming increasingly intricate. From what he had said before, it was clear that he was extremely angry. But at that moment, he called her into his office and didn't rush to say anything, merely making her stand there. She dared not act rashly, only waiting anxiously, as if undergoing a psychological form of torture more painful than being killed outright. Gu Yi put down his bag, took out several documents from the drawer, and opened his computer to look at something, completely ignoring Su Yang standing in front of him. After thinking it over, Su Yang decided to apologize proactively and take responsibility. Mr. Gu, I'm sorry, it was a misunderstanding last night. After a moment of thought, she added, please don't be angry. My mom is rather impulsive and can't stand seeing me being bullied. But you also bear some responsibility. After all, I'm a woman. How could you just leave me on the stairs without care? My mom saw that scene and thought you had done something to me. As for our dog, it's just a mixed breed, a local dog that hasn't been professionally trained. It absolutely wasn't targeting you. It probably just mistook you for a tree or a telephone pole. All right. Gu Yi interrupted Su Yang, slightly raised his head and smiled at her, a smile that sent chills down her spine. I'm not blaming you. With that one sentence, Gu Yi began his 360-degree revenge on Su Yang. He summoned her countless times throughout the day, often calling her into the office, leaving her in a constant state of tension with no time to breathe. Sometimes she was so afraid of being called that she didn't even dare to go to the bathroom. Gu Yi's calls to the office were often for no particular reason, simply to torment her. In addition, he treated her like a servant, asking her to fetch this and find that. Su Yang ran to the company database 13 times in one day. She wondered if anyone else was facing the same situation. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Su Yang was called into the office for the 36th time. Besides Gu Yi, the only living thing in the office was a fish tank, which workers were cleaning. The goldfish were transferred to 3 small tanks. Compared to the original large tank, these smaller ones looked quite cramped, and the goldfish could only swim around in the limited space. After transferring the fish, the workers lifted the 1-meter-high fish tank from its industrial-style stretcher and casually placed it on the floor. Besides the office, there was also a glass display tank in the small meeting room that needed to be taken down for cleaning. Because of the big cleanup, Gu Yi's usually orderly office looked somewhat messy at that moment, but it didn't affect his work pace. He continued to work methodically, as if no one else was around. The workers went into the meeting room, and the sounds of dismantling could be heard, restrained yet unmistakably loud. Gu Yi seemed completely unfazed, not lifting his head, and instructed Su Yang, "Take these 3 tanks outside to feed the fish. The tank needs to be taken apart and cleaned and will be returned tonight." After a whole day of torment, Su Yang was almost trained to have a hint of servility. When Gu Yi gave the order, she instinctively went to grab the fish tank, like a programmed machine, having lost her own will. As her hand touched the cold glass of the tank, she suddenly regained clarity. Did Gu Yi think she had no temper? The accumulated grievances of the entire day made her unable to resist turning around. "Mr. Gu, isn't this a bit excessive?" Gu Yi had been looking at his computer, but upon hearing Su Yang's words, his gaze finally shifted from the screen to her face. Gu Yi sat while Su Yang stood. Even though he was looking up at her, his gaze exerted an invisible pressure, as if a beam was pressing down on her spine, making her feel compelled to bend, summoning the spirit of a peasant uprising. Su Yang struggled to assert her rights under Gu Yi's oppressive gaze. "I'm here for an internship, not to take care of your fish." Gu Yi listened to her and didn't say much, merely raising an eyebrow slightly. "Oh, so interns can't take care of fish?" I. Caught off guard by Gu Yi's wordplay, Su Yang momentarily lost her composure, but quickly thought of a retort. "Occasionally, of course, but you constantly torment me all day long. It's clearly revenge." Gu Yi, hearing Su Yang's words, didn't get angry but suddenly stood up. He walked out from behind the desk, step by step, until he stopped in front of Su Yang. "If I don't let you do anything, you say I'm targeting you. If I make you work, you say I'm getting back at you. Then you should teach me how to treat you, this intern." "You." He sighed lightly. "So how should I treat you?" He raised his hand and patted Su Yang's head, as if treating a pet. "Should I do it like this every day? Encourage you? Comfort you? Like in those inspirational movies?" Su Yang was caught off guard by Gu Yi's touch on her head and instinctively took a big step back, her eyes wide as she stared at Gu Yi. "Why you? What you're doing is completely workplace sexual harassment, all right." "PFF." Gu Yi laughed, taking a step closer to Su Yang. "You just taught me a new term." Seeing him lean in closer, Su Yang forgot her intentions and hurriedly stepped back. "I warn you, don't get handsy. I'm telling you, workplace sexual harassment is illegal." "So what?" He leaned down slightly, looking at Su Yang with an innocent expression. "You." Su Yang was searching for words to attack him when she suddenly felt a dark shadow looming over her. "Is this what you call workplace sexual harassment?" Without warning, Gu Yi stretched his neck and suddenly leaned close to Su Yang, the distance so close that their noses were almost touching. Gu Yi's warm breath brushed against Su Yang's face. She had no doubt that if she leaned forward just an inch, he would kiss her. "Oh!" Su Yang was startled and stumbled backward, only to be blocked by a hard object at her waist, causing her to lose balance. The next moment, with a splash, Su Yang fell straight into the goldfish tank. Instinctively flailing in the water, the fishy water soaked her clothes, splashing onto her face and mouth. Su Yang awkwardly held onto the edge of the tank, and when she looked up, she saw Gu Yi looking down at her from above. He wore a feigned look of concern and even extended a hand. "Are you okay? How could you be so careless?" Su Yang recalled how he had suddenly stood up and forced her to back away. It was clear that this rascal was deliberately setting her up. Su Yang raised her hand and slapped Gu Yi's hand away. Gritting her teeth, she spat out 2 words, "Petty person." Gu Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, coldly retorting, "Likewise." After that, Su Yang and Gu Yi remained in a state of mutual hostility, neither showing any intention of easing tensions. During the short holiday in October, Su Yang was supposed to have 7 days off, But Gu Yi rescheduled her time off to only 3 days, which she felt was definitely a form of retaliation. Several times, Su Yang couldn't help but think about calling the mayor's hotline, but considering her internship credits, she held back. Work really makes people grow. Su Yang felt that since starting work, she had evolved from a living person into a punching bag. The activity that Gu Yi scheduled during her time off wasn't a project, but rather attending an exhibition organized by the famous American architecture firm Sagittarius in the city. Sagittarius began to enter the Chinese market in the 1980s and established an office in the economic center of Chongqing in 2004. Just one office has successfully undertaken over 5 million square meters of total planning in China. Because of its foreign background, it has always been favored by various mega projects domestically. Considering it was an exhibition, Su Yang dressed quite formally. At 9 in the morning, Gu Yi arrived on time to pick her up, and Su Yang then realized that there was another person in the car, Lin Chengjun. Lin Chengjun was as kind as ever to Su Yang, chatting with her along the way, making the time pass quickly. Upon arriving at the exhibition center, Su Yang was taken aback by the scale of the exhibition. She suddenly felt grateful for taking a day off. Such an exhibition was truly a rare opportunity. The entire first floor was booked by Sagittarius, and both the scale and quality were unparalleled. Large exhibitions by international companies like this typically operate on an invitation-only basis, and based on her qualifications, Su Yang wouldn't have had the chance to attend. It was said that Lin Chengjun had suggested her attendance, for which Su Yang was quite thankful. As soon as Gu Yi arrived at the venue, he was called over by a few acquaintances from the Architecture Association. Lin Chengjun was already used to this and directly took Su Yang around to explore. In the architecture field, Gu Yi was far more famous than Lin Chengjun, but in Gamma, Lin Chengjun had certainly contributed projects that were no less significant than Gu Yi's. Over the years, Lin Chengjun, as Gu Yi's partner, had been supporting Gamma from behind the scenes. Su Yang was curious about this. Lin, how did you become partners with Gu? Perhaps too many people had asked him this question, and he was already well practiced in his response. Actually, there are many different factions among architectural masters, as you should understand. Gu Yi's rise to fame was somewhat controversial. He was quite arrogant in his early years, and given China's more traditional and reserved national character. He wasn't well received in the industry at first. It was only after many of his works were implemented that he gradually gained acceptance. Su Yang couldn't understand the connection between his words and her question. So what? Because I happen to embody the traditional, reserved national character of China. Yet I aspire to be a free-spirited and arrogant person. I chose Gu Yi. Lin Chengjun emphasized, it was my choice to work with him. His reputation in the circle isn't great, and aside from me, not many are willing to collaborate with him. Hearing Lin Chengjun's words, Su Yang became even more curious. But looking at the two of you, I feel like you seem more free-spirited and outgoing, while he appears more reserved. Lin Chengjun smiled. This reservedness and outgoingness show up in how one interacts with people and things. When he first graduated, he dared to say no to various unspoken rules and never followed erroneous decisions made by predecessors just because of their seniority. I, on the other hand, did not have that courage. From Lin Chengjun's words, Su Yang began to see another side of Gu Yi that she didn't understand, stirring a strange feeling within her. However, Lin Chengjun changed the subject. Gu Yi isn't a good lover, but I am. As he said this, he inexplicably pulled a small flower from somewhere and gently tucked it behind Su Yang's ear. Su Yang had to admit that she was just a naive girl. Being flirted with so suddenly by a mature and charming man made her ears flush and her heart race. Yet, she was also relatively clear-headed, and, as she fiddled with the flower in her ear, she teasingly remarked, "You just want to be a good lover for the ladies, right?" Lin Chengjun, caught off guard by Su Yang's retort, wasn't angry and smiled. "You're quite the interesting little girl." The guys from the Architecture Association always engaged in a tug-of-war whenever they encountered Gu Yi. He had some ideological disagreements with certain old-school architects, making collaboration difficult. Yet the association always tried to facilitate such arrangements, which annoyed Gu Yi to no end. Finally, seizing the opportunity to escape, Gu Yi quickly turned back to find Lin Chengjun, along with that naive girl, Su Yang, to attend the exhibition. Lin Chengjun insisted that 3 single men couldn't go alone. They needed to bring a woman along, which led to him insisting that Su Yang join them. and Gu Yi reluctantly agreed. Gu Yi wasn't sure if he had misjudged her, but he felt her talent was quite comparable to the others. The Sagittarius exhibition would showcase many pieces of information that couldn't be found online, which would be an invaluable knowledge reserve for a newcomer. He sincerely hoped she would cherish this opportunity. After walking back for a while, he finally spotted Lin Changjun, dressed in a bright blue plaid suit for the exhibition. He stood out and was easily recognizable. As Gui approached, he noticed a slender figure partially hidden behind Lin Changjun's tall frame. The two were standing very close. And although Gui couldn't hear what they were saying, they seemed to be laughing and enjoying themselves, completely distracted from the exhibition. Lin Changjun had tucked a flower in Su Yang's hair, and she immediately turned red, looking shy. It was hard to believe that Lin Changjun's underhanded tactics had worked for so many years, fooling so many women, all of whom fell for it. It had to be said that women were quite superficial. Watching the scene unfold, Gui couldn't help but frown. He had brought her out to learn from the exhibition, not to let them flirt. As he walked closer, they were still locked in their own world, and, after a couple of seconds, Su Yang finally noticed him and instinctively took a step back. Seeing her retreat, Lin Changjun turned to look at Gu Yi and couldn't help but comment. "You appear out of nowhere and scared the poor girl." He then pointed at the flower in Su Yang's hair, "Our office flower. With this adornment, doesn't she look more like a goddess?" Gu Yi shot a cold glance at Su Yang and bluntly remarked, "Like a country bumpkin." Chapter 16, Su Yang actually didn't like using such flashy decorations and was originally planning to take that flower down. Just as she raised her hand, she heard Gu Yi say something like, "You look like a village girl," which made Su Yang roll her eyes in frustration. The exhibition only invited prominent figures in the industry, and Su Yang couldn't lose her temper in such a setting. So she could only unhappily take the flower off her ear. After the event, Lin Changjun had another appointment and dropped Gu Yi off at a corner. Once he left, Gu Yi and Su Yang were left in the car, sitting in silence, and the air felt suffocating. Su Yang felt like she wasn't sitting on a car seat, but on a tiger bench. Su Yang hadn't provoked Gu Yi all day, yet Gu Yi still seemed displeased with her. At a red light, Gu Yi suddenly shot her a cold glance and said, "In my place, you won't earn any credits. So you better figure out yourself. I don't know who got you into Gamma." As soon as Gu Yi finished speaking, Su Yang couldn't help but interject, "Wasn't it you who did it on purpose?" Gu Yi scoffed disdainfully, "I wouldn't intentionally dump trash into the office." Su Yang. It was impossible to continue talking to this man, so she threw her hands up in frustration. After finishing her work and returning to her dorm, Su Yang chatted with Shi Yuan about everything she saw at the Sagittarius exhibition. Shi Yuan was envious and couldn't help but exclaim, "I think you shouldn't quit. Gamma is really a great place with many opportunities. If you're not happy, find a way to switch teams." "Switch teams?" Su Yang laughed at the idea. "It's all arranged by Gui. He wants to make my life miserable. How could he let me switch? What about Lin Changjun? Didn't you say he's a nice person and a partner? He should still have some say, right?" Su Yang's interest was piqued when she heard this, and she asked, "So what do you think I should do?" "Definitely flatter him. Get him to ask Gu Yi for you, and be very firm about it. Gu Yi won't be able to refuse. After all, he's a partner." "That makes sense." Su Yang nodded. "But how can I make him ask Gu Yi for me very firmly?" Shi Yuan's eyes lit up, and she went to her bag to pull out 2 movie vouchers, handing them to Su Yang. "First, invite him to a movie and dinner to get closer." Su Yang hesitated as she took the movie vouchers. "He won't think I'm chasing him, will he? Be a little ambiguous. Then he'll put in the effort." Su Yang was somewhat disdainful of such behavior. "Isn't that too green tea? Then stay in Gu Yi's group. I'll go deliver it tomorrow." Gu Yi rarely went to Lin Changjun's office. Over the years, Lin Changjun had always been his best partner, talented, reliable in handling tasks, although he occasionally loved to banter. His workability was undoubtedly top-notch. When Gu Yi was weak and fighting alone, it was thanks to Lin Changjun's help that Gamma was what it is today. Gu Yi had been reducing his interference with Lin Changjun. As Gu Yi approached, Lin Changjun's assistant was about to announce him, but he swaggered right in. Lin Changjun was putting on his coat, seemingly preparing to go out. He looked at Gu Yi with little expression, while Gu Yi was surprised and said, "I haven't even said anything, and you already knew?" Lin Changjun buttoned his coat, looking puzzled. "Knew what?" Manager Lu scheduled a meeting with you tonight about the Qingha Bay project. I'm busy tonight. Lin Changjun smiled. Su Mei is taking me to a movie. Upon hearing the surname Su, Gu Yi's eyes darkened slightly, though he concealed it well. Su Yang? Yeah, what a pity. This girl is too young and has never even dated. Lin Changjun picked up a movie ticket from the table and flicked it. It's a rule in our circle. Don't touch virgins. Gu Yi frowned and pretended not to hear, his tone becoming more forceful. You're responsible for the Qingha Bay project. You must go. What about Su Mei? Just go quickly. What's there to discuss? Lin Changjun glanced at the movie ticket, then at Gu Yi, suddenly smiling mischievously. Are you sending me on purpose? He looked at Gu Yi as if trying to see through him. You've been spending a lot of time with Su Mei lately. She invited me to a movie. Are you jealous? Gu Yi shot him a glare, but Lin Changjun showed no fear, continuing with a meaningful tone. Jealousy is the beginning of love. Gu Yi. Lin Changjun had become addicted to teasing Gu Yi, his mouth running nonstop. I think Su Mei is suitable for you. She's young and inexperienced. A rookie like you should be able to handle her. Gu Yi could no longer contain his irritation, and his bad temper finally flared. Get lost. Su Yang had never taken the initiative to ask a guy out before, and she felt a bit anxious. This wasn't a situation where one could cry for help. Who would resort to such low tactics? Today, she wore a very formal Chinese red dress and specifically redeemed a ticket for a brotherly action movie to hint to Lin Changjun, hoping he would lend a helping hand. As the movie was about to start, Su Yang entered the screening room with 2 cups of cola and a large bowl of popcorn. The lights dimmed 10 minutes early, and the advertisements began to play. Su Yang glanced at the time on her phone, thinking Lin Changjun isn't really going to show up, is he? Sigh. It seems being green tea isn't that easy. Not everyone can just showcase their charm and actually have female appeal. Just as Su Yang was about to dig into her popcorn and watch the movie alone, someone suddenly sat down next to her. Lin Changjun had arrived. It seemed he really was a gentleman. Lin Gong, Su Yang said with a mouthful of popcorn, her voice tinged with surprise, almost spitting out the popcorn. In the dark screening room, the sound system was playing the cinema's fire safety video, the sound waves not too strong, while the flickering light from the screen illuminated the newcomer's face. Su Yang tilted her head to look at him, trying to identify him. Short hair, sharp side profile, and those eyes that always seemed slightly displeased. This was definitely Gu Yi. Su Yang instinctively grabbed her popcorn and was about to leave. Sorry, I sat in the wrong place. She quickly covered her face with the popcorn and tried to escape. Sit down. Gu Yi's tone was calm, but his words carried an intimidating authority that made it hard to refuse. Su Yang had no choice but to hold the popcorn and sit back down, bracing herself. Gu. Gong. I really sat in the wrong place. I checked my ticket. I'm supposed to be in the next theater. Gu Yi slightly tilted his head and shot her a nonchalant glance. You didn't sit in the wrong place. He.S. not coming. Hearing this, Su Yang realized Lin Changjun wasn't coming, and a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. She instinctively asked why. He has work to do. Su Yang sneaked a glance at Gu Yi and couldn't help but complain softly. Just because he can't come doesn't mean he can give the ticket to someone else. Gu Yi curled his lips in a cold smile. I came to warn you. The office isn't a place for you to date. You're at Gamma. You should be learning how to be an architect, not how to find an architect to marry. Besides, if one doesn't work out, you just switch to another. You seem quite capable, Su Yang. Recalling how Gu Yi had previously misunderstood her intention to flirt with him, Su Yang found it hard to defend herself. She just wanted to avoid being misunderstood, which was why she chose such an intense film. Besides, I'm not in the office right now. Su Yang couldn't help but retort. This earned her a cold glare from Gu Yi. Do you think your current work attitude is acceptable? At this moment, the movie was about to start, and the entire screening room fell silent. Their argument had disturbed other viewers, and after being reminded, both fell quiet. Su Yang felt like she was sitting on pins and needles, wanting to slip away several times, but under Gu Yi's oppressive presence, she didn't dare to make a move. Staring at the movie screen, Su Yang unexpectedly became captivated by the plot. Several intense moments made her unable to hold back her tears, which fell like raindrops. By the end of the film, her eyes were slightly puffy from crying. As the movie ended and the lights in the theater came back on, Gu Yi turned his head and, seeing Su Yang's appearance, showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. All the other audience members were slowly leaving, but the two of them seemed to be in a standoff, neither moving. The two adjacent seats felt so intimate that an outsider might mistakenly think they were a couple. They conversed at such a distance. Gu Yi's gaze was fixed ahead. His tone remained calm. Lin Chengjun hasn't arrived, and you're this upset? Su Yang was puzzled and couldn't quite grasp Gu Yi's meaning, carefully choosing her words. Although Gu Yi might not believe her, she still wanted to explain. I was actually looking for Lin Gong because I hoped he could help me with something. He's a kind person, and I thought he might be able to assist me. I didn't expect him not to come. Gu Yi glanced at Su Yang's swollen eyes and asked, "What kind of help?" Su Yang thought about it. It would be better to ask Gu Yi directly than to go through Lin Chengjun. If worst came to worst, he could just fire her, but she didn't want to do that job anymore anyway. Taking a deep breath, Su Yang gathered her courage and said, "Gu Gong, I want to transfer teams." Upon hearing this, Gu Yi frowned slightly. "Just because of this?" Su Yang nodded. Gu Yi was silent for a moment. Then his thin lips moved. "Is working with me that painful? Is it worth crying over a movie just because you can't change teams?" Su Yang had recently gotten a sense of Gu Yi's temperament and didn't dare to tell the whole truth. After thinking for a moment, she said, "I feel that my ideas don't quite align with yours. The pressure in your team is too great. So you want to transfer to Lin Chengjun's team?" Su Yang stole a glance at Gu Yi, saw he had no expression, and quietly said, "Not exactly. Ideally, I would like a transfer back to Li Gong's team. Li Gong is nice like a kind uncle." After everyone left, the theater felt like an empty valley. Only the sound of the wind could be heard, and even speaking seemed to echo. By the time Su Yang finished her last sentence, Gu Yi still had no response. Su Yang couldn't help but start to feel anxious. He wouldn't blacklist her, would he? Just as she was considering whether to apologize to Gu Yi, he finally spoke. "You show me some results, and I'll let you transfer." Su Yang quickly caught the key point in his words. "What counts as results? You don't even let me participate in the design." Gu Yi thought for a moment and replied, "There are many architectural design competitions. At least you need to win a significant award. There are indeed many competitions in the field of architecture, but Su Yang had never signed up for any. Her abilities were limited, and she had no ambition. Now, with Gu Yi setting such a requirement, it felt like he was making things difficult for her. "Do you think I could never win an award? Which is why you made such a request. You actually wouldn't let me transfer even if I wanted to, would you?" Gu Yi smiled, his expression still indifferent. "If you don't have this much ability, don't make demands or negotiate conditions with me." Su Yang felt stifled by his retort and had no strength to argue back. It felt like a surge of frustration was building up in her chest with no outlet. Sitting in her seat, she gripped the armrests tightly. People fight for a breath of air, while Buddha accepts a stick of incense. Su Yang raised her voice and said to Gu Yi, word by word, "Don't worry. I will definitely show you something." Hearing her vow, Gu Yi scoffed disdainfully, "I'll be watching." After saying this, he patted his thigh and stood up gracefully. Gu Yi's tall figure loomed over Su Yang like a shadow, making her feel even more oppressed. He slightly lowered his head to look at Su Yang, surveying her outfit from top to bottom, and then inexplicably said, "Don't wear such bright red in the future." Su Yang glanced down at her red shirt dress, feeling confused, and instinctively asked why. His reason was succinct. "It's an eyesore." "Excuse me? Is this guy out of his mind? Can he not stand the color red?" Chapter 17. Su Yang had never paid attention to any architectural design competitions that college students could participate in. The only event she would look out for every year was the International Construction Festival at T University, a competition that allowed high school and college students to design and build with cardboard, fully unleashing their imagination. She felt embarrassed to admit that, like non-architecture students, she learned about it from Weibo, WeChat moments, and the news. Building houses with cardboard was indeed quite interesting. She searched online for competitions she could participate in, and there were so many that she couldn't distinguish their levels. After checking out some analyses from professionals on a platform, she finally selected a few competitions to focus on. The Huisi Cup International College Student Architectural Design Competition had a fancy name that sounded high-end. Would it be difficult? Then she looked at the next one. The China Architectural Rookie Competition. Since it was in China, it must be a prestigious contest as well. After comparing the two, Su Yang was drawn in by a line in English on the latter's page. the Rookie's Award for Arch Students. Su-young considered her English to be decent, but she didn't recognize the word rookies. After checking the dictionary, she found it meant novice. She instantly felt that this competition was tailor-made for her. As she was indeed a novice, wasn't she? She dove into the main page and read through the requirements, only to realize there were only 8 days left until the deadline. Su-young hesitated for a long time between whether to sign up or not. But in a moment of impulse, she went ahead and registered. Whatever, it was just signing up. No one would know whether she won or lost. On the day she signed up, Su-young rushed home after work. She wanted to dig through her father's old notes and books. People say a tiger's father does not raise a dog daughter. Her father had been such a remarkable architect. Surely he must have left some valuable insights behind. After her father passed away, all his belongings were kept by her mother. When Su-young got accepted into the architecture department at university, her mother had asked if she wanted those things, but at that time, she hadn't developed much interest in architectural design and found it troublesome, so she declined. For many years, her mother insisted that Su-young had a talent for architectural design based on the fact that she was good at drawing, which Su-young couldn't help but roll her eyes at. In her first 4 years of college, Su-young only received a scholarship during her first year of basic drawing classes. She indeed had a talent for drawing, but it was still a long way from architectural design. When Su-young got home, her mother wasn't there, and the entire yard was quiet. She went straight to the point and headed for her father's study to look for books. This study had not been used by anyone since her father passed away. Su-young had only been in there a few times when she was mischievous as a child, and each time, her mother would scold her severely. Even after her father's death, her mother still respected and protected him with the same reverence she would have for a male idol. It was a mix of respect, admiration, longing, regret, and unwavering love. That was why she never remarried. Su-young's mother was a capable woman, if her father was an artsy intellectual. Her mother was a thoroughly pragmatic woman, not highly educated, yet hardworking. While other women might sell their houses or remarry while raising children alone, her mother was tough as a man. She had sold fruit, women's clothing, run a small grocery store, and even opened a beauty salon. Everything Su-young had, living a worry-free life, was thanks to this worldly woman. This is also why Su-young, despite being so rebellious and headstrong, still listened to her mother and attended in university, choosing architecture as her major. After so many years without entering, the study still looked just as it had before. Not even a speck of dust. It was easy to imagine that her mother must have come in often to clean. Sitting in the wicker chair, Su-young seemed to recall a very small moment from her childhood when she lay on her father's lap, basking in the sunlight and enjoying the moment. That was one of her few scattered memories of her father. It must have been a happy feeling, right? Even though she was so small at the time, she could remember it so vividly. Her father's books were categorized by type, each category labeled for easy searching. He was such an organized person. Su-young flipped to a book about architectural feng shui, a topic she hadn't explored much, and decided to pull it out to take a look. As she pulled, 2 red booklets fell out along with it. They turned out to be 2 old marriage certificates from the 1980s. Su-young was curious about all things nostalgic, so she gently opened them, only to find her parents' marriage certificate. In the black and white photo, both looked very young. Her father appeared handsome and refined, while her mother had a pair of round, sparkling eyes. Su Thikwan, Liu Ayong. The names of these seemingly mismatched individuals made Su-young wonder how they ever came together. Just as she was engrossed in looking at them, the door to the study was suddenly pushed open. Her mother, back from outside, looked different from her usual casual self, wearing a light blue suit that had a touch of elegance. "Mom, you're back." Su-young glanced at her outfit. "Did you go to a wedding?" She usually only dressed so formally for weddings. Her mother scanned the room and finally focused on Su-young. "Why are you back all of a sudden? Didn't you call me? Have you eaten?" "I came back to see if there are any useful books from Dad." Just as she was about to close the marriage certificate, she suddenly remembered something and teased her mother. "Mom, this marriage certificate looks off. How come it's dated after I was born?" Her mother seemed taken aback that Su-young had found her marriage certificate, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes. Su-young smirked knowingly and said, "Who would have thought? Mom, you're quite avant-garde, getting pregnant before marriage back in that era." Her mother awkwardly walked over, snatched the marriage certificate from her, and gave her a light smack on the head with the 2 red booklets. Hurry up and get out of here, don't mess things up. If you need something, just tell me, and I'll get it for you. Su-young shook her head and playfully circled around her mother like a rascal. Oh, Ms. Lu I-home is getting angry. After tidying up a few books at home and having a simple meal, she also asked her mother for some money before rushing back to school overnight. Just before the gate closed, she barely made it into the school and returned to her dormitory, where she announced to Shi Yuan that she had signed up for the architectural rookie competition. Shi Yuan maintained a calm expression and didn't scold her for being crazy. She only asked, "Is there a registration fee?" "About 100 yuan. Shi Yuan shook her head. "I feel sorry for the money." "Su-young, is this how you support me as a best friend?" "Just kidding, right? There's still 7 days left before the deadline, and you work during the day. You can only finish it at night, right? This award is for all of Asia, and the domestic one is just for the Chinese region. No one from our school has ever won such a high-level competition, so don't get your hopes up." Although Su-young didn't think she would win either, she still stubbornly said, "People should have dreams. What if I actually win?" After saying that, she hugged Shi Yuan's neck and proclaimed, "Let me be the first one from our school." Shi Yuan shrugged off Su-young's arms, raising an eyebrow. "I hope you win. The award ceremony is in our city this year, and if you win, our dean will be over the moon. You probably need to intern to get full marks." "Oh my, is that for real? Looks like I have to win now." "Yep." Shi Yuan turned back to look at her. "When you sleep tonight, make sure to keep your pillow high. It might just come true." Stuck in a loop similar to a parking lot, with urgent honking ringing in his ears, Gu-yi realized that today was the weekend. The early autumn weather was gloomy, with cold winds blowing and fallen leaves drifting along the road. The car moved slowly, wearing down Gu-yi's patience as he was in a hurry. After finally making some progress, worried about further congestion ahead, Gu-yi exited the ring road at the nearest exit. The old town in the west of the city corresponded to the east, chaotic and cluttered, a mix of various people and trades. The road was occupied by outdoor tables from various shops and illegally parked cars. Gu-yi regretted his decision even more after getting out of the car. He crawled along like a snail, and seeing a narrow road with few people, he decisively turned a corner, which made things much smoother. However, he wasn't very familiar with this road and soon found himself going in circles, having to get out of the car to ask for directions. The old town's population structure had fully aged, with young people migrating to the new districts in the south and north of the city. Gu-yi noticed many elderly people sitting in the streets. After asking a few old folks, he found them a bit hard of hearing, making communication difficult. Looking up, he saw a group of people gathered together, thinking that with so many people, surely someone would have decent hearing. The damp ground, old stone walls, and moss-filled crevices gave the buildings a sense of an old era. As Gu-yi approached the crowd, he found a group of elderly people chatting around a young girl. The girl held a sketchbook, drawing the doorknob of an old wooden door in front of her. An elderly man, speaking very slowly, happily introduced, "This door has been passed down since my great-grandfather's generation. I've moved many times, and I always take this door with me. Old things are of good quality. Look at this wood, it's been here for 100 or 200 years. It's indestructible. And this knob is pure copper, durable." The elderly men and women beside him couldn't take it anymore, interrupting with complaints. "You've said that dozens of times. This old man is really confused." Gu-yi quietly squeezed in, just low enough to see the top of the drawing girl's head. She had fine black hair and was dressed in a light gray, casual outfit. Even from behind, her youthful energy was evident. She was focused on her drawing, her charcoal pencil moving smoothly as she quickly sketched the doorknob, capturing every detail. When Gu-yi glanced at her sketchbook, he noticed it was nearly full. A thick book that showed it had been accumulated over a long time. After finishing her last stroke, the girl happily closed her sketchbook. "So beautiful. Thank you, Grandpa." Her voice felt somewhat familiar to Gu-yi. After finishing her drawing, she began chatting with the elderly folks next to her, occasionally taking a few peanuts and sunflower seeds. Not afraid of getting dirty right after finishing her artwork. It was a warm and cheerful scene. Gu-yi stepped aside as he changed his angle. The girl's appearance gradually came into view. The autumn breeze gently lifted her hair, revealing her fair face, crescent moon-shaped eyes that sparkled with joy, and a mouth busy cracking peanuts and sunflower seeds. Gu-yi instinctively took a step back, trying not to be noticed, leaving the crowd around them. That girl was actually Su Yang? Gu Yi pondered. Gu Yi had never been fond of being in the spotlight. And this time he served as a judge for a new architecture competition purely to repay a little favor from the past. The entire judging panel was composed of masters from Baidu and Shangqing, all prominent figures in the industry. Sitting together to judge the works was also a form of skill exchange. All the works were printed and compiled into a catalog. And selecting the outstanding pieces wasn't too difficult, as everyone's opinions were similar. After 2 full days, they finally categorized the excellent works. However, there were discrepancies among the masters regarding the gold award piece. Being the youngest, Gu Yi found it hard to voice his opinion during the debate. One master presented a piece called Capsule City, positioning the micro-city theme as one for young people, with an influx of fresh blood making the city crowded, utilizing all available space to make every inch of land functional. Another master, dissatisfied with the crowded theme, presented a piece titled Reunion City. This was an immigrant city where young people found their footing, started families, and brought their parents and relatives together, embodying a warm theme. Its layout was not as crowded as Capsule City, making it more livable. Especially in the aerial view, it creatively used various lanterns as elements, truly capturing the essence of Reunion. The most important aspect of a micro-city is still the people inside it. The house's primary function is to provide shelter. Lanterns illuminate the way home. All the judges debated over which of these 2 works should take first place, and the organizers decided to conduct a blind vote. In the end, Capsule City, with its exquisite design and outstanding personality, garnered more votes and became the gold award piece. The master who insisted on Reunion City kept asking the organizer, "Which school designed this work? I really want to meet the designer." For fairness, all works were submitted anonymously, and the organizer currently had no way to find out. They would have to check the archives later. Gu Yi knew the master had an eye for talent, so he patted the master's shoulder and comforted him. "You'll know during the award ceremony." In fact, he had also voted for Reunion City in the earlier voting. He had to admit he was just as curious as the master about who the author was. Such a warm and humanistic theme, with a full Chinese aesthetic application. It must be a very sensitive woman, right? Chapter 18. In order to finish the design for the newcomer competition, Su Yang stayed up late for a whole week. And the weekend after that was spent catching up on sleep. She wasn't sure if it was because she had overexerted herself earlier, but even after almost a week, she still felt a bit off, as if something was wrong. No matter how tired she was, she still had to go to work on time every day. As soon as she started gathering materials for the design, she felt incredibly sleepy and looked for any opportunity to take a break. Gu Yi had been very busy recently, juggling several projects at once and feeling stretched thin. After finishing a meeting outside, he passed by Su Yang's workstation and couldn't help but glance over, only to find her sleeping with her head down on the desk. Her face was completely buried in her arms, with only the back of her head visible. Seeing this, Gu Yi furrowed his brow slightly, stopped in his tracks, and moved her mouse to wake up the screen, revealing what she was working on before dozing off. She was still modifying the design for the Shanghai Baystar. Even though her proposal had already been rejected, she hadn't given up. Gu Yi pondered for a moment and then knocked on the table in front of her. Knock, knock. Su Yang, half asleep, heard the noise and looked up, still a bit dazed. As her eyes gradually focused, she saw Gu Yi's stern face becoming clearer. It took her a moment to register what was happening, and then her nerves tensed up. She quickly sat up and wiped the drool off her face. "Mr. Gu, you're back?" Gu Yi looked at her with a somewhat serious expression. He slightly moved his lips and asked, "What do you think a building should be designed with?" Su Yang thought he was going to scold her, but instead he asked this unexpected question, leaving her puzzled. After thinking for a while, she nervously replied, "Brain." Gu Yi frowned. "It's conscience." Oh. Gu Yi glanced at Su Yang again and asked, "What design are you using?" Su Yang looked at her computer screen and quietly said, "Software?" "You were sleeping." Gu Yi's voice suddenly rose, startling Su Yang. The illogical, confrontational exchange left Su Yang feeling defeated. Having been reprimanded by Gu Yi, she quickly admitted her mistake, lowering her head with a good attitude. "I'm sorry." Seeing Su Yang's head lowered almost to the ground, Gu Yi's brow tightened a bit more. To be honest, Su Yang had changed quite a lot recently. She no longer acted recklessly, When he told her something, she would just nod and follow his instructions, taking the initiative to do what needed to be done, which made things much easier for him. In the workplace, her growth speed wasn't particularly fast, but she wasn't the type to go her own way either. He didn't intend to scare her, but their roles had already determined that they couldn't converse like friends. Thinking of her painting in the west of the city, with her focused and free-spirited demeanor, Gu-yi felt a strange emotion rise within him. He glanced at the marks left on Su Yang's face from sleeping and the dampness on her forehead, pursing his lips. Don't sleep here in the future. Su Yang's head lowered even further. I won't anymore. I'm sorry. Gu-yi realized she misunderstood his meaning and added, sleeping like this, in this weather, makes you prone to catching a cold. Su Yang instinctively raised her head, her expression as if she doubted she had heard him correctly. What did you say? Gu-yi felt a bit guilty under her unwavering gaze and added irritably, I'm worried you might get sick and spread it to others. And then the whole office won't be able to work. Su Yang. Oh. Signing up for the China Architecture Newcomer Competition was entirely a spur-of-the-moment decision. Staying up late to finish the design was just her way of wanting to see it through to the end. The competition's requirement for micro-cities gave participants a lot of flexibility. Speaking of which, Su Yang's inspiration actually came from Gu-yi. He took her to the construction site, where they were constantly demolishing and building. Su Yang, a native of N City, felt quite emotional and asked Gu-yi, Can you speak in city dialect? Gu-yi, wearing a hard hat, walked toward the construction site. After a long pause, he replied yes. Su Yang was surprised. I've never heard you speak in city dialect. Now, many outsiders were flooding into N City, and a lot of them couldn't understand the dialect, so they had gotten used to speaking Mandarin over time. Su Yang laughed. Me too. After a pause, she said somewhat regretfully, more and more outsiders are coming in, people jostling for space and resources. Sometimes it makes me wonder if N City is still my home. As they walked, Gu-yi picked up a broken lantern from the ground, likely hung up during the spring festival, now useless since the holiday had passed and carelessly discarded. He brushed off the dust from the lantern when it wouldn't come off. He stopped trying and casually hung it on a tree by the roadside. The brown branches, green leaves, and a touch of Chinese red. He said, N City will always be N City. Being exclusive turn N City back to how it used to be. The way it used to be isn't necessarily the best way. That's just how you remember it. A city can only become a better city through inclusiveness. He turned back to look at Su Yang. A place where everyone can live and work in peace is the true home. Because of Gu-yi's words and that inconspicuous little action, Su Yang came up with the concept of reunion home. It was good enough to complete the work on time. She had never really thought about winning an award. One day, while eating out, she suddenly received a phone call. The unfamiliar number was from Baidu. Her first reaction was that it must be a scam, right? As soon as she answered the call, the person on the other end began speaking in a gentle, sweet voice, congratulating Su Yang for winning an award and wanting to verify her personal information. They also mentioned sending her an invitation to the award ceremony. Su Yang wasn't naive and naturally didn't believe it. Not only that, but she also replied rather rudely, I'm really busy lately. The emperor wants to sign a contract with me. I haven't claimed my lottery prize. There's a problem with a package being delivered. My credit card has been stolen. And someone took out an unsecured loan in my name for several million. The woman on the other end of the line chuckled. Miss Su, I introduced myself at the beginning. We are the organizing party for the China Architecture Newcomer Competition, the official one. She was extremely patient. Your work reunion home has won the silver award. We called because you didn't reply to the email you left. If it's convenient for you, could you check it now? Su Yang was half convinced, quickly exited the phone interface, and checked her email. After checking, she was no longer calm. Oh my God. I raised my pillow high, and it really happened. It turned out to be more useful than turning into a lucky fish. The award ceremony for the China Architecture Newcomer Competition was set for a Saturday evening at a very well-known hotel in N City, the N City Hotel, which had once only accommodated government personnel. The decor was exquisite, solemn, and dignified, making Su Yang feel a bit nervous. Gu-yi was a judge and guest for this newcomer competition. After working together for so long, Gu-yi hadn't shown any unusual behavior, which seemed to confirm what the lady on the phone had said. The entire competition was based on anonymous voting, and the judges didn't know whose work they were selecting. Thinking of Gu-yi, her nervousness was mixed with a hint of anticipation. She was very curious about how Gu-yi would react if he knew that the silver award winner was her. Would his jaw drop to the ground in shock? All the winners were currently backstage getting styled, with a row of LED-lit makeup mirrors lined up. Each stylist had their own toolbox, working quickly and efficiently. Soo-young wasn't good at makeup and rarely wore it. The last time she had put on makeup was as a bridesmaid for a neighbor's sister. Before applying makeup, the stylist asked Soo-young to choose her outfit first. Soo-young looked delicate and lovely. The stylist had chosen white and pink colors for her, which gave off a youthful vibe, but Soo-young skipped all of those and finally settled on a fiery red dress. "I want this one." The stylist was surprised that she would choose such a bold dress, but still took it seriously and styled Soo-young accordingly. Instead of giving her an aging updo, the stylist styled her medium-length hair into natural curls, completely different from her usual pure image. The stylist didn't apply many layers of false eyelashes. She just used a simple makeup technique. With her fair complexion and light makeup paired with striking red lips, Soo-young exuded an ethereal air. With a blink of her long lashes, she naturally carried a hint of allure. After changing into the dress, Soo-young stepped out of the changing room, attracting a stunning gaze. The stylist looked at Soo-young with satisfaction and said, "I originally thought you wouldn't be able to pull off such a red dress, but it looks so good on you." Soo-young looked at herself in the mirror and was very pleased with her appearance. "Thank you." Soo-young lightly lifted the luxurious hem of her red dress and walked out from backstage in high heels that she wasn't very familiar with but managed to handle. The long corridor was empty, and she felt as if she were walking on a runway. The sound of her high heels on the floor echoed. Click, click, click. She had never felt so confident in her life. The stylist couldn't understand why she chose a red dress that didn't match her age, because someone had once told her not to wear such bright red. But today, she wanted to provoke the limits. Does he have mad cow disease? Then she would be the strongest matador. Many media outlets attended the award ceremony for the newcomer competition, as it was quite a big event in the industry. Gu-yi didn't like such occasions and naturally lacked enthusiasm. The official stylist was sent over to tidy up Gu-yi's image, but he refused. He was just a guest, and he didn't want to overdo it. With less than half an hour until the award ceremony, the host came to call Gu-yi, hoping he would participate in the rehearsal. Gu-yi stood up, adjusted his collar, and followed the host out. As they walked out of the room, they quickly made their way to the stage. The host smiled and said, "Mr. Gu, could you present the silver award later? The girl who won the silver award is your junior from N University." N University? Gu-yi was slightly taken aback. Yes. Just as the host was talking, his gaze suddenly turned forward with delight. "Look, she's just arriving." Gu-yi looked up in the direction of the voice and saw the red figure approaching closer. The newcomer had a tall and slender figure, dressed in a fiery red dress like a gypsy girl, with high heels that revealed a small section of her fair ankles. The red dress flowed with her movements as if it had a life of its own, dancing to a silent melody, resembling a vibrant oil painting or a spirit in flames. When she lifted her head, she also saw Gu-yi. Her eyes sparkled mischievously like a fox, carrying a hint of provocation. With a smile at the corner of her mouth, she lightly tucked her hair, her every gesture exuding ethereal charm, as beautiful as a freshly bloomed rose. Gu-yi couldn't help but think of the opera Carmen he had watched as a child, recalling how he had been so captivated by a red dress back then. Silver Award, Family Reunion, Soo-young, Chapter 19, Mr. Gu. The lively host called out to Gu-yi when she noticed he seemed a bit distracted. Gu-yi didn't respond at all. He simply pressed his lips together, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Soo-young. Soo-young walked up to Gu-yi, carefully lifting her not-so-convenient skirt and looking up at him with an air of arrogance. Unlike Gu-yi's cold demeanor, her eyes sparkled with a hint of playful defiance. "Mr. Gu." She greeted him first, her tone rising. "Didn't he expect it was me, right? Surprised? Unexpected?" Gu-yi didn't reply, only observing her with a meaningful look. The host, seeing that the two knew each other, said nothing more and walked towards the stage with her script. "You two are alumni and know each other, so I don't need to introduce you. Let us go straight to the rehearsal." Gu-yi nodded slightly. The rehearsal was about to begin. The two walked onto the stage together, Su-young in front and Gu behind. She was worried he might step on her skirt, so she walked cautiously with each step. When she glanced back, Gu was silently holding her skirt, his head bowed, quiet and calm, as if it were the most natural thing. Su-young felt a bit embarrassed and said dryly, "Thank you." Gu raised an eyebrow slightly, showing no reaction. After the rehearsal, it was just the right time for the awards ceremony to officially start. As a major event in the industry, the process was rather tedious, with speeches from the organizers and various industry masters, each reflecting on and looking forward to the architecture sector, sounding quite similar to one another. After a long wait, it was finally time for the awards. Just like during the rehearsal, only the representatives for each award category could speak, with the gold, silver, and bronze awards being spoken for by the gold award winner. After the awards were presented, the guests couldn't leave the stage. They had to stand next to the award winners to listen to the gold award recipients' acceptance speech. On the large stage, the award winners were arranged with some distance between them, only standing close to their respective award presenters. Su-young straightened her back, maintaining a stiff smile as if frozen in a photograph. The background sound was the emotional speech of the gold award winner for the Capsule City project, sharing his aspirations for architects, years of hard work, and future directions. Su-young wasn't paying much attention. Her mind was somewhat blank. "The internship form you wanted last time, I filled it out," Gu said in a voice only Su-young could hear. "I gave it a score of 100. For a moment, Su-young thought she misheard him. Once she realized, she looked at Gu in confusion. "Because I won an award. Did my score jump from 59 to 100? Gu, expressionless, continued to look straight ahead, not responding to Su-young's comment. "As for the group transfer, there's no need to go to another group waiting for opportunities." Gu paused slightly before generously announcing, "I've decided to let you participate in the project." Upon hearing this, Su-young couldn't help but widen her eyes, looking at Gu with disbelief. Her focus wasn't on getting opportunities in other groups, but rather on staying away from the Gu surname. "Okay?" Unable to restrain herself, she lowered her voice to ask, "Are you planning to go back on your word now?" Gu tilted his head slightly, glanced down at her, and pursed his lips slightly. "Yes." Su-young rolled her eyes, unable to maintain her composure, even with her makeup on. Could this person be any more self-righteous? "You can't do this. I've already decided." Gui's face showed unwavering determination. Su-young felt like her life was in someone else's hands. Where's her say in this? Oh heavens! Why did you stay up all week for this? Infuriated, Su-young nearly dropped her trophy. Just then, the Gold Award winner finished his speech, and the host organized everyone on stage to look at the camera for a photo op. After the group photo, the award winners took pictures with their presenters. Su-young had no desire to cooperate. If hitting Gu on the head with the trophy weren't illegal, she would have loved to try it. With a long face, she stood far away. The host couldn't help but tease, "In universities senior and junior, come a bit closer, make it a bit more intimate for the photo." Seeing the host's awkward expression, Gu ordered in a low voice that Su-young could hear, "Come here." In Gamma, Gu called the shots. Why did he get to order her around, even for a group photo? Su-young ignored his words and remained motionless. "Not coming?" Gui's tone carried a hint of threat. On stage, Su-young wasn't afraid of him. He wouldn't dare hit her, right? She gently lifted her chin, wearing a victorious expression. In the next moment, a long, strong arm reached out and wrapped around Su-young's slender waist, pulling her tightly into his space with a slight force. The warmth of his palm made Su-young involuntarily straighten her back. Su-young gritted härtigt, her eyes wide as she shot Gu a fierce look, silently urging him to get his hand off her. Gu seemed completely oblivious to her protests, maintaining a gentlemanly smile on his face. "Smile, Su-young. Smile my foot." Unable to transfer groups, Su-young felt a bit negative for a while. Every day at work, she was like a walking corpse. The only comfort for her was that her internship report really scored 100 points. When the department head saw that Gu had given Su-young 100 points, he praised her profusely. It seemed that even the head was aware of Gui's picky and unapproachable nature. He would judge based on ability, even when others in the industry were not making things difficult. It was fortunate that Su-young was strong enough to handle it. Fortunately, Gu kept his word. He said he would let Su-young participate in the project, And he really did. But this was a project from 4 or 5 years ago, and the houses were almost sold out. What could Su-young possibly contribute? Following Gu-yi, Su-young finally couldn't help but ask, this project should have been completed a long time ago, right? What are we doing here? The design fees haven't been fully paid. Su-young felt like she had heard a big joke. So you call me here to collect a debt? Yes. Su-young had a face that said, what the heck? This was considered participation in the project. Huh? Very participatory. Reluctantly trailing behind Gu-yi, she asked unhappily, is there anyone who still owes design fees? In the architectural design industry in city, the outstanding debts of some famous developers were already public secrets. The environment was such. But Gamma was different. Gamma is no different. Gu-yi glanced at her indifferently and briefly introduced some industry rules. Under normal circumstances, the payment cycle for design work is about a year. When a contract is signed, 10 is paid up front, and developers generally pay this on time. After the scheme is approved for construction, 40 is paid. The contract usually specifies that the client must conduct internal reviews and submit to the Planning Bureau for approval. But the review process at the Planning Bureau usually takes longer. To keep the project moving forward, design companies often advance funds, which leads to many cases where work has already reached the construction drawing stage, yet the Planning Bureau has not cleared it. Under normal circumstances, once the construction drawings are completed, the design company can receive 80 of the contract payment, but at that point, they've only received 10. Speaking of some of the industry's unspoken rules, a hint of helplessness appeared in Gu-yi's eyes. In such cases, the payment cycle stretches longer. Therefore, many large companies frantically take orders, relying on the 10 paid up front to maintain cash flow, while smaller companies that can't get orders are effectively driven to their demise. Why is it like this? As Gu-yi talked about this topic, his expression grew more serious. Ultimately, it's a lack of respect for architectural design. Some clients think design only takes a short time, so why charge so much? Therefore, they don't adhere to contracts. After saying this, he gave Su-young a meaningful look and added, architects don't have the social status you imagine. Think carefully about whether you want to continue. Su-young was savoring Gu-yi's words as they arrived at the office of the developer who owed money. The finance department had contacted them before coming, but the other party remained the same old deadbeat. The finance team had no choice but to seek Gu-yi's help. Gu-yi's purpose this time was to hope that if they couldn't pay on time, at least they should discuss a way to offset the debt. The process of collecting the debt was more difficult than expected. The manager of the company was a complete rogue. No matter how Gu-yi emphasized his position, the manager simply said that they hadn't received the project payment, so they had no money to pay. Gu-yi was an architect and not skilled in debt collection. And in the end, they parted ways almost unhappily. Gu-yi glanced at the time and had no choice but to retreat with Su-young. As they were about to leave, the manager pretended to stand up to see them off. Just as the three of them were about to exit the office, they were suddenly startled back by a large crowd that surged in. What was going on? Su-young was terrified by the scene before her. A group of workers, dressed like farmers, stormed in aggressively, each holding tools. Shovels, trowels, hammers for breaking walls, plastic buckets stained with dried cement. Basically, all the tools used at construction sites were present. Gu-yi cautiously swept his arm across Su-young, pushing her a bit behind him. The newcomers shouted at them loudly. Wang Daming, if we don't get paid today, we won't leave. You owe us money. The workers' wages are hard-earned money. Wang Daming, you have no conscience. The newcomers quickly articulated their intentions with back-and-forth shouts. Seeing that the situation was not good, Su-young hurriedly pushed Gu-yi, urging him to get out quickly and not to wade into this muddy water. Because they were standing too close to that rogue manager, they were quickly surrounded and unable to escape. Under the pushing of the crowd, the manager shamelessly explained, everyone, don't panic. Once we receive the payment, we will settle it immediately. Another delay, trying to brush us off. Why should we wait for payment? It's been years. The manager, likely used to debt collection, had a defiant expression as he said, well, now you're forcing me, but I have nothing. His words enraged the crowd, and the workers, who were also passionate, directly grabbed the manager by his collar. Pushing and pulling, they tore the manager's clothes. The situation was spiraling out of control, and Gu-yi was trapped in the middle of the crowd, pressed against the manager, his expression serious. He tightly held Su Yang's collar, keeping her within the range of his arm, lifting it slightly to avoid touching her while shielding her from the crowd's jostling. His movements were devoid of any ambiguity. He was just a man instinctively protecting a woman in a critical situation. Amid the chaos, someone suddenly pushed Su Yang hard, and she stumbled directly into Gu Yi's arms. He quickly supported her shoulders and then shielded her. For the first time, Su Yang felt that Gu Yi, as a man, was completely different from her, tall, strong, and alert. Gu Yi held onto Su Yang's shoulders, trying to push their way out. "Brothers, we are not from this company. Like you, we are here to collect design fees." Gu Yi calmly explained, "Please let us out." Hearing Gu Yi, someone kinda made a gap for them, but the rogue manager seized the opportunity to squeeze toward them. Seeing the manager trying to escape, the worker's emotions reached a boiling point. An impetuous worker, not caring about the situation, threw a mud board from the side. The manager reacted quickly, dodging by turning his head, but Su Yang saw the mud board flying toward her and froze, even forgetting to dodge. In a split second, Gu Yi turned to embrace Su Yang, using his body to block the metal mudboard. The rapidly flying mudboard struck Gu Yi's jaw, cutting a long wound and causing bright red blood to spill out. When the workers saw blood, they stepped back in fear, not daring to approach Gu Yi. At the moment the mudboard hit, blood even splattered onto Su Yang's face. Su Yang had never seen such a scene. She felt dazed. Raising her hand to wipe her face, and the red on her hand completely threw her off balance. She raised her hands helplessly, wanting to touch Gu Yi but fearing to hurt him by touching the wound, only able to watch as blood flowed from his jaw to his neck, staining his collar. "Gu Yi, you're hurt." Su Yang's voice began to tremble, her mind blank as she stared at Gu Yi's collar and neck, all covered in blood. "What to do? What to do?" Her hands and feet started to tremble. So much blood. "Stay calm." Gu Yi's voice was steady and composed. Su Yang's eyes began to redden with anxiety, and without caring where she was, she started looking for a first aid kit. "Is there any cotton to stop the bleeding? Let's clean it first." Gu Yi's brow furrowed tightly as he saw Su Yang panicking and pulled her back. Gu Yi's voice rose a few notches. "I said you need to stay calm." In such a moment, yelling only made things more chaotic, and Su Yang, feeling a bit anxious, retorted, "I'm calm. I'm thinking of a solution. Don't yell at me." Amid the chaotic crowd, with various expressions and looks, Gu Yi's injury. Su Yang had never dealt with such a situation and felt the scene before her was somewhat surreal. Just when she felt most helpless, Gu Yi suddenly raised both hands and covered Su Yang's ears. The warmth of his palms against her ears, a strange sensation, made her feel an unprecedented tranquility at that moment. The noise faded away, the clamor disappeared, and all the absurd drama came to an end. Su Yang could hear her heartbeat slowing down, gradually returning to a normal rhythm. Su Yang helplessly looked up, only to see Gu Yi's determined eyes. He had a wound on his face, but was much calmer than Su Yang. The bloodstained collar began to change color, and his Adam's apple moved up and down. So composed, Su Yang watched Gu Yi's lips moving, vaguely hearing his gentle voice, carrying a calming power. He said, "Are you calm now?" Chapter 20. Su Ma always said that there's nothing that money can't solve, and nothing that illness can't endure. Since childhood, Su Yang has been most afraid of injections and medication. So unless she is really ill, she absolutely will not go to the hospital. This time, in order to get a design fee, having to go to the hospital for a day trip is definitely not the outcome she wanted to see. The emergency doctor was quick and efficient, and Gu Yi's wound had already been sutured. The wound had bled quite a bit and looked quite frightening, but in the end, it was only stitched with 4 stitches. The wound was on his jaw, and the doctor said it wouldn't affect his appearance too much, which could be considered a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. His clothes were pretty much ruined, with dried bloodstains around the collar, which still looked somewhat alarming. After the wound was stitched, Gu Yi still needed to receive 4 fluids, either for anti-inflammatory purposes or to prevent infection. Su Yang felt a bit flustered and didn't fully understand the situation, so whatever payment slip the doctor gave her, she took Gu Yi's wallet to pay, and then picked up the medication to take it to the infusion room. The nurses in the infusion room were very busy, and to avoid causing them any trouble, patients and their families could only enter when their names appeared on the screen. The infusion room was filled with anxious patients and their families, and at this moment, Su Yang and Gu Yi could only sit in the waiting area. The hospital's infusion room was connected to the emergency room, and outside, one could see the hospital hall bustling like a marketplace. The crowd was thick and noisy, with long queues at the payment and medication windows. Looking around, some people were quietly sobbing, while others wore serious expressions. Distressed family members held examination slips, guiding their unsteady patients past. In Su Yang's peripheral vision, she caught sight of Gu Yi, so close that it made her mind wander. Accompanying someone to the hospital always carries a sense of intimacy, be it family, lover, or friend. As she thought this, Su Yang slightly shifted her gaze, and, just as she did, Gu Yi unexpectedly turned his gaze back to her, catching her off guard with his dark eyes. His side profile was handsome, and his gaze was deep and bright. Su Yang quickly looked away, her cheeks slightly flushing. Perhaps it was Su Yang's rare silence that made Gu Yi quickly notice her unusualness. "I'm fine, don't worry," he reassured her. He casually opened the bottle of mineral water that Su Yang had just bought for him and handed it to her, saying, "You've worked hard." Su Yang glanced at him. At that moment, he still had a bandage on his face, looking somewhat comical, which softened his otherwise unapproachable and cold demeanor, making him appear much gentler. Su Yang took the bottle of water, took a small sip, and her racing heart calmed down significantly. After finishing the water, Gu Yi beckoned her with his hand, and she handed the bottle back to him. He then effortlessly twisted the cap back on, the whole action appearing incredibly natural. A subtle change arose in Su Yang's heart. Gu Yi was usually not very talkative, but he had a keen insight, able to perceive the changes in people's hearts through subtle observations. When unexpected situations arose, and she was completely thrown off balance, he remained calm, like a general on the battlefield, directing her with composure and arranging everything in an orderly manner. A fleeting memory flashed in her mind, in her most panicked moment. He had covered her ears with his hand, urging her to calm down. Her ears involuntarily began to heat up. Her eyes uncontrollably drifted to Gu Yi's hands, which were naturally crossed in front of him, long and slender, powerful yet graceful, much larger than Su Yang's hands. For some reason, Su Yang felt that those hands seemed somewhat different from usual. As Su Yang pondered what to say to Gu Yi, a hurried sound of footsteps interrupted her thoughts. "Gu Yi, little Su Yang." Su Yang looked up at the sound. Lin Qingjun had already appeared before them. He wore his usual warm expression, looking down at the two of them with a hint of teasing. "Hope I'm not interrupting anything?" Su Yang felt her face flush slightly at his words. Just as she was about to retort, she noticed that a distinguished middle-aged couple was following behind him. The man bore a striking resemblance to Gu Yi, with thick eyebrows and sharp eyes, and distinguished features. However, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes gave him a sense of worldly experience. Dressed in a black suit, he exuded a mature and refined air, with a similarly aloof demeanor. The woman behind him appeared very gentle, her eyes smiling, and her elegant white suit looked both noble and dignified. Even as a beauty in her twilight years, she still radiated grace. As Su Yang was guessing who the newcomers were, Gu Yi had already spoken first. "What are you doing here?" He coldly glanced at Lin Qingjun as he spoke. Lin Qingjun immediately raised his hands in surrender. "I'm wronged. When you called me, I was in the middle of a dinner, and your father was there too." He didn't continue, but the ensuing causal chain was already clear. Gu Yi's words had displeased the middle-aged man, who frowned tightly, his eyes filled with sternness. "What? You're injured, and we're not allowed to come see you?" The man's voice was low, tinged with restraint. "Must something happen to you before I can come?" As soon as the man finished speaking, the woman behind him immediately nudged him. "Don't say such angry things. We only have one son. We can't curse him like that." At this point, Su Yang finally confirmed the identities of the couple. They were Gu Yi's father and mother, the well-known developers, the heads of Hingyang Group. Unable to help herself, Su Yang looked up and admired the elegance of the wealthy family. Gu Yi's father, not wanting to lose face in public, merely said to Gu Yi with annoyance, "Let's go home now." He then instructed Lin Qingjun, "Little Lin, you should come back for dinner too." Catching a glimpse of Su Yang from the corner of his eye, he added, "Gu Yi's colleague can come along too. We appreciate your help today." It was an entirely commanding tone, leaving no room for refusal. This aspect was truly identical to Gu Yi. Su-young had the rare opportunity to visit the home of a city tycoon for the first time. It was a modern private villa located in the suburbs, rich in Russian-style architecture with a serene environment. In the golden autumn season, the yard was filled with shades of yellow and green, brimming with the essence of the season. A winding river surrounded the villa, separating it from the other villas. Crossing a bridge was necessary to reach the Gu family home, and Su-young followed in with great caution. Gu Yi was called into the study by his father, and Lin Qingjun, likely familiar with the Gu family, was quickly pushed in by Gu Yi's mother to mediate any potential conflict between the father and son. It was unclear what they discussed in the study, but they didn't come out for quite a while. In someone else's home, Su-young didn't feel comfortable wandering about, so she quietly sat on the living room sofa. Bored, she began to examine the structure of the entire house. The Russian-style design primarily utilized simple colors and calm tones, creating an overall light and delicate appearance. The tall indoor decorations and the abundant use of floral arrangements made it clear that the lady of the house was someone who loved life and had a refined elegance. As Su-young was evaluating in her mind, the lady of the house emerged holding a fruit platter. Despite being so wealthy, she did not send a maid to attend to Su-young, which made her feel somewhat warm. Gu Yi's mother placed the cut fruit in front of Su-young and then poured her a cup of fragrant floral tea. Her gaze was very gentle, filled with a motherly smile, as she kindly asked Su-young, "You are Su-young?" Being called by name, Su-young, as an insignificant person, felt a bit flustered. Could it be that Gu Yi often spoke ill of her? Otherwise, how would his mother know her name? Before Su-young could respond, Gu Yi's mother asked again, "Are you getting used to working at Gamma? Is it too tiring?" She was warm and enthusiastic, and so beautiful, entirely unlike Gu Yi. Gu Yi, on the other hand, often had a repulsive expression, his temper like a stone in a cesspool, stinky and hard. Thus, Su-young came to the conclusion, Gu Yi must not be his mother's biological child. Su-young liked Madame Gu and respectfully answered a few questions. The two were happily chatting when Su-young suddenly heard someone calling her name. Su-young. Su-young looked up in response and saw Gu Yi standing at the bottom of the stairs, expressionless, one hand resting on the handrail, his eyes quietly staring at her. After a long pause, he commanded Su-young, "Come up." The exquisite chandelier adorned the villa's high ceilings, decorated in a retro and luxurious style. The white staircase railing was intricately carved in a completely exotic style. This background looked somewhat like a scene from a movie. Gu Yi, Su-young, and Madame Gu formed an invisible triangle. Su-young glanced at Gu Yi, then at Madame Gu, feeling a bit awkward. Madame Gu looked up at Gu Yi with Su-young and quickly yielded, saying to Su-young, "Go ahead, he must be looking for you." Su-young gave Madame Gu a grateful smile and hurriedly stood up. Gu Yi didn't explain what it was about, just took long strides forward. Su-young was slightly taken aback and had no choice but to quicken her pace to catch up. The corridor on the second floor of the villa was a bit deep. Gu Yi walked all the way to the innermost room before stopping. Familiar with the surroundings, he pushed open the door, and Su-young followed him in, only to discover that this room at the end of the corridor was actually Gu Yi's room. Considering that Gu Yi was injured and had been hurt while saving Su-young, she had been very respectful to him all day, obediently following his lead. Although she felt it was inappropriate, she still followed him inside. Gu Yi walked straight to the bed, and the fluttering curtains created shifting light and shadows around him, flickering in and out. "Close the door," he said, his back to her. Su-young thought about being alone in a room with a man and closing the door, and tentatively questioned, "Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Gu Yi impatiently replied, "If I say close it, then close it. Why so much talk?" Under his strong aura, Su-young slowly shut the door, also blocking out the sounds from outside. Gu Yi lazily turned around to face Su-young, giving her a faint glance. Then he slightly tilted his head, looking elsewhere, his fingers tapping lightly on the windowsill, fiddling with its edge. "Come over." Su-young took 2 steps forward, maintaining about half a meter of distance for their conversation. "Do you know Zhang Yongxi?" Gu Yi casually asked. Su-young was puzzled by his question. "Who is Zhang Yongxi?" After thinking for a moment, she tentatively asked, "Are you talking about Madame Gu?" Gu Yi turned his head, nodded, his eyes showing no emotion. Hearing this, Su-young couldn't help but pout. Who calls their mother by their name like that? Gu, he was just as arrogant at home as he was outside. Su-young honestly replied, I met Madame Gu for the first time today. She's very gentle. Oh, Gu, he seemed uninterested in what Su-young said. So she did not continue on that topic, but instead asked him, You call me in here just to ask me this? No. Then why did you call me in? Gu, he slightly raised his eyes to look at Su-young and confidently answered, I haven't thought of it yet. Chapter 21 Dining at the Gu family is really not as comfortable as imagined. The grand long table had only 5 people, and Su-young felt quite awkward the entire time. The whole event relied on Lin Chengjun as the spokesperson, engaging in conversation with Mr. Gu, which spared Su-young the trouble of thinking about how to respond. After dinner, it was Lin Chengjun who drove Su-young home. Sitting in Lin Chengjun's car, the two chatted along the way, and just as Su-young was about to get out at school, Lin Chengjun suddenly said, I thought you would at least ask something related to the Gu family. Su-young was taken aback by his remark and retorted, If I ask, will you gossip with me? Lin Chengjun decisively replied, No. He smiled and added, I've been struggling all the way. If you had asked me, I would have had to think of a natural way to change the topic. Su-young looked at him, tilted her head, and said, Actually, I'm not that concerned about Mr. Gu. After saying that, she waved her hand at Lin Chengjun. Take care, Lin. The moonlight shone down, and the campus was shrouded in darkness. The autumn wind blew, and the temperature difference made Su-young hug her arms tightly. After sending Lin Chengjun off, Su-young walked back to the dormitory alone, with only late-returning juniors rushing towards their dorms along the way. The long night was lonely, and footsteps echoed. Lin Chengjun said he thought she would at least ask something. In fact, she did ask, and was unceremoniously rebuffed by Gu Yi. At that time, Su-young didn't know why Gu Yi had called her into his room. Initially feeling a bit uncomfortable, she eventually relaxed as Gu Yi showed no signs of action. She looked around Gu Yi's room, which was decorated similarly to the living room, very tidy, but lacking any signs of life. Do you usually just sleep when you get home? Do nothing? Gu Yi stood by the window, casting a faint glance at her without speaking. Su-young felt a bit awkward and hurriedly explained, I just thought your room was as clean as a hotel, not like someone lives here often. No matter what Su-young said, Gu Yi remained silent, making her feel like a clown performing a monologue. I'll just step out then, unable to endure any longer. Su-young said, I feel like you have a bit of a misogynistic attitude. Just as her hand rested on the doorknob, she heard Gu Yi's cold tone from behind. She had once been an architect, a well-known alumnus of N University, worked on projects until the end, married the client, and became a full-time wealthy wife. Su-young turned around, and Gu Yi's gaze shifted elsewhere, his eyelashes obscuring his expression, making it hard for Su-young to discern his emotions at that moment. Are you referring to Mrs. Gu? Su-young thought Mrs. Gu was gentle and kind, full of maternal warmth, and didn't he expect she had once been an architect? As her demeanor didn't seem to match that at all. Gu Yi glanced at Su-young with a determined look in his eyes. If you only plan to dabble in this field and find a husband to leave, then I advise you to leave early and not waste resources. Hearing this, Su-young couldn't help but frown. Do you think just because she talked to me a few times, I would give up on being an architect? Gu Yi remained silent for a while before seriously saying, Liao Shanshan was once very close to her, but later she left Gamma. Su-young couldn't help but voice her doubts. Is Mrs. Gu really your mother? Gu Yi's hostility and baseless speculation were too apparent. He shot Su-young a wary glance, and his expression instantly turned meaningful. Are you planning to marry into the Gu family? Su-young felt this question was utterly absurd. What? If I have no such intention, don't pry too much. Gu Yi paused before responding with his usual coldness. Because that has nothing to do with you. Gu Yi's words angered Su-young. He had brought up the topic. When she asked one more question, he retorted at her so harshly. What does Liao Shanshan leaving have to do with Mrs. Gu? It must be because Gu Yi is too difficult to get along with, right? Look at his paranoid conspiracy theories. Has mad cow disease flared up again? Back in the dormitory, she surfed the internet for a while, suddenly remembering Mrs. Gu, and typed her name into the search engine. She only heard Gu Yi call her name once, and didn't know what characters it actually consisted of. Su-young combined different variations like Zhang Yongxi, Zhang Yongqi, Zhang Yongxi, and so on, but couldn't find anything. Finally, she had a flash of inspiration and directly searched for Hingyang Group, finding her marital status in the chairman's biography. The name Zhang Yongxi quietly lay in the wife section. Clicking on her biography, it was filled with lengthy interviews describing how she and Mr. Gu got together due to their roles as client and contractor and eventually became husband and wife. Her past experiences were only briefly mentioned with a sentence about being an architect. She couldn't help but feel it was a pity. If she weren't a student of architecture, she might find the story of fate quite wonderful after reading it. But as someone in the industry, she vaguely felt that this path might not be the one she wanted to take. Was Gu Yi really afraid that she would give up architectural design like Mrs. Gu? The thought felt somewhat strange. Impossible, right? The next day, Gu Yi took a leave of absence. She didn't know if there was an issue with his injury. With Gu Yi not coming to work, everyone in the team took the opportunity to rest. Without work, Su Yang was naturally delighted, but thinking of Gu Yi's injury, she felt a twinge of worry, believing this emotion stemmed from her guilt. As it got close to the end of the workday, Lin Qingjun suddenly came to find Su Yang, handing her several documents. "Xiao Su Yang, could you run an errand for me and deliver these to Gu Yi's house?" Su Yang instinctively resisted accepting them. Thinking of Gu Yi's harsh words, she couldn't help but pout. She really didn't want to go to his house again. Otherwise, he would become narcissistic and think she wanted to marry into the Gu family. Su Yang hesitated, glancing at Lin Qingjun, and said awkwardly, "Architects are also human. Can't they rest when they're injured?" Lin Qingjun looked at Su Yang, raised an eyebrow, and said, "You care about him so much? That's suspicious." Su Yang was speechless. She just didn't want to go, okay? After thinking it over, she continued to refuse. "I think as a woman and a subordinate, it's really not appropriate for me to go to his house. His family might misunderstand. He usually doesn't live in the Gu family. He lives alone. That makes it worse. Just a man and a woman alone. I probably wouldn't even know where to sit." Seeing Su Yang refuse at every turn, Lin Qingjun finally said shamelessly, "Then just sit on his lap." Ignoring Su Yang's every cell that was expressing rejection, he placed the stack of documents on her desk. "Su Yang, I officially inform you, you can leave work early." After saying that, he patted her shoulder. "Oh, and bring some food for Gu Yi. He usually forgets to eat when resting at home." Su Yang. Thinking back to the previous day, the two had indeed parted on unfriendly terms. Su Yang really didn't want to go to Gu Yi's place to be a punching bag again, although she was grateful that he got injured saving her. His personality made it really hard to maintain a long-term sense of gratitude. Considering she could get reimbursed, Su Yang luxuriously took a taxi, but in a moment of joy, she forgot to ask for the receipt upon getting out. What a bad start. Gu Yi's residence was in an international apartment near the most famous 101 shopping area in the inner ring, surrounded by high-end shopping centers, and very convenient for travel. This international apartment was quite famous in the city, developed by foreign developers, designed by foreign teams, and managed by foreign property management, so naturally, the prices were exorbitantly high. Not knowing what Gu Yi liked to eat, Su Yang casually bought some items in the shopping area. Following recommendations, she bought a porridge made with garupa fish, said to aid in wound healing. A portion of porridge with a few side dishes surprisingly cost 138, which was outrageous. Holding the documents and takeout food, Su Yang finally arrived at Gu Yi's building. It was a tall, imposing high-rise with all-black exterior design that looked very modern, but from a Chinese aesthetic perspective, it seemed too lifeless. To enter the apartment, one needed a card, and Su Yang didn't have one. Just as she was about to take out her phone to call Gu Yi, a man in a suit approached her. He had a bright smile on his face. "Hello, I'm with the building management." Su Yang, not having many opportunities to converse directly with foreigners, felt a bit nervous and quickly waved her hand, saying, "Sorry, my English is not very good." The foreigner looked innocent and replied, "I was speaking Chinese." Su Yang then realized he was indeed speaking in Chinese and felt quite embarrassed. "I'm looking for 1803, she said. The foreigner made an okay gesture and told her, "You can use the intercom directly." Su Yang looked confused and asked, "What is the intercom?" The foreigner, seeing that she didn't understand, patiently entered 1803 into a door access system by the entrance. After a while, the system connected, and Su Yang heard the foreigner speaking with Gu Yi entirely in English. They spoke too quickly for her to catch the complete meaning, and she only understood a few words. Once the call ended, the originally closed door opened, presumably by Gu Yi. The foreigner told Su Yang, "You can go up." Su Yang politely thanked him. Taking the elevator from the first floor to the 18th, Su Yang noticed that each time the elevator doors opened, the carpet color and decor style were different on each floor. This kind of detail was extremely rare in typical apartment buildings. Upon reaching the 18th floor, Su Yang quickly found Gu Yi's home based on the door number. The door itself had a strong sense of design, complementing the corridor's background. With a high-end password lock, everything was very different from Su Yang's usual living environment. Standing at the door, Su Yang thought for a moment about what to say when she saw Gu Yi. Before she could prepare herself mentally, the door unexpectedly swung open from the inside. The two stood facing each other, and the situation became quite awkward. Gu Yi, dressed in home clothes, stood behind the door, staring at her, his bandage looking like it hadn't been changed recently. Did I just ring the doorbell? Su Yang couldn't help but start to doubt herself. Gu Yi didn't respond, only lowered his gaze to examine her, slightly furrowing his brow. "What are you doing here?" Su Yang felt her cheeks flush at his question, her expression somewhat embarrassed. She shifted the folder in her hands and lifted the takeout food in her other hand. I came to deliver takeout," she said, and then tried to hand everything over to Gu Yi. "Once I deliver this, I'll leave." Just as Su Yang was about to turn around, Gu Yi quickly grabbed her. He firmly held her palm with the hand that wasn't holding anything. Su Yang was momentarily stunned as he leaned in closer. After a moment, Gu Yi's voice came from above her head. "Come in." Chapter 22. Gu Yi held Su Yang's palm, and the direct skin contact made Su Yang's face involuntarily flush. She instinctively tried to retract her hand, but Gu Yi was strong, and she couldn't break free. She had to compromise. "Can I go in now?" Gu Yi finally let her go. Su Yang entered the door, and Gu Yi opened the shoe cabinet, only to find that there wasn't even a pair of guest slippers in the house. He looked down and took off his own slippers. "Were mine." Su Yang felt a bit awkward watching his actions. It was already autumn, and she was wearing socks, stepping directly onto the soft carpet, refusing Gu Yi's kindness. "I'm fine like this." Compared to the large mansion of the Gu family, Gu Yi's apartment made Su Yang feel much more at ease. The decor style was very simple, about 100 square meters, and living alone was already spacious. The studio was open plan, and it was visible from the living room. The pure white desk was filled with formatted drawings. Although it was neatly organized, it looked a bit crowded, clearly a frequently used area. Gu Yi placed the food Su Yang brought on the dining table and poured her a glass of mineral water. The two sat opposite each other at the dining table, and Gu Yi had already opened the folder, ignoring his meal and starting to look at it immediately. Seeing his workaholic state, Su Yang couldn't help but ask, "You're injured and taking leave at home. Can't you just rest?" As she spoke, she couldn't help but complain about Lin Qingjun. Originally, she wouldn't have to face Gu Yi, but now it was just the two of them, a man and a woman alone. How awkward. Architects are also human. Gu Yi didn't know about Su Yang's inner thoughts and just followed her words, saying, "Architect's rest time is based on projects. No project, no rest." He raised his eyes slightly and said sternly to Su Yang, "If you can't properly understand this, I advise you." Su Yang knew what he was about to say and interrupted, "Change careers early." After saying that, she couldn't help but roll her eyes secretly. She was always well-meaning, but he had to be overly serious. "Why do I have to be here? Are you afraid of ghosts alone?" Gu Yi didn't lift his head and said flatly, "It's more enjoyable to look at you while eating." Su Yang's heart fluttered slightly. "Why? You're like a little comedian, able to make people feel good." Su Yang's heartstrings snapped quietly. "Stop looking." Su Yang was losing her patience and didn't care whether Gu Yi would be angry. Snatching the documents from his hands, "Hurry up and eat. I want to go home after we finish." Gu Yi glanced at Su Yang after having his documents snatched, surprisingly not angry. Su Yang quickly took the porridge she bought and pushed it in front of Gu Yi. "Eat it while it's hot." Gu Yi opened the takeout bag and took out the fish slice porridge. "Should I share half with you?" Su Yang shook her head, not wanting to have such close actions with Gu Yi, and told a little lie. "No need. I've eaten." Gu Yi didn't insist and directly opened the porridge bowl. As soon as he lifted the lid, the aroma of the fish slice porridge wafted over. However, Gu Yi frowned. What is this? Can it be eaten? Su Yang told. 138 yuan for a bowl of porridge. How can it not be eaten? Fish slice porridge. They say it helps with wound healing. Gu Yi looked at Su Yang suspiciously. Is this something for postpartum women? When I saw Li Shu's wife at the hospital, she was eating this. Su Yang wasn't very knowledgeable about the effects of various foods. Whatever the staff said was what it was. Now, that Gu Yi was questioning her. Su Yang could only impatiently brush him off. Probably it's a one-fish multi-use. Just eat yours. Gu Yi. Although Gu Yi was somewhat dissatisfied with the food Su Yang brought, he still obediently started eating the porridge. It wasn't surprising that Gu Yi was picky. In fact, Su Yang hadn't eaten yet either, but she had to admit that the light fish slice porridge completely failed to whet her appetite. Su Yang glanced at the time and began to plan to return to school later, thinking about buying a bowl of spicy hot pot with extra spice. Just thinking about it made her mouth water. She couldn't help but urge Gu Yi, hurry up and eat. I need to leave after this. Gu Yi paused with the spoon in his hand, his gaze still fixed on the porridge bowl, his voice still cold. You're different from what I imagined. Gu Yi said, not the kind of useless person I thought. Is that a compliment? Su Yang was a bit puzzled. Gamma is a male-dominated team, and from a certain perspective, it indeed seems unbalanced. Gu Yi stirred the porridge in front of him with a spoon, speaking slowly. Although your qualifications are average, I want to cultivate a female architect to balance things out. Keeping you in my group is an experiment to see if it works. Su Yang didn't expect Gu Yi to suddenly speak so candidly with her, and for a moment she was taken aback. But she still shrewdly caught the meaning in Gu Yi's words. So you plan to guide me well? Gu Yi raised his eyes, his black and white eyes devoid of any personal emotions. Don't get carried away. I'm the strictest architect at Gamma. No one has graduated under me yet. This is just an experiment, and it may not succeed. Su Yang didn't know what was happening, but upon hearing Gu Yi's words, her eyes suddenly became uncontrollably red. In the past month, she had been battling wits with Gu Yi every day, transforming from a joking underachiever into a serious and hard-working underachiever, even more diligent than Shi Yuan. Su Yang had also put in many unrecognized efforts and tears. After so long of hard work, she finally received a bit of recognition from Gu Yi. It was truly not easy. She didn't want Gu Yi to see that she was about to cry, so she stubbornly sniffed her nose, maintaining her usual arrogant tone. I'm Su Yang, not someone who gets scared. I'm determined to show you I can do it. Gu Yi, who had always been cold and rarely showed a good face to Su Yang, actually curved the corners of his mouth slightly upon hearing her bold declaration. His dark eyebrows were clearly defined, and his black and white eyes lost their usual sharpness and carried a hint of gentleness. His voice remained steady and powerful. I look forward to it. After finishing the porridge, Gu Yi needed to continue going to the hospital for treatment, and he happened to accompany Su Yang out. His series of humane actions today made Su Yang feel a bit out of place. She couldn't help but wonder if he had taken the wrong medicine. The two walked into the elevator together, and the elevator doors closed. The shiny metallic walls, like mirrors, reflected their figures one in front of the other. Gu Yi stood closely behind Su Yang, and she could almost smell his faint male scent. Suddenly, Gu Yi leaned forward, and Su Yang's body stiffened. She could feel his proximity on her shoulder. He slightly lowered his head, almost touching her hair, seemingly bringing a bit of warmth. In the next moment, Gu Yi bypassed her and directly pressed the B2 button in the elevator. Su Yang's heart gave a slight jolt. Secretly mocking herself for thinking too much for that brief moment, and awkwardly swallowed. Gu Yi was not driving the previous Volkswagen, but a black SUV. Sitting in the passenger seat, Su Yang instinctively buckled her seatbelt. Looking at the car emblem on the steering wheel, Su Yang had a familiar feeling. Is this a Porsche? Su Yang looked up at Gu Yi. Did you change cars? That's quick. Gu Yi fastened his seatbelt and pressed the start button. The sound of the engine was very steady and deep, completely different from the previous car. This is my car. The previous Touareg belonged to Lin Changjun. Gu Yi glanced at Su Yang and explained lightly. The previous car was sent to the garage, and I haven't had time to pick it up. Su Yang looked at Gu Yi and couldn't help but shake her head in amazement. They're all rich people. Gu Yi ignored Su Yang, concentrating on the steering wheel as he drove from the underground level 2 up to the surface. As soon as she mentioned Porsche, Su Yang recalled her own experiences with the brand and began to share a funny story with Gu Yi. Speaking of which, I have a bit of a fateful connection with Porsche. Gu Yi raised an eyebrow. Su Yang remembered the time she accidentally scratched a Porsche and couldn't help but feel a bit lucky. I accidentally scratched a Porsche with my bike once. I even left a note for the owner, but they never called me. I guess they figured I was just a student with no money. I have to say, Porsche owners are really generous and easygoing. Su Yang was excited, speaking animatedly, while Gu Yi listened thoughtfully. He furrowed his brow and asked casually, "Where did you scratch it?" Confused, Su Yang replied, "At school, actually. It was quite a coincidence. It happened on the day of your lecture." She couldn't help but laugh as she continued. "I scratched a heart shape on my old bike, can you believe it?" Gu Yi slightly turned his head and cast a meaningful glance at Su Yang. "What a coincidence," he said coldly, clicking his tongue. "Open the sun visor in front of you. There's a flyer inside." "What is it?" Su Yang thought Gu Yi wanted her help to find something and quickly opened the sun visor. Sure enough, there was a flyer tucked inside. It was the flyer for Gu Yi's lecture. As Su Yang looked at the flyer, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity and a hint of foreboding. Trembling, she flipped the flyer over, and her premonition was confirmed. Gu Yi's face was marked with the words she had written in pen back then. Gu Yi spoke in a sarcastic tone. "What a coincidence, my car was scratched, and the person left a note without a phone number. I couldn't find them to get the paint fixed." At the red light, he turned to look at Su Yang meaningfully. "Now that I've finally found the culprit, what do you think I should do?" Su Yang felt completely overwhelmed, thinking, what the hell? Talking too much led me to connect so many dots from just a Porsche? I basically dug my own grave. She shrugged her shoulders and awkwardly said, "Gu Gong, you know the hardest two words in this world are forgive me." Chapter 23. People sit in cars, debts come from the sky. Isn't it bad not to find a topic? Are you still not poor enough? Su Yang realized what it meant to bring trouble upon oneself with her words. No wonder the car owner didn't contact her after she hitched a ride. It turned out she had written down the wrong phone number. It was one thing to do silly things on a daily basis, but to be confused about something like this was just ridiculous. Looking again at Gu Yi's expression, it was clear he thought she did it on purpose. Sigh. It really was impossible to explain, even if she had a mouth. Gu Yi said he reserved the right to pursue her for the debt, which made her even more anxious than if he had just demanded money outright. It felt like she was carrying a burden and had to be cautious at all times. The internship had unknowingly passed a month and a half, and excluding the half-month of probation, it was finally time to receive her internship salary. According to Shi Yuan, many undergraduate interns only receive 1,000 or 2,000 a month, which is basically just a transportation subsidy, and some unscrupulous ones don't pay a cent at all. After all, some undergraduate interns can't do much, and most are just there to earn credits. So when the accountant transferred money into her account, Su Yang couldn't believe that Gamma actually paid her over 3,000. Although with the current cost of living in N-City, 3,000 wouldn't last long. This level of generosity still made her fond of Gamma. The day the internship salary was issued happened to be a Friday, and the two master students from T University who joined at the same time as Su Yang approached her, suggesting they treat their team leader and Gu Yi to dinner. With their push, the dinner group quickly assembled. They chose a restaurant near the firm, which wasn't particularly upscale but had great food, consistently rated 5 stars on review sites. Su Yang wasn't very familiar with the two team leaders who brought the master students. One surnamed Feng and the other surnamed Luo, both having distinct personalities. Also at the table was Gu Yi, who, although Su Yang's team leader, was also the boss of the firm, so he had to sit in the main seat. Grateful, Su Yang was relieved to finally not have to sit next to Gu Yi. The group of 6, 5 of whom were men, naturally had some drinks. Considering the previous out-of-control experience, Su Yang resolutely refused to drink this time. At first, everyone was a bit reserved, but after a few drinks, the conversation became lively. The Gamma team was young, mostly designers in their 30s serving as team leaders, and with only a 6 or 7 year age gap with the interns. There was hardly any generational gap. Once the drinks flowed, they felt like friends. One of the T University master's students, who had been a fan of Gu Yi before joining Gamma, drunkenly mustered the courage to ask, "Gu Gong, I've always wanted to ask you, is it great to achieve fame at a young age?" He took a big gulp of beer and, with eyes full of admiration, continued. While others were struggling as mere drawing dogs, you had already established your own firm, working on big projects and driving luxury cars. That must feel like flying, right? As soon as he finished speaking, the others looked at him with dark expressions. Who asked such a question? Despite his impolite inquiry, Gu-yi didn't seem angry. He took a sip of tea and smiled lightly. Not bad. His words stimulated the drawing dogs present, who had been toiling away. Different destinies for different people. Everyone raised their glasses in a mix of resentment and envy. Why seek stimulation? Was that question even appropriate? Drink. Drink. Another more introverted guy, seizing the relaxed atmosphere, suddenly gathered his courage to interject, Gu Gong, I have a wish, not sure if I can say it. Gu-yi, being particularly amiable today, slightly tilted his head. Go ahead, let us see if I can fulfill it. The guy nervously held his glass, stood up, and raised it in toast. It's just, I want to follow each other on Weibo. Gu-yi searched his memory and recalled the social media account managed by Liao Shanshan a few years ago. It seemed the account password had been handed over to the PR team. This was a minor matter. Gu-yi took out his phone, downloaded Weibo, and tried to log in. Not sure if the password is still correct. Oh, it is. Gu-yi looked up and asked the guy, what is your name? The guy, seeing Gu-yi was genuinely willing to follow him back, had a gleam of joy in his eyes behind his glasses. After following the guy, Gu-yi then told Su-yang and another in turn, fair play, let us follow each other too. The guy gratefully took out his phone, while Su-yang wore an unwilling expression. Su-yang was the last to approach Gu-yi to follow him. In fact, she hadn't followed Gu-yi before this. Looking at the words mutual follow and the two opposing arrows, Su-yang felt incredibly annoyed. Just as she was about to walk back, she suddenly remembered her Weibo, and her body tensed up. Her mom was on her friend's circle, posting positive and uplifting content, while her Weibo was the opposite, filled with negative rants. The most frustrating thing lately was in turning under Gu-yi. She almost posted a rant every night before bed. God, was she an idiot? Why didn't she just say she didn't have Weibo? Why did she have to foolishly agree to follow each other? Her eyes widened as she quickly turned to look at Gu-yi. He was staring at his phone, and after a moment, he raised his head and gave Su-yang a meaningful glance. It was too late. Gu-yi had already clicked into Su-yang's Weibo and was scrolling through her posts one by one. Each post was a gem, and she had even gone so far as to create a new tag. Things I still want to say about my mad cow disease boss. MMP, was she brain dead? After that, Su-yang behaved very obediently, trying to minimize her presence and not provoke Gu-yi. After the meal, when it came time to settle the bill, Su-yang initially thought it would be the 3 interns splitting the cost, but suddenly one of the drunk interns made a foolish suggestion. Let us play something exciting. He said, let us mix up the cards and have Gu Gong choose one. Whichever one he picks is the one we'll use to pay the bill. What do you think? Saying this, he turned Gu-yi around and called Su-yang and the other in turn to take out their cards. The cards were all issued uniformly by the firm when they started their internships, and all looked the same, so Su-yang didn't pay much attention. The 3 cards were placed together, and he cheerfully mixed them up. Gu Gong, you can turn around now. Saying this, he handed over the 3 cards. At that moment, Su-yang suddenly felt as if struck by lightning. Damn it. She suddenly remembered her card was different from the others, because she had stuck a sticker on it. When the card reached Gu-yi's hands, it was obvious he noticed the small sticker at a glance. Su-yang quietly clasped her hands together, looking at Gu-yi with a pleading expression. Gu-yi glanced over indifferently, then smiled slightly. Without hesitation, he pulled out the card with the sticker. Let us go with this one, he said. Su-yang. The internship salary was quickly spent on dinner, causing Su-yang to feel a pinch. She had initially planned to treat herself to a big meal with her salary, but now she felt a bit reluctant. To save money, Su-yang decided to extort her cousin, who worked 3 stops away. Ever since she joined Gamma, she had been saying she would go out for a meal with him, but had never gone. When they were young, Su-yang often fought with her cousin. He loved to tease her, and she wasn't one to back down, so she never let him off easy. Perhaps it was because he studied architecture and spent all day drawing plans and working on projects. Her cousin had become a well-mannered young man, not only taking care of Su-yang in various ways, but also being extraordinarily generous. Even though they were of the same generation, Since he started working, he had been giving Su Yang red envelopes every year. Apart from Suma, her favorite is her cousin. In her heart, her cousin is handsome, young, and accomplished. Su Yang is very picky about the girlfriends he has had in the past, thinking none of them are good enough for her brother, especially the last girlfriend, who wasn't that great and even cheated on him. Su Yang felt unjust for him for a long time. After work that day, Su Yang took the subway directly to her cousin's company. Her cousin, who is always punctual, was already waiting for her at the subway entrance. He had lost a bit of weight since the last time they met. They found a place to eat in a nearby mall. Su Yang initially wanted something simple, but her cousin insisted on treating her to a high-end local restaurant. As soon as they sat down, Su Yang couldn't help but laugh at her cousin's hair. "Brother, your hairline is going to catch up to Aji's soon." Her cousin shyly touched the top of his head. "No choice. I'm busy, always working overtime." He glanced at the time and said helplessly, "After treating you to dinner, I have to go back to work." Su Yang, sipping her tea and observing her cousin's state, thought of the designers at Gamma and couldn't help but ask, "Why did you choose this line of work?" Her cousin looked at Su Yang and countered, "What about you? My mom wants me to study this. You could switch careers." Su Yang paused. "I guess I feel a bit reluctant after studying for so many years." Her cousin laughed. "It's the same for me." He picked some dishes for Su Yang and said affectionately, "Just study hard at Gu Yi's place. He's quite capable in the industry." Speaking of Gu Yi, Su Yang couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Don't mention it. We just don't vibe well. Going to work every day is pure torture." Gu Yi rarely finishes work on time. Lin Qingjuan's friend is an in-city on a business trip from U.S. and has collaborated with Gamma before, so they as hosts naturally have to entertain him. The restaurant they chose is a high-end North City cuisine place located in a mall. This branch has limited space, no private rooms, and uses hanging glass bead curtains for separation. So generally, people come here for the food, and it's not convenient for meetings. Gu Yi didn't expect to run into Su Yang here. At this moment, she was sitting not far away with her back to him, still in her work attire. But her whole demeanor was completely different, radiating energy, unlike the dullness she had at work. She was having dinner with a young man, laughing and chatting, while the man kept serving her food, behaving intimately. Gu Yi's friend noticed him looking outside through the curtain and couldn't help but tease him. "Hey, Gu Yi, what's going on? Where are you looking?" He stretched his neck to see. "I'm just checking if it's that girl in the white sweater." "Oh no, too bad. She has a boyfriend." As soon as he finished speaking, the others chimed in. "Don't worry. We have the numbers. We're all in construction. If we can't dig a corner, we'll just move the wall, tear it down." Hearing this, Gu Yi couldn't help but frown. "No, she's an intern from my office." Upon hearing the word intern, the man widened his eyes and looked at Lin Qingjun, who was quietly sipping tea. "Old Lin, is that true? Your office has a female intern?" Lin Qingjun smiled without speaking. The man still looked excited. "My goodness, you're not gay? I always thought you and old Lin were a couple." "Lin Qingjun, am I that picky?" Gu Yi gruffly spat out one word, "Get lost." Lin Qingjun went to pay the bill while the other two, having drunk too much, went to the restroom. Only Gu Yi was the first to leave the restaurant. As soon as he stepped out, he saw the young man dining with Su Yang handing her a takeout box. His tone was gentle, almost like he was coaxing a little girl. "This restaurant specialty, I got you an extra one since I saw you liked it. Take it back to your dorm." He reached out and ruffled Su Yang's hair with a doting expression. "I'm going to develop some projects. Wait for me a moment." Su Yang's eyes curved into a crescent smile, so obedient that even Gu Yi felt a bit dazzled. There aren't many high-end local restaurants, and unlike other cities, the few in N-City are very delicious, often even more popular than those nationally famous restaurants. This place is generally reserved for family gatherings during holidays. So Su Yang rarely comes here, finding it too extravagant. Her cousin is thoughtful, remembering what she likes, and even specially getting her an extra portion. Blood is thicker than water. Su Yang stood at the restaurant entrance waiting, feeling bored and pacing back and forth. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps. Suddenly, a pair of men's leather shoes appeared in front of her, feeling both strange and familiar. She looked up and was startled to see Gu Yi's face. Standing in front of her at such a height, it was hard for Su Yang to pretend not to see him. Gu Yi quietly looked at her, his expression somewhat solemn, with an unreadable look in his eyes. Su-young took a moment to gather herself, lifted her head, and tried to meet his gaze openly. It was already unlucky to run into him, and now she didn't even know what had annoyed him. He just stared at her with a somewhat cold gaze. His eyes were deep, with only dark reflections submerged within. In the end, Su-young couldn't hold out any longer. She shrank back, feeling enveloped in a layer of chill. However, her palms were slightly sweaty from nervousness. Engineer Gu. Su-young was the first to greet him. Gu-yi's gaze shifted slightly downward, glancing at the takeout Su-young was holding. Su-young couldn't figure out what Gu-yi meant. Seeing him staring at the takeout in her hand, she first looked down at it, then realized. She quickly lifted the bag and waved it in front of Gu-yi. Feeling a bit nervous, she tentatively asked, "Engineer Gu, do you want this?" "Su-young, it's nothing, right? What we had today was dessert, sweet stuff, right, Engineer Gu?" Gu-yi. The Forbidden City went to Beijing this time and isn't returning. The restaurant space was limited, and the cashier's counter was set at a corner not far away, separated from the restaurant's entrance by a short distance. Lin Chungjun was leaning against the counter, waiting for the young cashier to settle the bill. He was looking down at his phone when the man who had been dining with Su-young walked over, seriously took a pen, and wrote down Su-young on a piece of paper. Lin Chungjun put away his phone, sized him up for a few seconds, then leaned in slightly. "Are you Su-young's boyfriend?" The man paused with the pen in his hand. Hearing Su-young's name, he looked up and frowned. "Who are you?" Lin Chungjun politely introduced himself. "I'm an architectural designer from Gamma, Su-young's colleague." Upon hearing the name Gamma, the man's expression immediately softened, replacing it with a friendly smile. Hello, I'm Su-young's cousin." "Oh," Lin Chungjun said with a prolonged tone, then smiled. "Someone's probably relieved now." "What?" "Nothing." Lin Chungjun waved his hand. "Your sister is impressive. She managed to win over the most remarkable person in our office right after joining." Su-young's cousin had a very innocent thought and immediately replied politely, "I'm very proud that my sister has such business capabilities." Lin Chungjun's words had a double meaning. This ability is really not something just anyone studying architecture can have. Su-young was holding the takeout bag high, her arms starting to ache, while Gu-yi still had a blank expression, showing no sign of wanting to take it. In the end, Su-young could only awkwardly retract her hand. She quickly tried to smooth things over. "Actually, we haven't eaten this before. It's freshly bought, but if you mind." "Then forget it." Gu-yi kept staring at Su-young, making her feel uneasy and completely unaware of what she had done wrong. At that moment, he stood straight in front of her like an impenetrable wall, leaving Su-young with no way to walk away or stay. Finally, she could only ask again, "How about I buy a separate portion?" Gu-yi finally frowned and said in a low voice, "No need, I'm already full." "Oh." Su-young looked up and saw his clouded expression, genuinely puzzled. "Then what is this? Any instructions?" Gu-yi gazed deeply at Su-young for a moment before coldly saying, "I hope you won't let your romantic relationship affect your work and drag everyone down." With that, he turned away haughtily and left without looking back. Su-young was completely bewildered. It was already past 8 in the evening, and the road was still congested. Cars of various colors and types crowded the road into a massive jigsaw puzzle. With so many cars stalled, the road seemed narrower. People were eager to get home, anxious and irritable, and occasionally someone would honk their horn, which was quite annoying. Lin Chungjun was the type of person who remained calm and patient amidst chaos, able to adapt to any situation. Stuck in traffic, he quietly waited, occasionally chatting with Gu-yi. He glanced at Gu-yi's dark expression in the rearview mirror and couldn't help but frown. "What's wrong with you? Why the long face? My car usually only carries beauties. I didn't frown when you got in, and you come in here acting like this?" Gu-yi pressed his lips together and ignored him. Lin Chungjun continued, "By the way, that guy who had dinner with little Su-young today looked pretty good, clean, and refined. Definitely the type that girls like." As he spoke, he glanced at Gu-yi knowingly. Gu-yi suddenly turned his head and shot Lin Chungjun a fierce glare. "You talk more when you've eaten too much." Lin Chungjun laughed. "What a pity. He's Su-young's cousin. Otherwise, they would really make a good match." Upon hearing this, Gu-yi's brows furrowed slightly. He instinctively asked, "Cousin?" Lin Chungjun pretended to be surprised. "Didn't I just see you talk to Su-young for a bit? She didn't tell you? You must be misunderstanding something." You don't think he's Su Yang's boyfriend and getting jealous, do you? Before Gu Yi could refute, he continued earnestly, between men and women. It's just a matter of a little attraction. That's instinct. Gu Yi, having possessiveness over a woman, is a sign of interest. Upon hearing this, Gu Yi finally couldn't hold back. Drive your car. Did I hit the nail on the head? Gu Yi gave him a meaningful glance. How about going for a drink? Damn. Lin Changjun couldn't help but curse. Can I just shut up? Who goes drinking with 1,000 drinks without getting drunk? I'm not a masochist. The car finally fell silent, and Gu Yi quietly stared out the window, lost in thought. Su Yang thought that having dinner with her cousin meant she would be back in the dormitory quite late, but Shi Yuan actually returned even later than her. She placed the snacks she brought back on the table, insisting they wait for Shi Yuan to eat together, which was quite a challenge for her self-discipline. It was almost 10 at night, and the dormitory was about to close. Su Yang had even finished washing her clothes, but Shi Yuan still hadn't returned. Standing on the balcony, watching the path back to the dorm, just a minute or two before 10, Su Yang finally spotted Shi Yuan's figure. To her surprise, she was being dropped off by a guy. Her keen gossip radar immediately activated. Su Yang grabbed a hanger in her hand and quietly sat on a chair waiting for Shi Yuan. As soon as Shi Yuan entered, Su Yang immediately knocked on the bed with a hanger and said sternly, "Confess and be lenient. Resist and be strict." The autumn in N City was short, and the autumn clothes became a bit useless after just a few days of wear. The wind was strong at night, and there was dew, making it somewhat chilly. Shi Yuan's face was a bit flushed. It was hard to tell if it was from the cold or embarrassment. Perhaps not expecting to be caught by Su Yang so quickly, Shi Yuan seemed a little shy. "I just stayed late at work, and a colleague drove me back. Don't think too much about it." Su Yang naturally didn't believe this. "Come on, if it wasn't a bit interesting, would you let him drive you home?" Su Yang recalled Shi Yuan's recent odd behavior and pretended to understand. "No wonder you've been waking up half an hour early to put on makeup every day. It turns out you've got a crush." "Oh, isn't she just trying to balance work and love?" Seeing Shi Yuan admitted generously, Su Yang immediately began a thorough interrogation. Which Shi Yuan answer one by one. Shi Yuan's internship was at a traditional design institute in N City. The leaders were kind, middle-aged men within the system. And in the team Shi Yuan was in, there were only the older brother who drove her home and her, two young single people. The well-meaning leaders at the unit wanted the older brother to take her and hoped to keep Shi Yuan at the design institute. Just listening to the description made it easy to imagine how warm and friendly their team was, which made Su Yang unable to help but lament. "Oh my God, not only is she being pampered like a little princess during her internship, but she also has a little romance blooming. Why is my internship unit filled with misogynist lunatics?" The more Su Yang spoke, the more indignant she became. "Heaven, how can you treat me like this? Doesn't your conscience hurt?" Hearing this, Shi Yuan sympathetically patted Su Yang's shoulder. "Just settle for Gu Yi. He's rich, famous, and handsome. Pretty good." Su Yang couldn't help but glare at Shi Yuan. "Go my ass. Gu Yi had insomnia last night. This kind of situation hadn't occurred in a long time. Gu Yi's personality required him to plan everything in advance. Whether in work or life, he always appeared commanding and certain. He never allowed any possibility of deviating from his life path. So even manipulating emotions and controlling feelings were part of his life. He realized that he was paying too much attention to Su Yang. She was clearly just an undergraduate intern, with only a bit more potential than her peers. Not worth his investment of so much thought. Was it really as Lin Changjun said, that with all the men in the team, after a while, even Sao could compete with Jiao Chan? Waking up in a gloomy mood, when he arrived at the company, he felt a bit low pressure. Exiting the elevator, he saw Su Yang's workstation from distance. Lin Qingjuan's nonsensical words flashed through his mind. It was actually very simple to verify if one was interested in a woman. The more you looked at her, the more pleasing she appeared, and everything she did seemed cute. Gu Yi walked over step by step, finally stopping at a distance that was neither too far nor too close, without disturbing Su Yang. She, being her usual oblivious self, hadn't noticed his presence. As the weather turned cooler, Su Yang wore a light khaki trench coat, a very OL style, which accentuated her delicate features with a hint of feminine charm. At first glance, she had a subtle artistic vibe reminiscent of Tang Wei. Su Yang seemed to have just arrived. The office was climate-controlled, and she hung her trench coat on the back of her chair, revealing a fitted white knitted top underneath. The curved neckline exposed her delicate collarbone, and the fitted waist design highlighted her alluring silhouette. After not seeing her for just one night, she seemed to have blossomed even more beautifully. He was startled by his own thoughts, involuntarily shivering. Su-Yang took out some milk powder from the drawer, scooped 2 spoons into a cup, and placed it aside, just as she was about to pour in the milk. Suddenly, she noticed a lollipop on the table, her face lighting up with surprise as she unwrapped it and popped it in her mouth. She looked around with a sly expression, probably thinking no one was watching, dipped the lollipop in the milk powder, then took a bite as if she had discovered a rare delicacy, her eyes sparkling with delight. He watched her dip and eat and dip, and unconsciously 2 or 3 minutes passed. When he came back to his senses, he realized there was a slight, suspicious curve at the corner of his mouth. Could it really be this strange? He suddenly realized. His footsteps quickened, and he walked briskly past Su-Yang, directly entering the office without even glancing at her. He worked diligently all day, only stopping when interrupted by a call from a client. The client manager was a single, strong woman in her late 20s. Perhaps her assertiveness in her career translated to her personal life, as she approached matters of the heart with the same decisiveness. She looked down on men to some extent, but had a soft spot for Gu-yi, which was quite a headache for him. In fact, Gu-yi did not have much experience in romantic relationships. He attended an all-boys school from elementary to high school, and it was impressive enough that he didn't get involved with anyone, let alone have many girls to choose from. He then went to the architecture school at university, where there were far more boys than girls. After that, he went to the United States, where the intense study and fierce competition required him to focus solely on design and achieving success. And later, when he started his own business and returned to China, he was even busier. Over the years, it seemed that besides Liao Shanshan, he had never really looked at any woman seriously. During the years Liao Shanshan was by his side, many people around him pointed out that the best way to ensure such a capable woman remained loyal to him was to make her his woman. But he was always unwilling to do so. He sought a soulmate with whom he could connect on multiple levels, although he didn't know who that person was. He was certain Liao Shanshan was not it. Gu-yi was unsure how to reject the client manager without affecting the project's progress. He frowned, preparing to call the love guru Lin Qingjun. But just as he dialed his office's internal number, he suddenly recalled something Lin had said. To determine if a woman was interested in a man, one should see if she would get jealous. If he showed another woman in front of her and she cared, then she was definitely interested. Gu-yi pondered for a moment and then put the phone down, adjusting the collar of his shirt. He stood up and went out to meet the client manager. The strong female manager was waiting in the large conference room, arranged by his colleagues. As Gu-yi walked out of the office, he overheard a few subordinates whispering together, including Su-Yang. Gu-yi raised an eyebrow and discreetly moved closer to listen more clearly. That woman is back again, coming 3 or 4 times a week just for our engineer Gu. Su-Yang looked puzzled. Who? The manager from Yuehua, the one you've seen. Su-Yang thought for a few seconds. The pretty one? Just average, I guess. That guy said. At first, when she came, Engineer Gu avoided her, and it was all Lin who handled it. But today Engineer Gu is meeting her personally. It seems he has been softened up. If this keeps up, she might become our boss's wife. Su-Yang's eyes flashed with a hint of something unusual. So, Engineer Gu is going to date? Maybe. Su-Yang paused. Does that mean he wants to have as much time to manage us personally? Maybe. That person glanced at Su-Yang. You, and in turn, are really lucky to be in our group. But look, if you haven't even joined yet, Engineer Gu might not have time anymore. What a pity. Su-Yang followed along with the person's words, her gaze carrying a hint of disappointment. Yet what a pity. As everyone dispersed, the moment Su-Yang turned around, Gu-yi quickly stepped back a bit, not wanting her to notice his presence. However, her lowered head and her restrained expression still caught Gu-yi's eye. He couldn't help but curve his lips into a faint smile, feeling a bit pleased with himself. He was quite confident in his personal charm. Gu-yi adjusted his clothes and was about to go out when he heard Su-Yang's voice in the empty office, talking on the phone, unsure who she was calling. Her voice was excited yet restrained. Ha ha ha. Do you know? Crazy Cow is going to date. I'm about to be reborn. Su-Yang was in high spirits, chatting with Shi Yuan for a long time. When she hung up and turned around, she nearly had a heart attack from being startled by Gu Yi, who was standing silently behind her. Gu Yi didn't know when he had come in. He stood there, silent like a ghost. His thick brows were sharply defined, and his dark, deep-set eyes now showed a hint of displeasure. Su Yang thought of the content of her conversation with Shi Yuan and instantly felt threatened. Engineer Gu, how long have you been here? Gu Yi glanced down at her, his tone calm, yet laced with irritation. Since Crazy Cow. Su Yang was wise enough to sense the situation and quickly lowered her head. I'm sorry, Engineer Gu. I was wrong. I shouldn't have given you a nickname. Gu Yi's expression became a bit more serious as he scanned her from head to toe, coldly stating, You're staying late today. Huh? Su Yang had nothing much to do recently and had plans to have dinner with Shi Yuan that evening. Why? Gu Yi shot her a look. Because you still haven't recognized your mistake. Is it not a nickname? Should I not be making personal calls during work hours? Gu Yi's brows furrowed tighter with each of Su Yang's guesses, and in the end, he simply tilted his chin and asked her from a high vantage point. Just answer me. Are you staying or not? Su Yang timidly replied. Fine. Ultimately, she succumbed to Gu Yi's overwhelming authority. After being tormented by Gu Yi for several days of overtime, Su Yang once again lamented what it meant to be in trouble because of her words. From then on, Su Yang was much more cautious in her speech and actions. To be honest, Su Yang did not have any clear plans for her current life. One could even say she felt a bit lost. Therefore, when the two master's interns from T University came to find her, she was very surprised. She thought about leaving Gu Yi's group every day, but she didn't expect that others wanted to join it. They knew Su Yang didn't want to be in Gu Yi's group, and hoped they could go together to talk to Gu Yi, rotating to learn in his group. After all, getting into Gamma was a rare opportunity, and everyone wanted to learn from Gu Yi. Following Gu Yi could indeed teach one a lot. No matter how unlikable his personality was, Su Yang had to admit that his capabilities justified the title of master. Joining Gu Yi's group was not Su Yang's intention, but having been there for so long, she had indeed come to see herself as part of the team. Being suddenly confronted with such a suggestion, she felt a bit resistant, which was a strange feeling. Until the end of the workday, Su Yang could not come to a decision. On the bus back to school, she called her cousin to discuss her situation and confusion. I feel surprised and a bit sad. They usually treat me well, and we've even eaten together. I didn't expect them to see me as a rival and hope I would give up my position. Although they didn't say it outright, it was clear there was a hint of competition for the position. It's completely different from what I thought. I feel that people are really complicated, and one could even say somewhat selfish. How should I put it? I feel quite disappointed. Her cousin, who was working overtime, patiently tried to comfort Su Yang. You know, I worked at Tianxin when I first graduated, right? Her cousin rarely mentioned that initial work experience, and Su Yang thought it was because he looked down on Tianxin's average scale. At that time, the 4 partners of Tianxin had just founded the company, and I entered as a fresh graduate, working as an assistant architect. I was supposed to do some data collection, model cutting, and assist the lead designer with analysis drawings. But the general manager at that time directly took me to work on conceptual design, teaching me how to sketch step by step. At that time, I really appreciated him. In just 2 months, I completed the preliminary planning for 5 major projects. Aside from the 7 or 8 hours I spent sleeping and eating each day, I was working the rest of the time, pulling all-nighters once a week. Although my physical strength was severely depleted, I felt I learned more than during my undergraduate and master's studies combined. When Su Yang heard this, she was a bit puzzled. Then why did you leave later? There were too many projects, the designers were overloaded, and the company gradually hired many newcomers, all of whom, like me at the time, were cheap labor. The company didn't treat us like humans. At that time, I lived in a dormitory provided by the company, and the aunt who cooked for us earned only 3,000 yuan a month, preparing lunch and dinner for 15 to 20 people, and was almost always busy. She couldn't keep up and asked HR for an extra person. HR, who was pregnant, coldly replied, I'm pregnant now. Don't keep bothering me. If you resign without notice, your salary for the month will be deducted. My cousin fell silent for a few seconds. Later, that aunt couldn't bear it anymore and resigned, losing her salary for that month. Later on, HR became too busy and lost her child. So much time has passed. But I still feel that was a hellish period of life that drained the dreams of a young person just starting out. When you were interning, you asked me about my feelings during the internship. I didn't want to say anything because I didn't want to bring up that time. It was all gray. Brother. But because of that experience, I grew quickly. Human nature is complex. Selfishness is just one characteristic. People stand in a certain position and must see things only from their own perspective. Just like you said, those two T University students worked very hard to get into Gamma. They admire Gu-E and want to follow him. That's a normal desire. For the first time, my cousin spoke to Su-Yang in such a stern tone. Su-Yang, if you want to stay in Gu-E's team, then you need to show your strength. If you don't have that strength and ambition, then you should obey the arrangements. Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. If you're not prepared, you can't want everything. Gamma is a young team. Gu-E returned from Free America, and he respects everyone's voice more. The two master's interns from T University performed excellently and consistently received praise from the two group leaders. In comparison, Su-Yang and Gu-E's group could be considered inconspicuous, with hardly any outstanding performance. The designers in Gu-E's group were all very strong. Even those two interns from T University were seasoned talents who had participated in various competitions during their student days. Su-Yang, a half-baked product, could win an award in a college competition, but in the group, she really didn't T-rank. As the big leader, Gu-E had to treat everyone equally. He went out with Lin Changjun to meet the client and casually mentioned this matter on the way. Lin Changjun remained surprisingly calm. How about an assessment? He said, "Our institute has always relied on strength. Whoever is capable goes up." As he spoke, he looked at Gu-E with malicious intent. "If little Su-Yang can't pass the assessment, she can be transferred to my team. I'll personally mentor her." After hearing Lin Changjun's suggestion, Gu-E fell silent. Lin Changjun leaned in a bit closer. "What? You're reluctant? Then just use your authority as the group leader to pressure her. Why not use your power?" Gu-E frowned. "Shut up." At the end of the first phase of the internship, Gu-E announced the assessment for the interns at the end of the regular meeting. Gu-E's group is the core of Gamma and only selects the very best. Although Su-Yang was mentally prepared, her heart still fluttered when the decision was officially announced. The assessment content assigned by Gu-E was a large residential project that Engineer Foam was currently working on. Although the position didn't even qualify as an assistant architect, Gu-E still assigned the most difficult task, the conceptual design drawings. One of the T University students had been following the project closely and understood it far better than Su-Yang and another intern, so he was naturally very confident. Su-Yang felt restless all afternoon and had no inspiration for the design. The more she thought about it, the more chaotic it became. Finally, she made a cup of green tea, opened her computer, and started watching videos to relax. People really do get stuck. Even drinking water feels like a chore. Just as she opened the video, Gu-E walked past her. Her first reaction was to close the video, but her hand slipped. And not only did she fail to close the video, but she also accidentally closed the software she had opened, leaving only the video playing happily. Su-Yang felt a bit embarrassed and unwilling to be misunderstood. "Engineer Gu, let me explain." Gu-E frowned and looked down at her, finally coldly saying, "Come to my office." The autumn in city is very short, and has been gloomy and cold lately. Gu-E's office was lit, with the curtains open on the windowsill, but when Su-Yang walked in, she still felt a bit dark and oppressive. The conversation posture was still the same. Gu-E sat while Su-Yang stood. Gu-E sat in the swivel chair, leaning back against the chair, deep in thought, stroking his chin, and didn't he speak for a long time. Finally, he broke the silence. "What are your thoughts on the assessment project?" Su-Yang felt a bit awkward when asked this question. "I don't have any for now." Gu-E glanced at her, suddenly stood up, his expression serious. "No thoughts? Yet you can still watch videos?" "Engineer Gu, I was trying to relax because I had no inspiration. Watching videos can inspire you?" Gu-E's eyes held a penetrating and determined light, staring directly at Su-Yang, making her feel a bit at a loss. His tone was sarcastic. "You wanted to leave my group for a long time. I even forgot that you participated in competitions to leave my group before." Gu-E kept lecturing Su-Yang, not giving her a chance to explain. Su-Yang was somewhat displeased and couldn't help but retort. "I worked hard to participate and win awards. If you hadn't gone back on your word, I wouldn't need any assessment to stay in your group now. He was infuriated by her retort. His expression changed instantly, his eyes looking deeply at her. Is it that you don't care if you can't stay in my group? Su-yang didn't know why she was so easily angered by Gu-yi. Under his aggressive questioning, she became more resolute, straightened her back, and said, learning is the same in any group. Gamma has excellent designers. I think it doesn't matter. I have. Gu-yi's hand clenched into a fist tightly. After saying those two words, he forcibly controlled himself. In the end, his eyes, which seemed to breathe fire, gradually calmed down. Within that calmness, there was an undeniable hint of disappointment, leaving Su-yang somewhat confused. He looked deeply at Su-yang and finally coldly said, get out. Take care of yourself. The assessment only involved 3 people, and everyone in the office was cordial, working hard at home. This included Su-yang, who stayed up until 3 in the morning every day. Even though it was only a competition with 3 people, she was fully prepared. My cousin was right. Opportunities are for those who are prepared. No matter if she would be transferred to another group in the end, she should show her strength. Most importantly, she must not let Gu-yi look down on her. After seriously brainstorming, she submitted her design for the project. The results would be announced at the Friday meeting, and Su-yang counted down the days. That feeling was like waiting for exam results after the college entrance examination, anxious, fearful, and expectant. After all, it was a one-time deal that would determine her future. When she entered the conference room, she was surprised to find that Gu-yi was not there. Unable to help herself, she asked, and another group leader immediately replied enthusiastically. Gu-yi is very busy and usually doesn't personally participate in such small matters. He reassured Su-yang, don't worry, we are all very fair and authoritative. At the end of the meeting, it was Lin Qingjun who announced the results. He was still dressed in a flamboyant suit, his hair meticulously styled, looking handsome and dignified. He stood at the head of the table, directly pulling up the records from the computer, and after glancing at the results of the team leaders' votes, he surprisingly showed a hint of unexpected expression. The next moment, he smiled in the direction of Su-yang, not keeping them in suspense, and directly announced, Su-yang, congratulations. To ensure fairness, Lin Qingjun displayed the photos of the 3 participants' works, and on a large screen in the conference room. The innovative ideas for this residential project were magnified for everyone to comment on, breaking away from the typical cultural Chinese style. This time, Su-yang combined the characteristics of the project located in the economic development zone, where high-tech industries were flourishing nearby, and completely tailored an ideal future city. The design was distinctive, with complexity balanced by simplicity and layers interwoven within the simplicity. Its feasibility was also stronger than that of the other 2 trained professionals. All the team leaders clapped for Su-yang, and even the 2 competing opponents were convinced of their defeat, giving Su-yang a thumbs up. At that moment, Su-yang's emotions were in turmoil, and she couldn't even utter a word as she anxiously wanted to grab her phone at her workstation. She wanted to tell her cousin right away that after the world treated her kindly, it would respond with a song. Excitedly rushing out of the conference room, she startled the person standing at the door. It was actually Gu-yi. He was leaning against the wall next to the conference room door. Apparently not expecting Su-yang to rush out so soon, his expression a bit astonished. Their eyes met, and after a moment, he awkwardly cleared his throat. Ahem. He glanced at Su-yang and confidently explained his presence, just passing by. Without waiting for Su-yang to react, Gu-yi swiftly left like a gust of wind, leaving Su-yang puzzled, watching his back and wondering in her heart. Didn't he say he was very busy? How could he have time to wander around? However, she had no time to ponder Gu-yi at that moment. After all, understanding him wasn't that easy. Forgetting about Gu-yi, she was eager to share her joy with her cousin. After throwing out some harsh words, she couldn't help but listen for the assessment results, only feeling relieved after knowing the outcome. At that moment, Gu-yi was in his office, calm and collected, focusing on drafting a proposal. Lin Qingjun had been lingering in his office since the meeting, constantly interrupting him. He would occasionally mess with the office plants or move the display models. His behavior was completely that of a primary school student, no more mature than 6 years old. Gu-yi, annoyed by the disturbances, finally couldn't take it anymore and asked him, Are you very idle? Nothing to do? Not going back to your office? Lin Qingjun was already used to Gu Yi's impatient tone and wasn't intimidated at all. He was very surprised that Su Yang had actually outperformed the two master students from T University in the assessment. He was eager to know the reason behind it. Tell me the truth. Did you give them a heads up to choose Su Yang? Upon hearing such a low-level speculation, Gu Yi couldn't help but show some displeasure in his eyes. I didn't do any underhanded operations. Before the assessment, I checked Su Yang's undergraduate grades. Most were around passing, and the higher ones were just group projects. Lin Qingjun found this hard to understand. It's hard to imagine she could beat those two guys. Their resumes are impressive. Gu Yi's hand remained still on the mouse, and after a moment, he looked up at Lin Qingjun and said, "I'm not surprised at all." Gu Yi, unable to work due to Lin Qingjun's disturbances, simply tossed the mouse aside, leaned back, and sat in a relaxed posture. When I was studying, I always thought that those who didn't take it seriously yet managed to pass the exams were very smart people. With his arms crossed in front of his abdomen, he found a comfortable position and continued. Her learning ability is strong, and her memory is good. I showed her some materials, and after she looked at them once, she could recall specific requirements. Her art foundation is also solid. I've seen her sketching outside, capturing architectural elements that interested her, so she has a certain accumulation. She also has decent talent, and her ideas are very creative. Lin Qingjun rarely heard Gu Yi give such high praise to someone. It sounded suspicious, and he couldn't help but tease. Are you interested in her? Is there some emotional bias? Gu Yi frowned slightly, his eyes darkening as he shot a sideways glance at Lin Qingjun. Upon seeing that look, Lin Qingjun immediately raised both hands. Okay, I'm not teasing you anymore. Back to business. So, are you planning to train her? Gu Yi thought for a moment, paused, and then replied, not at the moment. She still has many questions. What questions? You just praise her so much. Gu Yi lowered his gaze, slowly raised a hand to comb through his hair. The biggest problem is that she hasn't truly decided to become an architect. Gu Yi didn't ask everyone to work overtime today. When he was leaving the office, he thought he would be the last one out, but when he opened the office door, he was surprised to see Su Yang still outside. She was focused on working on an analysis chart, a task he had assigned her only that afternoon. Since it wasn't urgent, she could have done it tomorrow, so Gu Yi hadn't pressed her too hard. She was so absorbed in her work that she didn't even notice him coming out. Gu Yi lightly tapped her desk and commanded, "Time to leave." The two walked side by side, rarely feeling calm as they left the office. Although they didn't speak, the atmosphere wasn't too bad. After her cousin's stern education, Su Yang had changed a lot. She no longer thought about slacking off, making jokes, or complaining about overtime. She genuinely adopted a work attitude. As her cousin said, Gu Yi's achievements in the industry were well known, and she should cherish this rare opportunity to learn from him, regardless of whether she would pursue this field in the future. Today was rare. No one was working overtime, and the group had already left, leaving the office empty. As they exited, the corridor felt a bit desolate. The tiled corridor and clean walls reflected blinding light. The corridor lights were bright white, and as they walked by, they could see their fleeting shadows, which surprisingly added a touch of intimacy. Gu Yi was significantly taller than Su Yang, and when she looked up, all she could see were his broad shoulders and the meticulously sewn seams of his clothes, each stitch being very deliberate. Perhaps noticing Su Yang looking at him, he turned his head, and their gazes awkwardly met in the air. Just as Su Yang was about to retreat, Gu Yi suddenly looked at her seriously and said, "Congratulations. You stayed in my group." His words made Su Yang furrow her brows. What did he mean by that? Did he narcissistically think that she worked hard on the proposal and beat those two just for him? I didn't have to win to stay in the group. Su Yang explained, I just didn't want to lose. I wanted to prove that I could. This time, Gu Yi didn't mock or tease her, nor did he question her words. I know. He nodded calmly, then added, actually you can't. What did that mean? Su Yang's expression was serious. She wanted to know if Gu Yi's evaluation stemmed from prejudice against her or if there were indeed issues she didn't understand. Gu Yi's expression remained unchanged, still calm and composed. Conceptual creativity is a bit of talent. It's your boldness in the face of the unknown in this field. He paused, then continued. But real practical operation is far more difficult and cruel than you think. Hearing this, Su Yang felt a bit defiant. Everyone has a growth process. I need a beginning that is recognized. He turned to look at Su Yang, examining her seriously, and after a moment, he said, "You need to understand that at this stage, apart from me, no one will treat you well." Seeing Su Yang frown tightly, with an unhappy expression, Gui's lips curled up slightly. "If you don't believe me, you can resign and apply to another company. See how it goes." Su Yang looked at Gui with distrust and finally crossed her arms, saying, "I'm not falling for that. You just want to drive me away, right? Think what you want." Lin Qingjuan's previous high-level project had encountered some issues, and they had been urgently resolving them recently. Lin Qingjun and Gui were working overtime almost every day, and their contact with Su Yang had decreased. Su Yang was assigned to work under a young architect, Lu Gong, in her team, struggling to draw designs every day. Lu Gong, like Su Yang, started as a draftsman and climbed up, working overtime while preparing for various exams and certifications. Listening to his experiences, Su Yang felt that her own efforts were really insignificant. The architect was currently working on a residential project that wasn't particularly large, which was uncommon at Gamma, as he couldn't complete his targets and needed to boost overall performance. He was juggling several projects at once, so the responsibility of meeting with the client was handed over to Su Yang. They agreed to meet at the CAF downstairs from the office, and since the drawings had already been sent to the client that morning, Su Yang only brought her laptop and a notebook to catch up on the project. Su Yang had stayed up all night the previous evening and had only slept 3 to 4 hours that day. When severely sleep-deprived, people could be a bit sluggish. Moreover, she had heard that this client was difficult to deal with, which made Su Yang a bit anxious. The client indeed had a bad temper and was completely dissatisfied with the proposal they provided. As soon as they sat down, he began to point out flaws and demanded modifications, and Su Yang took notes, feeling that the entire design had been overturned. Unable to help herself, she asked, "Do all of these need to be modified? Isn't that a bit too much?" This question ignited the client. "You charge so much for design fees, and you're not willing to make some changes? What kind of design is this? Can it even be implemented?" Realizing he misunderstood her, Su Yang hurriedly explained, "That's not what I meant." Su Yang was already a bit dazed, and being yelled at made her feel awkward and unsure of how to respond. To be honest, many of the client's ideas were somewhat strange. As a designer, her creativity and initiative felt stifled, making her feel no different from the client's draftsman. Although she felt wronged, Su Yang held back her temper and offered a glass of water to the client. "Please don't get upset. Have some water first. Coming back and forth every day. Isn't that wasting my time? I told you, just stick to one principle, balance in all aspects. The facade and floor plan should match well, functions should be appropriate, and traffic organization should be smooth." The client grew increasingly irritated and ignored Su Yang's kindness. "I don't want to drink. I have no mood for that." With a wave of his hand, he knocked over the cup. The tea splashed unexpectedly all over Su Yang's laptop, causing her to jump up immediately. The laptop was a gift from her mother before her internship, only used for 2 months. The screen had still been bright, but now with water inside. When Su Yang touched it, the keys were completely unresponsive. She hurried to turn off the laptop, but it shut down on its own before she could. Su Yang held the laptop upside down, water dripping from the keyboard. The middle-aged man, seeing this, finally toned down his anger. "I'm sorry." Afterward, he started to complain about Su Yang. "You placed the water next to the laptop yourself." Seeing the situation, Su Yang knew it was useless to blame him, so she could only swallow her grievances. "It's fine, it's my fault. I'll get it repaired." The man's furrowed brows revealed some impatience. He glanced at the time and said to Su Yang, "I have other matters. I've already told you about the modifications. I need to revise drawings by tomorrow evening." Saying this, he took out 1,000 yuan from his wallet and placed it on the table where the water hadn't spilled. "For coffee in your laptop repair. I'm leaving." Su Yang watched him leave coldly, his back retreating, and could still hear him muttering under his breath. "So stupid. How did Lu Gong find such a person to waste my time? Women just can't do things well." Holding the laptop that wouldn't turn on, Su Yang exited the CAF. She didn't go upstairs immediately. She didn't want her colleagues to see her in this state, and she especially didn't want Lu Gong to know that she couldn't even handle such a small matter. Feeling dejected, she walked along the road and finally sat on a metal bench at the bus stop. Buses in green and yellow kept arriving and departing, with passengers coming and going in waves. Unknowingly, Su Yang had been sitting there for nearly an hour. A flash of Gu Yi's words crossed her mind. But she hadn't expected this blow to come so quickly, less than a week after passing her assessment. Just as he said, coming up with conceptual ideas and actual implementation were completely different. The things she had thought of might have some meaning from a professional aesthetic perspective, but from the client's angle, they were all impractical nonsense. Their unprofessional, cookie-cutter opinions would always override their designs because they were the clients. For the first time, Su Yang felt so defeated. At that moment, her phone rang. It was her mother's call. As soon as she answered, her mother's somewhat noisy voice came through the receiver. Still energetic, with a roughness mixed with a touch of delicacy. "Sweetheart, are you coming back tonight or tomorrow morning?" Su Yang realized, thanks to her mother's reminder, that it was already Friday again. She had barely slept the night before, and now her laptop wouldn't turn on, with a proposal due tomorrow. Su Yang could still manage. But upon hearing her mother's voice, her eyes instantly filled with tears. She covered her mouth, afraid of making any sound that would worry her mother. And it took a while for her emotions to calm down. "I can't come back tomorrow." "What's wrong?" Su Yang's voice was heavy with nasal congestion. "I have to work overtime." "Caught a cold?" Her mother immediately became anxious. "A little, but it's fine." Su Yang sniffed, trying to reassure her mother in a casual tone. "It's just the change of seasons." Her mother fell silent for a few seconds before finally saying worriedly, "Your health is important. If not, take a day off." Su Yang forced his mind. "Mom, I'm fine. Don't worry." After hanging up, Su Yang began to cry, holding the notebook her mother had bought for her. Su Yang felt overwhelmed with a tide of grievances. Everyone told her that society wasn't as she imagined, that everyone struggled through, and that it would be okay if she persevered. But when things really happened, she couldn't comfort herself well. More than anything, she wanted a vent. It felt as if everything in front of her was obscured by a mist, and everything became blurry. When Su Yang lifted her head, she felt as if the sky had suddenly darkened. She wiped her tears with her hand, and when her vision cleared, she realized it wasn't that the sky had darkened, but that someone was standing in front of her. It was Gu Yi. He was holding a briefcase, looking as if he had just come from a business meeting, looking down at Su Yang from above. As soon as Su Yang looked up, she met his clear, smiling eyes. Su Yang was so sad, yet his expression carried a hint of amusement. "Let me see, which family stray dog is here?" His tone was teasing but not heavy. Su Yang didn't sense any malice. Even feeling that Gu Yi was trying to cheer her up, Su Yang stubbornly wiped her tears away and sniffed. She had been bullied by the client, and now her laptop was broken. Gu Yi glanced at the time, walked closer with steady steps, and directly sat down beside Su Yang. Gu Yi was tall and handsome, casually resting his briefcase on his thigh, and they sat shoulder to shoulder like that. "Is it just this?" Gu Yi asked. Su Yang felt a bit embarrassed and added, "And the sand can be blinding." Gu Yi glanced at her with a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Architects endure a lot of grievances. "When I first started working, my teacher told me a joke." Gu Yi calmly recounted it, his voice flowing like a gentle stream. One day, the client called the architect, saying, "Don't forget to hand over the drawings after work tomorrow." As a result, by the third morning, the client was furious and asked the architect, "Why didn't you hand over the drawings yesterday?" The architect replied, "Feeling wronged because I hadn't finished work yet." As soon as Gu Yi finished telling the joke, Su Yang Lao get along. It was clearly a cold joke, but Gu Yi delivered it in such a serious manner, akin to a news broadcast, that it became quite amusing. Seeing her laugh, Gu Yi said, "It's normal to be mistreated by clients. You have to get used to it." Su Yang was comforted by Gu Yi's words and truly felt less sad. She blinked and fluttered her eyelashes, curiously asking Gu Yi, "Do you often get mistreated too?" Gu Yi smiled at her and answered seriously, "How could that be?" Gu Yi accidentally broke the toner Su Yang had just bought, and after cleaning up the mess, he still felt a bit uneasy. You can't hide the truth with paper. When Su Yang found out, she flew into a rage and scolded Gu Yi. Gu Yi replied, "You're so good looking. You don't need to use that kind of stuff." "I look good, but I still spent money." "Well, since you're so good looking, everything you say is right." Su Yang was speechless. "Where did you learn this?" Gu Yi shamelessly replied, "Having such a beautiful wife, I'm grateful. It all comes from my feelings." "Su Yang, is there such an operation?" Maybe Gu Yi really wasn't good at comforting people, but Su Yang was still very grateful that he appeared in front of her at this moment. Even if it was a clumsy attempt at consolation, it was better than having to bear it alone. For the first time, Su Yang looked at Gu Yi without any hostility. There was no doubt that the man in front of her had a handsome face, with thick, defined eyebrows, pitch-black eyes, and a prominent nose that made his features stand out even more. His thin lips were often pressed together, and he rarely spoke. He had a bad temper, and when he was confrontational, it made people want to strangle him. But upon reflection, aside from being a bit harsh when criticizing her, he had never harmed her and had always been helping her. A new wave of people gathered at the bus stop as the bus pulled in, creating a noisy scene as passengers walked towards the bus while others disembarked in groups. The world remained as it always was, like a mechanical gear, creaking and turning, seemingly never stopping. Gu Yi glanced at the time and said to Su Yang, "Go home and rest." Su Yang shook her head. "I still have to go back to work late. I need to submit the proposal tomorrow. I told you go home, so just go. Why so much nonsense?" Su Yang was still very responsible and felt uneasy about the proposal that hadn't been submitted. What about the proposal? Gu Yi looked at Su Yang, and perhaps it was the faint dark circles under her eyes that sparked his sympathy. He frowned and said, "Designers are also human. They need rest. Come up with the proposal after you rest well." Under Gu Yi's insistence, Su Yang went home to rest. Thinking back to her student days, it felt so luxurious. She used to stay up late watching videos and reading novels, but after starting work, she was forced to stay up late and realized how tragic it was not to be able to sleep well. Although it was Gu Yi who told her to rest, she still felt uneasy when she arrived at the office the next day. After all, the client had stated they needed to see the revised proposal the next day. Su Yang walked into the office anxiously. Engineer Liu was either working late or had come in very early, as he was the only one in the office, modifying designs on his computer. The light from the computer screen flickered on his face. When he saw Su Yang arrive, Engineer Liu looked up and said, "You're here so early?" Su Yang put down her bag and walked over to Liu, asking with concern, "Did you stay up all night?" Engineer Liu laughed heartily. "No. I woke up particularly early this morning, so I came in first." Su Yang breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Otherwise, it would have been quite inappropriate for her to go home to sleep while her architect stayed up all night. Su Yang turned to head back to her seat when Engineer Liu suddenly called out to her, "By the way, Su Yang, that small project, you don't need to do it anymore. We won't be serving that client anymore." "Huh?" Su Yang didn't expect it to end up like this. She turned back. "Why? What about your performance? Engineer Gu gave me other projects to make up for it." Engineer Liu smiled gently. Hearing Gu Yi's name and thinking about this decision made Su Yang feel a bit of a shift. "Engineer Gu is quite nice," Su Yang said. "Of course. Otherwise, there are so many licensed architects in the office who could go solo. They wouldn't keep following him around." As she pictured Gu Yi's outline, from flat to dimensional, Su Yang found it incredible. But he really has a bad temper. "Actually, Engineer Gu is much easier to get along with than you think," Engineer Liu smiled. "As long as you get used to his tough exterior, you'll see his soft heart. He has taken care of everyone for so many years. There aren't many bosses who can be as attentive to everyone as he is." After hearing this, Su Yang fell silent, lost in thought. Back at her desk, Su Yang didn't rush to start the new project, but instead searched for Gu Yi's name online. She had to admit that before coming to Gamma, she knew very little about Gu Yi. There weren't many interviews about Gu Yi online. Most of what could be found were interviews he had given after his famous project won a bid years ago. After much searching, she finally found an article from last year on an architecture website, but it mostly focused on project introductions, with little space devoted to his personal life. He wasn't exactly the cooperative type of architect. In fact, because he was young, he came off as a bit arrogant and rebellious. He mentioned that during his undergraduate studies in China, he often didn't follow his teacher's requirements for assignments. He had his own understanding of every topic, which often sparked heated discussions among the teachers due to his strong personality. The teachers who liked him generally gave him near-perfect scores, while those who didn't were barely passing. When he graduated, he had even been denied his degree for writing a paper with very bold and spicy opinions. The faculty was unhappy with Gu Yi's insubordination and refused to award him his bachelor's degree. In the end, it was Professor Zhou, the current head of the architecture department at N University, who advocated for him, allowing Gu Yi to obtain his degree and eventually study abroad. When asked about this experience, he seemed unconcerned. He said, "A teacher once told me that the more you read, the more humble you should be, and you shouldn't bring such an arrogant personality into architectural design. It won't yield good results." The reporter asked him, "What did you think of that statement at the time?" Gu Yi replied, "I told him that in less than 10 years, he would realize he was wrong." Su Yang found Gu Yi's interview fascinating, and what struck her the most was a piece of gossip the reporter mentioned regarding his personal life. The reporter asked, "I heard you're still single?" Gu Yi replied, "My friends tell me that in this era where everyone is irresponsible about relationships, wanting to meet someone and grow old together is also a form of rebellion. Before she appears, I'm willing to wait, because I've always been a rebellious person," before opening the software to start drawing. Su Yang kept replaying Gu Yi's words from the interview in her mind. She suddenly felt that she didn't know the real Gu Yi at all. After solving the design issue for Lin Chengjuan's super high-rise building, Su Yang returned to work under Gu Yi. On the day Gu Yi took Su Yang back, Engineer Liu was unwilling to let her go. After working on 2 projects under Liu's supervision, Su Yang was well-liked for her diligence, endurance, and willingness to work overtime without complaint. However, in the end, she was still overpowered by Gu Yi's authority. Gu Yi had taken on a variety show related to architectural design, where he would work alongside celebrities to renovate old houses. He needed an assistant, and, just like Liu, he saw Su Yang's most prominent trait as her stubbornness. Once she took on a project, she worked hard, endured difficulties, and didn't cause trouble for others. Su Yang didn't expect the serious Gu Yi to participate in a variety show. Was he planning to follow the idol architect route? That morning, Su Yang deliberately wore a light woolen dress for the television station, a soft pink color that was youthful and vibrant. She had been hesitant to wear it before because she was afraid of getting it dirty, compared to Su Yang's carefulness and deliberate choice. Gu Yi was the same as usual. He focused on driving and didn't talk to Su Yang at all, although things were the same as before. Su Yang no longer felt the same annoyance at the sight of him. Remembering the previous incident with Engineer Liu, Su Yang finally found an opportunity to thank him. "Thank you for what happened last time," she said, "but I actually still prefer to make changes to the drawings in the future." Before Su Yang could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Gu Yi. "It wasn't for you," he said in his usual clear voice. "I just didn't want my people working for someone who completely disrespects design." Su Yang listened to his words without responding, repeatedly pondering the phrasing he used. What did he mean by my people? Why did it sound a bit strange? Stuck in traffic, by the time Gu Yi and Su Yang arrived at the television station, they were almost late. Gu Yi had a strong sense of time and walked quickly to avoid being late. It was Su Yang's first time at a television station, and she thought she might see some stars or directors, so she dressed up a bit, not wanting to be outshined. To match her pink woolen outfit, she wore a pair of white high heels. Normally, walking was fine, but as Gu Yi rushed ahead, she had to hurry to keep up with him, ignoring her posture and the pain in her feet, taking big strides forward. As Su Yang's feet began to ache, the distance from the parking lot to the lobby felt long, and she found it increasingly difficult to keep up with Gu Yi. He suddenly remembered that the director's business card was still with Su Yang, which had his contact number on it. He turned around and saw Su Yang far behind, slowly making her way towards him in her high heels. Frowning, he walked back. "What's going on?" Gu Yi looked down at Su Yang, making her a bit nervous. He had always disliked Su Yang's flamboyant appearance affecting their work. He was quite displeased during their last site visit, and if there were issues with her shoes again, he would surely be angry. Su Yang awkwardly glanced at him, feeling tense. "It's fine, you go ahead. I'll walk slowly," she said, brushing away her messy hair that had fallen out of place while chasing after him. "It's my first time at the television station. I'm curious and want to look around." Gu Yi pursed his lips, studying Su Yang with a serious expression. Her distinct facial features were sculptural in silence, lending her a beauty that was somewhat cold, which made Su Yang even more anxious. Su Yang swallowed nervously, about to speak when she noticed him glance at her high heels. Before she could explain, he crouched down. He held her ankle with one hand, the warmth of his palm seeming to seep through her skin and into her veins, making her feel flushed. From Su Yang's angle, looking down allowed her to see the whirlpool on the top of his head, hidden within his thick, stiff hair. There was a childhood saying, "One whirlpool is good, 2 are bad." Gu Yi was the bad kind. At that moment, he focused intently on her ankle, his expression calm and serious. He applied gentle pressure, and noticing Su Yang's lack of expression, he stood up and concluded, no sprain, probably just the shoes rubbing. Su Yang felt a bit embarrassed and bit her lip. Sorry, Engineer Gu, I've never been on television before and want to look nice. Gu Yi didn't comment on Su Yang's childish thoughts and actions. His gaze was deep, and Su Yang couldn't tell what he was thinking, so she simply looked up and stared into his eyes, seeing her pink figure reflected in his pupils. After a moment, Gu Yi frowned and took a step closer to Su Yang. His tall figure loomed like a wall, and as he moved closer, the distance between them shrank, causing Su Yang's heart to race unexpectedly. His expression remained cold as he glanced at Su Yang and said in a deep voice, if you can't wear high heels, don't wear them. You're not short. He then frowned and patted his shoulder. Lean on me. Su Yang was momentarily taken aback by his words, and when she understood what he meant, she was shocked. No, she quickly refused. You go ahead. I can walk slowly. Gu Yi frowned and glanced at the time. We're already late, he said, moving his shoulder toward Su Yang impatiently. Hurry up. The autumn wind blew coolly, ruffling Su Yang's hair and brushing against her face, making it itch. Looking at Gu Yi's serious expression, Su Yang felt as if a gust of wind was stirring within her heart, making her feel a bit odd. She glanced at Gu Yi, then hesitantly placed her hand on his shoulder. To accommodate her height, Gu Yi lowered his shoulder slightly. Su Yang's hand rested on his shoulder as they walked slowly toward the lobby. Thank you, Su Yang said softly. Gu Yi turned his head to look at her, surprised to see her secretly observing him, and his gaze flickered. Their eyes met at such a close distance, creating an awkward moment as they quickly looked away. Su Yang lowered her head to look at her toes, only to hear Gu Yi's low voice beside her. No need to thank me. Gu Yi was already a head taller than Su Yang, and even with her high heels, she only reached his nose. Now, standing so close together, he blocked out most of the light in front of her. Because of their height difference, Su Yang found it a bit tiring to support herself on his shoulder. After a while, she instinctively lowered her hand from his shoulder to his arm. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Yi must have been working out regularly, as his arm was very firm. The moment Su Yang touched it, she felt the solidness of his muscles. This small action caught Gu Yi's attention, and he slightly lowered his head to look at her. Su Yang felt uncomfortable under his piercing gaze and quickly explained, supporting your shoulder is a bit tiring and feels strange. It's not like I'm leading a guide dog. After she finished her explanation, Gu Yi's eyes darkened a bit, and Su Yang suddenly realized she had said something wrong. She hurried to clarify, I didn't mean to say you're a guide dog. Gu Yi looked at her calmly and frowned. All right, stop digging your own grave. Hearing that Gu Yi's tone was still normal and he didn't seem angry, Su Yang breathed a sigh of relief. As her feet hurt, she continued to support Gu Yi's arm and walked toward the lobby, not caring whether their posture seemed ambiguous. If it weren't a bit inappropriate to be barefoot at the TV station, she would have really wanted to take off her shoes right now. By the way, Gu Gong. Su Yang had just raised her head to speak to Gu Yi when she suddenly saw a somewhat familiar figure walking out of the lobby across from her. Liao Shanshan was actually there too. She forgot what she wanted to say and instinctively pulled her hand back from supporting Gu Yi as she scanned the area around her. Looking at Gu Yi and Liao Shanshan, Gu Yi sensed that Su Yang had withdrawn her hand and glanced at Liao Shanshan, his expression showing a moment of displeasure. Su Yang quickly whispered, it's just a few steps, I can walk by myself. After saying that, she felt a bit strange. Why did seeing Liao Shanshan make her feel guilty? Gu Yi paused for a moment, his gaze flickering over Su Yang before he slightly hesitated and then expressionlessly looked away. Liao Shanshan stood at the entrance of the lobby, her hair neatly styled into a high bun, looking noble and dignified. She wore a professional outfit that she carried off elegantly, especially the high heels which she managed with ease. Compared to her, Su Yang felt completely inadequate. Liao Shanshan noticed Gu Yi and Su Yang. Her expression complex. There was a sense of certainty mixed with unexpected shock. She stood still, her gaze fixed on the two of them. Su Yang struggled to enter the TV station, approaching Liao Shanshan and politely greeting her. Miss Liao, good morning. Liao Shanshan glanced at her and then at Gu Yi. She quickly regained her composure, her tone gentle. Xiao Su Yang, good morning. Good morning. Gu Yi's response was rather indifferent, not even looking at Liao Shanshan. After a slight nod, his gaze casually swept down to Su Yang's feet, saying, if it's too uncomfortable, just go buy a pair of shoes. Seeing Liao Shanshan watching them, Su Yang quickly waved her hand. You guys go ahead to the meeting, I'm fine. Liao Shanshan maintained a smile throughout, but there was a hint of disappointment in her eyes, and Su Yang noticed the rare glimpse of her genuine emotions. Whether it was a woman's sensitivity or overthinking, she couldn't shake the feeling that Liao Shanshan's reasons for leaving Gu Yi were not as simple as Gu Yi had said. Seeing Liao Shanshan made it easy to guess that the renovation show had also invited the ace designer of beige, Liao Shanshan's boss, Chao Zijing. Along with them participating in the show were architect teams from other companies, but the most famous were undoubtedly Gu Yi and Chao Zijing. Thus, the two were arranged on opposite sides of a long table, with Su Yang sitting next to Gu Yi, feeling a sense of tension even before the show had started as she looked at Chao Zijing and Liao Shanshan across from them. This was Su Yang's first time seeing Chao Zijing in person. He was sitting there smiling, casually fiddling with a lighter, looking nonchalant. Chao Zijing was one of the few young architects whose fame was on par with Gu Yi's, just a year older than him. But he had taken a completely different path. He hadn't established his own firm and had been working at beige all along. His temperament was also quite peculiar. He would only take on projects that he felt a connection with, and no matter how much money was offered, he wouldn't do projects he didn't like. It was said that he had no contract with beige, being an extreme advocate for freedom, completely a free spirit outside the system. At the first meeting, only the architect teams were present. It was said that the star team would join in later. The directors were very polite to all the architects, introducing them one by one, and then began recording short introductory videos for each architect regarding their progress on the project. Gu Yi recorded after Chao Zijing and Su Yang. As Gu Yi's assistant, waited outside the studio. Also waiting outside was Liao Shanshan. The two didn't speak, but Su Yang could sense that Liao Shanshan was subtly observing her. Through the thin partition, Su Yang could hear Chao Zijing's words. He seemed quite dissatisfied with the script written by the production team, casually saying, "What house in the heart? Chasing after the distant? That's not something I can say. If you must have a house in the heart, I might as well be lying on the sofa, clipping my toenails while chasing after the distant." Su Yang almost laughed out loud at that. Liao Shanshan glanced at Su Yang and quietly explained, "Chao Gong is a bit unique." Su Yang covered her mouth and said, "It seems that famous architects are all quite eccentric. Gu Yi is not an exception." Liao Shanshan pursed her lips, looked at Su Yang, and after a long while said, "Are you still accustomed to working under Gu Yi?" "It's okay." Liao Shanshan slightly lowered her gaze. "Gu Yi is quite difficult to handle, isn't he?" Su Yang was momentarily taken aback and almost blurted out, "Not at all. He takes care of me." Hearing this, Liao Shanshan gave Su Yang a meaningful look. Su Yang's heart skipped a beat. Did she think Su Yang was bragging? Just as she was about to explain, the door opened, and the director and Chao Zijing walked out, prompting Liao Shanshan to immediately go up to them. Watching their departing figures, Su Yang fell into thought. The preparation time for this show was very long. It was said that it would air in the fourth quarter of the following year, with a year's time from design to construction. The production team had already sent the project data to Gu Yi. He was the type of architect who needed to conduct multiple site visits before starting to conceptualize. Before the production team arranged for the site visit, he had been busy with other projects. Time quickly moved into November, and counting the days, Su Yang's birthday was approaching. Shi Yuan had gotten close to the older brother from their unit and wanted to formally introduce him to Su Yang during her birthday celebration. When Su Yang learned of this news, she felt a complex mix of emotions. Once there were two single dogs, now only she remained. It was like during childhood exams when everyone started handing in their papers, and she was still working on hers, creating a sense of urgency. Fortunately, there had been a lot going on recently. She was busy at least once a week staying up late, overwhelmed yet feeling refreshed, leaving no time to overthink. When Mr. Gu and Mrs. Gu came to Gamma, Su Yang was at her computer revising drawings. After drawing all day, her eyes were almost blurred. Mr. Gu went straight into Gu Yi's office, while Mrs. Gu, seeing Su Yang there, proactively came over to talk to her. "How have you been lately?" Mrs. Gu asked. Given their relationship, Su Yang was quite polite to Mrs. Gu, putting down her work and sitting up straight, responding, "I'm okay, a bit busy, but I've learned a lot." Mrs. Gu looked Su Yang up and down, finally frowning slightly, her eyes revealing a hint of concern. "Have you been staying up late? You have dark circles under your eyes." Su Yang didn't notice Mrs. Gu's expression, and upon hearing about the dark circles, she panicked and quickly took out her phone to check, muttering, "Oh no, I'm still so young, and I'm getting worn out by work." Gu Yi's conversation with his father ended just like all the previous ones, on a sour note. After all these years, even though he was completely independent from his father, he still couldn't escape his controlling nature and absolute authority. His father had been a client all his life, and his commanding attitude was deeply ingrained. He stormed into Gu Yi's office with an accusatory demeanor, regardless of whether Gu Yi was working, and launched into a loud argument. Gu Yi felt both helpless and exhausted. For so many years, they had never been able to communicate properly, expressing their opinions mostly through shouting at each other. He had to admit that he had perfectly inherited his father's bad temper. After his father left, Gu Yi lost interest in working. As he stepped out of the office, he happened to see Mrs. Gu still talking to Su Yang. She was sitting next to Su Yang's workstation, watching her intently, her expression gentle, with a slight smile on her lips. Noticing that Su Yang's hair was messy, she carefully tucked the loose strands behind her ear. When she saw Gu Yi coming out, she cautiously ended her conversation with Su Yang, still wearing a somewhat insincere smile. After saying goodbye to Su Yang, she got up and walked over to her father, leaving Gamma with him. Gu Yi watched the scene in front of him thoughtfully, unable to help but frown. After a moment, Gu Yi walked to Su Yang's desk and gently tapped on it with his finger. "Come with me." Su Yang was momentarily taken aback and instinctively asked, "Where to?" "I haven't finished my drawing. I need to discuss the project arrangements with you." Gu Yi glanced at the time. "It's just about lunchtime. We can talk while we eat." Su Yang and Gu Yi stood side by side in the elevator, which was spacious and contained only the two of them. Gu Yi remained silent, making the atmosphere slightly awkward. Earlier, Mr. Gu and Mrs. Gu had come by, and it was unclear what they discussed with Gu Yi, who now seemed a bit upset. Su Yang dared not provoke Gu Yi, fearing she might accidentally trigger a negative reaction. She slightly tilted her head to glance at Gu Yi. He was looking straight ahead, with prominent brows that gave off an air of sharpness. Particularly at this moment, there was a hint of restrained anger that made him seem more unapproachable than usual, which made Su Yang even more anxious. The numbers on the elevator button panel slowly changed. When it reached the 17th floor, Gu Yi suddenly turned his head and glanced at Su Yang. Su Yang heard his familiar cold voice as he asked lightly, "What do you think about me participating in the renovation program?" Su Yang looked up to meet his gaze, seeing that he wasn't about to explode with emotion. She cautiously pondered for a moment before replying, "I don't quite understand. After all, you're so busy every day, yet you're still participating in a program. But I believe your decisions must have your reasons, and it must be for Gamma." Gu Yi's expression didn't change much. He simply turned his gaze back to the front. "I'm sorry to disappoint you. This time it's purely out of selfishness." Gu Yi's voice grew a bit heavier. "This project is a reconstruction of an elementary school. It's my mother's alma mater." "Mrs. Gu?" Gu Yi looked down at Su Yang and shook his head. "I mean, my biological mother." Su Yang looked at Gu Yi in shock, not expecting him to casually reveal such a family secret. After hearing Gu Yi's words, she nervously squeezed her fingers and stammered, that. "Mrs. Gu, your mother. So this project." Guessing that Su Yang would react this way, Gu Yi calmly continued, "I was born not long before she went missing due to postpartum depression. There was no news for 7 years. Everyone said she was dead." Thinking of his biological mother, a fleeting regret crossed Gu Yi's eyes. "I took on this project to fulfill a wish. I want to know if she is really dead." "You want to find your mother on the program?" Su Yang grew more anxious as she listened. "It seems like no one knows about this, right? If you make it public, Mr. Gu and Mrs. Gu, it will be hard for everyone to cope." Gu Yi's gaze was indifferent. "Maybe." Gu Yi gave a self-deprecating smile. "No wonder he came to my door to argue with me." Su Yang glanced at Gu Yi, unsure of what to say. "Think about it more." The moment the elevator reached the first floor, Gu Yi suddenly asked Su Yang, What do you think it means for a man to truly love a woman? This illogical question left Su Yang completely stumped. As the elevator doors opened, everything outside brightened. The lobby of the office building was filled with people coming and going, the sound of footsteps creating a hurried urban rhythm. Su Yang looked at Gu Yi and, just before the elevator doors could close again, she finally answered him seriously. When I was a child, I learned the story of Xiangji Pavilion. Their essay line that goes, "There's a loquat tree in the courtyard, planted by my wife in the year she died, and now it has grown tall and lush." Such enduring affection, I suppose, is what it means. Men like that in the text are probably rare, right? Gu Yi replied, "Not necessarily. I am one." "What do you mean? The wife in the text died, right? Are you cursing me to death? Last time I had a cold, you only told me to drink more water. Do you not love me anymore? Fine, let us get a divorce." Gu Yi. The reasoning of women is baffling. In the past, when Su Yang read the story of Xiangji Pavilion, she didn't think much of that line. Later, as she grew up, she stumbled upon someone quoting it online and found its deeper meaning quite moving. After she finished speaking, Gu Yi's expression didn't change, and he didn't respond. Although Su Yang felt he was somewhat rude, she didn't dare to object, and the topic ended without further discussion. The two walked out of the elevator, step by step toward the exit. Gu Yi walked lightly, and Su Yang only caught a glimpse of his profile, moving steadily beside her. After a while, his footsteps paused, and he suddenly turned to look at Su Yang. With a cold, aloof brow furrowed, he spoke lightly. "The author of the article you mentioned, is it Gue Yoguang?" Su Yang took a moment to realize he was referring to the topic they had just concluded, looking confused. "Yes, what's wrong?" Gu Yi snorted coldly and scoffed. "This article commemorates his wife, Wei. 2 years after Wei's death, he married Wang, and after Wang's death, he married Fei. That tall and lush loquat tree must have been planted over Wei's grave." Huh? Su Yang was hearing this for the first time, and her earlier feelings of admiration instantly vanished. "Is that true?" Gu Yi looked at Su Yang with an expression of concern for the intellectually challenged. "Why would I fabricate a rumor about an ancient person?" After being enlightened by Gu Yi, Su Yang felt a bit embarrassed, cursing Gue Yoguang in her heart for deceiving her, while also lamenting how the internet spreads such sentimental phrases without explaining the backstory. Su Yang glanced at Gu Yi, awkwardly trying to save face and force a laugh. "Doesn't this mean that those who are righteous often slaughter dogs, while heartless people are often scholars is a truth?" Gu Yi gave her a disdainful look. "This indicates that women are blind. If they're deceived by sweet words, it's their own fault." Su Yang. Lunchtime was short, and the two casually found a wonton shop to eat. After cilantro, Su Yang discovered another commonality in taste with Gu Yi, which was that neither of them liked onions, ginger, or garlic. When the steaming wontons were served, they each added a bit of vinegar and sesame oil to their bowls. Su Yang, as if discovering a new continent, excitedly said, "Engineer Gu, I've realized that we actually get along quite well when we eat together." Gu Yi didn't look up, stirring his wontons with a spoon, and slowly said, "Getting along in personality is what matters most." Upon hearing this, Su Yang completely missed the deeper meaning in Gu Yi's words and immediately replied earnestly, "We really don't get along in personality, Engineer Gu. I have to say, with your personality, the only people who can get along with you are masochists." Gu Yi pressed his thin lips tightly together and, after a while, tapped his spoon against the bowl. "Just eat." After discussing the preparations needed for the project, the two returned to their respective workstations after lunch. When Gu Yi entered his office, he found Lin Changjun eating instant noodles, filling the entire office with the smell that lingered, making him frown. "What is wrong with you?" Lin Changjun had just finished the last bite and was closing the partially ripped instant noodle lid. "This thing has a strong smell, and I happen to have something to discuss with you, so I came here to eat." Gu Yi. "I see you want to die." Lin Changjun laughed and quickly changed the subject before Gu Yi could kick him out of the office. "Did Uncle Gu come by this morning? Did you two argue again?" Gu Yi's brow furrowed at the mention of someone he didn't want to hear about. "Just get to the point. Don't pry into unrelated matters." Lin Changjun knew that Gu Jia didn't like to talk about family matters, so he quickly stated his purpose. "Are you sure you want to take on that program?" "The house of my heart. It's going to take 6 months, which is quite a waste of time." "I know." Seeing that he had already made up his mind, Lin Changjun asked, Are you planning to bring Su Yang along? Gu Yi glanced elsewhere and nodded. Do you have any objections? Lin Chengjun looked at him meaningfully. I just think the opportunities you're giving her are too good, which isn't fair to the other interns who are working hard. Unaware that the boss has fallen for her beauty. Gu Yi shot him a cold glance, the same familiar response, and Lin Chengjun smiled and fell silent. Leaning against Gu Yi's desk, Lin Chengjun said, but with her temperament and background, for you to bring her in, you really had a moment of creativity. From his interactions with Su Yang, it was clear that she had her issues. Like many recent college graduates, she was confused about her future, lacking motivation for anything, moving like a donkey, only pushing forward when prompted. She also didn't know how to control her temper, reacting directly to everything. I didn't recruit her, Gu Yi said. Oh. Gu Yi recalled the situation back then and felt that everything had a hint of coincidence. I promised Professor Zhou that I would give in university a slot. Gu Yi paused. I was busy at the time and didn't have time to check the intern list. Just told HR to find someone with strong capabilities and a great resume. Lin Chengjun interjected in surprise. So, in the end, they found someone who was the most beautiful. After saying this, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. This really is the essence of a man. After Lin Chengjun left Gu Yi's office, Gu Yi was still reflecting on what he had said. He mentioned, you might want to think more about what you want to accomplish through the program. She was so young at the time and didn't want to have more children. Isn't that because of your resistance? She didn't want to provoke you further. The ones who have left are irretrievable. But is it worth pushing away those who are still around? Gu Yi's mind flickered through everything that had happened recently, and he suddenly picked up the phone and called HR. How was the intern selected back then? HR was startled by Gu Yi's cold tone and took a moment to respond. As per your instructions, we selected the strongest candidates. What about Su Yang? Upon hearing Su Yang's name, HR fell silent for a moment before responding in a neutral tone. That was Mr. Gu's directive. He said it was a friend's child. I thought he had discussed it with you. After hanging up the phone, Gu Yi leaned back, tiredly pinching the bridge of his nose. It seemed that the coincidences in this world weren't all just a matter of fate. Su Yang's background and Gu Fu's social circle didn't seem to overlap at all. Besides, judging by Su Yang's series of rejections when entering Gamma, she didn't seem to be in the know at all. So why was that? Gu Yi couldn't figure it out, and his expression became serious. Before officially joining the project, Su Yang was somewhat unclear about the program's purpose and format. Before the stars entered the group, Gu Yi first took Su Yang to the place they were going to renovate. The Ji province, where In-City is located, has a poor and declining mixed ethnic village. And their task this time was to renovate the village's elementary school. Gu Yi mentioned that this school was his mother's alma mater. After taking the high-speed train to the prefecture-level city, they had to travel for several more hours to reach there. And when Su Yang got off the train, she felt a bit unsteady on her feet. Looking at the towering mountains, Gu Yi pointed to a quiet village hidden among the trees in the distance. That's it. We're almost there. Su Yang looked up and estimated the distance. Even on flat ground, it was several kilometers away, let alone climbing a mountain. This was called almost there? Su Yang had lived in In-City her whole life, a pure flatland city, and had never seen so many mountains. So she naturally didn't know how difficult it was to climb them. Both she and Gu Yi were carrying some simple surveying tools, and the weight was already considerable, making the climb feel as if they were carrying huge stones. Gu Yi, who often worked on various difficult construction sites and had good stamina, climbed the mountain as if it were flat ground. Gu Yi walked ahead while Su Yang struggled to keep up, needing to stop and rest from time to time, causing her to fall further behind. It was only halfway up that Gu Yi noticed Su Yang wasn't following and turned back to her side. He frowned as he looked at Su Yang, who was already sweating profusely and had pale lips. Gu Yi took out a bottle of water from his bag and handed it to Su Yang. Drink some water. Su Yang really felt her strength depleting severely and didn't bother to be coy. She took the water Gu Yi offered and gulped down nearly half the bottle. Gu Yi estimated the distance to the village, then looked at Su Yang and said lightly, "Sit down and rest for a while before continuing." Su Yang gratefully glanced at him. "Thank you." Su Yang hadn't climbed a mountain since elementary school, and after growing up, she had only gone to the beach for leisure. Compared to the vastness of the sea, the mountains brought a sense of tranquility and distance. Sitting on the dilapidated stone steps, Su-yong felt increasingly calm, and her strength gradually returned. Gu-yi sat beside her, his gaze fixed on the distance. "Why did you choose to study architecture at N University?" Gu-yi suddenly asked Su-yong this question. Su-yong was caught off guard by the question and was a bit surprised. "You seem to have asked me this before." Gu-yi glanced at her. "Is it not okay to ask again?" Su-yong nodded. "Sure." Then she answered honestly, "My mom hopes I study architecture, and N University is my dad's alma mater." "Your dad?" Gu-yi recalled the experience at her home. "It seems I didn't see him." A flash of regret crossed Su-yong's eyes. "He passed away many years ago. Liver cancer." Gu-yi realized the abruptness of the question. "I'm sorry." Su-yong waved her hand. "It's fine." Remembering her mother's insistence, Su-yong felt a bit emotional. "My dad is Suji Xuan." Su-yong worried that Gu-yi might not recognize him, and just as she was about to mention his works, Gu-yi interrupted. "City library?" Su-yong was surprised that he actually knew, feeling both astonished and proud. Yes. Speaking of her father, she had very few memories. Most of her understanding came from her mother's stories, how much she revered her husband, recounting each of his achievements with great detail. Su-yong said, "My dad passed away when I was very young. My mom encouraged me to learn painting and made me read the books my dad left behind. For many years, I hated my mom and despised the architecture profession. Even seeing architectural things made me feel nauseous." "Then why did you still study architecture?" Su-yong glanced at Gu-yi and smiled. "Because I love her more than I hate her. I didn't want to disappoint her." Upon hearing this, Gu-yi fell silent, just gazing at Su-yong for a long time. Her eyes were pure, containing no impurities, so straightforward that Gu-yi felt defeated and averted his gaze. Just as he sensed, Su-yong usually appeared cheerful and carefree, yet her heart was very soft, which was why her work exuded a warmth that others lacked. A warmth that came from the designer's true self. After Su-yong finished speaking, she felt a bit embarrassed by her words and didn't give Gu-yi a chance to continue. She patted her rear and stood up. "Let's go. We can't waste time here." Su-yong bent down to grab the bag containing the tools, but just as her fingers were about to touch the strap, Gu-yi had already pulled the bag away. Su-yong didn't dare let Gu-yi help her carry the bag. "I'll do it myself." Her hand hadn't even reached the bag when Gu-yi's gaze made her retreat. He coldly replied, "I just want to get up there quickly." "You're too slow carrying that bag." Su-yong succumbed to Gu-yi's dominance, having to quietly follow his pace, climbing the mountain step by step. His broad back and steady footsteps, with two bags slung over his shoulders, provided her with a strange sense of security as he walked ahead. Without the burden, Su-yong felt much lighter. The air in the mountains was fresh, and from time to time, she could hear the cheerful chirping of birds and the buzzing of insects. The weather had started to turn cold, and the temperature was even lower on the mountain, yet there were still unknown flying insects. Su-yong had always been a magnet for bugs and mosquitoes. Her mother said she had sweet blood and tender flesh. Unbeknownst to her, she had already been bitten several times, with welts appearing on her neck, wrists, and ankles. Any exposed skin was fair game. In contrast, Gu-yi's long coat, reaching his knees, protected him completely, and he seemed unaffected. Throughout the journey, Su-yong kept swatting and scratching, sometimes resembling a monkey as she fidgeted. Gu-yi finally noticed something was off with her. He stopped, turned around, and saw that her fair neck and wrists were already red from scratching. Frowning, he asked, "What's going on?" Su-yong looked at him helplessly, her expression somewhat pitiful. "I don't know what kind of bug it is, but it keeps biting me." Afraid that Gu-yi might think she was being delicate, she quickly added in a teasing tone, "Right now, I really need a ride-hailing service to bite back." Gu-yi stood on the stone steps above her, staring intently at Su-yong. The difference in their heights gave her an implicit sense of pressure. "Aye." Gu-yi gently set down his bag, and before Su-yong could react, he took off his coat and draped it over her head. Suddenly, everything went dark. There was no wind in the mountains, and all she could hear was her own heartbeat, thump, thump, growing faster. Su-yong pulled the coat off her head, and the darkness turned bright again. Gu-yi had already readjusted his backpack, looking as if it was the most natural thing in the world. "Gugong." Su-yong tightened her grip on his coat. Gu-yi slightly lowered his head, "Put mine on and turn up the collar." Su-yong looked at him with a complex expression, a hint of something unusual flickering in her eyes. "What about you?" He pressed his lips together, walking up the mountain, and replied lightly, "Ride-hailing service to bite back." Gui added, "I just hope some people don't get fooled by appearances. There aren't many genuine people like me left." Su Yang retorted, "You're making every effort to undermine me." Gui replied, "At least it's the truth." Su Yang said, "That's why I prefer to hear lies. They're more pleasant." Gui responded, "Women." Gui's coat, when worn by him, reached just to his knees, but on Su Yang, it fell below her calves, completely enveloping her like a cloak. The shoulders of the coat were broad, and the sleeves were long enough to cover her hands, resembling flowing sleeves in a traditional performance. Su Yang thought she must look quite comical at that moment. Gui's coat carried a faint scent, reminiscent of freshly washed clothes, with a touch of warmth. Following behind him, Su Yang stepped in time with his pace, climbing the mountain one step at a time. Gui began to take care of Su Yang's stamina, stopping to rest and drink water after climbing for a while. After traversing a steep mountain peak and navigating a narrow, perilous path, they finally arrived. By the time they reached the mountain village, it was almost lunchtime. This was Su Yang's first time venturing so deep into the mountains. The village was called Jiuyue Village, built on the gentle slope of Jiuyue Mountain. It was famous for its crescent-shaped silhouette. Gui mentioned that Jiuyue Village had existed for hundreds of years. The village was not as isolated as Su Yang had imagined. The government had recently constructed stone steps and a relatively smooth path along the gentle slope. Standing at the entrance of Jiuyue Village and looking into the distance, one could see mountains surrounding a small patch of flat land filled with crops, with several long streams flowing from the mountain creeks for irrigation. Su Yang observed the terrain and asked Gui, "Why don't people live down the mountain? Isn't it more convenient?" Gui explained that in the past, when weather forecasts were not as accurate, low-lying areas were prone to flooding, so the ancestors built the village on this stable slope to avoid frequent migrations. Gui pointed to a distant cluster of blue-roofed, white-walled buildings below. Now some people have moved down, leaving only about 400 people up here. Following Gui into the village, Su Yang noticed men and women dressed in traditional ethnic clothing everywhere. The villagers were quite curious about the unfamiliar faces of Su Yang and Gui, watching and discussing them from afar. Gui se met un fazit. Je suis li introduising Su Yang. This area is primarily inhabited by the Fangi ethnic group. They excel in spinning and tailoring, a pure manual craft passed down through generations. There are also some Han people who remained here from back in the day, mostly from my grandfather's construction team. They formed families with Fangi girls and eventually assimilated. After saying this, he turned back to glance at Su Yang. My grandmother is from the Fangi group. After my mother graduated from elementary school, my grandfather moved the family back to N-City because my grandmother fell ill. As Su Yang listened, she touched the ancient stones by the road, only to find that one was a stele with faint inscriptions recording past village rules and regulations. Looking closer at the date, she saw it was from the 25th year of the Guangxu era. Just as Gui had said, it was indeed an old village with hundreds of years of history. It was quite a distance away, and returning once a year wasn't easy. Gui's eyes revealed a hint of regret. I only came back once when I was 5 or 6, following my grandfather. After he passed away, I never had the chance again. As they chatted, they unknowingly arrived at Jiuyue Village Primary School, the only elementary school in the village with just over 100 students. One class per grade. They met the principal, an elderly man in casual clothes with graying hair and a calm demeanor, resembling a monk who had spent years meditating in the mountains, exuding an otherworldly aura. The principal briefly introduced them to the situation at Jiuyue Village Primary School. The school had a single brick and wood teaching building, rebuilt in 1983, relying on the villagers' collective efforts, with each family contributing a certain amount of wooden planks, sandalwood strips, and bricks. The bricks were even made by the villagers themselves. Gui and Su Yang quickly got into work mode, beginning to measure and take photos. The walls were in disrepair, with many areas peeling, exposing the cement and red bricks beneath. The roof structure was directly exposed, and the main beams supporting the secondary rafters showed signs of cracking. The only comforting aspect for Su Yang was the sound of orderly reading coming from every classroom they passed. After some simple measurement records, the principal took Gui and Su Yang on a tour of the school grounds. "I thought you would come with the production team," the principal said. They called me and said they would come on Monday. Gu-yi smiled. There are too many people from the crew which affects our work, so we decided to come first. He added, the accommodation is still being prepared. We might have to make do tonight. It's fine, Gu-yi waved his hand. We'll head down before dark. Gu-yi mentioned his mother to the principal, who accurately recalled the year she graduated. The kind principal reminisced, saying, your mother was the first batch of students I taught after returning from teacher training college. That was over 40 years ago. Pausing, he looked at Gu-yi and asked, is your mother doing well? Gu-yi fell silent for a moment before smiling and saying, she's fine, just inconvenient for her to come here. I'm here to help her take a look. Good. Su-young knew he was telling a little white lie out of kindness. He said the truth in his heart. His mother has always been there, just that it's inconvenient for her to come. The principal kept talking about interesting stories from Gu-yi's mother's childhood, and Gu-yi listened intently, a hint of tenderness flashing in his eyes, which was captured by Su-young, who looked up at him. At that moment, Su-young felt that Gu-yi was somewhat different from the man she knew. The weather in November changed from autumn to winter with unpredictable conditions. It was calm in the morning, but suddenly a strong wind arose in the afternoon. After having lunch at the principal's house, heavy rain began to pour outside. The principal's house was an old rammed earth building with a mud-yellow roof and black tiles, looking very old but sturdy, not letting in wind or rain, which distracted Su-young from the rain. The stone path lined with centennial trees like camphor, pine, and osmanthus in front of the house also had its unique charm. Seeing that the rain was still heavy, the principal called for them to come inside. Let's take a break. This rain won't stop for a while, so we can leave later. Back inside, the principal took out an album to show Gu-yi, which contained a few old photos of Gu-yi's mother. Su-young did not follow them inside, but waited in the main hall. The principal's family was large, 3 generations living together, with adults busy in the fields and the backyard. The youngest grandson was just over 3 years old and was drawing on the ground with a piece of chalk. Outside, the wind and rain were raging, but the inside remained peaceful. The floors and walls were mixed with local natural paint, predominantly black, and there were various children's drawings on the walls and floors. It seemed they hadn't been cleaned in a long time. Many drawings had faded, depicting houses and trees. Trees in the sky, people on stars, all filled with childlike innocence and fun, with no modern additions. Having grown up in the city, Su-young rarely had the chance to quietly experience the most primal aspects of humanity. At this moment, she quietly watched the child's serene little head, feeling as if the scene before her was cleansing her soul like a spring breeze. Once the principal started talking, he couldn't stop, going from the first students to last year's graduates. When he came out from the back room, it was already dark outside. Walking into the main hall, Gu-yi was somewhat surprised by the scene before him. Su-young and the principal's grandson were drawing on the ground. When Gu-yi entered the room, Su-young was still unfamiliar with the boy, who had been ignoring her. But at this moment, they were drawing closely together, occasionally chatting, and even though the 3-year-old's logic was weak, they were still having a great time. Su-young was so focused on her drawing that she didn't notice Gu-yi had come out. With her head lowered, her already beautiful oval face appeared even more delicate, her full forehead looking almost radiant, and her features were lovely, combined with her focused expression. She resembled a scene from a movie, quietly exuding an artistic and gentle air. Gu-yi looked down at Su-young's drawing. She had drawn a crescent moon on the ground, symbolizing Ju village, and then added various imaginative elements on the moon: flying fish, singing rivers, starry-footed people, laughing rabbits. The most eye-catching was a heart-shaped house, which Gu-yi thought must represent Ju village primary school. Gu-yi did not disturb her creativity, but the principal had already come out after organizing the album, and as soon as he made a noise, Su-young heard it. She looked up and met Gu-yi's gaze. Embarrassed, she scratched her nose, clapped her hands, and stood up. Have you finished talking? Outside, the sound of rain continued without any sign of letting up, and with the sky already dark, the principal cheerfully said, "Let me tidy up a bit. You can stay here in the mountains for the night." Gu-yi glanced at the time. We should head down the mountain. The kind principal stopped Gu-yi. It's too dangerous to go down in the rain. One night won't make a difference. Su-young, perhaps still feeling a bit reluctant to leave Ju village, stepped forward and tugged at Gu-yi's sleeve, softly calling his name. Gugong. Gu Yi glanced at Su Yang, seeing the expectation in her clear eyes, and pondered for a moment. Don't move. Gu Yi suddenly leaned down, getting close to Su Yang, startling her. His expression was very focused, his eyes locked on Su Yang's face, and finally, he reached out and gently brushed off the chalk dust stuck to her nose. Had fun playing with the child? Gu Yi's tone carried a hint of teasing, but Su Yang felt something different about it. The warmth and dryness of his fingertip lingered on her nose, making her ears slightly blush. Gu Yi brushed off the chalk dust from his hands, returning to the topic. What were you going to say? Su Yang's hand was still holding onto Gu Yi's sleeve, and recalling that somewhat intimate gesture, she looked at the principal beside them, her face carrying a hint of embarrassment. After a while, she quietly said, "The rain is so heavy, it really isn't good to go down. Why don't we leave tomorrow?" Gu Yi's expression was indifferent, slightly nodding. After dinner, the principal's whole family stayed behind to clean up, and their second daughter-in-law led them to rest. The principal's second daughter-in-law was a loud woman, a hard-working and lively little sister-in-law in the mountain village, warm and hospitable, keeping the house tidy. The limited environment did not affect their love for life. Su Yang could see from every detail in the house how seriously they lived. The principal's second daughter-in-law carried a kettle of hot water and 2 earthenware teacups, leading Su Yang and Gu Yi to a room on the second floor. Pushing open a somewhat worn wooden door and enthusiastically introducing, "You can sleep here tonight. I've cleaned it very well." "You?" Su Yang questioned the term, feeling a bit skeptical. The room before them was old but tidy, with an ancient and primitive structure, lacking storage space, like all villages, with things placed on the ground. The little sister-in-law smiled at Gu Yi and Su Yang, hinting, "Our second child is in this room, the one who is drawing with you. This room is blessed." After saying this, she waved and cheerfully went downstairs. Watching her decisively leave, Gu Yi and Su Yang exchanged bewildered glances. What the heck? What does she mean by her second child being in this room? Su Yang pondered for a moment before finally understanding her implication, her cheeks flushing uncomfortably. At this point, Su Yang realized what situation they were about to face that night. Did they misunderstand something? Su Yang asked. Gu Yi naturally unbuttoned the collar of his shirt, revealing his prominent Adam's apple, and as he spoke, it moved up and down, filled with masculine hormones. He glanced at Su Yang, his expression casual. "They probably think we are a couple." Su Yang's eyes widened. "Why don't you explain?" Gu Yi's attitude was indifferent. "You are the one who wanted to stay here." He pointed upwards. "There are 4 bedrooms in total on the second floor of the rammed earth building. We've already occupied the principal's eldest grandson's room. 1 main hall with drafts coming through the front door, too cold at night. 1 grain storage room, filled with stuff you can't sleep in." Gu Yi carefully recalled the layout of the house, suddenly snapping his fingers. "All right, there is also a chicken coop, a cow shed, and a pigsty in the backyard. If you don't want to squeeze with me, there are other places." Su Yang. Lin Xingjun. What do you expect 2 places to offer? Stop teasing the readers, condemn. Gu Yi. Do you still want to eat instant noodles in my office? Lin Xingjun. President Gu is definitely stronger than others the first time. I bet 6 minutes. Su Yang. Su Yang glared at Gu Yi unhappily, asking him irritably, "Why should I sleep in the chicken coop, cow shed, or pigsty? You're a man, okay? Shouldn't you go instead?" This is gentlemanly behavior. Gu Yi raised an eyebrow slightly, wearing a nonchalant expression. Ignoring Su Yang's dissatisfaction, he directly started to take off his clothes. With one hand, he quickly unbuttoned his shirt, and in no time, it was opened, revealing the undershirt underneath. "What are you doing?" Su Yang stared at him, incredulous. "Going to sleep," Gu Yi casually replied as he placed the bag he was holding on a worn wooden cabinet, turning back to say, "I don't mind sleeping with you at all. It's you who minds, isn't it?" Su Yang didn't expect this man to be so shameless in playing tricks, which made her so angry that she clenched her teeth. On such a cold day with heavy rain, there were only 2 options. Either don't sleep or make do with it. That was the only condition. Gu Yi had calculated that she had no way out. Su Yang glanced at the room's layout, and after a few seconds of silence, she had to compromise. She pointed to the only bamboo chair in the room and said to Gu Yi, "How about this? We play rock, paper, scissors. Whoever wins sleeps on the bed, and the loser sleeps on the chair." Gu-yi stood still, giving Su-young a faint glance. Why should I? Su-young looked at him and deliberately provoked him. You're just afraid of losing. Provoking me? Gu-yi's lips curled into a faint smile as he lightly beckoned Su-young with his finger. Come on, I'll let you be convinced. After 3 rounds of rock, paper, scissors with Gu-yi, Su-young was still unconvinced and added another round, yet still lost, and it was a crushing defeat. Although Gu-yi gave her a blanket attached to the comforter, she still slept very uncomfortably. The bamboo chair was narrow and small, and propping her legs on a low cabinet was also very awkward. There was no space to move at all, let alone turn over. She wrapped herself tightly in the blanket, cursing Gu-yi while forcing herself to sleep. After a long time, she finally started to feel a bit drowsy. Gu-yi, lying on the bed, was actually not asleep. The wooden bed was hard, the mattress was not thick enough, and the quilt was slightly damp. He lay there without any sleepiness. In rock, paper, scissors, Su-young naturally couldn't win against Gu-yi. When the outcome was unpredictable, in the first round, she could directly play paper. According to probability, the likelihood of a person playing rock in the first round is 35. 4. Scissors 35 and paper 29. 4. Su-young fell into the trap in the first round, playing rock, and after that, she began to follow Gu-yi's previous moves. He played paper, so she had to play paper in the next round. Gu-yi had no difficulty winning. Su-young, sleeping on a bamboo chair, was naturally uncomfortable. In such a small space, she kept moving around. The bamboo chair creaked and groaned continuously. She would lift the blanket, move her legs. In short, she couldn't stay still. Thinking of her current awkward and displeased state, Gu-yi felt a strange excitement, as if he had successfully played a prank, not knowing whether there were bugs. Hearing her slap her skin, Gu-yi deliberately teased her. Do you still need a bite? No. Su-young gritted her teeth and said, What I need now is to hit someone. Gu-yi couldn't help but laugh, cleared his throat, and said in a very serious tone, The biting business is too busy to handle. Su-young turned her head away, no longer looking at Gu-yi. A long time passed, and perhaps she was tired from tossing and turning. She finally fell asleep. Hearing her even breathing, Gu-yi quietly got out of bed, standing beside the bamboo chair. He slightly lowered his head to look at Su-young. The sleeping her was completely different from the awake her. The awake Su-young was like a little hedgehog with her quills up, while the sleeping her was as obedient as a little rabbit. Her cheeks were fair, her eyelashes long, casting a faint shadow under her tightly closed eyes. This tranquil scene softened his heart considerably. He carefully picked her up along with the blanket. Gu-yi had never held anyone before, and perhaps due to his lack of experience, she shifted uncomfortably and eventually found a comfortable position. He didn't know if it was easier to feel cold after falling asleep, but as soon as she touched Gu-yi, it was like getting close to a heat source. She instinctively tightened her grip on him, curling up in his arms, causing his body to tense up. Su-young was very thin, and being held in his arms felt light. Gu-yi quickly moved her to the bed. The space became larger, and the Su-young, still in a dream, instinctively spread her arms and legs, moving comfortably. Gu-yi glanced at her and pulled the quilt over her. Afraid of waking Su-young, Gu-yi even restrained his breathing. He hadn't done much, just moved Su-young to the bed, yet he was already sweating from the effort. After calming down for a while, Gu-yi returned to the bed. This wooden board bed was quite old, and as soon as Gu-yi lay down, it creaked loudly. To avoid waking Su-young, he moved to a corner to sleep, facing away from her, completely still. Gu-yi was still, but that didn't mean Su-young was still. She had never been a quiet sleeper, and after being moved to the bed, she had plenty of space to move around. Before long, she rolled over from the other side of the bed to behind Gu-yi, her warm skin pressing tightly against his back. Gu-yi could even feel too soft something rubbing against his lower back. He didn't want to imagine what that was, but his body's reaction was direct. Gu-yi's intention in bringing Su-young to bed was very pure. He was worried she would catch a cold. However, the developments afterward were completely out of his control. After all, Gu-yi was young, and his body quickly began to heat up. To maintain control, he shifted further into the corner. But unexpectedly, Su-young was not easy to deal with. Seeing him retreat, she moved closer again, even resting her hand on his waist this time. Her slender fingers hung naturally, occasionally brushing against the flesh of Gu Yi's waist. Even though it was through clothing, it carried a strong, teasing implication. Gu Yi had been working out in his spare time, with physical strength already stronger than the average person. At this moment, Su Yang's accidental touch made his body's nerves become excited. After a fierce internal struggle, he suddenly turned over, just as he was about to push Su Yang away. She directly burrowed into his arms. Her soft hair tangled around Gu Yi's chest and neck, tickling him, and her warm little face pressed against his chest, making smacking sounds in her sleep. Gu Yi took a restrained, deep breath, trying to alleviate the dryness in his mouth. For Su Yang, the night in the mountains was too cold, with a bone-chilling chill. For Gu Yi, the night in the mountains felt like a sauna, almost making him explode. Surprisingly, Su Yang slept remarkably well that night. When she woke up in the morning, she was not on the chair, but in the bed, covered with a warm blanket. Meanwhile, Gu Yi, who should have been sleeping in the bed, was actually sitting on the bamboo chair with his eyes closed. Hearing her movements, he also woke up. He glanced at Su Yang and finally got up. "Pack up, we're going back to the city." Su Yang lifted the blanket. Her clothes were still neatly worn, but after tossing and turning all night, they were somewhat wrinkled. She patted her clothes, looking confused at Gu Yi, and asked, "How did I end up on the bed? Wasn't I sleeping on the chair?" Gu Yi had obvious dark circles under his eyes, looking grumpy as he shot Su Yang a glare. "You sleepwalked and stole the bed I won." "Huh?" Su Yang didn't know she had this problem and quickly stepped forward. "Really? I've never done that before." Gu Yi looked at her with a deep gaze and said slowly, "You played the pig to eat the tiger, and I invited the wolf into the house." Su Yang. After all, they had slept together, and Su Yang felt that her relationship with Gu Yi had become familiar. She chattered all the way, but Gu Yi still maintained an indifferent demeanor. Especially the way he looked at her always carried a hint of subtlety. And Su Yang didn't know what was bothering him again. Back in N City, after parting ways with Su Yang, Gu Yi glanced at the time, remembered he had a project to discuss, and took a taxi directly to Lin Chengjun's place. Lin Chengjun, driving, couldn't focus. He kept glancing sideways at Gu Yi. Gu Yi couldn't help but frown. "Can you concentrate on driving?" Lin Chengjun smirked knowingly. "When I sent you guys off yesterday, you were in the same outfit. Didn't you go home?" He pretended to wrinkle his nose and sniffed hard. "There's still a woman's scent on you. Let me take a whiff." It's still Su Yang's smell. A glint of coldness flashed in Gu Yi's eyes. Lin Chengjun wasn't afraid of Gu Yi. He was the type who liked to tease a tiger by the whiskers. "Let me guess, it rained heavily yesterday, and you didn't come back to the city? Did you sleep in the mountains? What I said to you?" Gu Yi looked down at the documents Lin Chengjun had brought, preparing for the upcoming meeting. "You look so unsatisfied. You must not have succeeded. A virgin just doesn't have the guts." Gu Yi shot Lin Chengjun a sidelong glance. His aura intimidating. "Do you want to lose your life?" Lin Chengjun continued to gossip. "Did you force her to stay and then force her to sleep together? But still didn't succeed? She didn't want to leave." "Huh?" Lin Chengjun looked disbelieving. "Believe it or not, she was so proactive, and you still didn't succeed? Are you not capable in that regard?" Lin Chengjun's comments grew more absurd. Only after sleeping together can she be considered your woman. How can feelings deepen without it? Gu Yi shot him an annoyed glance. "Is your brain located where that thing is?" Lin Chengjun clicked his tongue, maliciously saying to Gu Yi, "Let me tell you, women don't like the whole boiling the frog in warm water routine, especially this generation of girls. They've seen so many dramas and movies. They want romance, dominance, and no resistance." Gu Yi frowned. "What nonsense. Just pin her against the wall and kiss her." As he spoke, Lin Chengjun made a kissing gesture. "Got it?" Gu Yi seriously assessed Lin Chengjun before solemnly replying, "You're disgusting." Su Yang took the morning off, returned to school to shower and change clothes, and caught up on some sleep. In the afternoon, she went back to the office, and as soon as she entered the elevator, she ran into Gu Yi, who had just returned from negotiations. What a coincidence. Gu Gong. After spending a night together, Su Yang felt that her relationship with Gu Yi had changed compared to before and actively greeted him. Gu Yi, however, remained unchanged, his attitude still cold and indifferent. The elevator ascended, and Su Yang stood beside Gu Yi. He kept glancing over at her from the corner of his eye, which surprised her. She asked with concern, Gu Gong, are your eyes uncomfortable? Why do you keep looking at me sideways? Gu Yi coughed a couple of times and shifted his gaze back. So, it was normal. Then why was he looking at Su Yang like that? Had she done something wrong? The elevator doors opened, arriving at the office floor. As Su Yang approached her workstation and was about to sit down, Gu Yi called out to her, Come in, I have documents for you. Following Gu Yi into the office, he walked in front while she trailed behind. After being scolded several times before, Su Yang remembered to turn back and close the door as soon as she entered the office. Just as she completed that action and turned around, she was startled to find Gu Yi almost right next to her, causing her to step back in fright and bump against the wall with a thud. She didn't even care about the pain, just staring at Gu Yi in terror. Gu Yi took a step closer, pinning Su Yang tightly against the corner of the wall. His gaze remained fixed on her, filled with a fierce determination. Su Yang felt as if a block of ice had been placed on her back. Her entire body tensed up. He leaned slightly closer to her, then suddenly slammed his palm against the wall behind her with a loud bang. The sound startled Su Yang immensely. Instinctively, she raised her arm to shield her head. Trembling with fear, she stammered, Gu Gong, if there's any grievance, we can lay it all out. It's wrong to hit women. After a long pause with no further action from Gu Yi, Su Yang cautiously lifted her head, peering at him with a worried expression. Gu Yi had retreated to a safe distance, and Su Yang finally let out a sigh of relief. Gu Gong, were you going to hit me? Su Yang thought back and felt a bit frightened. Gu Yi's expression had been too serious and terrifying. Gu Yi frowned, turning his face away in displeasure, refusing to answer her question. You, go call Lin Qingjun in for me. Huh? Why do you need Lin Gong? Gu Yi shot her a glare, almost gritting his teeth as he said, I want to kill him. Lin Qingjun, what has that got to do with me? Gu Yi, you said to pin her against the wall? She said I was going to hit her. Lin Qingjun. Gu Yi, is there any other way? Lin Qingjun. Yes, get used to living alone for the rest of your life. Gu Yi. Since Su Yang was transferred to Gu Yi's team, she had often been called to relay messages, and she had grown accustomed to such orders. People truly have a submissive nature. Lin Qingjun never answered his phone while working, so Su Yang had to run over in person. After calling Lin Qingjun, Su Yang recalled Gu Yi's earlier words and felt a bit worried, kindly reminding him on the way, Gu Gong is in a bad mood today. I almost got hit by him just now. Gu Yi. Lin Qingjun looked at Su Yang with disbelief. How is that possible? Really? Su Yang recounted the frightening incident she had just experienced. Still feeling shaken, I don't know why he had an issue with me. He just came at me with a slap. The wall almost got cracked. If he hadn't missed, I might not have had a face left. Lin Qingjun listened to the whole story and found it hard to imagine such a scene. But he couldn't suppress his laughter anymore. Su Yang delivered the final blow, seriously asking Lin Qingjun, Lin Gong, do you think if my boss hit someone, can I consider it a work-related injury? Upon hearing this, Lin Qingjun burst out laughing uncontrollably. Su Yang looked at him in confusion. He is going to kill you, and you're still laughing. Lin Qingjun walked into Gu Yi's office and immediately felt the low pressure radiating from Gu Yi. Having learned the whole story from Su Yang on the way, seeing Gu Yi now, he couldn't help but imagine the foolish thing he had done and was already laughing so hard he could hardly stand. Have you laughed enough? Gu Yi's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Ha ha! Lin Qingjun simply couldn't stop. What exactly did you? Ha! That was so stupid. Gu Yi shot Lin Qingjun a fierce glare, looking very displeased. I warn you, it's best not to provoke me right now. Lin Qingjun was already used to Gu Yi's threats and continued. When I said to pin her against the wall, I meant a wall slam. Do you understand? Su Yang said you were going to hit her. How did you do it? Practicing martial arts? Shut up. Gu Yi was unwilling to revisit that embarrassing experience. But Lin Qingjun wouldn't let it go. But speaking of which, if I said I knocked her out and carried her back as my wife, would you want to try it? Lin Qingjun found it increasingly amusing. Do you want to kill me with laughter? Gu Yi's anger finally reached its peak under Lin Qingjun's provocation. Lin Qingjun, being a person who knew when to back off, immediately cleared his throat and said, So, why did you call me in? Gu Yi shot him a glare. Work. I heard you wanted to kill me. Lin Qingjun blinked. Finish the work first, then kill. Gu Yi was completely ungracious. Ha ha. Lin Xingju knew that Gu Yi wasn't the type to mix business with pleasure. He must have something important to discuss. And after laughing, he quickly entered work mode. Approaching Gu Yi's desk, Lin Xingjun turned to stand behind him just as Gu Yi powered on his computer. The startup music playing while the system was still booting up. In a last moment of silence, Lin Changjun said, "You really can't go on like this. You need to be a bit gentler and make your presence felt more. It's fine to pick her up and drop her off occasionally. Maybe invite her out for a meal." He paused, suddenly remembering something important. "By the way, I looked up Su Yang's information last time and saw that her birthday is coming up soon." Saying this, he patted Gu Yi's shoulder. "Make sure to perform well." Gu Yi shot Lin Changjun a cold glance. "Do you really think I would still believe your bad ideas? Next Monday, I'll be going to the mountains with Gu Yi to record a program, and I can take a few days off." With her birthday approaching, she has already started receiving gifts one after another. Her cousin sent her the latest model of a selfie phone. She only posted a lottery draw on her friend's circle and didn't win, but her cousin noticed her preferences and was very attentive. Suma knew that Su Yang had plans to go out with Shi Yuan on her birthday, so she celebrated her birthday with her at home the night before. She prepared a large spread of dishes and even cooked longevity noodles for her birthday. After starting work, Su Yang became much busier. Sometimes when Suma called her, she was either working overtime or, having finally returned to her dormitory, just wanted to sleep, so she would hang up perfunctorily. Now that she thinks about it, she actually feels quite sorry for Suma. Being home alone must be really lonely for her, and she must be worried about her, which is why she calls her. The mother and daughter both had a little drink, and Su Yang's tolerance for alcohol was built up from these small gatherings with her mother. Compared to other mothers, Suma has always been a laid-back person. After sipping a glass, slightly tipsy, she took out the gift she prepared for Su Yang. In the deep blue gift box lay a silver necklace adorned with sapphires. The craftsmanship of the necklace's base was exquisite, and the necklace itself was both simple and elegantly detailed. Looking at the necklace, Su Yang was somewhat surprised. "Where did this come from?" "It was left by your dad." A hint of loss flashed in Suma's eyes, but it was quickly covered up. "It will be yours from now on." Su Yang curiously picked up the necklace and held it up to her neck. "This style is too extravagant. How do I wear it?" "Just keep it. It's been passed down for several generations." Suma lifted her small wine glass and downed it in one go, her expression somewhat melancholic. She looked at Su Yang with a mix of emotions. "Thinking that you will eventually leave me, I really can't bear it." Su Yang thought her mother was tipsy and started imagining her future married life. Quickly putting the necklace down, walking over to her mother, affectionately hugging her neck, and pouting, "Mom, don't worry, I want to get married easily, and even if I do, I will always be your daughter. I can't leave you. It won't be that easy for you to shake me off." Suma's hand gently rubbed Su Yang's arm, her tone filled with complex emotions. "You're still young. There are many things you don't understand." "Oh, it's no big deal," Su Yang said. "Even if I get married in the future, I will still rely on you for support." "Where do you think you're going?" Suma patted Su Yang's arm, smiling. "Mom won't go anywhere. You're like a bird. No matter where you fly, as long as you want to come back, Mom will always be your nest." When she said this, her eyes actually shimmered with a hint of tears. On her birthday, Su Yang arranged to meet Shi Yuan, but wanted to bring her boyfriend along to treat Su Yang to dinner. Su Yang had asked Gu Yi for a personal day off a day in advance. At that time, Gu Yi had agreed readily. Su Yang didn't know if it was because of the drink she had with her mother the night before, but now, seeing Gu Yi's car and him in front of her house, she felt a bit surreal. After all, it was her birthday, and Su Yang had dressed up specially. She wore a new outfit, a red leather motorcycle jacket, short hot pants, and knee-high boots. Her medium-length hair was styled into a loose bun, looking fashionable and eye-catching. As she walked out of the yard, Gu Yi was leaning against the car door, talking on the phone. When he saw her, his gaze darkened, and then he hung up. Su Yang was quite surprised by his arrival and asked him curiously, "Gu Gong, are you here to see me? Is there something going on?" Gu Yi put away his phone and said casually, "I was passing by a neighborhood and thought I'd give you a ride, so you wouldn't be late." The more Su Yang listened, the more confused she became. "But I usually live at school." "Is that so?" Gu Yi maintained his indifferent demeanor. "What a coincidence. You just happen to be home today. I told you yesterday that I took a personal day off to take care of something at home." Gu raised an eyebrow, looking completely unconcerned, as if he had only just remembered because Su Yang reminded him. Did you? Oh, I might have too much on my mind and forgot. Su Yang looked at this uninvited guest speechlessly, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she tried to hint that he should leave. You still have to go to work, right? Take care. Gu tilted his head slightly, looking Su Yang up and down, and answered her question with another. Are you going out? After thinking it over, Su Yang finally had to come clean. Gu Gong, actually today is my birthday, and I should have taken personal leave. But could you let me take the day off for my birthday? Oh, Gu didn't reprimand Su Yang, but just raised his chin. Where to? I'll take you. After all, it's your birthday. No need to get in the car. Gui's tone left no room for refusal. Su Yang felt like she was being forced into a car by a gangster coming to collect a debt. His face was dark and serious, making it hard to understand his intentions. She reluctantly got into the car, and he directly handed her 2 bags of food. Su Yang glanced at the 2 items and was about to ask, but Gu spoke first. It's early. I thought you hadn't had breakfast. Su Yang had rushed out in the morning and indeed hadn't eaten breakfast. Seeing Gu's kindness, she took them and found that inside was a bun and a cup of soy milk. Su Yang was picky about food and instinctively opened the bun to see it was a meat bun. She thought the meat bun had a bit of a gamey taste and usually only ate braised meat buns. As for the soy milk, it was definitely something she couldn't stand, after being forced to drink it during school lunches for 6 years. Su Yang had developed a complete aversion to it and hadn't touched it since graduating from elementary school. Gu tilted his head slightly to look at her, urging her, eat. Su Yang didn't want to refuse Gu's kindness, so she had to find a reason. Aren't you usually against eating in the car because of the smell? I'll eat when I get out. Eat now. Gu said, it's fine. Su Yang considered herself a bit of a foodie, but she never expected that eating would feel like a punishment. Forcing herself to finish the bun, she thought, there's still the soy milk to deal with. Gu was really something, buying her the things she hated the most. She was almost in tears while eating. What kind of grudge could lead to this? Su Yang searched her mind, trying to figure out how she had offended Gu to deserve such treatment. After searching for a long time, she truly had no idea. The meat bun was bearable, but the unpleasant taste of the soy milk made it impossible for her to drink. Just taking the first sip made her feel like she might throw up. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, she handed the soy milk back to Gu. Gu Gong, I really can't drink this. Why don't you take care of it yourself? Gu didn't expect Su Yang to suddenly offer him the soy milk, and he was momentarily taken aback. A strange look flashed in his deep eyes as he looked down at the straw she had used. Then, after a moment, he lifted his gaze to meet hers. You've drunk from it, and you want to give it to me? Are you sure? Hearing Gu say this, Su Yang felt as if she had been pardoned. Gu Gong dislikes it. That's great. I can just throw it away. Bring it here. Gu's voice remained consistently deep. I don't dislike it. Gu finished the cup of soybean milk, and in the end his brow furrowed slightly. Judging from his expression, he didn't seem to like it much either. Not liking it, yet still finishing it. Su Yang thought, Gu is really a frugal man. After a long journey, they finally arrived at the Happy Park in City Inn, a newly built large modern amusement park that had been open for less than 3 months. Su Yang and Shi Yuan had been busy with their internships and hadn't had time to come and play. Finally seizing the opportunity, they naturally wanted to have some fun. Gu parked the car in the lot. Su Yang saw the big sign of the Happy Park from the side, along with waves of tourists pouring into the park, and understandingly said, Gu Gong, you could drop me off here. I can go in by myself. Gu also got out of the car and walked over to Su Yang. His tall figure, like a tree, blocked the light in front of her. Who are you going with? Gu asked. My roommate. Isn't it your birthday? Gu pondered for a moment. Didn't you invite any guys? Su Yang thought for a moment and replied, There are, but... Then, add me in. Gu interrupted Su Yang's words, completely shocking her. Huh? Gu Gong. You must be very busy. Su Yang didn't want her birthday to be ruined by Gu, so she quickly made an excuse. Today is all about young people having fun together. You definitely wouldn't like it. Saying this, Su Yang pulled on her backpack strap, trying to slip away. Just as Su Yang took a step, Gu quickly grabbed her wrist. That completely unguarded contact made Su Yang feel as if there was fire scorching her wrist. She turned to look at Gu, her brow slightly furrowed. Gu Gong, I'm only 7 years older than you. Gu Yi lowered his head, his gaze steady as he looked at her, and said calmly, I'm still a young person. A long time later series. Su-young was curious. When did you start liking me? Gu Yi didn't raise his head, seriously answering, every day. Su-young, is there something wrong with your phrasing? No matter how Su-young politely refused, Gu Yi always found a way to divert the topic. In short, in the end, Su-young had to force a smile and take him to meet Shi Yuan and her boyfriend. When Shi Yuan saw Gu Yi, she was, as Su-young had expected, completely stunned. She looked at Gu Yi with her mouth agape, unable to say a word for a long time. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, she pulled Su-young aside to whisper, What's going on? Weren't you coming alone? Why did you bring Gu Yi? Although Shi Yuan also admired Gu Yi, it was entirely the admiration of a novice for a master. She never imagined she would go to the amusement park with a master. The scene was just too beautiful to be real. Su-young also had her own struggles. He probably has no friends. I politely refused him, but he insisted on coming along. Shi Yuan looked at Su-young suspiciously, her eyes filled with some speculation. Did something happen between you two that you didn't tell me? Su-young spread her hands helplessly. What could happen between me and a mad cow? Saying this, she tugged at her clothes. Could it be that I wore red today and stimulated him? Shi Yuan pretended to be nonchalant, stealing a glance at Gu Yi, and couldn't help but sigh. This situation is too strange. It feels like a teenage girl trying to go bad, dressed up in a crop top to hit the bar, only to have her dad show up. Su-young glanced at Gu Yi. He was dressed casually, not overly formal, but he exuded an unspoken authoritative aura, clearly not someone of Su-young's age group. She seriously considered for a few seconds and shook her head. It doesn't seem like he's that old, does it? Am I talking about this problem with you? Shi Yuan face-bombed, utterly speechless. Since he was here, they couldn't just kick him out. The three of them could only awkwardly interact with Gu Yi. Gu Yi seemed unaware that his presence was causing discomfort to everyone and appeared quite at ease. Su-young awkwardly introduced him to Shi Yuan and her boyfriend. This is Gu Yi, my boss, an architect. After Su-young introduced Gu Yi, Shi Yuan couldn't help but bow slightly, showing a posture of respect for an elder. Hello, Teacher Gu. I'm Shi Yuan from N University, a student of architecture. I've heard your lectures before. Her boyfriend wasn't much calmer than her. As a newcomer in the architecture industry, he was naturally polite upon seeing a master and immediately nodded. I'm Shi Yuan's boyfriend, Luo Dong, an assistant architect from the 13th Institute. Hello, Teacher Gu. It was like a leader came for an inspection. Gu Yi shook hands with them one by one, and that scene was as bizarre as it gets. After the introductions, Gu Yi, being considerate, broke the uncomfortable silence first. What do you want to play? Huh? This stumped Shi Yuan. She hadn't expected Gu Yi to come and had no idea what they could play with him. Have you played this kind of thing before? What do you like to play? Gu Yi scanned the surroundings with a calm expression. I played some during the spring outing in elementary school. Su-young, Shi Yuan, and Luo Dong exchanged looks and all found it hard to continue. Finally, Su-young had a flash of inspiration and nudged Shi Yuan. Why don't you guys go play first? I'll take Gu Gong to start with the easier stuff. We'll meet up later. Saying this, Su-young exchanged several glances, and Shi Yuan received her signal, looking at her with concern, but ultimately left under her urging. Since the person was brought by Su-young, it was naturally her responsibility to deal with the trouble. Su-young decided to separate from Shi Yuan and the others and take Gu Yi around alone. The amusement park had just opened for 3 months, and with so many visitors, Su-young figured it would be easy to shake off Gu Yi. She was mentally calculating her plan. If they accidentally got separated, it shouldn't be blamed on her, right? The two walked along the bustling path, with people moving in both directions. Gu Yi, worried that the crowd might separate them, intentionally stood behind Su-young, shielding her from the pushing of people behind. Su-young didn't notice Gu Yi's little actions. She was just thinking about how to naturally get lost from him. Looking ahead, she spotted a large visitor rest area and immediately got an idea. Turning back to Gu Yi, she said, I'm going to the restroom. Can you wait for me outside for a moment? Gu Yi glanced at her and nodded. This rest area had exits on all sides. Su-young entered from the east and, without a second thought, slipped out through the west. Once she left the visitor center and found herself without Gu Yi following her, she couldn't help but applaud her own cleverness. Next, she decided to find Shi Yuan and Luo Dong and then ignore Gu Yi's calls. Hee, this is the way of the world. Su Yang walked along the western path for a while, watching the coming and going tourists. Some were in pairs, some in groups, and others were traveling with their families, all looking cheerful, seemingly filled with happy smiles. Suddenly, Gu Yi popped in her mind. With his personality, he was probably still waiting for her over there. And Su Yang couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. Was it really right to treat Gu Yi this way? The more she thought about it, the more conflicted she became. It felt like an angel and a devil were fighting in her heart. One moment she thought it was his fault for insisting on coming and making everyone awkward. The next moment, she thought he might just want to join in on the young people's activities, and bringing him along didn't seem to have such a big impact. After a battle of conscience, driven by her guilt, Su Yang ultimately turned back to find Gu Yi. No matter how Gu Yi treated her, what she did was still wrong. Su Yang originally wanted to shake Gu Yi off and pretend to get lost, but she didn't expect to really get lost in the end. People really shouldn't do bad things. Once they do, they are immediately punished. Su Yang circled around the amusement park and found it was too big. The more she walked, the more off course she became, and finally had to look at a map. To her shock, there were 6 visitor rest centers in the entire amusement park, and she couldn't even find her way back to the one where she initially got separated from Gu Yi. She anxiously called Shi Yuan several times, but she didn't answer. In such a noisy environment, it was likely that Shi Yuan didn't hear her. Not being able to find them meant she couldn't reunite with them, which made Su Yang increasingly anxious. Just when she felt the most helpless and didn't know what to do, her phone finally rang. The caller was not Shi Yuan, but Gu Yi. Su Yang felt like she had grabbed onto a lifeline and quickly answered. "Where are you?" At that moment, Gu Yi's voice came through the phone, steady and powerful. Even his rhythmic breathing made Su Yang feel at ease. Su Yang glanced around at her surroundings, looked at the sign, and reported her location. "Don't move," Gu Yi said. "I'll come find you." Just as Gu Yi was about to hang up, Su Yang called his name. "Gu Gong." Her voice carried a hint of a sob. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have wandered around." Gu Yi paused for a moment. "It's just getting separated. No need to apologize." Gu Yi didn't know that she had thought about shaking him off, and his open words made Su Yang feel even guiltier. Su Yang took a deep breath, ready to explain, but then she heard Gu Yi's low voice coming from the receiver. "Don't be afraid," he said. "Just be your true self." Su Yang was about to say something, but at that moment, his 2 sentences felt like a weapon, striking the softest part of her heart, making her feel a pang of bitterness in her chest, and she couldn't say anything more. She bit her lower lip and finally managed to say one word. "Okay." After hanging up the phone, Su Yang waited in place for about 5 or 6 minutes before she saw Gu Yi's figure. He was walking briskly, and after seeing Su Yang, he finally stopped his hurried pace, shifting to a normal walking rhythm, and his tense expression gradually relaxed. As he approached Su Yang, she could see the thin sweat on his forehead and his slightly damp hair. She rarely saw Gu Yi like this. In her impression, he was always calm and graceful. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Gu Yi was still as succinct as ever, but at this moment, Su Yang didn't find his way of speaking annoying. "You have a great sense of direction. I just mentioned it and you found me." Gu Yi fiddled with his phone, smiling lightly. "I'm very familiar with the layout here." The amusement park project was done in collaboration with the Landscaping Bureau. After the Horticultural Expo, it was transformed into an amusement park. Multi-purpose. Gu Yi glanced at the throngs of visitors around them, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "It seems our original idea was quite successful. This project has been around for many years, right? The Horticultural Expo was 2 or 3 years ago, and if you go further back, it's been 7 or 8 years. Professor Zhou's project, I was still a student back then." Gu Yi's tone was calm and relaxed, as if he were just chatting with Su Yang. Su Yang listened quietly, slightly raising her head to watch his expressions as he spoke. His handsome features, with a hint of confident exuberance in his eyes, made him look so at ease when discussing his field. Su Yang had to admit that compared to Gu Yi's many picky habits in life, he was worthy of being called a male god in his work. At least, that's how she felt after getting to know him better. The two chatted all the way, and Su Yang surprisingly felt that time passed without her noticing. Interacting with Gu Gu-e was not as arduous as she had imagined. Su-young followed Gu-e out of the lost area and back to the section with amusement facilities. They looked at each other, and Su-young didn't know what to do next. Shi Yuan and Luo Dong seemed to be playing something, not answering or returning calls for a long time. Su-young glanced at Gu-e and awkwardly said, while holding her phone, "It seems like they are out of contact." Gu-e lowered his head and glanced at Su-young. His expression relaxed. "What do you want to play? I'll accompany you." Although it was Su-young who suggested coming to the amusement park, she wasn't that brave herself, afraid of heights and water. There were many rides she wouldn't dare to try without Shi Yuan's encouragement. With Gu-e beside her, she didn't want him to find out about her fear and laugh at her later, so she could only harden her resolve. Su-young didn't choose a ride. In the end, Gu-e casually pointed to the nearest one. Coincidentally, it was one of the park's most representative rides, the wooden roller coaster, Jungle Leap. After waiting in line for nearly an hour, Su-young turned back several times to ask Gu-e, "Are you scared? If you are, we can switch to another ride." Gu-e, tall and standing out in the crowd, showed no change in expression as they got closer to the front. After Su-young asked for the third time, Gu-e finally reacted, frowning slightly, and asked her back with her own words, "Are you scared? If you are, we can switch to another ride." Su-young was someone who cared about her pride, and being questioned like that by Gu-e made her straighten her back immediately, stubbornly saying, "Of course not. My favorite ride is the roller coaster." Su-young pointed to the wooden structure above. "I was just calculating whether the structure is safe and sturdy." Once they officially boarded the roller coaster, Su-young's heart began to race uncontrollably. Especially after the safety lock was secured, her anxiety reached its peak. They were seated in a relatively middle position, surrounded by excited or frightened visitors waiting start. Su-young gripped the safety bar tightly, her expression tense. Gu-e turned his head slightly to look at Su-young, his eyes showing a hint of concern. "Are you sure you're okay?" At that moment, Su-young finally felt scared. She turned her head to meet Gu-e's gaze, fear evident in her eyes. "Actually, I'm not very sure." Thinking about how it was about to start, Su-young's legs began to tremble. "I saw Final Destination. One of them starts with a roller coaster accident, and it left me with some psychological trauma." Just as Su-young was speaking, the broadcast began to announce the storyline of the roller coaster. Su-young was extremely nervous and couldn't hear a word clearly. She looked helplessly at Gu-e, and after a while, finally mustered the courage to say, "Gu-gong, can I hold your hand?" Gu-e didn't expect Su-young to suddenly make such a request and was momentarily taken aback. It's very innocent, like a spring outing in elementary school." Su-young's voice trembled as she explained, "I'm a bit scared." The final launch prompt began, and the broadcast started the countdown from 10. 10, 9, 8. Su-young stared at Gu-e, her mind going completely blank. It felt as if all the bones in her body were dismantled and she was about to float away. Gu-e didn't speak, only slightly tilted his head, his gaze clear and calm. The countdown continued in her ears. 5, 4. Su-young felt her already tingling hand being enveloped by a larger hand, warm and dry. His long fingers caressed her stiff fingers gently, weaving through her fingers, and finally firmly clasped their hands together, bringing a sense of steadfast and gentle strength. 3, 2, 1, launch. At the moment the roller coaster shot out, Su-young felt the wind rushing past her ears, mixed with Gu-e's calm voice whispering, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." A 3-minute thrilling journey, tense and exciting. When Su-young came down, her throat was hoarse from shouting, her hair was a mess, and her hands were drenched in sweat. Strangely, Su-young wasn't as scared as she had imagined. No, she should say she was scared but also a bit excited. Before going up, she thought she might die from the ride, but after coming down, she felt like she could go again. It seems that this kind of adrenaline-pumping game has a certain charm. No wonder so many people are in line. Compared to Su-young's disheveled state, Gu-e seemed unfazed. He styled his short hair neatly, and no matter how strong the wind was, it couldn't mess it up. He always looked sharp and decisive, and his expression hadn't changed at all. Thinking about how she had the courage not to run away only because he held her hand the whole time, Su-young felt grateful to him. It was the first time as an adult that she held hands with a man, and it turned out to be in such a situation, which amused Su-young. "Thank you so much just now." Gu-e stood still, waiting for Su-young to catch her breath. slightly tilting his head and raising an eyebrow in response. Recalling the feelings from earlier, Su Yang's tone carried a hint of excitement. After experiencing it, I don't feel scared anymore. It seems like I could go for another round. He lowered his gaze, his deep eyes fixed on Su Yang. After a while, he reached out and ruffled her hair. His warm palm brushed against her scalp, and that kind of touch felt a bit subtle to Su Yang. As he smoothed out her messy hairstyle, Su Yang suddenly had a thought. To be honest, Gong, your designs are everywhere. Amusement parks, skyscrapers, shopping malls, museums, libraries. There's no surprise at all. Is it boring to go on dates with your girlfriend? Gu Yi's gaze darkened slightly, and he cleared his throat, no longer continuing that topic. Let's call them. We'll go find them. Oh. As Su Yang took out her phone to call Shi Yuan, she pondered silently about where she had said something wrong, which had annoyed Gu. She still couldn't come to a conclusion. After wandering around the amusement park and playing a few more rides, before she knew it, it was dinner time. They had hastily dealt with lunch at the park, and Shi Yuan had already made a reservation for dinner. After all, it was Su Yang's birthday, and Shi Yuan had prepared thoughtfully. The meal was quite harmonious, even though Gu Yi, the old cadre, was present. Since they were all in the construction industry, there were plenty of common topics, especially Shi Yuan's boyfriend, Luo Dong, who kept asking Gu Yi some professional questions, all of which were answered, leaving him greatly impressed by Gu Yi. After discussing professional matters, they shifted to everyday topics. Gu Yi was just like any other man, talking about football and basketball, making the conversation less awkward. As dinner was coming to an end, Gu Yi said he was going to the restroom and got up from his seat. Once he left, Shi Yuan's chatter began. She put down her chopsticks and said meaningfully to Su Yang, "Do you believe he's going to pay the bill?" Huh? Su Yang, with a piece of rib still stuck in her mouth, widened her eyes in shock. Luo Dong, equally surprised, exclaimed, "No way, I was planning to pay." Shi Yuan shot him a disdainful look. "You really have no sense." Su Yang swallowed the rib and asked in surprise, "Is he trying to show off how rich he is?" Shi Yuan rolled her eyes at her. "Are you silly? It's obvious he has a crush on you." Su Yang looked unconvinced. "How can you tell?" Shi Yuan recalled the day's events and analyzed them clearly. "He's so busy, and he's much older than us. Yet he insists on following you to the amusement park. Plus, he's having dinner with us, wasting the whole day. And he even took the initiative to pay the bill, trying to impress you. All of this means he likes you." Su Yang was taken aback by Shi Yuan's analysis and started reflecting on the day's unusual occurrences, realizing Gu Yi had done enough strange things to go around the world twice. Could it be because I wore a red dress? The more she thought about it, the more scared she became, prompting her to quickly take off her jacket. "Is this okay?" Shi Yuan gave her another eye roll, popped a peanut into her mouth, and said, "See, according to the usual pattern, he will probably offer to take you home later and might even have a gift for you." As Shi Yuan looked at Gu Yi coming back from a distance, she lowered her voice and added, "I think he came prepared today." After dinner, they also polished off the cake that Shi Yuan had ordered earlier. When it was time to settle the bill, sure enough, it had already been paid by Gu Yi. Su Yang's heart skipped a beat. It was already quite late, and as they left the restaurant, Gu Yi indeed offered to take Su Yang home. If it weren't for Shi Yuan's previous comments, Su Yang wouldn't have found it strange, as their homes were in the same direction. However, thinking about what Shi Yuan had said, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. In the relatively spacious, enclosed car, the air seemed to blend with their breaths. Su Yang didn't dare to speak, nervously gripping the seatbelt, and hardly said a word the whole way. Gu Yi turned on the radio, took a while to find a music channel, and said calmly, "I don't usually listen to music, so I can only listen to the radio." He drove with one hand and took a moment to glance at Su Yang, gently saying, "If you're tired, you can sleep. You'll be home when you wake up." Su Yang wasn't used to his gentleness, and goosebumps even rose on her arms. She let her mind wander during the drive, and to her surprise, she actually fell asleep to the soothing music. Perhaps she was too tired from the day, and her body's fatigue overcame her consciousness. Eventually, she was awakened by Gu Yi, who gently tapped her hand and said affectionately, "We're home. Wake up." Su Yang groggily opened her eyes and saw Gu Yi tapping her hand, feeling that the gesture was too inappropriate, so she quickly withdrew her hand and shrank back a bit. Ahem. Clearing her throat, she wanted to escape. hurriedly unbuckling her seatbelt to get out of the car. Gu Gong, I'll be going now. See you later. Wait. Just as Su Yang's hand touched the door handle, Gu Yi called out to her. Is there something else? Su Yang awkwardly turned to look at Gu Yi, thinking, please don't give me any birthday gifts. That would really confirm Shi Yuan's prediction. Gu Yi took out a delicate rectangular gift box from the glove compartment and handed it directly to Su Yang. Birthday gift. Gu Yi's expression was natural, but carried a hint of pride. He didn't even look at Su Yang, as if it was just a casual gesture. Holding the gift box, Su Yang thought, this really confirms Shi Yuan's prediction. How scary. Holding a hot potato, she didn't know whether to keep it or throw it away. After a moment, she stammered, this isn't it too much? Gu Yi glanced at Su Yang. Aren't you going to open it to take a look? Su Yang looked at him and, seeing that he was staring at her, felt a bit scared. Under Gu Yi's imposing presence, she could only brace herself and open the gift box. Inside lay a sleek mechanical pencil, its shiny silver color complementing the velvet box. Gu Yi's gift was a Faber-Castell TK Matic L with a metal body, engraved lettering, and fully automatic lead advancement. Priced over 1,000 yuan. It was quite extravagant for a pencil. After taking a look, Su Yang felt even more overwhelmed and couldn't help but step back. Choosing her words carefully, she said cautiously, Gu Gong, I can't accept this gift. I'm already very grateful for the meal you treated me to. Please take this back. My red ring works quite well. Gu Yi raised his eyes, slightly furrowing his brows. It's just a birthday gift. No. Su Yang looked up at him with difficulty. Your sudden kindness to me recently is too much. Is it not okay? Su Yang swallowed hard, afraid of saying the wrong thing. I'm a bit unaccustomed to it. Gu Yi glanced at Su Yang with a hint of gentleness in his eyes, and he pursed his lips and said, then start getting used to it. When he said this, there was a trace of gentle affection at the corner of his mouth, which startled Su Yang. At this point, even if Su Yang was slow, she understood Gu Yi's meaning. This made her anxious. Although she had recently changed her view of Gu Yi and didn't despise him as much as before, more so, it was respect for an excellent architect and gratitude toward the mentor. There was definitely no romantic feelings involved, heaven forbid. Su Yang tightly clenched the gift box, her mind in a jumble. She never expected that Gu Yi would develop such feelings for her. This was really tricky. Su Yang nervously glanced at Gu Yi, constantly paying attention to his expression changes, and seriously considered her wording, saying very politely, Engineer Gu, did you misunderstand something? Su Yang's heart raced faster, extremely afraid that if she said the wrong thing, Gu Yi would strangle her. Actually, I really never thought I could get into Gamma. I originally just wanted to find a random place to intern. After coming here, I was really influenced by the atmosphere of Gamma and felt that everyone was excellent architects. Later, I hope to become an excellent architect like everyone else. This thought is very pure. Gu Yi glanced at her and said, keep talking. Actually, you really misunderstood me. I just came to intern and really didn't plan to find an architect as a boyfriend. Su Yang cautiously observed Gu Yi's expression. Sure enough, after she said this, Gu Yi's expression darkened a bit. Engineer Gu. The cold response made Su Yang's heart race, completely unclear about his meaning. Su Yang asked Gu Yi nervously. If I refuse you, will you make things difficult for me at work? Gu Yi's expression didn't change much. He held the steering wheel, his gaze looking into the distance. Su Yang had a look of waiting for judgment, and after a long time, Gu Yi finally spoke. Oh. What does "oh" mean? Will he or won't he? What is Gu Yi trying to do? They parted on unfriendly terms. With his stuffy, old-fashioned personality, if Gu Yi was unwilling to speak, Su Yang couldn't ask anything. Su Yang couldn't sleep well all night, tossing and turning, growing more and more anxious. While being afraid, she also reflected all night on what she had done wrong to attract Gu Yi's attention. Could it be true that if you did bad things in a past life, you'd have retribution in this life? Having offended Gu Yi before and being retaliated against in every possible way, if she refused him this time, wouldn't he retaliate even more? Just thinking about it made Su Yang feel that her future was bleak, with dark circles under her eyes from sleeplessness. She woke up more than half an hour earlier than usual to prepare to go to Gamma. No matter what the consequences were, even if Gu Yi fired her, she had to face it bravely. Su's mom knew Su Yang was in a hurry and steamed her a flour roll. Su's mom was still busy with housework, and Su Yang casually greeted her, biting into the flour roll as she headed out. The morning dew slowly evaporated under the morning sunlight. The orange sunlight brought a slight warmth, making it precious in these increasingly cold days. The old dog was still clinging to Su Yang's leg, wagging its tail, jumping around, reluctant to let her go to work. "Good dog, I'll be back after work." Su Yang opened the courtyard door, and as soon as she stepped outside, she was startled by the Porsche Cayenne parked outside. "Oh my God, why is Gui here again?" Su Yang cautiously walked to the car and knocked on Gui's window with a frown. Engineer Gui, who had been resting, saw Su Yang come out and got out of the driver's seat. "You're up? I'll give you a ride to work." Su Yang looked at Gui awkwardly, not wanting to get in the car, let alone have any association with him. "Engineer Gui, maybe you didn't understand what I said yesterday?" "I understand," Gui said without a hint of embarrassment, straightforwardly. "I also get rejected when I propose plans. Just try again." Su Yang helplessly rubbed her forehead. Matters of the heart aren't like this kind of relationship between parties A and B. It's a feeling, do you understand? Then just try harder. You'll eventually get a feeling. Su Yang, is he really unable to understand human language? Oh my God. It seems that being pursued by a mad cow is even more terrifying than being targeted by one. Many years later, after 10 p.m., Gui still hadn't returned home, and Su Yang was very angry. At around 10:30, Su Yang received a message from Gui. "Brothers are gathering today, and there's another round later. Go to bed early." Su Yang was even angrier. Soon, while Gui was being dragged to KTV, he received a picture message from Su Yang. The image showed his computer screen with a dialog box on the folder of the project he was working on, asking if he wanted to delete the XX projects folder. The cursor was glaringly positioned on confirm. Gui broke out in a cold sweat and immediately called Su Yang. "Wife, don't be impulsive. I'll be home soon. Give me 20 minutes. It was difficult to communicate with Gui like a human. Under his insistence, Su Yang could only sit in his car to go to the company. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to leave the house. When they arrived at the company, although she insisted on going their separate ways, Su Yang still felt extremely guilty. Especially as soon as she entered Gamma, she felt like everyone was watching her. Sitting anxiously at her desk, opening her computer, she was somewhat distracted, her mind racing with thoughts on how to shake off Gui, not even noticing when Lin Chengjun arrived. He was holding blueprints, clearly there to discuss plans with Gui. With a meaningful smile, he leaned against Su Yang's desk, wearing an expression that seemed to enjoy the drama. "I heard someone celebrated your birthday yesterday." It was obvious that he also knew about Gui's mad cow-like behavior, but didn't stop it. "Why didn't you stop him?" Lin Chengjun shrugged indifferently. "Watching him make a fool of himself feels great. Why stop it?" "But doing this also harms me," Su Yang said, looking around and lowering her voice. "This morning, he even came to pick me up. Isn't that good?" Lin Chengjun raised an eyebrow. "You have a dedicated driver now." Su Yang frowned. "I didn't call for a dedicated driver. This master came uninvited." Lin Chengjun laughed uncontrollably. From his words, Su Yang knew he was just a bystander enjoying the show and couldn't expect him to enlighten Gui. Su Yang was almost at her wit's end. Fortunately, there were many projects to keep her busy every day. Gui was a workaholic and didn't have much time to entangle with Su Yang. Recently, Su Yang had been following up on the public welfare project for Jiu Village Primary School. Based on the data, she had already drawn up the floor plan and elevation. Regarding this project, Gui hadn't given her any hints. He just let her come up with the conceptual design based on her ideas. Gui's intention might have been not to influence Su Yang, allowing her to express herself freely. However, after experiencing setbacks from a client, she wasn't as relaxed as before. Even before starting the design, she couldn't help but feel a lack of confidence, afraid of being criticized. Compared to that, if Gui could give her some guidance, it might boost her confidence significantly. She didn't dare to share these thoughts with Gui, as he had a notoriously bad temper when it came to work matters. She didn't want to stir up trouble, so she could only proceed on her own. The production team was already in communication with them about joining the project. Before they set off, Gui did not inform Su Yang of anything. She followed him blindly and fearlessly. Last time they went to Jiu Village, it was still in its completely primitive state, but this time, the production team and their equipment completely disrupted the self-sufficient tranquility of the village. Su-Yang frowned as she watched everything unfold. Gu-Yi noticed the change in Su-Yang's expression, glanced at her, and said, "Are you feeling that everything modern has ruined the original beauty of this place?" Although Su-Yang hadn't said anything, Gu-Yi had sensed her thoughts. After a moment's pause, Su-Yang replied, "Professor Zhou said that this is the best and worst time for architects. Everywhere is being demolished, renovated, and rebuilt. There are so many projects that they never seem to end, and the money keeps rolling in. So many architects lose their original intentions under the pressure of material desires." Su-Yang looked up, somewhat confused, and asked Gu-Yi, "But I can't help but wonder, as architects, are we the dream makers of the city, or the ones who destroy its original dreams?" After listening to Su-Yang, Gu-Yi remained silent for a long time, his gaze fixed on her. Everyone is pushed by society, moving faster and faster, only thinking about how to stand out in the industry. If you consider whether this is right or wrong, everyone does it, and since others haven't thought about it, there is no need to worry unnecessarily. Lin Xingjun asked Gu-Yi what was special about Su-Yang. Gu-Yi thought, perhaps it was just like this moment. She furrowed her delicate brows, genuinely showing the concern of an architect, perceiving the world and contemplating the relationship between architecture, humanity, and nature. This touched him. After a long silence, Gu-Yi finally spoke to Su-Yang, saying, "Thinking too much will lead to self-doubt. If we have destroyed the dreams of the city, then it's up to us to rebuild them. The overall format of the program is to renovate Jiyue Village. It is a public welfare project sponsored by advertisers and supported by the government, involving other architects besides Gu-Yi and Xiao Zijing. Everyone is working on renovation designs for the village, with each person responsible for a different part." Su-Yang only knew that Gu-Yi was assigned to renovate the school, while she was completely unaware of the tasks assigned to the other architects. The production team required all architects to use some common elements to maintain the integrity of the village's renovations, so the overall style had to be decided in a meeting. It could even be said that it took on a competitive format. This made Su-Yang feel on edge. The celebrity parts had scripts, and after filming those, the architects' meeting would follow. This was the part of the show that truly had no script. Only after the architects established the basic concepts would the celebrities join in to record the necessary segments for the show. Without the cameras, everyone felt much more relaxed. The architects and assistant architects from each group gradually took their seats at the makeshift long table in the village. Gu-Yi stepped out to take a call, and Su-Yang entered the project group first. Most of the people present were new to her. The only ones she recognized were Liao Shanshan and Xiao Zijing, whom she had only met once. Without Gu-Yi around, Su-Yang cautiously found an empty seat, directly across from Liao Shanshan and Xiao Zijing. Su-Yang couldn't help but feel nervous, subconsciously pressing the spring of her ballpoint pen, which clicked with a sound. Xiao Zijing, still appearing carefree, looked anything but serious, making it hard to imagine that he had designed so many beautiful buildings, which didn't match his personality at all. When he noticed Su-Yang sitting down, he casually glanced at her and smiled. This unexpected smile left Su-Yang stunned. Her hand loosened, and the ballpoint pen flew out, bouncing directly towards Xiao Zijing and hitting his hand. Xiao Zijing didn't move, but Liao Shanshan quickly picked up the pen and handed it back to Su-Yang. Su-Yang felt embarrassed. Xiao Zijing lightly rubbed his hand and nodded at Su-Yang, then quietly asked Liao Shanshan, "Is this from Gu-Yi's team?" Su-Yang's ears perked up at those words, and she panicked, quickly explaining, No. I didn't mean to. It was an accident. My hand slipped." Xiao Zijing chuckled at her reaction. Liao Shanshan gently said, "She's from Gu Gong's team," answering Xiao Zijing and explaining it to Su-Yang. Only then did Su-Yang realize she had misunderstood, and she lowered her head in embarrassment, no longer daring to play with the pen. Once Gu-Yi finished his call and entered the meeting, the atmosphere became serious, and Su-Yang instinctively sat up straight. Clearly, all the architects had done their homework. Although it was said to be a casual chat, everyone brought their concept plans. Su-Yang felt a bit nervous, as if she were facing an exam surrounded by top students claiming they were unprepared, which made her let her guard down, only to find that everyone else was well prepared while she was not. This feeling made Su-Yang uneasy. As she listened to the others' proposals, she occasionally glanced at Gu-Yi. His slightly furrowed brows looked somewhat sharp. His tightly pressed lips and deep-set eyes made it hard to tell what he was thinking. He remained focused on listening to others without interjecting. After everyone finished presenting their proposals, it was finally Gu Yi's turn to share his thoughts. When his name was called, Gu Yi's expression didn't change. He merely leaned back slightly, resting his arm on the back of Su Yong's chair, adopting a completely relaxed posture. He nodded towards her and quietly said, "You go ahead." Su Yong was caught off guard by being called out, and she was startled. Usually at Gamma, she could speak freely as an intern, and everyone would be understanding, but now she was surrounded by experienced architects. Before she could say anything, everyone frowned, which made her feel timid. She leaned slightly towards Gu Yi and whispered, "Gu Gong, don't tease me. Didn't you say you wanted me to try?" Su Yong looked embarrassed and said, "I was thinking of waiting until I got better before." Gu Yi interrupted her, looking around before settling his gaze on her, saying seriously, "If you don't want to try, then I will." "Are you sure?" There was even a hint of provocation in Gu Yi's expression, but strangely, Su Yong saw encouragement in it. "I want to try." Taking a deep breath, Su Yong finally presented her concept for the renovation of Jiyu Village, which she had been contemplating for several days. Interestingly, her design idea originated from Gu Yi. When they first visited Jiyu Village and walked along the primitive paths, Gu Yi shared stories about his childhood with her. He said, "I grew up in the old town of City Inn, just like your family." At that time, the old town still retained some post-war buildings and settings: air raid shelters, tunnels, rooftops, narrow alleys, big trees, courtyards, and children. It felt like paradise. His tone was filled with nostalgia, and as he spoke about what came later, his eyes held a hint of regret. Later, the old town was constantly being demolished. If there were old buildings, they would be surrounded for people to visit. The living environment of the old town's residents didn't improve. New urban planning and architectural designs continued to build high walls, creating barriers within the city. Unfortunately, this is the world we live in. His few words struck Su Yong deeply. After exploring Jiyu Village and hearing its stories, her only thought was to preserve its original innocence and beauty. Modern architecture ultimately serves the lives of the people, and that is an unchanging truth. Su Yong projected her plan onto the computer and began to explain patiently. The principal of Jiyu Village Primary School told us that the school was built in 1983. To be precise, it was rebuilt. Before the reconstruction in 1983, there was no campus in the village for 5 years due to a landslide caused by an earthquake. The original primary school was built in a cave and was later completely buried. After recounting this past, Su Yong raised her head to look at everyone. "My plan is to excavate part of the mountain, building a section of the school into the mountain, completely integrating it as part of the mountain, like a meeting of time and space, where the old primary school and the new one merge under the sunlight, with the mountain and the building naturally blending together, becoming part of the mountain. It also symbolizes the resurrection of the original primary school from a mountain, representing a new hope." Su Yong calmly finished her presentation, trying hard to imitate Gu Yi's calm demeanor whenever he presented. But her racing heartbeat revealed her current nervousness. For several minutes after she finished speaking, no one in the conference room said a word. After a long while, a designer whose name Su Yong couldn't recall finally broke the silence. He asked Su Yong in a somewhat disdainful tone, "I heard you were still an undergraduate. Interning at Gamma?" Su Yong clenched her fists and replied, neither humble nor arrogant, "Yes." He smiled and said, his words filled with condescension, "Well, it's impressive that you could do this. Students always have wild ideas, which would be impractical. This stream of consciousness stuff is cliché and meaningless." After he finished speaking, the others immediately began to whisper among themselves. Su Yong awkwardly tightened her grip on her concept plan. Just when she felt the most embarrassed and unsure of how to handle the situation, the man sitting opposite her suddenly tapped the table. Not too hard, but it carried an unspoken authority. Chao Zijing maintained his indifferent expression, glancing at that person with a faint gaze, and quietly narrated. In 1980, a 20-year-old Yale student named Lin Ying became famous for designing the Vietnam Veterans Memorial. She created a fissure in the earth, allowing visitors to walk step by step underground, their shadows completely cast onto the black mirrored marble wall, overlapping with the names of the deceased. She designed a scenario where the departed and the living met in the same space and time under the sunlight. This is a sentiment. Chao Zijing's lips curled up slightly, but his gaze held a hint of seriousness. At that time, when Lining first entered a national competition, her classmates and professors criticized the colors and lines of her work, and her professor even gave her a B. Interestingly, this professor also entered the competition, but ultimately did not win, while Lining emerged as a star. The architect seemed to catch the sarcasm in Chao Zijing's words and frowned as he questioned, "What do you mean? Are you mocking me for not being as good as an undergraduate?" Chao Zijing smiled, completely unfazed by his agitation, and said calmly, "Based on your works, it indeed seems that way." The architect couldn't help but bang the table and was about to erupt when Gu Yi's low reprimand stopped him. "Enough." Gu Yi, who had been lounging lazily, did not move. He just coldly glared at the architect, who looked down on Su Yang. He didn't say a word, but exuded a kingly aura that carried a sense of oppression. It was as if everything around him was insignificant. He slightly furrowed his brows, finally fixing his gaze on that person, motionless. His tone was cold and intimidating. "I don't have as many examples to cite. I just want to tell you," he paused, emphasizing each word, "she is mine. Only I can judge her." Once Gu Yi finished speaking, the entire conference room fell silent. The tense atmosphere in the air felt like a tightly pulled string, ready to snap with the slightest provocation. The program team, sensing the situation was off, hurriedly stepped in to mediate. "Everyone is tired today. Let us take a break and resume the meeting tomorrow." The crowd returned to their seats. Their expressions varied, each harboring different thoughts. The architect, who had been rebuffed, clearly still felt dissatisfied, but with the program team saying this, he couldn't act out. Gu Yi scanned the room, finally landing his gaze on Su Yang's face, his expression slightly serious. He furrowed his brows and tapped on the table in front of her, his voice low, "Come out with me." Su Yang didn't know where Gu Yi was taking her, and they walked one after the other along the village path without any intention of stopping. After leaving the conference room, she felt a bit anxious. Gu Yi's expression was unpredictable, and she had no idea what he intended. Remembering Gu Yi's final protective remark during the meeting, Su Yang couldn't help but feel warm inside. From a rational perspective, Gu Yi's approach wasn't particularly brilliant. After all, design meetings are supposed to be about the clash of ideas, and being criticized is somewhat expected. However, when someone spoke so harshly and looked at her with contempt, Su Yang felt her mind go a bit numb, her whole person dry-mouthed and her face burning with embarrassment. This feeling was strange, akin to encountering a bully outside, being hit, knowing that fighting back was wrong, and that reasoning was the right thing to do, but in those moments of emotional upheaval, anyone who stepped up to beat the bully would feel a sense of relief. Not for the sake of being right, but for venting. This thought might indeed be childish, but in that situation, it was what made Su Yang feel the most comfortable. Su Yang thought for a moment, and suddenly realized why boys who were a bit rebellious in school were so popular among girls. Regardless of whether their ways were right or wrong, they at least gave girls a strong sense of security. Thinking of this, Su Yang quietly glanced up at Gu Yi. Gu Yi walked all the way until he stopped in front of a group of children. Su Yang, not understanding why, hurriedly followed him. He stood among the kids, his left hand resting on one child's shoulder and his right hand ruffling another child's short hair. In the sunlight, his calm and serious brows appeared much gentler, and his gaze towards the children was filled with patience. This was a Gu Yi Su Yang had never seen before. There weren't many bicycles in the village. Whichever child had one, the others would gather around to play. At that moment, a group of children surrounded a bicycle, and one child was squatting next to it, fiddling for a long time. As Su Yang approached, she discovered that the bicycle had fallen off its chain. After listening to the children's explanation, Gu Yi let go of the child beside him, squatted down to check it, his eyes focused. He casually picked up a stick from the roadside, using it to hook the chain onto the bicycle's axle bit by bit, slowly completing a full rotation until the chain was entirely reattached. Gu Yi turned the pedal, and the bicycle was once again rideable. Amidst the cheers and applause of the children, a hint of warmth finally appeared on Gu Yi's usually stoic face. After the children left, Su Yang handed Gu Yi a tissue. "I didn't expect you could fix bicycles." Gu Yi's tone was calm, I rode a bike to school when I was a child. He paused, glanced at Su Yang, and quietly said, "Your plan is not feasible." Su Yang didn't expect his topic to shift so quickly and instinctively asked, "Why?" Don't think too simplistically about problems. Designing also requires considering practical feasibility. Do you know how long it takes to carve various mountain paths in a city like Chongqing? If you encounter hard rock and underground rivers in the mountain, what kind of risks will that bring? Excavating the mountain requires a tremendous amount of manpower and resources. Have you thought about that? Su Yang had indeed considered the costs of excavating the mountain when designing, but since there were precedents, she believed it should be feasible. When I was working on the design proposal, I thought of the concept of mountain and water city proposed by Mr. Qin Shuessen. He hoped that architecture could integrate with nature, giving people a sense of returning to nature. I like this concept. He wiped his hands for a long time, but the dirty oil on the chain still couldn't be completely cleaned. When I was a child, riding a bicycle to school felt like flying compared to walking. Nowadays, with the popularity of shared bicycles, I still prefer to drive or take the subway for slightly longer distances because it is a faster option. Gu said, "Modern people live in competition and value efficiency, making it difficult to understand the Chinese appreciation for the essence of mountains and water." The concept of a mountain and water city is indeed wonderful, but it doesn't mean that buildings should resemble natural mountains and waters. To satisfy your idea of integrating with nature, building for many years, destroying nature, and consuming vast amounts of manpower and resources actually goes against your philosophy. Upon hearing this, Su Yang fell silent. I have to say, Gui's words were very enlightening for her. At the beginning of this design, she had a beautiful idea, but didn't consider the implementation much, which was her shortcoming. Gui's expression became more serious as he turned to look at Su Yang, that meticulous attitude toward work reappearing. "I hope you won't make such mistakes again." Don't make excuses, don't explain. "I hope you grow quickly." Gui's gaze was like fire, burning into her. In real operations, no one will constantly remind you. If you don't consider things thoroughly, the number of projects will decrease. And you won't have a choice. You must change your career. He paused, not waiting for Su Yang to speak, and frowned slightly as he asked her, "Do you understand?" Su Yang looked at him, her expression also becoming serious, her whole body tensing up. She took a deep breath. "I understand." The lines on Gui's forehead softened. "Let's go eat." After lunch, Gui was stopped by someone from the program team who wanted to talk to him. After listening to Gui's words, Su Yang decided to completely overturn the proposal and start over. She went back to the Jiyue village primary school, looking around inside and out again, amid the sounds of children reading. She completely emptied her mind of complex thoughts and simply felt the simplicity and purity of the primary school in the mountains. After leaving the primary school, she happened to run into Chao Zijing, who was there for an inspection. He was alone, without Liao Shanshan following him. It was a bit cooler in the mountains than in the city, and he was wearing a green military coat. He didn't know where he got it from, with a pair of very ugly cotton shoes on his feet. If it weren't for his handsome and fair face peeking out, Su Yang couldn't help but feel he looked like a migrant worker. Chao Zijing's disregard for details made Su Yang a bit more curious about him than others. They met unexpectedly, standing still, looking at each other until the awkward staring contest ended with Chao Zijing's laughter. "Here for inspection?" Chao Zijing's voice was gentle, his speaking pace neither fast nor slow. Su Yang nodded, recalling how he stood up for her during the morning meeting, and smiled to thank him. "Thank you for what you did this morning." With this as a starting point, the two chatted as they walked. Chao Zijing glanced at Su Yang and said, "I really like your concept." Su Yang smiled self-deprecatingly. "But it's not very practical, right?" Chao Zijing didn't flatter excessively, but analyzed the problems in Su Yang's design very straightforwardly, logically, and clearly, similar to Gui's comments. Su Yang looked at Chao Zijing and couldn't help but feel that no wonder they both had similar reputations in the industry. They seemed equally matched in ability. Chao Zijing said, "Last year I went to Songshan, climbing the winding paths to the peak in the clouds, having tea with an old man at Shongsong Pavilion, looking at the Huizhou-style houses below, seeing houses in the mountains and mountains in the houses, feeling the unity of heaven and man, which can actually be realized. Su Yang also greatly admired Huizhou architecture and had written about it, leaving a deep impression. Huizhou architecture is indeed beautiful. After the Industrial Revolution, the world underwent rapid urbanization. In 400 years, Manhattan transformed from a forest of trees to a forest of concrete. Apart from the few century-old trees in Central Park, the original ecology of New York has nearly vanished. In such a New York, it surprisingly stands as one of the leading cities in the world. Compared to this simple mountain village, the city represents people's greedy desires and blind self-worship. Humanity continuously plunders the natural environment, frantically occupying resources. There was a hint of worry in Chao Zijing's indifferent gaze. No one knows the outcome of the future, not even me. Upon hearing this, Su Yang felt a bit ashamed. Actually, I didn't think of it as anything grand. I just like the natural architectural style. That's good enough. After chatting with Chao Zijing all the way, they unknowingly walked back to the accommodation arranged for the architect team in the village. Chao Zijing tightened his military coat and smiled at Su Yang. Being an architect for money is quite a pure purpose. However, you can't make a fortune as an architect. Maybe we can partner up to buy lottery tickets. Lottery tickets are even less profitable. Su Yang scoffed. 5 million, and you still have to pay $1 million in taxes. $4 million is barely enough to buy a house in City Inn with a mortgage. What kind of profit is that? There are those with high accumulated prize pools, right? What luck would that take? It's better to do something practical to earn money. Su Yang thought for a moment and said, work hard in a pyramid scheme. You might get rich faster. Ha ha ha. Chao Zijing looked at her. You're really funny. Chao Zijing smiled slightly, then focused on Su Yang. Shifting the conversation, I'm planning to leave Beige and teach at X City's Architecture University, focusing on researching landscape architecture. Are you interested in coming to study with me? Huh. I heard you haven't graduated from your undergraduate studies yet and are interning at Gamma. Chao Zijing spoke eloquently. I don't know how you plan for your future. Continuing at Gamma can also lead to development. I don't deny that. I just feel that our ideas align well, and I hope to bring you into my team. Before Su Yang could say her refusal, Chao Zijing raised his hand to cover her mouth. You don't need to rush to reject me. You can think it over. He turned gracefully, waving his hand in the air. I'm leaving, bye. Su Yang stayed in place, her brows tightly furrowed. Her originally calm thoughts were disturbed again by Chao Zijing's sudden olive branch. Before receiving her internship score, she hadn't considered how to arrange her future, to be honest. She felt quite lost. Looking down at her toes, her mind was filled with the words of Chao Zijing and Gu Yi, interchanging and flashing in her mind. As she turned around, too focused on her thoughts, she didn't notice someone behind her and bumped into them. Su Yang hurriedly looked up, her hand instinctively pressing against the person's chest before her mind caught up. This was truly instinct. She bumped into someone and thought to rub it for them. Su Yang's hand hadn't even applied pressure when it was caught by the person. She looked up and met his sharp gaze. It was Gu Yi again. Su Yang quickly withdrew her hand that Gu Yi had caught and carefully stepped back a step. He lowered his head, examining Su Yang at a very close distance, and she could even see her reflection in his dark pupils. His expression was somewhat tense, and there was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. He looked slightly displeased. Where have you been? Despite his efforts to restrain himself, his tone still carried a hint of irritation. I went to the school to have a look. Su Yang said. I ran into Engineer Chao and chatted for a bit. Gu Yi's expression was stiff. What did you talk about? Su Yang thought of the obvious intention of Chao Gong to poach her, feeling a bit guilty. Not much. He just helped me in the meeting this morning, and I said thank you. Upon hearing this, Gu Yi's brows furrowed. I helped you too. Why didn't you thank me? I didn't expect Gu Yi to be so petty. Su Yang felt a bit helpless, trying to appease him like a child. Thank you. Is that all? Gu Yi was clearly a bit dissatisfied. Su Yang tentatively said, how about I treat you to dinner when we get back to the city? I don't lack money for dinner. Then what do you want? Su Yang also felt a bit helpless. Keep her distance from that Chao person. Su Yang frowned. Why? Gu Yi stared at Su Yang seriously and said, because I don't like him. Chao Gong. As long as the hoe is wielded well, there is no wall corner that cannot be dug. Su Yang. I'm not a wall corner of the Forbidden City. Forbidden City. Can you say that again? Tour guide. Next, let us all visit the new attraction in Beijing, the vinegar-pickled Forbidden City. The two stood under the stilted building in the village, as the sun slowly disappeared over the horizon, the afterglow casting a soft light on the rooftops, enveloping the last tranquility in the mountains, blending everything into a natural backdrop, the scene grand yet soft. Gu Yi's hands were in his pants pockets, making him look exceptionally tall and straight. His gaze was sharp and cold, carrying a hint of domineering possessiveness. He stared at Su Yang, making her feel like there was nowhere to escape. Su Yang's face flushed slightly, her expression a bit awkward, thinking of a nonsense Gu Yi had said. She replied irritably, "I think he's pretty good. You just don't like anyone." Gu Yi's lips curled slightly, his dark eyes still fixed on her. "You know why I don't like him?" Su Yang didn't want to meet his gaze, hurriedly turning her head away. Falling into the frustration of talking to a wall. "Gu Gong, I think I made myself pretty clear last time." Gu Yi nodded. I understood it very clearly." Su Yang felt truly helpless against his unreasonable insistence. "How about this? We could try to be friends first, okay? I don't need friends." Dealing with someone like Gu Yi, who is impervious to reason, really made Su Yang feel overwhelmed. She was speechless. "Gu Gong, to be honest, this workplace harassment-like approach won't win you any girls." Gu Yi's dark eyes deepened, a hint of amusement flashing in them, showing no sign of embarrassment. He suddenly looked at Su Yang earnestly and said, "This is my first time pursuing a girl. What kind of approach would you accept? You can tell me. I will improve." Su Yang's temples throbbed. Her head started to hurt. How could she explain it to him so he would understand? It's not about the approach, it's about the person, okay? Su Yang gradually realized she had taken on a job she shouldn't have. And just thinking about being stuck with Gu Yi in this small village for the next week made her head throb. Fortunately, there were quite a few people in the architect team, and during working hours, Su Yang treated it as a chance to relax. The village chief of Jiyu village was very invested in this renovation project. After a meeting in the morning, he took everyone to meet the respected elder of Jiyu village in the afternoon, asking him to share the genealogy story of the village. The elder led everyone to the ancestral hall of Jiyu village, which was where the villagers performed sacrifices. And it was usually only open during the New Year and Qingming festival for ordinary villagers to pray, but for the renovation project, it was an exception. Before entering the ancestral hall, the elder first lit incense and performed 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations to worship the ancestors before bringing everyone inside. The elder said that this ancestral hall was the oldest building in the village, over 200 years old. Su Yang looked up and immediately saw the marks on the wooden beams blackened by centuries of incense smoke. The architects who came with her wanted to take photos, but were refused by the elder. Different ethnic groups have different taboos and customs, so the architects had to comply. Since taking photos was not allowed, everyone could only rely on their memory for the interesting elements they saw. Only Su Yang, having a long-standing habit of sketching, brought along a sketchbook and special tracing paper. As everyone followed the elder, Su Yang listened carefully while using the tracing paper to capture some very unique architectural elements. Those wooden carvings were something Su Yang rarely saw, imbued with a special sense of ethnic history, each one making her eyes light up. Su Yang was at the back of the group, and when she finished everything and looked up, she unexpectedly found 2 people in front of her. It was Chao Zijing and Gu Yi. Gu Yi patiently waited for Su Yang and didn't idle away his time, his gaze fixed on relief, deeply engrossed in the visit. Chao Zijing was the first to notice that Su Yang had finished tracing and walked over to her side, casually starting conversation. "Do you usually sketch?" Su Yang tucked the traced patterns under her arm, holding her sketchbook, and walked alongside Chao Zijing. "It's just casual drawing." As she walked, she subtly glanced back at Gu Yi, who had caught up with them. She and Chao Zijing were in front, but she could always feel a vague gaze behind her, and without asking, she knew it was from Gu Yi. This made her feel an uncomfortable pressure, a fine sweat breaking out on her back, and she didn't dare turn her head. From the corner of her eye, she could see a dark-faced figure following her, which was quite distressing. Chao Zijing seemed completely unaware of Gu Yi trailing behind them. As they passed by an ancient painting hanging in the ancestral hall, he enthusiastically nudged Su Yang, pointing at the plaque. "We've arrived at the ancestral hall. Shouldn't you make a wish or something?" Su Yang stood still, awkwardly tugging at her lips. Praying to someone else's ancestors won't work for me. I thought everyone just prayed to each one they saw. But you didn't pray either. Chao Zijing laughed. I don't believe in this. Su Yang said, if it works for wealth, I might as well pray a little. As soon as she finished speaking, both of them simultaneously thought of their discussion about wealth the previous day, sharing a tacit smile. Chao Zijing pointed at her knowingly. You're indeed a pure person. Su Yang laughed heartily. Just as Chao Zijing was about to say something else, suddenly a tall figure squeezed between them. It was like a wall, completely blocking Chao Zijing, leaving only Gu Yi in Su Yang's view. Gu Yi seemed completely unaware of how abrupt his actions were. He naturally leaned closer to Su Yang, startling her into stepping aside, unintentionally creating distance between her and Chao Zijing. Gu Yi lowered his head, looking at Su Yang, and asked her, do you have a new plan? Su Yang frowned slightly. I don't have any ideas yet. It's only been one night. Gu Yi's gaze fell on her sketchbook. The elements you extracted today might inspire you. Su Yang felt that his awkward attempt at conversation was too obvious, and not knowing how to respond, she could only awkwardly reply, I guess so. Glancing aside, she noticed that Chao Zijing showed no displeasure at Gu Yi's sudden interruption. Instead, he gave Gu Yi some space and stepped aside, his demeanor speaking volumes. The elder had introduced things for the whole afternoon, and the sun began to set in the west, gradually cooling the mountains. A gust of mountain wind blew past, and Su Yang couldn't help but sneeze. She was dressed warmly, but perhaps women are indeed more sensitive to the cold. A little wind can easily chill them. Hearing her sneeze, Chao Zijing quickly reacted. With a rustling sound, he had taken off his green military coat. Su Yang saw Chao Zijing taking off his coat and was about to politely refuse when she noticed that before he could hand it to her, the coat had already been snatched away by someone quick-witted. Someone put on the military coat without a second thought, and then, feeling pleased with himself, remarked, it really is quite cold in the mountains. Chao Zijing was slightly taken aback, probably because he had never encountered such brazen shamelessness, even with his gentlemanly demeanor. He didn't know how to respond. He could only awkwardly say, everyone is cold. If I had known, I would have brought an extra military coat. Su Yang watched this scene, speechless, and glanced at Gu Yi, surprised that someone who usually appeared so serious could do something so childish. She exchanged an awkward look with Chao Zijing, fearing he might notice their unusual reaction. I'm fine, Su Yang said. Gu Yi blocked Su Yang completely, and Chao Zijing couldn't find an opportunity to speak to her alone. After walking with them for a while, he finally gave Gu Yi a meaningful look and turned to catch up with the main group. As Chao Zijing's figure grew more distant, Su Yang helplessly glanced at Gu Yi inside. Are you satisfied? She said, shooting Gu Yi an eye roll. Su Yang walked at the back of the group with Gu Yi, looking unhappy, while Gu Yi appeared cheerful. He leaned slightly closer to Su Yang and whispered, Are you cold? Su Yang looked up and shot him a glare, rubbing her arms. What do you think? Gu Yi looked down at her, raising his eyebrows slightly, and suddenly opened his military coat wide, generously saying to Su Yang, Come in, let's wear it together. Su Yang. Seeing Su Yang not taking the bait, Gu Yi also lost interest, took off Chao Zijing's military coat, and then removed his own wool coat, without giving Su Yang a chance to refuse. He wrapped her entirely in his wool coat, which still held his warmth. With a tone that brooked no argument, he looked at Su Yang and said slowly, I don't like you wearing other men's clothes. Suddenly wrapped up by him, Su Yang was engulfed in his scent, which surrounded her heavily, causing her mind to go a little blank. He was so close that it felt like he was about to pull her into his embrace. And this ambiguous proximity made her previously steady heartbeat start to race. Embarrassed, Su Yang couldn't help but glare at Gu Yi impatiently. Can you not talk so close to me? Gu Yi's desire to tease her was piqued by her flushed cheeks. He glanced at Su Yang and suddenly leaned down to blow softly in her ear, speaking in a low, husky voice, I'm afraid you can't hear me. Gu Yi. Unable to tolerate it any longer, she called out Gu Yi's full name. Are you crazy? Gu Yi burst into laughter, not only unfazed by Su Yang's outburst, but also looking somewhat smug. Unable to communicate with him, Su Yang angrily quickened her pace to catch up with the main group. After leaving the ancestral hall, everyone could freely explore and investigate under the chief's guidance. Gui was called over to discuss stylistic issues and was quickly surrounded by several people. Su Yang, feeling relieved, hurriedly returned his coat to him and took the opportunity to slip away amidst the chaos. By the time Gui finished talking, Su Yang had completely disappeared. Dressed in her own coat, still holding Chao Zhijing's military coat, which was thick and heavy, she felt utterly burdened. In that moment, seeing that coat about to drape over Su Yang, his body acted before his mind did. Thinking about what he had done, Gui couldn't help but chuckle. He took out his phone to call Su Yang, but had no idea where she was. The signal was intermittent, and she had little patience to talk. After just a few sentences, she pretended the signal had cut off and hung up. Thinking of her flustered expression, a smile crept onto Gui's lips. As he held the disconnected phone and turned around, he suddenly saw Liao Shanshan standing silently behind him. Her sudden appearance made Gui unconsciously furrow his brows. Liao Shanshan was dressed in a warm windbreaker, her hair tied back in a neat ponytail, and wearing hiking shoes, looking completely equipped. Compared to Su Yang, she never made mistakes at any time. "Are you looking for Xiao Su?" Gui glanced at her and said in a low voice, "What are you still doing here?" Liao Shanshan smiled faintly. She went with Engineer Chao to investigate. Gui's expression clearly darkened. "You give this coat to Chao Zhijing," he said, handing the thick cotton coat to Liao Shanshan without saying much more, and turned to leave. Engineer Chao and Xiao Su seemed to get along well. "They've been close these past few days," Liao Shanshan called after him. "What do you mean by that?" Gui's eyes reflected a restrained anger. Liao Shanshan stared at him, not missing a single change in his expression. After a moment, she smiled faintly, with a hint of disappointment. "I just wanted to test you." "What? You like Xiao Su?" She stated it as a fact, and her voice carried a hint of ambiguity. "Your behavior is boring and has nothing to do with you." Liao Shanshan raised her gaze slightly, her beautiful face showing a complex expression. "Gui, have you never thought about why I left?" After working together for so many years, her departure had once struck Gui hard. Even now, he still felt some animosity towards Chao Zhijing, stemming from Liao Shanshan's departure. But everything had begun to change quietly, thanks to Su Yang's unexpected emergence. Compared to his lingering feelings about Liao Shanshan's unreasoned departure, what Gui cared more about was how to keep Su Yang by his side. He pondered for a moment and said lightly, "Does it matter whether I think about it or not? This is fine as it is." Liao Shanshan did not expect him to say such a thing so casually, and her eyes reflected a hint of sadness and unwillingness. "Have you ever thought about the possibility that I like you?" "Why? I've waited for you a long time, and you haven't given any sign." Liao Shanshan said, "I want to know if you even care about my leaving." Hearing her say this, a peculiar expression flashed across Gui's eyes. He had to admit that his heart stirred slightly. Gui had considered many possibilities, but had never thought of this one. Over the years they worked together, she had never shown any signs in that direction. He had always regarded their relationship as a simple boss-assistant dynamic, never expecting her to test him in this way. It seemed Lin Chengjun was right. He never understood women. After a long silence, Gui finally said, "In that case, your departure was the right choice. If it went on, you wouldn't be able to work with me. But she can?" Hearing her mention Su Yang, Gui's gaze dimmed, and his tone grew colder. "Liao Shanshan, this has nothing to do with you." Su Yang was walking alone in the village with her sketchbook. A whole day of meetings and visits had given her many new insights. Watching the ancient stilted buildings and rammed earth houses, passing by the old and young in ethnic costumes, observing the combination and collision of modern and primitive, new ideas suddenly sparked in her mind. That burst of inspiration lifted Su Yang's spirits. She found a rock to sit on, opened her sketchbook, and began to roughly sketch the design she had just thought of, outlining the framework with simple lines. She was so engrossed in her drawing that she didn't notice Gui's arrival. He watched her draw, and before she could continue, he interrupted. "This shape of architecture is aesthetically pleasing, but the usage rate of each block is quite wasteful." His words doused Su Yang's enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. She stopped drawing, looked up at Gui, and said, "You couldn't wait for me to finish before starting to criticize?" Gui was quite frank about it. "I just don't want you to waste time." Su Yang disappointedly put away her sketchbook and began to walk towards the edge of the village. Where are you going? Gui asked. Just wandering in the mountains. Looking for inspiration, Su Yang replied, glancing back at Gui, just to breathe some air that doesn't have someone in it. Gui raised an eyebrow. Is that how you treat me? What have I done to you? He looked serious. I just turned down a woman for you. Hearing this, Su Yang, who had already walked far, paused and instinctively asked, Liao Shan Shan? You know? Gui was a bit surprised, thought for a moment, and suddenly smiled, his expression turning to one of satisfaction. Looks like you care. Su Yang regretted her curiosity. She couldn't even understand why she had asked. Don't overthink it. Gui gave her a meaningful look and sighed helplessly. Why is it that when it comes to teasing, yours works so well on me? Gui, women are just hard to understand, especially when they say one thing and mean another. Su Yang, like what? Gui, like when I ask you if you want to buy something, you always say no, it's too expensive. But the subtext is that if you don't buy it from me, I'm doomed. Also, when you wear several outfits and ask me which looks best, you don't actually want me to choose. You just want me to say you look good in anything. Su Yang, so? Gui, so when you said you didn't like me back then, I knew you actually liked me to the point of being unable to extricate yourself. Su Yang. Su Yang looked at Gui speechlessly, too lazy to even retort. She told herself inside, let it go. She had become accustomed to Gui's narcissistic behavior, and listening to his serious nonsense no longer excited her as it once did. Let him thrive in his own delusional world. It's a pity you don't become a screenwriter, Su Yang sincerely remarked, then hugged her sketchbook and continued walking along the mountain path, ignoring Gui. Gui was neither angry nor disheartened by Su Yang's disregard. It was truly a case of being impervious to both soft and hard tactics. As Su Yang walked ahead, Gui followed her at a distance, hearing his soft footsteps behind her. Unable to contain her annoyance, Su Yang turned around. What are you following me for? Oui, similette likely. His expression matter of fact. It's getting late. What if you encounter a man with ill intentions while walking alone in the mountains? Su Yang looked at him disdainfully. I can't help but feel that you're the one with the worst intentions. Hearing this, Gui immediately raised his hands in a gentlemanly manner. Don't worry, I only like those who are willing. Knowing she couldn't shake off Gui, Su Yang let him follow. As it grew darker, she indeed felt a bit scared alone. The mountains during the day, even in winter, were still a beautiful blend of yellow and green, with blue skies and clear waters. But at night, there were no streetlights or illumination, only shadows everywhere. And the occasional mysterious noises echoed, making even a gust of wind feel like a horror movie's eerie silence. With Gui, a big guy, following her, she felt a bit safer. Gui followed closely behind and asked as she continued forward, Where are you going? Su Yang wasn't taking the main road of the village because it was less traveled and in worse condition. As the sky darkened, the cold descended, and she could see the cold dew on the trees and flowers, making the already narrow mountain path somewhat slippery. Su Yang walked slowly, answering Gui as she went. I heard from the villagers that there's an ancient pavilion in the mountains, so I wanted to check it out. Is it getting dark? Can you see? Su Yang glanced at the dim evening light and calculated the time. It seems pretty close. I should be able to see it. I have a lot of things planned for the next couple of days, so there's no time. Su Yang's serious work attitude was what Gui hoped to see. So he didn't blame her for being reckless. Instead, he walked over to her side and raised his hand. Without a hint of teasing, he earnestly said to Su Yang, The path is rough. Hold my hand. It's the pure kind. Su Yang didn't expect Gui to have this thought and widened her eyes. Stop messing around. Do you think we're in elementary school? The further they climbed the mountain, the harder the path became, and as it got darker, Su Yang took out her phone to check. Did we take a wrong turn? I haven't seen any sign of the pavilion. Su Yang didn't have much stamina, and she was already panting as she walked. Her clean sneakers were now covered in mud, making them heavier with each step, as if they were glued to the ground. Lifting her legs became a struggle. Gui stood high up and looked around, quickly concluding, we must have taken a wrong turn. Ugh. Su Yang looked around unwillingly, finally sighing, her voice a bit weak. It's too late. Let's go back. Hearing Su Yang's tone, Gui felt something was off and immediately looked down, noticing her lips were a bit pale and her brow furrowed. I'll carry you. His voice sounded unusually clear in the quiet mountains as he stood beside Su Yang, slightly leaning down, his warm breath brushing against her ear, making her ears turn red. No need, she hurriedly waved her hand. Gu was somewhat dissatisfied with Su Yang's stubborn refusal, his brow furrowing deeper, as if he were scolding a child. Be good. Saying this, he squatted directly in front of Su Yang. Su Yang, with red ears, bashfully pushed him. Stop messing around. We haven't eaten yet. I'll carry you. No. Su Yang lightly slapped Gu Yi's back with her sketchbook, intending to get him to stand up, but unexpectedly, her hand slipped, and the sketchbook flew out and fell on the slope by the road. It's all your fault, Su Yang complained as she bent down to pick up the sketchbook. Who would have thought that Su Yang would slip, her body swaying, and without warning, she fell down the slope. They were walking on a primitive mountain path. Only after many people had walked it did a narrow trail appear, with no protective measures. Watch out! Just as she was sliding down, Gu Yi quickly grabbed her arm. But she fell too fast, and he not only failed to catch her in time, but was also pulled down by the force of her fall. In a critical moment, Gu Yi quickly pulled Su Yang into his arms, and the two of them rolled down the slope together. Gu Yi's hands tightly held onto her back. His body arched protectively around her, using himself to shield her from the sharp branches and small stones on the mountain. They rolled down quickly, and Su Yang didn't even feel the pain. Fortunately, this part of the trail was on a gentle slope with no steep cliffs, and the abundant vegetation cushioned their fall. They finally stopped on a mound, tumbling into a cold mountain stream. The weather was cold and the dew heavy, and the icy stream quickly soaked Su Yang's clothes. Gu Yi had already climbed up from the stream and waded over to help Su Yang up. Are you okay? His voice was a bit hoarse, as if he had just survived a disaster. Su Yang felt a bit dazed. After being helped up, she was soaked and shivering with cold. She looked helplessly at Gu Yi. Where we rolled to? How do we get back up? Gu Yi was much calmer than she was, looking up at the mountainside and analyzing the terrain coolly. We've fallen into the gully. There are no other paths. We can only climb back up the way we came. Su Yang looked up at the considerable distance and frowned. She was already wet, and as the mountain wind blew, she felt herself getting increasingly cold and unable to stand. She gritted her teeth and walked towards the land by the creek. As soon as she moved her foot, a piercing pain shot through it, making her gasp in cold air. Hearing her hiss in pain, Gu Yi turned around to look at her. How is it? Are you okay? Su Yang wanted to pretend to be strong and say it was nothing, but her foot hurt so much that she felt like she was rooted in the creek. In the end, she had to endure the excruciating pain and ask Gu Yi for help. I think I twisted my ankle. I might not be able to climb up. Gu Yi walked back to Su Yang's side and looked down at her ankle. It was already starting to swell, clearly twisted. Let's get to the shore first and call for help. Gu Yi came over to support Su Yang, but she had some injuries on her body, and with the intense pain in her ankle, she started to break out in a cold sweat. Gu Yi glanced at her and, not wanting to wait for Su Yang to crawl out of the creek like a turtle, simply picked her up horizontally. His strong arms wrapped around her back and hooked under her legs. Su Yang was taken by surprise and felt a bit flustered, instinctively wrapping her arms around Gu Yi's neck. Their faces were very close, and Gu Yi's breath fell on Su Yang's forehead, with her face resting against his chest. She could hear his strong and steady heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. The intimate position made Su Yang's face turn red, and she tried to convince herself. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Important things should be said 3 times. Gu Yi placed Su Yang on a flat patch of grass by the creek, squatting down in front of her with concern as he checked her injuries. Her ankle was completely swollen, and when Gu Yi pressed on it, she couldn't help but cry out in pain. Be gentle. Gu Yi frowned slightly, took out his phone, which had a few drops of water on it, and wiped it with a part of his still dry clothing. He pressed a few buttons. The touchscreen was a bit unresponsive, but he could still make a call. The signal was weak in the mountains, and Gu Yi used the phone and text messages to notify the crew, receiving a reply afterward. He sat down and reassured Su Yang. Don't be afraid. They'll come to rescue us soon. The north wind was blowing in the mountains, and the two sat side by side, with Gu Yi sitting in the direction of the wind to shield Su Yang from some of the cold. They were both injured to varying degrees. Gu He had a couple of small wounds on his face, and his clothes were torn in many places from rolling down the hill, making it hard to see his injuries clearly. Su-young thought about her current situation, then looked at Gu-yi and couldn't help but sigh. What bad luck. She hugged her arms and rubbed them up and down, nervously glancing around. What if there are snakes? Su-young was most afraid of snakes. Snakes are hibernating now. Hearing Gu-yi say this, Su-young suddenly remembered it was almost December, and if there were snakes, they would be hibernating, which made her feel much more at ease. Most of her body was wet, cold, and ice-cold, so she could only curl up, hugging her knees and remaining motionless. I feel like we have bad luck together. Every time we're together, something happens. Last time I got beaten, and this time we rolled down the mountain. Is that so? Gu-yi did not agree with Su-young's words. He slightly moved his lips, and there was a hint of gentle amusement in his eyes as he said, I think it's the heavens giving us a chance to be alone. Looking at Gu-yi's relaxed expression, Su-young couldn't help but glance at him. You didn't push me down on purpose, did you? The more she thought about it, the more she felt it was a conspiracy. I felt a gust of cold wind just now. Everything was fine. How did I slip? Gu-yi glanced at Su-young disdainfully. There was no cold wind. You slipped purely because your brain isn't developed enough to maintain balance. Gu-yi scoffed arrogantly. I could just lock you in my room for more solitude. We could do something else. Su-young. Gu-yi. A forced situation won't be sweet. Gu-yi said lightly. If I don't force it, the fruit will be gone. Although Gu-yi was still talking as he pleased and didn't care about what Su-young was saying, she felt that he wasn't so annoying at this moment. Another gust of northern wind blew, roughly rustling the mountain trees, creating a rustling sound. In this desolate environment, even the sound of breathing seemed to echo. The two sat very close, their shoulders almost touching. In this isolated and helpless situation, Su-young was grateful to have Gu-yi with her. At least she didn't feel so scared. Gu-yi slightly tilted his head, his deep eyes carefully observing Su-young, and after a while, he asked her, You always say you don't like me, so what kind of man do you like? Su-young didn't expect Gu-yi to suddenly ask such a heartfelt question. After thinking for a moment, she answered, someone like a chivalrous hero in a historical drama, with eyebrows like a sword and a sword in the wind. She originally thought he would expect her to say something like wealthy or handsome, but unexpectedly, her ideal type was like this. Gu-yi smiled slightly. You really are a little girl. Su-young readily admitted, I am. Su-young blinked and looked up to ask Gu-yi, what about you? Is it because you want to mess with me that you're pursuing me? I'm not that boring. Then why? Su-young found it hard to imagine that Gu-yi, who had always maintained a cold persona and looked down on her, would suddenly like her. She felt it was illogical. Why you like me? If I could rationally analyze the reason, I would choose someone more suitable for me. Gu-yi's gaze was fixed ahead, not looking at Su-young. Just like you said, it's just a feeling. Gu-yi's voice was steady and clear. And even in such a messy situation, he remained calm and composed. With thick eyebrows and big eyes, a high-nosed bridge, and a hard jawline, Su-young found herself unconsciously staring at his face until he turned his head, and she hurriedly averted her gaze. The cold wind stirred Su-young's hair, brushing against her face, tickling her. I don't believe you, Su-young mumbled, her voice getting softer. Don't think you can catch up to me. It's okay, Gu-yi smiled. If you want to chase me, that's fine too. The two waited in the cold wind for nearly half an hour. Su-young's foot hurt unbearably. Even the slightest movement felt like it was pulling at her pained nerves, making it hard to endure. The cold wind blew, and her wet clothes clung to her skin, making her break out in goosebumps, and her teeth started to chatter. Gu-yi saw her shivering and asked in a deep voice, Are you very cold? Su-young couldn't bother with being coy anymore and honestly replied, My clothes are wet. It is indeed a bit cold. Gu-yi furrowed his brow slightly in thought. If we had some wood, we could make a fire. Hearing the word fire, Su-young couldn't help but start imagining how warm it would be if they could start a fire right now. Friction fire? Su-young looked at Gu-yi in surprise. You know that primitive method? Gu-yi leaned closer to Su-young. I can't make a friction fire, but I know another more primitive way to keep warm. Saying this, before Su-young could tease him, he turned around and pulled her into his embrace. His long arms locked around her, his chest like a wall, tightly enclosing Su-young within his range. The warmth from their bodies quickly enveloped Su-young, sending a rush of blood from her feet to her head, making her hold her breath. Gu Yi's breathing was steady and strong, and his voice, slightly amused, carried a hint of seduction. It's not cold now, right? Su Yang. People say when a girl chases a boy, there's a thin veil between them. But when a boy chases a girl, there are high mountains. Is my mountain quite difficult to conquer? Gu Yi, not really. I'm already successfully lying on a mountain now. Su Yang, can you not be so lewd for just one day? The mountain stream gurgled with a soft sound, passing through the rocks, shimmering in a cool pool where the trees were sparse, splashing against the variously shaped pebbles. The crisp sound seemed like an enchanted musician playing a gentle and soothing melody. As the cold wind swept by, Su Yang, tightly held in Gu Yi's arms, remained motionless. She felt as if her front was engulfed in fire, while her back was met with the icy air of the north wind. Her hand rested against Gu Yi's chest, transforming from a posture of resistance to a closeness of mutual dependence. They could hear each other's heartbeat, step by step, shifting from calm to a tumult, as if only this could prove their vibrant existence. This was the most primitive form of warmth. Su Yang's face flushed slightly, and after a while, she said in a muffled voice, "It's strange if it's not cold." She didn't know how long had passed when they heard someone calling their names, and Su Yang felt a bit numb all over. Gu Yi heard the commotion, stood up while holding Su Yang, his voice calm and deep. "We are here." Su Yang's foot hurt and was numb, so she could only lean against Gu Yi to stand. In her line of sight appeared a group of people waving flashlights, and at that moment, she felt as if the beams of light in the dark environment resembled twinkling stars in the sky, intertwining into a sea of light that gave her hope, causing her emotions to surge. "We are here." The night was cool and the dew heavy, the mountain path slippery. To get the injured Su Yang up, everyone put in a lot of effort. In the end, it was the power of the rope that pulled her up. Su Yang's ankle had swollen to the size of a bun. After all the commotion, the pain made her break out in a sweat, but she still gritted her teeth and remained silent. Gu Yi was surrounded by people asking about the situation and couldn't break free to take care of Su Yang. When Su Yang got up, she realized that Chao Zijing had also come. Usually bundled up tightly, he was now dressed lightly, wearing a simple knitted sweater with a casually thrown coat over it. Looking quite thin, Su Yang had been looking for Gu Yi, but when she looked up at him, her expression felt a bit awkward. "Why are you here too?" After all, they had only known each other for a short time, not to the point of familiarity. Chao Zijing's expression was calm. "I was worried something might happen, so I came to take a look." Su Yang smiled shyly and said, "I'm lucky to be fine." Now that everyone was pulled up, they all breathed a sigh of relief, packed the rope, and prepared to return to the village. Su Yang attempted to move her foot, tugging at the injured area, and was met with another wave of sharp pain. Seeing that Su Yang didn't move from her spot, Chao Zijing quickly noticed something was wrong. "Did you twist your foot?" Gu Yi was originally answering someone else's question, but upon hearing Chao Zijing's words, he immediately turned his head. He couldn't spare time to talk to anyone else and instinctively squatted down to examine Su Yang's injury. Her entire ankle was completely swollen, and the hem of her pants, which had been a bit loose, was now stuck at the injury site due to the swelling, making her even more uncomfortable. Gu Yi, fearing the congestion would worsen, decisively tore the tightly bound pant leg. Su Yang's swollen ankle was finally relieved, seeing her sprain had worsened after all the fuss. He frowned. "I told you not to move around." Gu Yi's serious expression startled both Su Yang and Chao Zijing. Before Su Yang could say anything, Chao Zijing had already understood the situation. He stepped forward, moved in front of Su Yang, and with concern in his eyes, asked, "Is it serious? Should I carry you back?" Just as he finished speaking, Gu Yi was a step ahead, squatting down with his back to Su Yang. He impatiently waved his hand at Su Yang, signaling her to get on, clearly indicating he was going to carry her back. Su Yang, with one foot limping, awkwardly looked at the two men in front of her, feeling a bit embarrassed. Gu Yi was the type who spoke little and was straightforward, saying nothing but waiting there for her, while Chao Zijing was staring at her intently, seemingly waiting for her answer. Chao Zijing was indeed gentle and interesting, treating Su Yang well, but his presence always made her feel a psychological burden. Compared to him, She was actually more willing to bicker with the picky and difficult Gu Yi. After glancing back and forth, Su Yang finally averted her gaze, not looking at Chao Ziying, and said in a somewhat rough tone, "You're so far away. How can I reach you?" Her eyes landed in Gu Yi's direction, with a fierce expression hiding her current tension. "Aren't you coming over?" The waiting time wasn't long, but when Su Yang finished speaking, she could even clearly feel Gu Yi's tense nerves seem to relax, and he let out a soft breath. A faint smile appeared on his lips, the hidden emotion hard to detect. He quickly took a step back, stopping right in front of Su Yang. Su Yang climbed onto his back, not very gracefully, and before she could steady herself, he had quickly lifted her up, startling her into clutching his neck. His hand naturally hooked around her legs as he took 2 steps forward. Su Yang still held onto her damp sketchbook, looking quite disheveled, but strangely, she didn't feel flustered. Leaning against Gu Yi, she found that the anxiety and unease within her gradually dissipated. Gu Yi glanced back slightly, and from the fleeting light in his eyes, Su Yang saw a warm glow pass by. The two approached each other at this intimate distance, both feeling a bit awkward. The next moment, Su Yang heard Gu Yi's mocking words, just like his usual sharp tongue. "You look light, but you're pretty heavy." Those nearby heard Gu Yi's words and stifled their laughter. A woman's weight and age are like a cat's tail, completely off limits. Su Yang, who had felt a bit subtle about the situation, found all her feelings disrupted by Gu Yi's words. She angrily knocked on his head and retorted, "If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute." Amidst everyone's laughter, Su Yang cautiously glanced towards Chao Ziying, only to see him thoughtfully observing them, then awkwardly turning his gaze away, as if he had seen through something, looking embarrassed. The group walked ahead, with Gu Yi carrying Su Yang at the back. Gu Yi's steps were slow and steady as he walked back to the village with everyone. The night breeze blew, and Su Yang clung to Gu Yi's neck, her sketchbook naturally hanging down, occasionally brushing against his chest. The two did not speak along the way. Su Yang could hear his rhythmic breathing, each breath giving her a strange sense of security. She quietly lay on his back, the light from the flashlights and moonlight illuminating the scene, allowing her to see the injury on Gu Yi's ear, a faint red mark that had already dried into a shallow scab. After rolling down from such a high place, she had multiple abrasions on her body. Yet he had always protected her with his body, so he must have sustained injuries as well. But since the fall, he had remained silent, never mentioning his own injuries, causing Su Yang to somewhat overlook that he was also hurt. In this situation, a strong sense of guilt surged within Su Yang. If it weren't for her wanting to rush to see the pavilion, they wouldn't have fallen down the slope. Thinking this way made her feel even guiltier. Gu Yi carried Su Yang, walking slowly, gradually putting some distance between them and the main group. Seeing that no one was nearby, Su Yang tightened her hold on Gu Yi and whispered softly in his ear, "I'm sorry. It's my fault that you got hurt." Her hand lightly touched Gu Yi's wound. "Are you hurt badly?" Gu Yi was probably not expecting Su Yang, who usually was so assertive, to suddenly apologize. His back stiffened, and he paused for a moment. After a while, he replied softly, "It's nothing. Thank you for today." Used to bickering with Gu Yi, Su Yang felt a bit unaccustomed to speaking nicely. "Thank you for not abandoning me." After a while, Gu Yi's light laughter suddenly reached her ears. With the cold north wind blowing, Su Yang began to doubt whether he was really laughing. "If you really want to thank me, I hope it's something substantial," Gu Yi said, his tone teasing. Gu Yi cleared his throat and began to speak seriously about nonsense. "Offering oneself in devotion, that's not a bad idea. Su Yang, here we go again. I should have known better than to thank you." Ha! A little joke from Gu Yi lightened the atmosphere between the two. The sound of trees rustling against one another filled the air, and Su Yang thought for a moment before saying, "I've heard a saying that middle-aged men falling in love suddenly is like an old house catching fire. I think that describes you well." Gu Yi's voice turned cold. "Middle-aged men. Don't mind the details." Su Yang switched hands to hold her sketchbook, pondered for a moment, and asked Gu Yi, "Why not give up after being rejected?" Gu Yi, upon hearing Su Yang's question, showed no discomfort and calmly replied, "What about you? Why do you keep rejecting me? Your kind of persistent approach scores a complete 0. Okay? What girl would agree to that?" Gu Yi chuckled at the strange way they had been interacting lately. After a while, Su Yang heard his gentle yet determined voice, enunciating, "Zero has a lot of room for improvement. With effort, you can get a perfect score." It felt like a stone had been thrown into a calm lake, and Su Yang sensed ripples in her heart. That strange tickling sensation made her frown slightly. She bit her lower lip and, after a while, spoke in her usual tone. "It's hard to even pass, so don't think about a perfect score. It's unrealistic." After Su Yang twisted her ankle, living in a mountain village became quite inconvenient. There was no running water in the mountains. They relied on water from the creek and the only well in the village. Although there had been some unpleasantness before, now that they were in the mountain village, Su Yang received help from everyone. Some brought her meals, while others helped her move around, allowed her to get in and out more easily. Su Yang suddenly felt that to become an architect, good character might really be the first requirement. Initially, she was supposed to stay in a stilted building, but now, due to her foot, the production team arranged for her to switch places with Liao Shanshan, who lived on the first floor of an old rammed earth building. Liao Shanshan was quite agreeable and readily accepted, since everyone was just staying for a short time. With not much luggage to pack, Su Yang's belongings were all moved by Liao Shanshan. Watching her nimbly carry Su Yang's small bag, Su Yang found the scene quite strange. They hadn't done much, but a faint awkwardness spread between them. After moving, Liao Shanshan helped Su Yang out. She filled a small bucket with water, and the two washed their hands in the bucket. The cold mountain stream water glided across their palms, and the sound of rushing water eased the awkwardness between them. "Thank you," Su Yang mustered her courage to say. "I feel so useless." As the weather turned cold, Liao Shanshan let down her high ponytail, her medium-length hair cascading down, obscuring her delicate face and hiding the slightly dim expression she wore. Noticing that Liao Shanshan didn't respond, Su Yang felt a bit awkward. She initially wanted to say something more, but ultimately kept her mouth shut. After a while, Liao Shanshan finished washing her hands and clenched her fists. "I like him." This unexpected statement startled Su Yang. Her mind went blank for a moment before she finally processed what Liao Shanshan was saying, turning her head in shock to look at her. "What? After so many years away, seeing him again, I still feel the same." Liao Shanshan's voice was low, tinged with reluctance and bitterness. "If you don't feel that way about him, please don't keep him hanging." "I don't." Liao Shanshan suddenly stood up, and from Su Yang's perspective, it felt as though she was looking up at her. This feeling was quite awkward. Liao Shanshan looked down, staring directly at her, speaking with an intense tone. 6 years. I believe that S not without weight." After Liao Shanshan left, Su Yang kept replaying her words in her mind. For some reason, she suddenly recalled when she had just arrived at Gamma, and Gu Yi took her to a summit forum. That day, Gu Yi took her shopping for clothes and casually ordered her to be his assistant. At that time, Su Yang didn't understand their past grievances, but later on, she did. She naturally realized that everything Gu Yi did was to use her to provoke Liao Shanshan. It was clear he cared otherwise. What man would do such inexplicable things? It was strange. At that time, being used, she only found Gu Yi detestable, feeling nothing else. Now looking back, why did it feel a bit more unpleasant? Su Yang was so engrossed in her thoughts that she didn't notice someone approaching. The production team's director came to fetch water and, seeing Su Yang still washing her hands, joked, "Su, how come you're still here washing your hands? I saw you just 5 minutes ago. Are you trying to wash your skin off?" Su Yang looked at her slightly wrinkled hands and awkwardly pulled them back. "I got something hard to wash off," she explained. Just as she finished speaking, Gu Yi came over from their residence, carrying a large bag of medicine. Su Yang looked up and saw Gu Yi's sharply defined face, then looked into his contrasting black and white eyes. Everything about him fell off. Gu Yi heard the director's conversation with her and naturally asked, "What did you touch this time? Can't you sit still like a child?" Su Yang bit her lip, frowning at him. Gu Yi's expression was somewhat perplexed. "What's with that face?" Su Yang blinked and said, "I don't know why, but I suddenly want to give you a negative 10,000 points. Su Yang, you should ask yourself what you've done." Gu Yi, "This time, I genuinely don't know." Su Yang, "So you're negative 10,000 points and don't even know why?" Director, "This bowl of Shangxi aged vinegar. Who volunteers to drink it first?" As Lin Chengjun said, Gu Yi truly doesn't understand women. whether it's the perceptive Liao Shanshan or the teasingly referred to novice Su Yang. He didn't know what he had done wrong again. In any case, Su Yang started to ignore him, glaring at him coldly. It was truly baffling. In the morning at the meeting, although Su Yang sat next to Gu Yi, she hardly spoke, not even glancing at him, her whole demeanor radiating discomfort. After the meeting, Su Yang chatted amicably with Chao Zijing, who wasn't in the same group. Everyone had left, but they were still deeply engrossed in their discussion. After finishing up with the production team, Gu Yi returned to the meeting room and saw Su Yang holding a few sheets of drawings, earnestly discussing ideas with Chao Zijing. Gu Yi stood by the door, listening to their conversation. They were so focused that they didn't notice him come back. What structure? Chao Zijing flipped through Su Yang's design draft, frowning slightly. Su Yang nodded. I've researched it. There are indeed such cases. The Dezo architectural firm designed the La Boirie Maison in France, a wooden structure surrounded by the vegetation of Provence, located at the foot of Mont Ventoux, built with planks and straw bricks, which is more in tune with the surrounding environment. She thought for a moment and added, compared to concrete buildings, wooden structures don't actually have a cost problem. Chao Zijing listened to Su Yang's account. After looking at Su Yang's design sketch, he was silent for 2 seconds and said, the wood structure design code stipulates that wooden structures should not exceed 3 stories. For buildings of different layers, the maximum allowable area is 1,200 square meters for single story, 900 square meters for 2 stories, and 600 square meters for 3 stories. A depth of 10 meters is just like a small classroom, suitable for small class teaching. This does not align with your intention of designing a primary school in Juyue village to accommodate more students. Su Yang insisted on her design, according to regulations. If an automatic sprinkler system is installed, each floor can be doubled in the area you mentioned. The public's perception also needs your consideration. Will it be fireproof? Will it rot? How do we prevent termites? Will it leak wind and rain? How many trees need to be cut down? Is it environmentally friendly? Su Yang had anticipated these questions and answered seriously. What could be treated for fire resistance, soaked in fire retardants, and treated to prevent insect damage and rot. As for leaks, sealing glue can be applied at joints, and materials like polyurethane can fill gaps. Regarding tree cutting, modern forestry cultivates dedicated tree species that do not harm existing forests. Gu Yi had been quietly standing at the door, hands in his pockets. Upon hearing this, he interrupted Su Yang, saying, Professor Fan from H University is known as the last emperor of wooden structures in our country. Why the last? Because our country lacks timber, and the government has long discouraged the construction of wooden structures. If one wants to build, it must go through very strict reviews. In universities, due to lack of project support, there are very few professors engaged in wooden structure research. Most have shifted towards steel structures. Gu Yi's voice drew Su Yang and Chao Zijing's attention. He showed no signs of embarrassment as he approached the conference table, sitting next to Su Yang without caring whether she agreed. He directly picked up Su Yang's sketch and quickly flipped through it. Our civil engineers mostly work with concrete and steel structures. They are accustomed to and skilled in this area. It's not easy to find someone good at wooden structures. After speaking, Gu Yi put down Su Yang's design draft and said seriously, do not overlook civil engineers. They're the ones who will truly realize your design. If they cannot build it, no matter how brilliant your design is, it would just be a flight of fancy. Compared to Chao Zijing's gentle and tactful opposition, Gu Yi's direct criticism made Su Yang realize that both men opposed her ideas. Seeing Su Yang fall silent, Chao Zijing softened his tone. What about using wood core fiberglass? Zhang Yonghe has used fiberglass for structural and enclosure constructions, and the effect can be similar to your design. Or low-alloy high-strength steel, like Q460, which is the material used for the bird's nest. In contrast to Chao Zijing's suggestion, Gu Yi's tone was much colder and firmer. Give it up. That kind of loose organization is not feasible. After hearing their comments, Su Yang also understood that there were many issues with her design. She glanced at Chao Zijing and smiled gratefully. I'll think about it more when I get back. Then she turned and shot Gu Yi a glare, snatching her sketch back from him and coldly saying, Did I show it to you? Gu Yi's gaze deepened. Su Yang, you are my team. Su Yang retorted nonchalantly. So what? This is just my sketch, and I didn't mean to submit it to you. She glanced at Chao Zijing. It's just a word to show a friend first. Over time, she had faced many setbacks in architectural design. Su Yang's heart had grown much stronger. With Gu Yi present, continuing the discussion seemed pointless. Su Yang thanked Chao Zijing, took her things, and left the conference room. Su Yang's wooden structure primary school was actually a sudden spark of inspiration. She was excited about the design draft. However, she also understood that Gu Yi and Chao Zijing had considered the issues more comprehensively. Walking outside aimlessly, she just wanted to clear her mind and start over. She limped a little, feeling some pain in her twisted ankle, and thought about going back to rest. Turning around, she saw Gu Yi following her, and her brows furrowed slightly. "Why are you following me?" Su Yang asked. "Your foot is injured. Why are you running around?" "I was just walking around." Su Yang shot him a glance. "Isn't it for the project?" Gu Yi's expression fluctuated, clearly showing some displeasure. "If you have a new plan, why not discuss it with me first?" Su Yang looked at his clear features and deep eyes. Recalling Liao Shanshan's words and how he had used her to annoy Liao Shanshan, the feeling of displeasure arose again. "Anyway, you're just criticizing me. I'll show it to Engineer Chao first. If he thinks it's not feasible, I want to show it to you to avoid wasting time." Chao Zijing was not responsible for the Jiyue Village primary school project. It didn't matter. It was just to let him see the design itself and its operability. Gu Yi was silent for a moment, confused by Su Yang's erratic attitude. "What do you mean by your behavior these days?" "What do you mean?" Su Yang knew what Gu Yi was referring to, but pretended not to understand. She walked towards another path. "I'm going to see the building, if you want to follow." "Go ahead." "Stop." Su Yang turned back. Gu Yi's expression now clearly showed anger, and his tone was reproachful. "With your foot injured like this, where else are you going?" She thought he would say more reproachful words, but unexpectedly, he changed his tone, clearly conceding. "Where to?" "I'll carry you." Su Yang glanced at Gu Yi, a hint of mockery at the corner of her mouth. "Sure." Su Yang climbed onto Gu Yi's back with ease, deliberately trying to make things difficult. "I want to go to Building 48. The number was given by the project team. Building 48 was the highest building in the village, clearly intended to make things harder for Gu Yi. Actually, Su Yang didn't have any particular reason to visit. After her design was rejected, she had to start from scratch, and it would take time to come up with good ideas. She purely wanted to make things difficult for Gu Yi. He carried her up the ancient stairs, which was already more challenging than flat ground, and she deliberately directed him to go high and low, here and there. Even though Gu Yi had good stamina, he was soon sweating profusely from her antics. Hearing Gu Yi's heavy breathing, Su Yang felt a sense of satisfaction from her petty revenge. The reason behind her actions was something she herself couldn't quite understand. She had to admit she was being quite petulant. After Gu Yi had carried her around for a while, he roughly understood that she was venting her frustrations, thinking it was because of his rejection of her plan. After a long time, he said, "The personality of an architect does not equal being willful. Before designing, you need to understand the users of the building. What do they really need?" Su Yang's grip on Gu Yi's shoulders tightened, her nails digging slightly into his shirt. The rejection of her plan was a very normal situation. "You're in my hands now. Throwing a tantrum, I tolerate it because of my selfishness." After pausing, Gu Yi continued, "Change to another place, another team, and you would already be unemployed." After a long time, she finally said, "I'm not upset because of that." She herself didn't know why she was throwing a tantrum. Then why? Su Yang loosened her grip, finally releasing her tightly clenched lips. There's no reason. She patted Gu Yi's shoulder. "Put me down. I want to go back." Gu Yi frowned slightly, his voice tightening a bit. "Going down the stairs will worsen your injury. I'll carry you down." "No need." Su Yang's stubbornness came back. "I can walk by myself." "Su Yang." Gu Yi called Su Yang by her full name, his attitude suddenly flipping 180 degrees. His voice instantly turning cold. "You're acting like a spoiled child just because I'm pursuing you, aren't you? Did I ask you to chase me?" Su Yang was the type who didn't respond well to pressure. Like a spring, the more you pressed her down, the higher she would bounce back. "I don't understand why you want to pursue me. We're not suitable at all." "So?" Gu Yi suddenly let out a couple of cold laughs. I at minus 10,000 points now?" Gu Yi's abrupt change in attitude only made Su Yang angrier. "Gu Yi, let me tell you, you're far from meeting the standards to be my boyfriend." Besides, I don't like you. Suit yourself. Without any warning, Gu-yi let go of her and directly placed Su Yang on the ground. Although it was Su Yang's request to get down, being unexpectedly released caused her to slip momentarily, exacerbating her injury. Despite the pain, she tried hard to endure it, instinctively placing her hand on her leg. Her stubborn temper forbade her from showing even a hint of weakness in front of Gu-yi. Su Yang, if you think you can act without any bottom line just because I want to pursue you, you're really mistaken. Gu-yi's expression was very serious. You're young, and I'm much older than you. I tolerate you and indulge you, but that doesn't mean I have no limits. Su Yang, my patience has its limits. Gu-yi's back, not looking back, was the last shadow in Su Yang's eyes. Building 48 was the highest point in the village, and that family no longer lived in that old building. Gu-yi had once worriedly discussed with Su Yang these uninhabited old buildings, saying that their only fate in the future was to collapse. His purpose for taking on this redevelopment project was to attract more young people back to their hometown and protect their ethnic culture. Su Yang hadn't expected that she remembered every word Gu-yi had said so clearly, enduring the intense pain in her foot. Su Yang slowly made her way down the steps. Before long, it started to rain in the mountains, with her already unstable legs. The rain made the steps even more slippery. Su Yang was drenched, shivering in her disheveled state. That Gu-yi, how could he still say he was pursuing her? Looking at him, a minus 100,000 points would not be an exaggeration. It had only been a few days of pursuit. What kind of patience? What kind of limits? His patience hadn't even lasted a month. Where was the sincerity? As Su Yang limped down the steps, she cursed Gu-yi. You stinky bastard, crazy mad cow, lunatic, what's wrong with you? You're not persistent at all, pretending to be deeply affectionate, but it's not sincere at all. The rain fell continuously, and as Su Yang cursed, everything in front of her became blurry. The rain was so heavy that it fell into her eyes. In a flustered attempt to wipe her eyes, she sniffed heavily. When she opened her eyes again, she saw that stinky bastard, who had disappeared, reappearing in her sight. The mountain rain was continuous, and the mist was ethereal, making everything in front of Su Yang feel dreamlike. Gu-yi was holding a very ugly blue checkered umbrella, old and tattered, with one rib even broken, shrinking back from the rain. Standing in that curtain of rain, his face remained cool, but his eyes held a hint of heat. Su Yang glared at him hatefully and limped past him. He grabbed her and pulled her under the umbrella, sharing it with her. Su Yang's eyes were red, and her sense of grievance was like the tide of the Qiantang River, about to drown her. Why did you come back? Su Yang's tone was cold. Isn't your patience limited? Saying this, she pushed Gu-yi hard, trying to break free from his hold. Unexpectedly, Gu-yi used the force from her push to pull her directly into his embrace. The old umbrella he had been holding was casually tossed aside. The tattered umbrella fell to the ground in the hazy rain. Gu-yi held Su Yang tightly with an unyielding force. Before Su Yang could react, he cupped her face and kissed her without hesitation. The rain was pouring, and the mountain mist was damp. Their cold lips met, and the slightly sweet rainwater entered her mouth upon contact. Su Yang instinctively tried to push him away, just as her mouth slightly opened. Gu-yi's hot tongue had already slipped inside. The world spun, and everything turned upside down. It was a more intense impact than any disaster Su Yang had ever experienced. It felt as if she could only breathe through the air that Gu-yi provided. Her mind went blank, almost empty. Her hands were still dumbly raised, even forgetting to hit him. After a long time, both of them were soaked to the bone from the rain. Gu-yi finally let go of Su Yang, leaving her in a daze. The only sound in her ears was Gu-yi's half-smiling voice. He said, "My patience did indeed run out just now, but now it has been replenished." Regarding their first kiss, Su Yang said, "I really can't believe it's your first kiss. It felt quite skilled." Gu-yi replied, "You're the one who is truly inexperienced, clumsy." Su Yang retorted, "I'm not inexperienced." Gu-yi's face darkened. "Who was your first kiss with?" Su Yang answered seriously, "It was with my grandfather." Gu-yi. After staying on a mountain for a whole week, they finally returned to the city. Su Yang's foot had also reduced in swelling, and she could walk normally, although it still felt a bit sore after walking for a while. The program's director and colleagues from other groups were expressing their feelings in the group chat. saying that staying in the mountains made them appreciate city life so much more. In the mountains, there were times when her phone had no signal, making it difficult to even scroll through her social media. Su-young lay in bed, glanced at the time, turned off her phone, and prepared to sleep. On the bedside table lay the umbrella she had brought home, Gu-yi's umbrella. The blue checkered pattern was old and worn, with 2 ribs broken. She didn't even know where he got it from. Su-young looked at it a couple of times. Her heart raced uncontrollably, and she covered herself with the blanket. But she couldn't fall asleep no matter what. She didn't understand why she was so harsh on Gu-yi, even to the point of being somewhat unreasonable. And it was indeed a bit dramatic, as he said. But she just wanted to see how far he could tolerate her. Recalling that unexpected kiss, Su-young still felt a bit dazed. When Gu-yi let her go, she was still hesitating whether to slap him. Just a few seconds of contemplation. And she heard him shamelessly say, "Are you going to obediently let me carry you down? Or are you going to resist, and I'll forcibly carry you? Choose one." Su-young felt that Gu-yi was the type of person who could do anything, and fearing he would really do something inappropriate in front of everyone. She climbed onto his back without thinking. After walking for a while, she realized she had fallen into his trap, naturally missing the best opportunity to slap him. Su-young lay on Gu-yi's back, both of their clothes soaked by the rain, sticking together, warm and damp. She adjusted her position, finally finding the most comfortable spot and staying still. She was still holding the old umbrella, clearly extremely angry, but instinctively shielding Gu-yi from the rain. Even she found this behavior somewhat inexplicable. Gu-yi walked steadily, step by step down the mountain through the misty drizzle. "Were you this willful since you were little?" he suddenly asked. Su-young replied irritably, "I didn't ask you to endure it." He smiled. "My patience is full now. I can endure it. TCH, you think you're a phone that can be charged for 5 minutes and talk for 2 hours? Not just 2 hours, Gu-yi said. I could do it for a lifetime." Su-young snorted, but her heart couldn't help but flutter at his words about a lifetime. Never having been in a relationship was indeed a disadvantage. Even a straight man with a mad cow disease could stir her feelings. Su-young's ears turned red. Unable to sleep, she turned over. In the dark room, only the faint outlines of the furnishings were visible. Everything was serene and familiar. She blinked and recalled the last night before leaving Juyue Village. The first phase of the assessment had ended, and the project team was set to leave Juyue Village to return to the city. The village chief warmly hosted them along with the villagers. Everyone enjoyed the food prepared by the villagers and drank the homemade wine, completely relaxing amidst the picturesque scenery. Far removed from the pressures of city life and the fatigue of work, everyone was happily drinking, with small groups playing drinking games and discussing various risky topics. Gu-yi had been sitting next to Su-young, while Liao Shanshan and Chao Zijing sat across from them. Liao Shanshan's gaze kept drifting back and forth between Su-young and Gu-yi, and recalling what she had said made Su-young glance at Gu-yi as well. Seeing that he had no reaction, she felt somewhat relieved. The 4 of them sat facing each other. The atmosphere was strange. Su-young felt a bit awkward and took a few gulps of wine. The alcohol quickly warmed her body and gave her courage. Fortunately, there were others at the same table, and everyone soon blended together, with the wine quickly closing the distance. There was no need to force a conversation with anyone. A few hours passed, and everyone was already quite drunk. Su-young went to the bathroom, and when she came out, Gu-yi had also left the table, waiting for her outside. "What's up?" Su-young gave him a provocative glance. Gu-yi held a small bottle of wine in one hand, looking somewhat tipsy. His brows raised. "I'll take you to a good place." "Huh?" Gu-yi led Su-young to the Juyue Village Primary School. The school was empty at night, and even speaking echoed. They climbed to the top floor and sat together on the steps. The bright moon hung high. Clouds gently flowed across the night sky, and the stars sparkled brilliantly. The soft wind brushed by, quickly calming the heart. That was a view rarely seen in the city. Su-young looked up, seriously gazing at the stars, wondering in her heart if there was life on those distant planets, and whether they could see the world they lived in. Gu-yi took a sip of wine, a faint smile on his face. Su-young looked around and finally settled her gaze on Gu-yi, sighing. This really is a good place. Thinking about the entire renovation project and the current situation of the village, where many young adults had left, she worriedly said, "With such a large project, will it really attract the young people who went to the city back? Maybe they long for life in the big city and don't want to return to the countryside? The countryside always needs people to build it. Can what we do really benefit others' lives? Su Yang's questions made Gu Yi fall into thought as well. After a long silence, he took a sip of wine and replied lightly, "Doing something is always better than doing nothing at all." Looking at Gu Yi's serious expression, a ripple stirred in Su Yang's heart. She bit her lip, lowered her voice, and asked, "With your conditions, why have you never been in a relationship?" Gu Yi glanced at her and smiled. "Because the kind of woman I like has never appeared. I pursue perfection in everything, and love is no exception." After saying that, he tilted his chin and looked at her. "What about you?" "Because the person I like doesn't like me back." Hearing Su Yang say this, a trace of vigilance flashed in Gu Yi's eyes. "Who have you liked?" "Wu Yanzu." "Umph." Gu Yi snorted coldly, disdainfully saying, "So ugly." His childish tone made Su Yang unable to help but laugh. After a while, she asked again, "What does your perfect love look like?" Gu Yi glanced at her. His Adam's apple moved slightly, his voice deep and magnetic, making one's heart flutter. He said, "It can accept all imperfections." Gu Yi's final expression was like a movie scene, frozen in Su Yang's mind. His answer made her heart race. No matter if Gu Yi was serious or teasing, even when he criticized her sternly, she couldn't help but get distracted. Sometimes, even if he just casually glanced at her, she would feel a bit nervous. Clearly, they were mismatched, completely different from her imagined Mr. Right. Why did she feel this way? Could it be that a fierce woman fears a clingy man? Back in N City, life returned to its previous rhythm. After a busy day, Gu Yi finished working overtime, and the entire office was empty except for Su Yang. The two left work together, and Gu Yi drove Su Yang home, running into Lin Qingjun, who had also just finished working overtime. Lin Qingjun's eyes were bloodshot from fatigue. But as soon as he saw the two of them, he perked up. "Oh, leaving work together?" Lin Qingjun teasingly looked at Gu Yi. "Did you succeed?" Hearing this, Su Yang quickly denied, "We just happened to finish work at the same time." Lin Qingjun's lips curled into a smile. "Gu Yi is always the last to leave. And in turn, don't have that much work, do you? You must be waiting for him on purpose, right?" As soon as Lin Qingjun finished speaking, Su Yang's face turned red. Seeing Gu Yi turn to look at her, she immediately raised her hand to deny. "It really wasn't tea." Ha ha ha. After the instigator Lin Qingjun teased them, he left, leaving Gu Yi and Su Yang to look at each other. Gu Yi unlocked the car, and Su Yang got in and fastened her seatbelt, still unable to resist explaining further. "I really didn't finish my work. It was on purpose to wait for you." Gu Yi gave her a meaningful look. Oh, that gaze seemed to see through everything, making Su Yang feel a bit guilty. After dropping Su Yang off at home, Gu Yi drove away. Su Yang walked toward her home, feeling regretful for taking her time waiting for Gu Yi to finish work. He must be feeling quite full of himself right now. Just as her hand touched the gate, it swung open. Su Yang was so lost in thought that she hadn't noticed her mother had already been at the door. "Mom!" Su Yang called out and walked straight into the yard. Su's mom walked behind her, occasionally glancing outside, and only asked after Gu Yi's car had completely disappeared from view. "Was it him who brought you back, or your boss?" Su's mom recognized his car. "Yeah," Su Yang replied casually. "Is his surname Gu?" Su's mom frowned slightly. Su Yang, walking ahead, didn't notice her expression, answering in a casual tone, "Yes. His dad is the boss of Hingyang Group, right?" "Wow." Su Yang turned back to look at her mom upon hearing this. "You even know this? Have you investigated him?" She laughed. "Why are you investigating him? He just gave me a ride home." Su's mom had always been against her dating during her school years, hoping she would focus on her architectural design, as she didn't want to bring trouble upon herself. "Don't associate with him too much," Su's mom said. Su Yang was a bit surprised. "Why not?" "No reason." Su's mom said, "I just don't think he seems very pleasant." Su Yang was astonished and couldn't help but give her mom a thumbs up. "Mom, I give you full marks for that reason." At dinner, Su's mom prepared a table full of dishes that Su Yang liked. The mother and daughter sat at the table without watching TV. Usually, when Su Yang hadn't returned home for a long time, they would sit together and chat. As Su Yang ate, her mind was still on what Gu Yi had said and done. It was her first experience of falling in love and having such intimate contact with a man. That completely different feeling made her both anxious and curious. What does true love really look like? She bit her chopsticks and after a while asked her mom, how did Dad pursue you back in the day? As soon as Su Yang finished speaking, Su Ma choked heavily, almost spitting out her food. She coughed so hard that tears were about to come out. Su Yang quickly poured a glass of water for Su Ma and stood behind her to help her catch her breath. After a long while, Su Ma finally calmed down, her eyes red, and asked in a hoarse and weak voice, what did you just say? Su Yang was a bit puzzled. I asked you how Dad pursued you back then. She paused. What else with your reaction? Wasn't he Dad who pursued you? Saying this, she suddenly smiled mischievously and teased Su Ma. Mom, be honest, wasn't it you who pursued Dad instead? Without waiting for Su Ma to respond, Su Yang slapped her thigh and pretended to realize. That makes sense. How could someone as refined and elegant as my dad actively pursue you? It must have been you who clung to him and brought him home, right? Su Ma, still holding her chopsticks, unconsciously tightened her grip. Why are you asking such things? You little kid? Mom, em22, okay. I'm not a kid anymore. Su Ma lowered her gaze. In my eyes, you will always be a child. Su Yang didn't notice Su Ma's unusual demeanor and continued to speak without filters. Good thing I inherited my look from Dad and don't look like you. Even if my professional skills are lacking, I can still rely on my face to get by. She leaned down and hugged Su Ma's neck, jokingly saying, if I looked like you, I'd be doomed, haha. Su Ma slowly wrapped her arm around Su Yang's arm, and after a long time, said seriously, it's good to look like your dad. He is handsome and smart, completely from a different world than mine. Thinking of this, Su Yang suddenly thought of Gu Yi and couldn't he help but ask, what does it feel like to marry an architect? Su Yang's question made Su Ma fall into contemplation. Su Yang thought about how Su Dad left early, and for so many years, Su Ma had worked hard to raise her, with no one to share the hardships. Su Yang thought she had hit a sore spot with Su Ma and quickly changed the topic. It must not be great. He left so early, leaving us as orphans. Irresponsible. You're not allowed to say that. Su Ma suddenly turned around, her expression serious enough to make Su Yang feel puzzled. She said, I'm grateful. That is how I feel about marrying him. Su Yang, you used to dislike me so much. Why would you like me? Gu Yi, I had too little experience and was moved by any girl I saw. Su Yang, the study room has been empty for a while. It's lacking some liveliness. Gu Yi, because I'm obsessed with your beauty. The days at Gamma for the internship passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the semester was over. The professor asked everyone in the group to submit their internship reports, and Su Yang realized that she had been interning at Gamma for nearly half a year, unknowingly approaching the end. After completing their internships, classmates gradually returned to school. Shi Yuan had completed her report in advance and had been staying in the dormitory recently. Su Yang was still working on the Jiuyue village project and continued to commute daily. When she returned to the dormitory, she saw Shi Yuan focusing on browsing study abroad information and curiously asked, are you going abroad? Shi Yuan didn't turn back, casually replying, just looking. I'm about to graduate. I need to prepare in advance. Su Yang didn't expect Shi Yuan to start planning so early. Graduation is still in June. Isn't it too early? Shi Yuan turned around and looked at Su Yang with disdain. Are you stupid? The internship is about to end, and the last semester only has one task, completing the graduation thesis and defense. Everyone in our class is super anxious. Some are preparing for graduate school, and some are looking for jobs. Su Yang didn't expect everyone to be so motivated with clear goals, while she felt a bit lost. I was planning to think about it next semester. You're kidding. Everyone is anxious, and you're going to prepare next semester? Su Yang pulled out her chair and sat next to Shi Yuan, seriously asking her, do you think it's better for me to go straight to work or continue studying? Shi Yuan, always sharper than Su Yang, had good grades and was well informed. Hearing Su Yang's question, she answered seriously. Architecture graduates typically have a few directions. I roughly categorize them into 4 types. The first is the most recognized best option, going abroad for further study. Studying abroad also has tiers. Basically, the US is the best, followed by the UK, Germany, Switzerland, Australia, the Netherlands, and Italy. The second option is taking the domestic graduate entrance exam, targeting the top 4 schools: Qing University, T University, D University, and our N University, plus the previous 4, along with H Polytechnic, C University, X Architectural University, and H Engineering University. You can contact advisors in advance, so I can offer guaranteed spots for graduate school. The third option is to work with 2 paths: going to real estate companies, which are the father of the client, or working in architectural design institutes as an overworked employee. Oh, and the fourth option is to switch careers. There are many of those now, especially among us girls. After laying out these options clearly, Su-young fell into thought. She hadn't realized the severity of the situation after graduation. The internship is about to end. You need to think about your future. Su-young patted Su-young's shoulder. Thinking about the end of the internship, Su-young's first reaction was to feel a bit reluctant to leave Gamma, or rather, to leave GUI. After a moment of contemplation, Su-young raised her head and looked seriously at Su-young. Does Luo Dong know about your plans to go abroad? After the internship ended, Su-young still occasionally saw Luo Dong coming to school to find her. They seemed to be quite sweet. Su-young was still browsing the web when she heard Luo Dong's name. Her hand holding the mouse paused. It's not decided yet. I haven't even submitted the application. Besides, just applying doesn't guarantee acceptance. After saying this, Su-young nudged Su-young's shoulder with hers. Why don't you apply with me? Apply for where? The U.S. Me? Su-young pointed at herself in disbelief. I'm going to the U.S.? Don't joke around. What do you mean joke? Last semester, we both didn't have enough elective credits, so we took the TOEFL together to earn credits, right? It's perfect. The more Su-young thought about it, the more excited she became, pulling Su-young and whining. Let us apply together, okay? It would be lonely for me to go to the U.S. alone. We can go together and rent a place to share a room. In a daze and without any clarity, Su-young, under Su-young's persuasion, also wrote an application letter. Studying abroad for a master's degree is completely different from domestic universities. You don't have to take specialized exams. You just need to provide language scores, GPA, a portfolio, and a personal application letter to apply to schools. The reason for taking the TOEFL was that N University encouraged students to improve their English by offering credits for all English proficiency tests. Su-young just wanted to earn credits and didn't score very high, not as good as Su-young. Her application letter was revised by Su-young. She only had to organize her portfolio. Opening her computer, she looked at her recent works, each one at a completely different level than before. GUI's guidance had allowed her progress to be almost exponential. After a few busy days, Su-young submitted their applications together to a well-ranked architecture school in the U.S. Both were just trying their luck since it was a highly selective institution, and Su-young soon forgot about it. During the week spent in GUE village, Su-young observed the daily habits of the villagers and some unique ethnic characteristics. She had new ideas for the design of the GUE village primary school. As GUI said, designing buildings that people truly need is the mission of being an architect. On the first day back at work, Su-young revised the floor plan all morning. After working for a while, Su-young's biggest change was learning not to confront the client head-on for their unprofessional opinions. She learned to negotiate in a more tactful manner. After finishing the drawings, Su-young saved them onto a USB drive and knocked on GUI's office door, ready to submit the drawings for his review. It was rare that when Su-young entered GUI's office, he was not buried in his work at the desk, but rather sitting in front of the fish tank, quietly observing the goldfish swimming back and forth. Lin Xingjun was also in GUI's office, coming over to get something. Upon seeing Su-young enter, he immediately exchanged a knowing glance with GUI and said in a very ambiguous tone, "Then I'll take my leave and not disturb you too." Seeing him starting to overthink again, Su-young quickly stopped Lin Xingjun. "I'm just reporting on work. You can wait here if you don't believe me." "Oh." Lin Xingjun gave GUI a meaningful look, shrugged, and casually sat down. "Then I'll just listen." GUI's gaze remained fixed on the fish tank, and only after hearing Su-young hurriedly say that did he slowly lift his eyes and glare at Lin Xingjun. "Aren't you leaving yet?" GUI's reaction successfully amused Lin Xingjun, who burst into laughter and left GUI's office with the documents. Su-young thought to herself, with GUI acting like this, Lin Xingjun would misunderstand even more. and she wouldn't be able to lift her head to speak in front of him in the future. After Lin Chungjun left, Su Yang figured she couldn't waste any more time and walked towards Gu Yi with the USB drive. "I've revised the drawings. Engineer Gu, take a look. If there are no problems, I'll be leaving." Holding up the USB drive in front of Gu Yi, he seemed not to see it all, his gaze remaining elsewhere. Su Yang frowned, about to retract the USB drive when he suddenly grabbed her hand holding it. With a gentle tug, he pulled her into his embrace, his hand resting on her waist, forcing her to lean closer to him. Su Yang pressed her arms against Gu Yi, not wanting to create any unpleasant rumors in the office due to his antics. "What are you doing?" she asked warily, waiting for Gu Yi to respond. "Don't mess around in the office." Gu Yi's hand was warm against her waist, his breath brushing the top of her head as he calmly replied, "I just wanted to see how tall you are." Su Yang leaned back slightly, not wanting to get too close, and hurriedly answered, 163 centimeters. Gu Yi pulled her in closer, his chin resting just above her head, clearly wanting to hold her rather than just know her height. Su Yang clenched her fist and lightly punched his chest in embarrassment. "Stop being so handsy. If you keep this up, I'm going to get mad." Seeing that Su Yang was genuinely getting angry, Gu Yi reluctantly let her go with an unsatisfied expression. Gaining her freedom, Su Yang quickly stepped back away from Gu Yi and immediately started setting ground rules. "From now on, before I leave this office, you are not allowed to move. If you do, I won't talk to you anymore." "That's probably not possible," Gu Yi said with a faint smile on his face. "Why not?" Su Yang asked, confused. "I've already moved," he replied. Su Yang was astonished to see him standing still. "But you clearly haven't moved." Gu Yi smiled, his tone gentle enough to drown in. "My heart moved." This man, did he secretly take a charm course? How did he suddenly become so good at sweet talk? Could it be that men really do have an instinct for flattery? To avoid a repeat of the last incident, Su Yang quickly finished her work and left on time. Unfortunately, Gu Yi also got off work on time. Under his relentless persuasion, she found herself half coerced, half enticed, getting into his car. In a closed SUV, with the radio tuned to a music channel playing an old song, Sammy Ching's Letting Go, which Su Yang could sing along to, she instinctively hummed along. Gu Yi casually chatted with her while driving. "You can sing such an old song? I heard it in elementary school," she replied. Gu Yi laughed. "Sammy Chung was very popular during my teenage years." This piqued Su Yang's interest, as she had always thought Gu Yi was the type who had no idea who the stars were. But it turned out he had a time when he liked celebrities. "Did you use cassette tapes back in your day?" Su Yang asked curiously. "I experienced the whole transition from cassette tapes to CDs to MP3s and MP4s. Gu Yi recalled his school days. "I remember everyone used Sony's portable cassette players." Su Yang nodded. "No wonder there's such a generation gap between us." Gu Yi looked at her seriously discussing these things, not finding it ridiculous at all, but rather finding her expression somewhat adorably youthful. Su Yang blinked and turned to Gu Yi. "By the way, do men reach a certain age, achieve success, and only want to find younger women to prove their status?" After pausing for a moment, she added, "Just like how you're pursuing me now, pursuing you doesn't prove my status. It only makes people think my taste is poor." Su Yang was taken aback by his rebuttal, looking displeased. "Then why are you still pursuing me?" Gu Yi teased with a smile, "Because my taste really isn't that great." When Su Yang arrived at school, she slammed the car door shut in frustration. Gu Yi watched her angrily walk away, unable to suppress a smile. On the drive home, the reason he got off work on time today was that his father wanted to talk to him about something. The Gu residence was quite far away, and it took a while to drive there. Upon returning to the suburban Gu residence, Gu Yi parked the car and noticed a sapphire necklace had fallen from the passenger seat. It was probably Su Yang's. Gu Yi picked up the necklace and couldn't help but shake his head. This girl was such a scatterbrain. When Gu Yi got home, his father had not yet returned. But Mrs. Gu, Zhang Yongxi, was there, cooking with a housekeeper. Over the years, she had insisted on personally participating in every meal, making her one of the more skilled socialites among the wealthy. Gu Yi had never understood his father's decision to stop looking for his mother and instead marry Zhang Yongxi, even resenting him for it. Because of this, he didn't like Zhang Yongxi. Not adhering to his father's plans, Gu Yi had established his independence early on, rebellious enough to give his father headaches. A few years ago, his father had attempted to suppress him in his career to force him to return home. But Gu Yi had persisted with his strength and determination. Watching Zhang Yongxi bustling about on the first floor, Gu Yi frowned and went upstairs to his room. He casually placed Su Yang's necklace on the table and turned to take off his coat, hanging it on the rack. Just as he approached the table, about to pick up the book he had not finished reading, he heard a knock at the door. Guomin. The door slowly opened, and Zhang Yongxi, still wearing an apron, timidly called out to Gu Yi, "Your dad is back and wants to see you." "Got it." Gu Yi maintained his usual attitude toward Zhang Yongxi. And after all these years, she had learned not to disturb his life too much. "I'll head downstairs then." Gu Yi didn't look up, expecting the door to close as usual, but when he raised his head again, he found that Zhang Yongxi had not left. Instead, she had walked into his room. His brows furrowed instantly, and his tone became much colder. "What are you doing?" Zhang Yongxi's gaze fell on the table where Su Yang's necklace lay. "How did this necklace end up here?" Her expression was very surprised, and seconds later, a look of worry flickered in her eyes. "Is this Su Yang's?" Gu Yi did not answer, merely looking at her coldly. For the first time, Zhang Yongxi was being so oblivious, knowing Gu Yi would be angry yet still persistently asking, "Are you dating Su Yang?" Upon hearing this, Gu Yi finally couldn't hold back any longer. "It's none of your business. Please leave." Zhang Yongxi's eyes were filled with complex emotions. Although she had many questions to ask, she ultimately left Gu Yi's room. After closing the door, Gu Yi's attention turned to the necklace on the table. His knife-like thick brows furrowed tightly, and a hint of suspicion flashed through his mind. Why did Zhang Yongxi accurately say that this was Su Yang's necklace? Why was she so anxious about Su Yang's necklace? Picking up the silver sapphire necklace, Gu Yi examined it carefully. Turning over the sapphire pendant, he noticed two slanted letters engraved inside the delicate setting. YX. Aside from her work, Su Yang only used her email when applying for various accounts. So on the day she received her conditional offer, her first reaction was that she didn't even realize she had been pre-admitted to a well-ranked university in the United States. Except for slightly falling short on her TOEFL score, she met all the other requirements. If she wanted to attend this university, she could choose to retake the TOEFL to achieve the required score and then apply again, or go directly to the U.S. to study language first, in addition to the official email regarding her pre-admission. A professor from the university also sent her a personal email expressing his appreciation for the portfolio she submitted. Most of the works in Su Yang's portfolio were completed under Gu Yi's guidance, and those works impressed the professor, who hoped she would continue studying architectural design under him. Su Yang had originally been encouraged by Shi Yuan to apply casually and never expected to actually receive an offer, leaving her somewhat stunned. Shi Yuan's grades were much better than hers, and she had started receiving offers a few days earlier, including one from an Ivy League school, which was Shi Yuan's dream university. After receiving the offer, Shi Yuan wasn't as happy as she had imagined. After briefly browsing through the offer, she closed her computer and silently continued watching her TV show. Su Yang asked Shi Yuan, "Does Luo Dong know you got the offer?" A hint of hesitation flashed in Shi Yuan's eyes. "Let's not talk about it for now. Haven't you decided whether or not to go to the U.S.? Shi Yuan was silent for a moment. "I will definitely go to the U.S. What about Luo Dong? Are you going to break up with him?" Mentioning Luo Dong, a trace of sadness appeared on Shi Yuan's face. "I don't know how to tell him. I want to leave first, and when the distance grows, there will naturally be a conclusion. Not many long-distance relationships can last. I know that." At this time, Su Yang was only 22 years old, with no experience in relationships. And she couldn't understand Shi Yuan's thoughts and actions, even feeling somewhat that love should come first. Unable to help but criticize Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan, thinking like this is really too selfish. "Then what can I do, Su Yang?" Shi Yuan's eyes instantly turned red. "Future and love. You tell me, how should I choose?" Su Yang was at a loss for words. She had to admit that after receiving the offer, there was a moment when she was very tempted. After all, studying in the U.S. was the aspiration of many architecture students. Especially after her internship at Gamma, she discovered that there were many hidden talents in the architecture industry. And her resume was not enough. She needed further education. But if she went to the U.S., she would have to completely leave Gu Yi. And for some reason, Thinking about this possibility made her less eager to go to the use. Feeling flustered, she closed her email, rubbed her temples, and climbed into bed. Around 7 in the evening, Su Yang received a call from Gu Yi. I just finished a meeting and didn't attend the dinner. Gu Yi's voice came through the receiver, with a magical soothing power that made Su Yang's anxiety over receiving the offer completely dissipate. Then you should get home early. Yeah. Gu Yi paused before saying, I mean, Su Yang, what about going to see a movie? Huh? Su Yang didn't expect the usually serious Gu Yi would suggest taking a girl to a movie, and a hint of sweetness surged in her heart. She bit her lip. Okay, I'll come pick you up. Su Yang changed into a different outfit. The weather was getting colder, so she wrapped herself warmly with a hat, scarf, and gloves. Before Gu Yi arrived, she was interrupted by a call from Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan was crying hysterically on the other end. Su Yang, I broke up with Luo Dong. To be honest, over the years, Su Yang had never seen Shi Yuan drink so much alcohol. Although she usually spoke freely, they were essentially both good girls. Watching her down bottle after bottle of beer, Su Yang felt a pang in her heart. She could tell that Shi Yuan really liked Luo Dong. After all, it was a first love who doesn't invest their true feelings. Shi Yuan usually didn't drink much, and her tolerance wasn't high. After only 2 or 3 bottles, her entire face was already flushed as if she had a fever. The two of them sat in a small restaurant, the dishes on the table untouched, while the empty bottles piled up. Shi Yuan didn't say much to Su Yang, just gulping down the beer, drinking hurriedly, as if trying to get herself drunk. Su Yang, worried about her drinking capacity, reached out to stop her. Don't drink anymore. At least tell me what happened. Shi Yuan's eyes were bloodshot, and with a strong smell of alcohol. She looked helplessly at Su Yang. I told him I was going abroad. And then? He was very angry, saying I didn't discuss it with him before applying. As Shi Yuan spoke, her voice began to tremble, and tears slid down her cheeks. What should I say? Who doesn't know that long-distance relationships are difficult? Who wants to fall in love across such a distance? But what about the future? Should I give that up? He might just be angry that you didn't discuss it with him. Su Yang carefully chose her words. I see on Weibo that there are long-distance relationships that last 10 or 8 years and still end up together. Those posts often get tens of thousands of shares. How many of those are there? Isn't it because it's rare that they get shared so much? Although Shi Yuan had drunk several bottles, her mind was still very clear. Su Yang couldn't find the right words of comfort. She understood that long-distance relationships were indeed very difficult. Shi Yuan drank another half bottle of beer, then slammed the bottle down on the table. Tears streaming down her face. I graduated from a prestigious school, I've worked hard in my studies, and I can go to the US. Why shouldn't I go? I asked him to come with me, but he didn't want to. Why is it only my fault? He's just a small assistant architect now. What can he offer me? According to him, how many years do I have to wait to get the future I want? Su Yang, it's not that I'm being realistic. It's just that the world is this realistic. He says I'm selfish and don't love him. I've given him all my firsts. Shi Yuan looked up, tears filling her eyes, staring intently at Su Yang. Tell me, how can I not love him? Su Yang looked at Shi Yuan's pained expression and couldn't help but frown. She asked her seriously, Shi Yuan, will you regret it? No, I know the life I want. Shi Yuan glanced at Su Yang and bitterly smiled. If you were me, you would understand how painful this feeling is. Looking at Shi Yuan's pained yet determined expression, Su Yang realized that she and Shi Yuan were completely different people. It wasn't until this moment that Su Yang finally understood why she wasn't so happy about receiving the offer and even didn't want to go to the US. The reason for all this was that she had fallen in love with Gu Yi. She truly couldn't understand Shi Yuan. She was young and naive, placing love above all, wanting only to be with the person she liked. I don't have many ambitions. I just want to be with the person I love. Su Yang said, I can study architecture here in China. And university, T University, and H University are all great. It's not necessary to go to the US. If it were me, I wouldn't go. Shi Yuan looked at Su Yang for a long time before asking her, have you fallen in love with Gu Yi? Su Yang took a sip of beer and finally nodded with certainty. Yes. When Gu Yi arrived, Shi Yuan was already completely drunk. She couldn't hold her liquor and had drunk too quickly, throwing up several times. While helping her into the car, Gu Yi accidentally got some vomit on his car. At this moment, Shi Yuan had already fallen asleep on Su Yang's lap, and Gu Yi was driving them back to school. The distance wasn't far, but it was easier to drive with a drunk person. They were originally going to watch a movie, but this unexpected situation had disrupted their plans. What's going on? Gu-yi frowned slightly as he looked at the chaotic situation in the rearview mirror. She broke up. Gu-yi recalled Shi Yuan's boyfriend, that young assistant. A few months ago, they seemed to be in a good relationship. Su-yang didn't explain much, just replied succinctly. Relationships are unpredictable. Both Gu-yi and Su-yang had their own thoughts. Gu-yi wasn't too concerned about Shi Yuan's gossip. Su-yang's necklace was still in Gu-yi's hand. Thinking about her and Zhang Yongxi, Gu-yi asked, "Your father is from N University, right?" Su-yang didn't expect him to suddenly ask about her dad and couldn't help but pause. "Why are you suddenly asking about my dad?" "Oh." Gu-yi's expression remained natural. "I went to the city library today and happened to hear someone mention it." Su-yang, being simple-minded, didn't think much of it and just smiled in response. "My dad graduated with a master's degree from N University in 1994 under academician Lu Kong." 1994? Gu-yi seemed to ponder. "Yeah," Su-yang said. "I was born a year after he graduated. He didn't delay in going to school, getting married, and having kids. My dad is just that efficient." "Has your dad never been divorced?" Upon hearing this, Su-yang frowned. "Why do you ask this?" Su-yang couldn't help but feel a bit displeased. "My parents have a great relationship. They're a married couple. Otherwise, how can my mom not remarry for over 10 or 20 years after my dad passed away?" Seeing that Su-yang was a bit resistant to the topic, Gu-yi didn't continue. They had just arrived at Su-yang's dorm building, and he stopped the car. "I'll help you guys up." "No need. The dormitory manager won't let you up. You should go back," Su-yang replied. Gu-yi held onto Shi Yuan's arm, while Su-yang took Shi Yuan from him and stood aside, silent for a while. Su-yang originally intended to leave, but after thinking for a moment, she looked up at Gu-yi, her eyes showing a hint of shyness. "That movie. Let's watch it next time." Gu-yi looked at Su-yang, slightly taken aback, and after a while understood her meaning, a smile creeping onto his lips. "Okay." His mood lightened a bit. Su-yang never showed the effects of alcohol on her face, but now, under Gu-yi's gaze, her face had turned slightly red. This beer has a bit of a kick." Su-yang held on to Shi Yuan and quickly ran away. On the weekend, she went home as usual. After dinner, Su-yang went to take a shower while her mom played on her phone outside. After a while, Su-mom knocked on the bathroom door. "Dear daughter, is that mahjong account I used when you applied for me?" Su-yang, showering, could only shout over the sound of water. "Yeah, someone stole my account, and there were about 20,000 points in it. How'd I get back?" While scrubbing the foam off her body, she added, "I think it was applied with my email, so you can retrieve it using that. My email is xxxxxxx.com, and the password is xxxxxxxxxx." After Su-yang finished her shower and came out, towel drying her hair, she searched for the TV remote. Just as she sat on the sofa, she noticed Su-mom's serious expression and asked, "What's wrong? Can't you recover the account?" Su-mom picked up her phone, and on the screen was Su-yang's offer email. "What is this?" Su-mom asked. Su-yang had not told her mom about applying to schools or receiving offers, so she calmly replied, "Spam." Su-mom, in front of Su-yang, copied the email's name into a search engine, and it quickly showed up in translation. Looking at those few Chinese characters, Su-yang didn't panic too much. "I'm not planning to go to America." Upon hearing Su-yang say this, Su-mom couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. "Why?" Su-yang didn't look at her mom, tightening her grip on the remote. "Going to America would cost too much money, and my grades wouldn't get me a scholarship. I don't want to go." On Sunday morning, Su-yang slept in and got up just before noon. Su-mom casually made some noodles. The mother and daughter sat at the dining table eating, and Su-mom added some pickles to Su-yang's bowl, reminding her, "We need to start packing up things from home. You should stay here for a while and organize your stuff so I don't mess it up for you." Su-yang furrowed her brow at her mom's words. "Why do we need to pack up things from home? We have a demolition agreement. I'm planning to sign it." Su-mom smiled. "Didn't you say you didn't like me being a nail household? I'm not going to be one anymore." Su-yang's expression changed completely. She put down her chopsticks and stared seriously at her mom. "Why? You can't just say this. This house is my dad's hard work. No amount of money can make it be torn down." A flicker of guilt flashed in Su-mom's eyes, but more than that, it was determination. She glanced at the dishes on the table and, after a long pause, replied to Su-yang, "I want to send you to America." Su-young didn't expect her mom to make this decision without even discussing it with her. She felt a surge of emotions. Why do you always have to do this? Why don't you ever ask me what I really want? I never wanted to study architecture. I hate this line of work. I hate you forcing me to study. I hate the pressure. I hate the responsibility. I hate overtime. I hate being busy. You thought I had talent because I liked painting, and that was too hasty. Su-mom didn't expect Su-young to have so many grievances. Her expression was slightly shocked, even a bit guilty. I thought you liked it. Seeing the guilt on her mom's face, Su-young's heart softened immediately, and she quickly said, I like it now, but Su-mom's expression brightened a bit, immediately interrupting Su-young. Since you like it, then you should continue your studies. I know that those who study architecture must keep studying. I'm not going to America. Why? You can't tear down the house my dad designed, Su-young said. I also don't want to go to America. The atmosphere between the mother and daughter, usually harmonious, became tense at this moment. The usually strong-willed Su-mom fell silent, showing no signs of anger on her face. She looked at Su-young for a long time before asking, what do you think should be used to design a building? Su-young glanced at her mom, unsure of her feelings, and instinctively answered, talent? It's conscience, Su-mom said. That's what your dad told me. Su-young, your dad was a very talented architect. A very good person. He was the most charming man I ever met in my life. When he left, he only said one thing to me, that he hoped I could raise you to be a good person. Su-mom's eyes turned slightly red. I know you always sneak off to read the books your dad left behind whenever I'm not around. You love to draw houses. Whether you want to admit it or not, you're indeed following in your father's footsteps. I know that all these years my selfishness has put a lot of pressure on you. I tremble to say, but I really hope you can become a true architect and inherit your father's legacy. Su-young fell silent, her heart in turmoil. After a long time, her voice softened as she slowly said, Mom, I want to stay in N-City. I want to learn from Gu-yi. He's also a very capable architect. You don't have to go to America. Upon hearing Gu-yi's name, Su-mom frowned slightly. Su-young, are you dating that guy with the last name Gu? Su-young clenched her fist, pondering for a long time. Thinking of Shi Yuan and Luo Dong, Su-young mustered her courage to respond. America is too far away. I don't want to be apart from him. Gu, you always ask me, now it's my turn. Back then, why did you like me? Su-young, I was young, I guess. Oui, himeme. Su-young, because I was young, so I was naive. Gui. I take back my question. Su-young was not particularly rebellious growing up, but due to trivial life matters, she had quarreled with her mother many times. In the past, no matter how intense the argument, they would make up right away. It was an unspoken understanding between them. This time, however, after the argument, they each went to their rooms, which was the first time it happened. Previously, regardless of right or wrong, Su-young would always back down and admit her mistakes first. But this time, she insisted like never before. Unable to sleep, Su-young tossed and turned in bed. The soundproofing in the house was so good that although she was very worried, she couldn't hear any sound from her mother's room. She wondered if her mother was very disappointed or angry, and if she was also unable to sleep. Thinking this way made Su-young feel extremely guilty. Her mother had raised her with great difficulty for so many years, and she really didn't want to see her sad. At this moment, reason and emotion were in conflict. Like Su-young, her mother was also wide awake. Very late, after deep consideration, her mother still dialed that number. This was the second time Su-young had called that person after growing up. The first time was to find Su-young the best internship opportunity. The call was quickly connected, and both of them spoke calmly, their voices low. Su-young's mother took a deep breath and finally said helplessly, maybe it really is genetic. They are both people who prioritize love. Su-young is truly his biological daughter. She wants to give up going to America to be with that kid. I didn't know things would develop like this. I'm sorry. Her voice choked a bit. She is such a talented child. I hope she can go to America. I've tried my best. Gu-yi's relationship with his father had never been good. Gu-yi's father usually called him home for no reason, and whenever they met, they would argue. Unless necessary, they wouldn't even see each other. In the morning, Zhang Yongxi called him, saying Gu-yi's father wanted him to come home. He frowned. His father's summons had been unusually frequent this month. Gu-yi had social engagements that night and squeezed in time to go home in the afternoon. When Gu-yi arrived home, The large villa was only occupied by Zhang Yongxi, which made him realize that something was unusual. "Where is he?" Gu Yi asked as soon as he entered. Zhang Yongxi poured a glass of water for Gu Yi and placed it on the table. "He is not here. Actually, I asked you to come back." "Why?" Zhang Yongxi, well-maintained and dutiful as a wealthy lady, never forced Gu Yi to accept her nor tried to curry favor, which Gu Yi actually recognized. So he couldn't understand why the woman who was never off track would today do something that Gu Yi found off-putting. "I have something to discuss with you." Gu Yi frowned. "But I have nothing to talk to you about." Saying this, he turned to leave. "It's about Su Yang." Hearing Su Yang's name, Gu Yi paused. Thinking of that necklace, of Su Yang's internship arrangements, and all the doubts, he turned back and sat down across from Zhang Yongxi. He pushed a glass of water she poured far away. Zhang Yongxi's expression was complex, as if she didn't know where to begin. Gu Yi glanced at her and directly asked, "Did you already have a relationship with him before you married him? Is Su Yang your illegitimate daughter?" Zhang Yongxi was surprised by Gu Yi's thoughts and quickly clarified, No. She bit her lip and after a while said, "You must have guessed it. Su Yang is indeed my daughter, but she is the daughter of me and Su Jixuan." Although Gu Yi had suspicions in his heart, being suddenly confirmed still shook him deeply. Looking at Su Yang's cheerful demeanor every day, it was clear she was completely unaware. If Su Yang was truly Zhang Yongxi's daughter, then his relationship with her became awkward. Zhang Yongxi spoke of the past, her expression still difficult to let go. "I was classmates with Su Yang's father. We were together in school. But Su Yang's grandmother, a local from N City, looked down on me and never accepted me, not allowing us to get married. I was very angry at the time and broke up with Su Yang's father. Not long after the breakup, I found out I was pregnant with Su Yang. Out of spite, I decided to have the child myself to make him regret it. But after Su Yang was born, the poor living conditions forced me to go back to find Su Yang's father. It was then I learned from Su Yang's grandmother that Su Yang's father had gotten an opportunity to go to America, and I completely fell apart." Zhang Yongxi paused and continued, "At my hardest time, I met your father. At that time, he could only be considered a relatively wealthy contractor, when others owed him wages. They gave him a piece of land, and he got the approval to build residential houses. He found me, hoping I would do the design for him at a low price. Others wouldn't take it, but he thought I was a single mother and wouldn't be picky about the price." When Gu Yi heard this, he raised his head, his expression unclear. What happened next? Speaking of Gu Yi's father, Zhang Yongxi's expression softened considerably. "After the project was completed, your father proposed that I live with him, and he was willing to take care of us, mother and daughter." Zhang Yongxi looked at Gu Yi. "At that time, you were very small, and because of your mother's issues, you had a huge falling out with your father. It was then Su Yang's father found me. It turned out he had given up the chance to go abroad because Su Yang's grandmother had deceived me. Your father is a very good man. After he learned all this, he let me choose for myself." Zhang Yongxi's voice was soft and calm. "In the end, I chose your father. Considering your unique situation at that time, I gave up Su Yang and let her go to the Su family." Speaking of this past event, Zhang Yongxi was filled with guilt. "All these years, I owe Su Yang an apology." Gu Yi, listening to the entanglement of the previous generation, spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. "Does Su Yang know?" Zhang Yongxi shook her head. "She doesn't know anything." Her expression was painful as she said this. "Yongxi, if you split it in half, it becomes Yang. Your name, my surname." They had once discussed this during their sweetest times. Unfortunately, fate played tricks on them. In the end, they were separated, each forming their own families. Their daughter, who carried their blood, grew up innocently under the sun, without a trace of scars. "I pleaded with your father to arrange an internship for Su Yang." Zhang Yongxi looked at Gu Yi, almost with a pleading gaze. "I hope you can persuade her. Gu Yi, she likes you. For you, she even gave up going to America." America? Gu Yi had no idea Su Yang had applied to go to America, nor did he know she had already received the opportunity. She got the chance to study in America, but now she is not going. She is such a talented child. I don't want her wings to be clipped. You've been to America. You know the differences between the learning environment there and here. She's a young girl. Her thinking is not comprehensive, but you are mature. You should understand. You should also be very clear now that you are not suitable to be together. If you are together, it doesn't matter to you, But for her, this identity is too awkward. She will be talked about behind her back in the future. Gu-yi, I beg you, let her have a better future. She was brought up by you. You should understand that if she continues her studies, she will become a great architect. This was Su Yang's second visit to Gu-yi's house. The reason was that they had clearly agreed to watch a movie together, but he suddenly changed his mind. Over the phone, his tone was cold, and it sounded a bit off. When she arrived at the international apartment, she encountered the foreign administrator in the lobby again. His memory was astonishingly good, and as soon as he saw Su Yang, he smiled and called out, "Miss Su, here to see Mr. Gu?" Su Yang nodded shyly. "He's gone home." "Oh." Su Yang pressed the doorbell, and after a long while, Gu-yi finally let her in. Su Yang didn't know what had happened and went straight upstairs. After knocking on the door, it took quite a while before she heard the sound of unsteady footsteps from inside, and Gu-yi finally opened the door. The smell of alcohol hit Su Yang, making her feel dizzy. Seeing him in a drunken state, she couldn't help but frown in disgust and asked, "How did you get this drunk?" Gu-yi didn't lift his head or look at her, just walked straight into the room. He was so drunk that he lay motionless on the sofa. Su Yang looked at the empty bottles scattered all over the floor, red wine, beer, white wine. It was as if he had been at a wine-tasting event, except that he was drinking to the point of wanting to die. "What a madness! How could you drink so much?" Su Yang complained as she walked toward the kitchen. "Want to search online for a recipe to make a hangover soup for Gu-yi." Just a few steps in, she heard Gu-yi's voice behind her. "Where are you going?" "To the kitchen." Su Yang turned to look at Gu-yi. "I'm going to make you some soup to help you sober up." Gu-yi didn't respond, just silently stared at her, his gaze unwavering, like two flames that could burn her to ashes. "What are you here for?" Su Yang didn't even know why she came. She just thought his voice sounded off and imagined he was sick. Unknowingly, she had already fallen deep into this. "What? You don't want me here?" Su Yang raised her voice to cover her shyness. Gu-yi stared at her intently, and after a long while, he said slowly, "You shouldn't have come." Su Yang didn't expect that the Gu-yi who had always pursued her would say this in such a cold tone, and she felt a bit displeased, pretending to be unhappy and ready to leave. "You don't want me here? Then I'll go." Saying that, she acted as if she was going to walk out the door. After just 2 steps, hurried footsteps sounded behind her. Su Yang hadn't really intended to leave. She was just teasing Gu-yi, and hearing him get up to stop her made her turn back with a triumphant smile. "I knew." Before Su Yang could finish her sentence, she was unexpectedly pushed against the wall by Gu-yi. The overwhelming smell of alcohol rushed at her. His hands pinned Su Yang's hand above her head. Before she could react, countless kisses descended upon her. In that moment, Gu-yi wasn't gentle, restrained, or gentlemanly at all. He was like a wild beast, pressing his cold lips against Su Yang's, his tongue swirling inside her mouth, stirring up waves of passion. Su Yang was suddenly deprived of breath, feeling a bit dazed, but instinctively she stood on her tiptoes, allowing him to take what he wanted, even responding to him awkwardly. Sensing her response, Gu-yi's advances became more aggressive. He abruptly lifted Su Yang, her feet leaving the ground, and she instinctively wrapped her legs around his waist. With her back against the wall, Gu-yi's kisses traveled down from her lips to her neck. He sucked hard at her neck, sending a wave of localized pain through her, and she became a bit more alert. "Gu," she called his name, tender yet helpless. Gu-yi hugged her tightly and kicked open the bedroom door, giving her no chance to refuse, and laid her down on the big bed in the bedroom. He knelt between her legs, his hands bracing on either side of her body, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Su Yang, the lingering smell of alcohol making them both a little dazed. Gu-yi's face was flushed, his breath raspy with restraint, one hand pressing down on Su Yang's shoulder while the other roughly tugged her clothes. Su Yang didn't know how things had escalated to this point. She only felt that Gu-yi was very strange today. It was only when Gu-yi started pulling at her clothes that she realized something was wrong. Gu-yi was heavy, pinning her down and making it hard for her to breathe. His gaze was fierce, as if he wanted to vent something. And regardless of whether Su Yang resisted or not, his hand had already slipped under the hem of her shirt. His cold palm touched Su Yang's warm skin, causing her to shudder. Gu-yi let go. Su Yang instinctively grabbed the hand that was trying to continue its mischief on her. Her eyes filled with pleading. "You're drunk." Su-young's frightened eyes finally brought a bit of rationality back to Gu-yi. He retracted his hand silently and began to button up the clothes he had torn open one by one, looking at the marks he had left on her neck. Gu-yi felt a surge of guilt. "I'm sorry," he said hoarsely. Su-young didn't understand why all this had happened. She just looked at Gu-yi with concern. "What is wrong with you?" Gu-yi glanced at her, then turned over and pulled her tightly into his arms. His stubbled chin rubbed against the top of her head, each movement filled with reluctance. Su-young felt a bit breathless from his embrace and anxiously squirmed, only to hear Gu-yi's voice above her. "Don't move. Let me hold you for a moment." This embrace lasted the entire night. The next morning, when Su-young woke up, Gu-yi was already gone. She didn't know when he had cleaned up the empty bottles, as they hadn't disturbed her sleep. The chaotic traces of last night had been cleared away by Gu-yi, and if it weren't for the kiss marks on her neck, Su-young would have thought everything was just a dream. Remembering Gu-yi's unusual behavior last night and that intense kiss, Su-young couldn't help but blush. After leaving Gu-yi's home, Su-young thought for a long time and finally decided to call him. Even though he was clearly hungover, Gu-yi's voice sounded very calm, showing no signs of being affected. "Where are you?" Su-young held the phone, and her voice softened a few degrees when talking to Gu-yi. The usually tough Su-young didn't even realize that falling in love could evoke such a feeling of anxiety and uncertainty. At the office. Oh, Gu-yi was always a workaholic, and Su-young had gotten used to it. One hand held the phone while the other nervously picked at her nails. After a while, she mustered the courage to ask Gu-yi, "Are we together now?" Su-young knew this was a bit shameless, but she just wanted to confirm their relationship. At 22, she had the most beautiful fantasies about love, wanting to stand proudly with the one she loved. Future and career were all secondary to love. To put it bluntly, it was a kind of solitary bravery that could give up everything for the one she loved, even if the whole world stood against them. She felt the urge to stand by his side. The sound of wind and static on the line filled the silence, and Gu-yi's long pause made Su-young's heart race. Finally, Su-young heard Gu-yi's response. He said, "I'm sorry. I was drunk yesterday and don't remember anything." The north wind swept through the city, the last dry leaves fluttering away with the breeze. The damp and cold air making everything seem a bit haggard, softly humming the sorrowful song of winter. Su-young stood on the bustling street, frozen like a wax figure. Everything around her seemed to blur. Only the shadows of passing pedestrians remained. "Gu-yi," Su-young's voice choked. "Do you know what you're saying?" Gu-yi's calm voice came through the receiver. "I know." A fallen leaf, stirred by the wind, fluttered down and landed on Su-young's head, gradually sliding to the ground, leaving behind a desolate trace, dancing quietly in the silence. Su-young didn't ask any more questions. At 22, she wasn't that smart or calm, and the pain from her injuries was extremely intense. She just wanted to escape, to preserve her last shred of dignity. "Fine." Su-young couldn't even hide the obvious choke in her voice. "I won't disturb you anymore." She didn't know what had happened, nor did she understand why Gu-yi kept changing his mind. Su-young was confused. Was she too naive, or was Gu-yi too cruel? After walking for a while on the street, it felt like just a moment, but the once peaceful time had turned desolate. Su-young stubbornly pushed back the tears in her eyes. Sniffling, just as she was about to catch a ride, she received a call from Su-yuan, who brought up the topic of applying for a visa to the U.S. The last time Su-yuan asked, Su-young had firmly refused. But this time she thought for a moment and said, "I'll consider it." When Su-young got home, her mother was there, feeling very restless. She wanted to find something to do, so she took out the list of materials needed for the visa application that Su-yuan had sent and began to prepare according to the items listed. Su-young's mother had a habit of organizing, keeping all important documents together, and Su-young quickly found that little drawer, taking out the things she needed one by one. The drawer soon became a mess. Several old booklets that had originally been at the bottom fell to the floor. Su-young picked them up one by one. The last thing she picked up was a yellowed receipt that had fallen out from who knows where. Su-young opened the folded receipt, which had been folded 4 times. It was a medical examination report of her deceased father. She was about to fold it back when her eyes caught something, and she quickly unfolded the report again. Name, Su-thik-one. Gender, male. Blood type B. Su Yang's eyes were fixated on the blood type, and her mind suddenly went blank. How could this be? Her father had blood type B, her mother also had blood type B, but she had blood type AB? Su Yang was both surprised and scared. Frozen in place for a long while, feeling as if a block of ice had been placed on her back, making her whole body numb. This feeling was more earth-shattering and isolating than being toyed with by Gu Yi. Su Yang nervously took out her phone, her hands trembling so much she struggled to hold it steady as she dialed her mother's number, her voice shaking. Mom? Where are you? I have something I want to ask you. Her mother couldn't return home immediately, but Su Yang couldn't wait any longer. She stuffed the medical report into her bag and went out. All the way, she searched on her phone for the possibility of a couple with blood type B having a child with blood type AB, and the definitive answers online made her even more afraid. Suddenly, she remembered the marriage certificate she had seen last time. Her parents had married after she was born. Memories surged in her mind like scattered fragments, eventually piecing together a complete picture. That image was like a net binding her, and she struggled to believe it. Could it be that she might not be her father's daughter? How could that be? Su Yang felt as if something in her heart had collapsed. Eager to understand what was going on, she rushed down from the bus without looking around. Her mind was blank, and all she could hear were the chaotic sound around her. The gasps of people on the bus, the screech of an electric bike's brakes, and the sound of a violent collision. The last scene she saw was a variety of shoes gathering closer and closer. When Su Yang woke up again, she felt unbearable pain on her right side. In the emergency room, dominated by white and light blue, she was the only one present, and it was eerily quiet. Cold medicine dripped from a high-hanging bag in her veins. In her blurry vision, the first thing Su Yang saw was her mother's figure, crying and on the verge of collapse. Mom! Su Yang weakly called out to her. Her mother didn't want to disturb Su Yang, so she held back her emotions, but when she heard Su Yang's voice, she quickly wiped her tears and stood up excitedly. You're finally awake. I'll go call the doctor. Wait. Su Yang grabbed her hand. I have something I want to ask you. We can talk later. The doctor said you have a mild concussion, and I need to let him check you properly. My smart daughter can't have anything happen to her. Compared to her mother's panic, Su Yang was much calmer. Although she had just been in a minor car accident at that moment, she was more concerned about her origins. I am not my father's child, right? Her mother was slightly taken aback, then touched Su Yang's forehead. Have you been knocked silly? I'll go call the doctor. I saw my father's medical report. Su Yang bit her lower lip. You both have blood type B, but I have blood type AB. I'm not my father's child. Am I? Tears quickly filled Su Yang's eyes. One blow after another made it unbearable for her young heart. Although her father passed away early, she had always been proud to be his daughter. Every time she passed by the city library, she felt a sense of pride. For so many years, whenever she thought of giving up, a voice inside her told her she was Su Zhishuan's daughter, and she couldn't give up. She had never considered the possibility that she was not Su Zhishuan's daughter. Seeing the helpless and terrified expression on Su Yang's face, her mother was filled with heartache. She grabbed Su Yang's hand firmly and said with conviction, You are your father's daughter. How could that be? Don't lie to me. I have blood type AB. Her mother held Su Yang's hand tightly, remaining silent for a long time before finally gathering her courage. I'm not your mother. What? Just as her mother finished speaking, a hurried sound of footsteps interrupted their conversation. The curtain of the emergency room was suddenly pulled open, and a nurse entered with a worried-looking Mrs. Gu. Mrs. Gu had red-rimmed eyes, and her hair was somewhat disheveled, completely lacking the calm demeanor of a refined lady. She anxiously walked to Su Yang's bedside, looking her up and down, not daring to touch her, completely at a loss. The nurse glanced at them and finally advised, You can stay for a while, but please go out afterward. This is the emergency room, not a ward. She is not seriously injured, so there is no need to worry too much. The nurse pulled the curtain back and closed the heavy iron door of the emergency room. The emergency room returned to silence. Su Yang's mother glanced at Mrs. Gu, took a deep breath, and said softly to Su Yang, I'm not your mother. Mrs. Gu is. Her voice trembled a bit, and despite her efforts to control herself, Su Yang could see her eyes were red. It seemed like she had been waiting for this moment. Upon hearing Su Yang's mother reveal the truth, Mrs. Gu's tears fell suddenly. She covered her mouth, trying not to make any sound, only looking at Su Yang with heartache. Su Yang's mind was in chaos, and she felt extreme pain, as if someone had struck her on the back of the head with an axe. She could never have imagined that the plot of a drama would unfold in her life. It can't be true. Her eyes were fixed on her mother, hoping she was just joking. Mrs. Gu was already in tears. Su Yang. She stubbornly looked at her mother, waiting for her to explain. Just as you said, back then I was madly pursuing your father. He was young, highly educated, and gentle in nature. He took care of you alone, saying he didn't want to lay me, and outright refused. It was I who insisted on being with him, seeking him out every day. He couldn't resist me. In front of Mrs. Gu and Su Yang, her mother recounted the past. You and I were fated. Back then, no matter who held you, you would cry. Your father was completely at a loss. Only in my arms would you sleep. Because of you, I was able to marry your father. Suma glanced at Madame Gu, her eyes filled with complexity. After we moved to the big courtyard, we didn't tell your mother the new address. Your father's idea at that time was to not disturb her new life. Asu umaspoke. Her voice choked up. I just didn't expect that your father's health wouldn't hold up, and he got sick after just a few years. When he was seriously ill, he wanted me to send you back to your mother. I knew he couldn't rest easy about you, fearing that if he left, I would be able to take care of you properly. Suma paused. It was my selfishness. I wanted to keep you, and he couldn't go against me. Madame Gu looked at Suma with a hint of complexity. At that time, everyone said you left N City, and China is so big. I thought I would never see her again. She covered her eyes, her voice trembling with emotion. I'm sorry for Su Yang. It's all my fault. Everything that happened back then was my fault. Su Yang is a good child, very obedient and filial, smart and talented, and beautiful, completely inheriting both of your strengths. Tears fell one by one from Suma's eyes as she said to Madame Gu with guilt, I was too selfish. At that time, I had nothing, only Su Yang, and I couldn't bear to give her back to you. Su Yang lay on the hospital bed, feeling very weak. Looking at the two women who were in tears, her heart was very complex. One was the mother who raised her for more than 20 years and spent every day with her. The other was her biological mother, connected by blood yet very unfamiliar. Su Yang's hands slightly clenched. Then she raised her head to look at them. I want to rest. Can you let me be alone for a while? As soon as Su Yang said this, the two mothers exchanged a glance, both showing unmistakable disappointment. They didn't say much, just silently tidied Su Yang's bed and turned to leave. Mom. Su Yang's voice was weak. A gentle call made both women turn around instantly. Su Yang's gaze landed on Su Ma without any hesitation. You're calling me? Su Ma's voice was a bit tense, her hands instinctively tightening around the seams of her pants. Su Yang rolled her eyes. I only have you as my mom. Who else would I call? Have you gone senile? By the way, can you see Madame Gu out when you go? She came all this way. It's not easy for her. Su Yang spoke in her usual spoiled tone. Bring me some food when you come back. I'm hungry and want to eat the beef noodles from Yu Hongji. Su Yang spoke as if nothing was wrong, but everyone understood she had already made her choice. Madame Gu's tears fell continuously, and at the moment she turned to leave, her steps were even a bit unsteady. When Su Yang had the car accident, she rushed over from so far away. It was instinct. In that era, she was an unmarried woman with a child, suffering from disdain, and being criticized behind her back. Several times she thought about getting rid of Su Yang, but Su Yang was particularly strong, kicking and punching in her belly. She really couldn't bear to do it. After the child was born, she named her Su Yang. This name was agreed upon during their passionate romance, and it could be used for either a boy or a girl in the future. It was her last attachment to that past. Su Ma's decisiveness and Su Zhixian's departure left her completely despairing, and she had her own pride. The life of a single mother was far more difficult than she had imagined, when she could barely afford food if it weren't for Gu Shunyan's appearance. She might have taken Su Yang and jumped into the river. Human feelings are complex. She saw all of Gu Shunyan's efforts, so in the end, she chose him. Gu Shunyan's son was at an age where he was starting to understand things and was very resistant to her presence. She was afraid that taking Su Yang with her would make him more extreme. So for Gu Shunyan's sake, she gave up Su Yang. This was the only thing she regretted over the years. The two of them came out of the emergency room without saying a word. Thank you. Madame Gu looked at Su-ma. You have taught her very well. I'm sorry. The one who should say sorry is me. Madame Gu's eyes were moist. I guessed this result too. Su-ma's eyes were sour. I was selfish. I didn't want to give her back to you. After all these years, I have depended on her. Although she isn't my biological child, she is my flesh and blood, and I can't let her go. Madame Gu wiped the corners of her eyes and changed the subject. Regarding going to America, I've already discussed it with Old. We will cover all the expenses. I will buy her an apartment, so she won't have to work and can focus on her studies. She doesn't want to go. Su-ma frowned when talking about this. She said she wants to be with Gu. I've already talked to Gui. He is understanding and knows what to do. Madame Gu and Su-ma spoke softly in the corridor. At both ends of the corridor stood two people who heard their conversation. On the left, Su-yang leaned against the wall with a forestand, remaining silent for a long time, not chasing after Su-ma to return her dropped wallet. On the right was Gui, who rushed over, sweating profusely. He listened to their low sobs, clenched his fists in determination, and turned to leave the hospital. This small car accident kept Su-yang in the hospital for a whole week. Su-ma was too anxious. If it weren't for too many examinations and the radiation being harmful to her body, she would have wanted to check even Su-yang's toenails. After being discharged, Su-yang called Gui to arrange a meeting. A week without any news, not even asking why she didn't go to work, was enough to wake her from her unrealistic teenage romance dream. Su-yang arranged to meet at the bus stop where they once sat together. She arrived long before, sitting alone on the metal bench, counting the passing buses, watching the hurried pedestrians, feeling calm inside. After a long time, someone sat down beside her. The familiar height, familiar scent, familiar silence. Su-yang didn't turn her head to look at him. She just quietly stared ahead. I called you here to resign. Su-yang's voice was calm, even carrying a maturity that didn't match her age. People only grow quickly after being hurt. Recently, what she had experienced had exceeded her limits. Gui was not surprised by her decision. He silently handed her Su-yang's internship report. It turned out he had anticipated this. Su-yang held the report with a score of 100, a bitter smile appearing on her lips. Should she smile? They actually had such a tacit understanding. I met Madame Gu, and I know everything. Su-yang gathered her courage and finally turned her gaze to Gui. Seeing his tightly furrowed brows and that helpless expression made her heart ache. Is it because of this? Su-yang stared at Gui, giving him no chance to escape. After a long pause, Gui tightly pressed his lips together and turned to look at her. Her expression remained stubborn, passionate, impulsive, and never giving up were her most distinct labels, and also the parts that attracted Gui the most. Her unique understanding of architectural design, her concern for the common people, her respect for the natural environment, and her unwavering purity despite any pollution. He thought that in the future, she would definitely become a great architect, just like her father. And in the country, there was no environment where she could fully unleash her potential. In the broader context, people did not respect design. Compared to the free country of America, it was more suitable for her to grow. Zhang Yongxi and Su-ma's thoughts were correct. Lin Xingjun said he was thick-headed and didn't understand what love was at all. He said love is to be together even if the sky falls and the earth cracks, even if the whole world abandons you. But now, Gui wanted to tell him, love, regardless of right or wrong, I just want to give you the best. Looking at Su-yang's expectant gaze, Gui, knowing she had misunderstood, still nodded along with her words, saying something insincere. Zhang Yongxi is my father's legitimate wife and your biological mother. This relationship was too awkward. Like a prisoner awaiting sentencing, Su-yang finally put away the last bit of hope after Gui pronounced her death sentence. She nodded, her voice much lower. I understand. You're right. I want to continue my father's dream, and I will further my studies. When I become a great architect and open my own firm, I'll come back to take your business and make you regret it. She deliberately spoke these words in a light tone, even though her heart ached to the point where breathing was difficult. Su-yang took out a folder and a USB drive from her bag and handed them to Gui. I've revised the plan for the GUF Village primary school project. Gui took her proposal and flipped through it page by page. It was the simplest design plan, involving planting a large number of trees on a gentle slope to resist landslides. The sheer wall, seismic structure, and the use of fire bricks as one of the main materials reflected a completely nostalgic style, with no architectural master styles or cultural elements incorporated. It was indistinguishable from the architectural style of the 1970s, purely based on residential principles. It could be said that this design insulted the team's renowned architectural designers, as it truly had no design merit to them. She had put a lot of thought into the landscape design, especially the wall covered with climbing ivy, which was filled with elements of memory. She completely integrated the Juyue Village Primary School with the natural vegetation of Juyue Mountain, making it seem less like a reconstruction and more like a building that had been there for decades, embodying a complete humanistic sentiment. She said, "The vegetation will be planted by the villagers, and the fire bricks will be collected from the old ones and newly made by the villagers, allowing them to fully participate in the village's reconstruction. I think this should be more meaningful, right?" Gui glanced at her, but did not speak. Su Yang's lips curled into a bitter smile. "I remember you told me that we should appropriately highlight individuality in architectural design." After a pause, she continued, "I've thought about it for a long time, and I believe the most important thing in architectural design is not to highlight individuality, but to express our love for architecture as architects." The sky gradually turned overcast, and winter rain began to fall in strands. The misty rain cleared the dust. Su Yang and Gu Yi both put away their papers. This conversation could end here. Looking at Gu Yi, Su Yang took a long time to persuade herself to leave. She took out an umbrella from her bag. It was the old umbrella Gu Yi had used when he came to pick her up. It was blue and had 2 broken ribs. Su Yang was moved by this umbrella, but in the end, she still returned it to Gu Yi. Gu Yi looked down at the umbrella, a complicated expression flashing in his eyes. Perhaps like Su Yang, he recalled the little moments from that time. Gu Yi looked down at Su Yang and said hoarsely, "Let me carry you." There was no context, just this sudden statement, but they both understood each other. Passers-by rushed to places where they could shelter from the rain, leaving only the 2 of them standing under the cold winter rain. Su Yang leaned against his back again, and he gently rose, his movements tender and his steps steady. Su Yang opened the old umbrella, and the 2 walked on the brick-paved sidewalk, surrounded by people rushing by without umbrellas. A red light stopped the 2 from moving forward. "Put me down," Su Yang said, patting Gu Yi's shoulder. "Just carry me," Gu Yi replied, to block the wind. Su Yang wrapped her arms around Gu Yi's neck, feeling the memories flash by, and silent tears finally fell on the back of his neck. Gu Yi's body stiffened. "Actually, I really don't like America. My English is terrible. They have the most advanced technology and the most enlightened way of thinking. It won't be long. It will end in a few years." Gu Yi tightened his arms, and after a long time, he said in a hoarse voice, "I'll wait for you to come back." Su Yang supported herself on Gu Yi's shoulder, tears still on her face, but a slight curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. She said, "Gu Yi, do you know? It's only at this moment that I finally feel like I might hate you a little. City X has been a water town longed for by scholars from ancient times to the present. The entire city is filled with bridges. Every 5 steps, there's a crossing. Every 10 steps, a leap. Standing at the bridgehead, looking at the waterside homes hidden among the green trees. Imagining a beautiful woman washing clothes by the river on the steps of the alley. That scene is so beautiful, it feels like time is out of place, bringing forth the elegance of classical China. City X does not have a good university. City X Architectural University is only a 2nd-tier school, but its architecture program is an old stronghold. Su Yang, with her background from N University, was granted a direct admission for a master's and doctoral program. 4.5 years have passed, and Su Yang has completely integrated into this city. Compared to the fast pace of City N, City X has no restlessness, only tranquility and elegance. Su Yang has lost count of how many times she has been to Shio Garden. Every visit brings new discoveries. But the undergraduates she supervises complain incessantly. The weather is getting hotter, and summer in City X is like a furnace, even in early summer. The sun is already scorching as if everything is about to melt. Su Yang students are sweating profusely, and a few fashion-conscious girls have tied up their hair due to the heat. They use their notebooks as fans, restless and completely uninterested in viewing, merely taking photos half-heartedly to complete the task. Seeing those undergraduates going through the motions, Su-young cannot help but recall her former self. Back then, she was just like them, with the attitude towards studying being just enough to avoid failing. There was no strong desire to become an architect. She was just a draftsperson, working overtime, and perhaps that would have been her life if she hadn't met that person. Returning to school from Shiogarden, as soon as class ended, the students rushed to the cafeteria. Su-young once had that simple, passionate life. When Chao Zijing saw Su-young come back, his attitude was still as gentle as usual. In front of him was a set of tea utensils, unknown where he had found them. In the hot weather, he didn't make tea for Su-young, but was just playing with a small teacup. Did you go to Shiogarden again? Yes. In this noisy and restless era, someone has to do something quiet. The decision to continue studying under Chao Zijing was because he had said something that deeply moved her. He said, "Given the current situation in China, not inheriting is a form of destruction. Building without scholarly background in the name of inheritance is even more destructive." Chao Zijing resigned from Beige and is a person who advocates freedom. His research on architecture could be described as obsessive to the point of infatuation. He initiated research on landscape architecture. In the context of insufficient academic funding at City X Architectural University, he led Su-young and several like-minded young students, spending more than 4 years promoting research on landscape architecture nationwide, becoming a top-tier team in this field in the country. As one of the behind-the-scenes personnel, Su-young was very proud of this. Chao Zijing poured a cup of already cold tea for Su-young. His tone casual but with a hint of probing. "I'm going back to City Inn this weekend. Would you like to come along?" Mentioning City Inn, Su-young paused slightly. Then with a natural expression said, "No, my college roommate is coming to City X to see me this weekend." Chao Zijing looked at Su-young with an inquisitive gaze, filled with insight, making Su-young feel as if she had nowhere to hide. "You haven't been back to City Inn in almost 5 years. Su-young smiled. "My mom and I have moved our home to City X. For me, City Inn is no longer a concept of going back." At that time, Su-young's mother signed the demolition agreement, received compensation, and followed Su-young to live in City X. In a blink, so many years have passed. "Actually, I've always been curious about what happened between you two. I heard that you received an offer from America at that time, and I thought you would go." Chao Zijing didn't name anyone, but Su-young knew who he was talking about. The last sentence he said, "I'll wait for you to come back," Su-young understood. It was precisely because she understood that she felt even more disappointed. When she was young, she read The Gift of the Magi. Jim and Della each had something extremely precious. Jim's ancestral gold watch and Della's beautiful, waterfall-like long hair. Jim sold the gold watch to buy Della a set of pure tortoise-shell combs inlaid with jewels for Christmas, while Della sold her long hair to buy Jim a platinum chain for his watch. The answer to reading comprehension is the protagonist's kind hearts and pure love. However, Su-young found this very difficult to understand. Their lack of communication and self-righteous sacrifices led them both to lose their most precious things and exchange them for useless gifts. Just like his decision back then. What Su-young couldn't let go of the most was why he never asked her if she really wanted to go to America. Su-young pressed her lips tightly together, her gaze falling on the tea set in front of her. After a long time, she answered Chao Zijing, "I have never liked America, and my English is terrible." Su-young smiled. "Besides, some things can absolutely not be learned in America, like our traditional Chinese culture. You see, what I'm studying now is something Americans can't learn at all. I'm much more professional than they are, right? If that's the case, why did you ask Professor Zhou to keep your whereabouts a secret? And why have you never been willing to join me for discussion activities? Only willing to hide in the background?" Chao Zijing looked straight at Su-young, giving her no chance to evade. "Are you afraid of being found out by someone?" Su-young clenched her fingers and finally said with a grin, "I just don't want my classmates to compare me to them. They've all gone to really prestigious schools, like GNG University, and I feel kind of unaccomplished." He had been traveling frequently for work in recent years and was very accustomed to the life of a frequent flyer. The distance between City X and City Inn wasn't too far. Previously, the projects in City X had always been handled by Lin Changjun, as he was from City X and communication was more convenient. This time, the museum project was a government collaboration, and to show its importance, Gu personally went. Gu really didn't like going on business trips with Lin Changjun, After so many years, his personality was still as annoying as ever. After getting off the plane, the project team from City X sent a car to pick them up, and they were greeted by a project manager, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline and a beer belly. He spoke with a Jiangnan accent and enthusiastically chatted with Gu Yi. He started by introducing the local customs of City X, then mentioned that his wife ran a travel agency and could help arrange things, and then he rambled on, going from talking about his wife to his daughter. Gu Yi found the range of topics quite helpless, while Lin Chengjun listened with great interest. After sharing his own situation, the project manager naturally turned the topic to Gu Yi. Is Engineer Gu married? Without waiting for Gu Yi to reply, Lin Chengjun answered on his behalf. Don't even mention marriage. He doesn't even have a girlfriend. Hearing that Gu Yi didn't even have a girlfriend, the early marriage and early childbearing project manager looked shocked and immediately said, Engineer Gu, you need to hurry on this. At your age, not getting married, and then waiting a few more years to have kids, that would be considered having children in old age. The project manager's serious words completely amused Lin Chengjun, who laughed so hard he nearly fell over. Gu Yi glared at Lin Chengjun and coldly said, It seems you're not married either? Lin Chengjun was quite calm about this. I never planned to get married. Saying this, he immediately pointed out Gu Yi's shortcomings to the project manager with a teasing smile. Engineer Gu is different from me. He still wants to get married. He's just waiting for someone. In recent years, he hadn't taken many domestic projects and had been running off to America because the girl he liked went to study there. After going there so many times, he couldn't find her at all. She had clearly changed her phone number and address, indicating she wanted to cut ties with him. Hearing this, Gu Yi finally couldn't take it anymore. Lin Chengjun, are you that free? Lin Chengjun laughed heartily and seriously replied, I'm neither busy nor idle, just right. After laughing at Gu Yi's personal issues, the project manager returned to their project. After a bit of joking, the originally strange barrier was quickly eliminated. The project manager briefly talked about some situations to Gu Yi, and Gu Yi provided some feedback. The conversation flowed smoothly. After discussing the main business, the project manager asked about Gu Yi's project. I heard the East City renovation in City Inn is about to officially start. Are you planning to do it in a garden style? The East City project had been delayed for 5 years due to relocations, and it had finally all been signed. Because it was a friend of Gu Yi's father who asked, Gu Yi took it on. The renovation of the old city in East City was a very special project for Gu Yi because Su Yang's family lived there. Although her family had signed the relocation agreement and no longer lived there, Gu Yi decided not to demolish the Hui-style courtyard, and he would visit it whenever he returned to City Inn. Gu Yi nodded. Some of the old houses inside are very unique. I want to keep them. The project manager was very enthusiastic and immediately recommended. Then would you like to meet Professor Chow from X University? Upon hearing Professor Chow, Gu Yi instinctively asked, Chow Zijing? Yes, that's right, the project manager said. He is an expert in this area in a landscape architecture school. Although his team is all young people, they're all focused on researching this area, the best in the country. I met them during a meeting before, and each of them had a different style from ours. They looked very cultured. The project manager clearly had a very good impression of Chow Zijing and spoke endlessly about him. Their team generally goes out with Professor Chow. But I had the fortune to meet a female architect from their team last time. She was really beautiful, and the chemistry between her and Professor Chow was obvious. They looked like a couple. Our leader even said later that they're the legendary couple in the architecture world, because he was of a similar age and achievement level to Chow Zijing, and due to the connection with Liao Shanshan and Su Yang. Gu Yi couldn't help but furrow his brows at the mention of Chow Zijing and was not interested in his personal story at all. Over the years, Gu Yi had also tried to avoid appearing in the same place as him, not wanting to give anyone any talking points. Regarding the project manager's good intentions, Gu Yi politely declined. No need. The weekends in City X were always overly crowded, completely different from the usual situation. The airport was packed, with many people coming to play for the weekend, so Su Yang had a queue just to get through. Sure, Yuan had just returned from America not long ago and was a bit unaccustomed to the crowded situation in China. Coming out the exit and looking at the sardine can-like scene in front of her, she couldn't help but exclaim, "There are so many Chinese people." Standing in the bustling airport, The two comforted each other with a hug after so many years apart. Compared to their student days, Shi Yuan had changed a lot. Her once messy, naturally curly long hair had been cut into a neat short style, and she, who used to be clumsy with makeup, now wore high-quality, simple, and elegant outfits with natural and appropriate makeup, exuding sophistication in every gesture. In contrast, Su Yang had completely become another version of herself. Perhaps because they had kept in touch and often chatted via video and voice, there was no sense of strangeness between them. As soon as Shi Yuan saw Su Yang, she started teasing her. "What are you wearing? Cotton and linen fabric and cloth shoes. What's this, going for a literary vibe? You go to construction sites all the time. Dressing too nicely is a waste. You've changed a lot." Su Yang looked at Shi Yuan and patted her shoulder. "So have you?" Shi Yuan stroked her chin, circled around Su Yang, and finally stopped in front of her. "How should I put it? Your overall temperament has changed." Su Yang smiled. "I've become rustic, have I? Maybe a bit." Shi Yuan thought for a moment and said, "You become gentler. The old you, how should I put it, had very distinct edges." She looked at Su Yang with a meaningful glance. "It feels like you've become more and more like Chao Zijing since you've been with him. After all these years, you two still aren't together. I'm anxious for you both." Su Yang didn't tea like Shi Yuan playing matchmaker and pushed her. "Let us go quickly. Parking is free within half an hour, but they charge after that." Shi Yuan glared at her. "Dr. Su, is it really okay for you to be so stingy?" Su Yang shook her car keys at her. "Hurry up." The two found Su Yang's car, and Shi Yuan suddenly remembered to ask, "How come I remember your driver's license hasn't been held for long?" Su Yang grinned. "Yeah." Shi Yuan looked terrified. "So can you drive reliably?" "Don't worry. I'll take you for a ride today." "Where to?" "To the west." Seeing Shi Yuan's scared expression, Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. The road was very congested, and as Su Yang drove, she started to regret taking the car out. She hadn't had her driver's license for long, and her speed was slow. In heavy traffic, that speed was actually quite dangerous. Cars kept overtaking Su Yang, and frequently one would suddenly cut in front of her, startling both her and Shi Yuan. Drivers behind Su Yang kept honking, which made her anxious. The weather was hot, and the traffic was heavy, with cars constantly trying to change lanes beside her. There was no way to avoid it. Frustrated and irritated, she pressed the gas pedal. Bang! Su Yang's car unexpectedly rear-ended a sedan that suddenly braked in front of her. Su Yang and Shi Yuan were almost thrown against the windshield due to the impact, but fortunately, they had their seatbelts on, so they avoided injury. "Are you really trying to take me to the west?" Shi Yuan gasped, patting her chest to calm herself, saying with lingering fear, "Just thinking about how you can bump into others even on a bicycle. Driving is definitely scarier. I'm lucky to be alive." Su Yang frowned, looking at the situation ahead, and unbuckled her seatbelt. "I'll go take a look." Su Yang got out of the car to assess the rear-end collision, and the driver of the other car had already arrived. That driver was even more irritable than she was. As soon as he got out, he started ranting at Su Yang. "How do you drive? What kind of road conditions are these? And you still speed up. Are you blind? Female drivers are terrifying. If you can't drive, don't get on the road. You're a road killer." Su Yang initially felt somewhat guilty, but being verbally attacked like that made her uncomfortable. "Sir, let us talk calmly." Upon hearing her, the man raised his voice even more. "My car was rear-ended by you. How do you want to talk calmly? On such a wide road, can you even drive? If it weren't for the fact that you're a woman, I do want to hit you." Seeing that reasoning wouldn't work, Su Yang frowned. "What do you want to do? Call the police or settle this privately?" The male driver didn't answer her directly. "I'll ask my superior." As he turned, the door of the car opened. A tall figure stepped out from the back seat. The person walked closer to Su Yang, finally stopping in front of her. Su Yang had been looking down at the car's bumper and only turned around when she heard footsteps. What she saw was a pair of clean leather shoes, then a well-fitted suit, a clear and handsome face, and a meaningful expression. The sound of honking from impatient drivers filled the air due to the traffic jam. The wide road was lined with cars moving slowly like snails. For a moment, everything before her blurred. After not seeing him for nearly 5 years, he seemed to have changed not at all. Thick brows, sharp eyes, and a slight curve at the corners of his lips. He frowned and looked down at Su Yang, his gaze imposing. After a long while, he moved his lips and answered Su Yang's question in a deep, bell-like voice. slow and clear. Settling privately. The two words carried a hint of double entendre. Su-young frowned at him, remaining silent for a long time, and after a while, she averted her gaze and spoke in a cold tone to the driver, standing behind Gu-e. Call the police. On the elevated highway, with no cover, the scorching sun beat down, and the exhaust from the cars made the bridge even hotter, creating a burning sensation on the skin. Su-young no longer looked at Gu-e, taking out her phone to prepare to call the police. Just as her finger pressed the number 1 key, the door of the black business car was opened. A balding man with a beer belly stepped out of the car. He held one hand up with the phone, reporting the accident situation to someone, his tone unfriendly, clearly ready to make a big deal out of it. He took 2 steps towards Su-young, and when he looked up and saw her, his expression immediately changed. After briefly saying a couple of words to the person on the other end, he hung up and replaced his expression with a smile. Dr. Su? Hearing the man's voice, Su-young frowned slightly, thinking for a long time before recalling that she had met him before as he had sought collaboration with X-University's Institute for another project. Seeing it was someone she knew, Su-young put away her phone and greeted him politely. Hello. Upon seeing a familiar face, the man's expression relaxed immediately. Oh, it's really like the flood washing away the Dragon King temple. We don't recognize our own people. He warmly walked to Su-young's side. It's been a long time, Dr. Su. How have you been? The sweltering weather made Su-young's back perspire lightly. This situation was not suitable for small talk. Su-young softened her attitude a bit and asked the man, Can you tell me how much the damages will be? The man clapped his hands and said readily, What are you talking about? How could I make you pay? We're all acquaintances. It's a company car. We can call insurance. Although the man didn't want her to pay, Su-young was still the one who rear-ended the car, so she felt responsible. She glanced at the business car's bumper and took out her wallet, counting out 500. This should be enough. The damage isn't too severe. Worried that the man wouldn't accept it, Su-young quickly walked past him to the driver who had stepped back a few paces and handed the money to the driver, who had a bad attitude earlier. The driver hadn't reacted yet when Su-young's money was already in his hands. I'm really sorry, Su-young said, turning to head back to her car. I'll be leaving now. It's not good to block others on the highway. As Su-young walked a few steps past Gu-e, he suddenly grabbed her. Very domineering. A tall shadow blocked the scorching sunlight in front of Su-young. Gu-e looked just as she remembered, tall and handsome, with deep-set eyes. And time had added a touch of mature charm to him. It was both hazy and clear. His action drew the attention of several onlookers. Su-young felt somewhat embarrassed, shaking her hand to break free, but she couldn't get away. What else do you want? Su-young frowned and asked quietly. Gu-e's expression remained calm as he looked down at Su-young, his voice deep. Your phone number. For what? If the money isn't enough. We need to find you. Su-young glanced at Gu-e, her tone still cold, and said in a voice only they could hear, disdainfully, Engineer Gu, the way you're asking for a phone number might work for someone from the 70s. Their conversation wasn't loud, but the project manager from Gu-e's team thought Gu-e was defending the weak, quickly took the money from the driver, and stepped forward to explain to Gu-e, Engineer Gu, I know Dr. Su. We're friends. Saying this, he reached out to separate Gu-e and Su-young. He returned Su-young's money to her. Dr. Su, don't be so formal. Our bureau has several projects that need your collaboration, so we can't take this money. We'll see each other often in the future. Gaining her freedom, Su-young quickly stepped back, frowning without looking at the 2 people in front of her, and did not insist any longer. I'll treat you to dinner another time, but I have to leave now. The man smiled warmly. Please send my regards to Professor Chow. Back in the car, Su-young's hands trembled slightly as she fastened her seatbelt. She had to admit that she was very nervous at that moment. Yuan looked out the windshield with an expression of watching a good show. Is that how it ends? Are we just leaving like this? We don't have to pay for the car. Yeah. Su-young released the handbrake. I think they won't need it anymore. Her eyes slightly lifted. Gu-e was still standing in front of her car with a profound expression. Su-young honked twice, and only then did he slowly step back. Seizing the opportunity when there was a gap in the surrounding cars, Su-young quickly started the engine and re-entered the flow of traffic. Once Su-young's car drove away, Lin Changjun stepped out of the car with a cheerful smile, lazily leaning against the car door. calling out to Gu, "Aren't you leaving yet?" The group got back in the car, and the project manager still looked excited. "I didn't expect to run into Dr. Su here." Lin Xingjun exchanged a meaningful glance with Gu and teased, "Yeah, it really is unexpected." The project manager didn't notice the double meaning in Lin Xingjun's words and continued talking to himself. "Just like I told you. She's the Liang Xiqing and Lin Huyin of the architecture world." Hearing this, Gu Yi's expression darkened a few shades, his deep eyes showing slight displeasure. "With Chao Zizhen?" Lin Xingjun's smile deepened, adding fuel to the fire. "The Condor heroes?" "Yeah, Dr. Su is doing research with Professor Chao, an academic architecture faction, and has collaborated with the government for many years. A match made in heaven, right? It's the first time I've seen such a beautiful female doctor." Gu Yi's face darkened as he remained silent, and Lin Changjun leaned in slightly. "She just needs one arm to complete the Yangwu look. Should we go help her?" Gu Yi shot him a glare. "Would it kill you to stay quiet?" Lin Xingjun wasn't afraid of Gu Yi at all, leaning in to whisper, "I didn't expect she never went abroad, and she's actually in X city. All those trips to the U.S. were for nothing." The project manager didn't hear Lin Xingjun's words and glanced at the time, saying, "There's no arrangement for tonight. You can rest well. We'll come and pick you up tomorrow morning." Lin Changjun had a teasing smile at the corner of his mouth. Glancing at Gu Yi, "I think someone won't be able to rest well tonight." Suyang felt that today had a rough start. She should have checked the old calendar before leaving the house. How could she run into Gu Yi? Thinking of the way he looked at her, Suyang couldn't help but have some subtle thoughts. Eating at a Sichuan restaurant in the business district with Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan was still as spicy loving as she was in school, while Suyang didn't eat much and remained somewhat distracted. "Still thinking about Gu Yi?" Shi Yuan asked, sipping her drink, looking at Suyang with an expression of amusement. "How is that possible?" Suyang frowned. "You can't fool me. Since you met him, you've been in a daze. I've had to call you 2 or 3 times to get your attention." Suyang didn't realize she was acting so out of character and felt a bit embarrassed, trying to cover it up. "I'm just surprised he came to X City. The earth is round. If there's fate, you can meet even after going around the world twice." "Stop talking nonsense." Shi Yuan, who had poor drinking capacity in school, had become a bit of a wine lover now, needing to drink even for a casual meal. Suyang was driving, so she could only have orange juice. Shi Yuan was alone, so it didn't matter. She opened a bottle of red wine and kept pouring for herself. She sighed deeply and said earnestly, "You keep avoiding it. And that's not a solution. If there's any misunderstanding, just clarify it." Suyang paused, her hand holding the chopsticks, stiffening for a moment. "There's no misunderstanding," Suyang said. "Once I decided to leave, I never thought about turning back. He and I were never really suited for each other." Shi Yuan laughed, the faint scent of wine around her. "Don't say it so definitively. If you really don't care about him, why haven't you dated anyone in all these years?" Suyang picked up a piece of spicy chicken, placed it in her bowl without eating it, and lowered her head to look at the bowl, saying after a long while, "I haven't met the right person. I've been busy these past few years." Speaking of this, she couldn't help but feel emotional. If finding a man were as easy as pursuing a PhD, that would be great. Shi Yuan was amused by Suyang, laughing. "I really want to hit you." She was perceptive and noticed Su Yang's lack of desire to discuss Gu Yi further, so she didn't press on, only sighing lightly. Sounding older than her age, in the blink of an eye, we're almost 27. If we drag it out, we'll be 30. Honestly, I always thought I'd be married and a mom by 27. Suyang smiled. "I never thought one day I'd become a third type of person beyond men and women. A female doctor." Shi Yuan took a sip of wine, her eyes showing a hint of fatigue. "I've been looking for a job during this time. It's not as easy as I imagined in the country. I'm not very satisfied with the unit my mom arranged for me. Once I get in, it's all about drawing and revising plans according to the client's demands every day. There's no prospect at all. I don't know how long it'll take to get ahead. I always thought I would achieve fame while young. Haha, I was thinking too much. You earn a lot of money and still worry? What about me, a poor scholar? Am I not going to jump off a building?" Shi Yuan looked deeply at Suyang for a long time, then sighed with a lot of emotion. "Maybe your choice is right. So many people go to the U.S., but how many actually become leaders in the industry? I've always believed you would succeed. You study so hard, and you're better than me at everything, even understanding the ways of the world." Su Yang Smiled, Yuan. It's all about staying true to friends in times of wealth. Shi Yuan was amused by Su Yang's tone and raised her glass. Staying true to friends in times of wealth. Time flies, and they have both matured from the impulsive girls of their youth. It seems that only by complaining together can they prove that phase of foolish youth really existed. The good and the bad, the happy and the sad, are all so nostalgic. After dropping off the drunken Shi Yuan at the hotel, Su Yang returned alone to her classroom dormitory. Originally, Shi Yuan hoped she would stay with her, but she had class the next morning and couldn't indulge in any more fun. By the time Su Yang got to the dormitory, it was nearly 10 at night. She parked the car and walked towards the unit building with her keys. X Building University is not in the city, and it is much cooler at night than during the day. The night breeze blew, relieving the unbearable heat. The bright moon hung in the sky, complementing the campus's yellow streetlights, with rustling shadows of trees and the sounds of summer insects, creating a tranquil scene. Su Yang's mood finally began to calm down. As she approached the unit building, a black silhouette in front of her made Su Yang's footsteps stop involuntarily. The tall and erect figure had been waiting for who knows how long, with an expression that was both proud and somewhat aggressive. It was actually Gui. Why is he here? Su Yang didn't move forward, just stood still at a distance that was neither far nor close, and they faced each other in silence. After a long while, Su Yang finally broke the silence, hesitatingly asking, "Are you looking for me for something?" Gui tilted his head slightly, the corner of his mouth curling up. "Do we have to stand this far apart to talk? Am I going to eat you?" Hearing him say this, Su Yang hesitated and took a step forward. "Can we talk now? What's the matter?" Gui lowered his head, looking closely at Su Yang, his dark and bright eyes reflecting her faint shadow. "I heard you and Chao Zijing are together?" Su Yang suddenly thought of the balding, beer-bellied middle-aged man. He had also misunderstood her and Chao Zijing last time. She thought he was an inconsequential person, so she didn't explain. Now that Gui asked, it was likely that he had blown this misunderstanding out of proportion. Su Yang pursed her lips, deliberating for a moment, and finally nodded in response. "Yeah, it's hard to find like-minded people." Upon hearing Su Yang's straightforward answer, Gui frowned slightly. Su Yang noticed his displeased expression and surprisingly felt a sense of vengeful pleasure, her mood lightening considerably. She turned the key and said to Gui, "If there's nothing else, I'll head back first." Su Yang averted her gaze, no longer looking at Gui, and turned to go upstairs. "Su Yang." Gui's somewhat rough voice sounded from behind her. Su Yang paused for a moment, not turning back, just quietly waiting for him to continue. "Why didn't you go to the United States?" Su Yang straightened her back, turned around, and smiled. "I remember saying that I don't like the United States, and my English is terrible." She raised her eyes, looking into his complex gaze. "Su Yang, I've never seen a woman as stubborn as you." Su Yang looked at him and calmly replied, "That means you've met too few women." A gust of night wind blew by, dissipating the summer heat and bringing a refreshing coolness. Su Yang blinked and said to Gui, "I'm leaving now. You should go back and rest early too." Just as Su Yang was about to move, her wrist was tightly grasped by Gui. His gaze darkened, even carrying a hint of questioning. "I remember you once said that you liked me." Gui's words reminded Su Yang of the innocent girl she once was. Facing the man reeking of alcohol, she had hidden her youthful shyness and bravely whispered in his ear, "Gui, I like you." Yet, he had kept his eyes closed, offering no response. She thought he was asleep back then. "Back then, we were young and ignorant." Su Yang's voice was calm. She forcefully broke free from his grip, ignoring the dull pain in her wrist, and straightened her back, heading upstairs without looking back. Su Yang should have known that Gui wouldn't give up so easily. After all, he was the kind of person whose thought process was completely different from that of ordinary people. She should have anticipated this from her past experiences. As she walked onto the familiar podium and set down her laptop, Su Yang immediately spotted an unexpected guest in the classroom, dressed in business attire. He sat at the back of the classroom, completely out of place among the 18 or 19-year-old freshmen, causing her classmates to whisper among themselves. Particularly, a few diligent students seemed to recognize him and secretly took out their phones to snap pictures. This scene took Su Yang by surprise, and she couldn't help but furrow her brows. Opening her laptop, Su Yang kept her gaze fixed on the teaching equipment, her voice cold as it echoed through the microphone. "If you're not in this class, please do whatever you need to do." As soon as Su Yang said this, everyone's attention turned to Gu Yi at the back of the classroom. Under their scrutinizing gazes, Gu Yi showed no sign of embarrassment. He leaned back slightly, wearing a relaxed expression, as if the classroom were his home. He casually crossed his arms over his knees, smirking as he met Su Yang's eyes, and said in a voice loud enough for everyone to hear, "What's wrong? Is teacher Su not welcoming guests?" Su Yang didn't want to be the subject of her students' jokes, so she replied coldly, "Feel free." A female student sitting closest to Su Yang craned her neck and quietly asked, "Teacher Su, is the person sitting in the back Gu Yi the master?" Su Yang frowned and lightly tapped the desk. "Class is starting." Su Yang taught a theory-based course primarily focused on the history of Chinese garden architecture. The traditional style wasn't particularly appealing to the current generation of students, and as she lectured, the students gradually lost interest in Gu Yi's presence and began to doze off. Su Yang had grown accustomed to such scenarios. Reflecting on her own school days, weren't those students just like her back then? As Chao Zixing said, "A master leads you to the door. The cultivation depends on the individual." She didn't expect every student to be fully engaged in her class. Architects are also building a world, and what kind of world this will be primarily depends on the architect's attitude towards it. Su Yang looked at the students below and said, "Mr. Tong Jun once said, today's architects are incapable of handling the poetic construction of gardens, as construction techniques are far less important than the artistic sensibility." Mr. Tong laid a certain foundation for modern architecture. After a lifetime of scholarship in his later years, he resolutely stopped doing architectural design when faced with the tumultuous era. This was his attitude back then. In architectural design, more important than the architecture itself is the relationship between humans and nature. The highest ideal of garden architecture is to return people's living environment back to nature. Listening to Su Yang speak eloquently on stage, even her simple words were filled with wisdom. She was no longer the naive girl who used to gossip about leaders without a clue. Gu Yi sat in the audience. The perspective of looking up at her stirred a strange feeling in his heart. Unknowingly, the girl who once followed him around and would cry in secret after being scolded had grown into such a captivating woman. He couldn't determine whether her choices were right or wrong, nor could he know what she would be like now if she had gone to the United States back then. The only thing he was sure of was that whether it was the passionate and spirited her from back then or the calm and compose her now, she held a place in his heart. As the lecture came to an end, Gu Yi found himself having listened for 3 hours without realizing it. Su Yang stood on stage, naturally turning off the PPT, and smiled at the students below. "I already gave you the assignment requirements in the last class. Are there any questions about the assignment or this class?" It was lunchtime, and the students could hardly contain their impulse to rush to the cafeteria. No one raised their hand to ask questions. Just as Su Yang was about to dismiss the class, Gu Yi raised his left hand. "I have a question." All the students in the classroom turned to look at him. Amidst the anxious, curious, and eager gazes, Gu Yi stared straight at Su Yang and said, in a voice neither loud nor soft, clearly and slowly, "I was wondering if teacher Su has time after class to have a meal with an old acquaintance?" Gu Yi's gaze was intense, fixating on Su Yang, capturing every subtle change in her expression. She raised her hand, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, revealing her delicate face. With a hint of a formal smile, she calmly replied, "I don't have time."